Chapter 176, Pine Forest Valley, a mission from the 9 prefectures. A moment later, Brother Taiping, Duan Xiaoyu, with a face as pale as paper, approached Xu Taiping, her hands nervously rubbing against each other within her sleeves, lacking the earlier boldness she had shown when facing Murong Song and his companions. "Are you all right?" Xu Taiping put away the token used for transmitting messages to Huang Ke, then turned to look at Duan Xiaoyu. Yes. Duan Xiaoyu nodded shyly, then began to search around. "Is this what you were looking for?" Xu Taiping presented a beautiful long knife with a red sandalwood sheath, the hilt wrapped in white shark skin, to Duan Xiaoyu. "Yes." Duan Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, carefully taking the knife from Xu Taiping's hands, embracing it with both hands. The timidity on her face vanished, and even her delicate willow leaf brows took on a hint of heroism. "Its name is Zhu Ke. My father forged it hammer by hammer, and my mother made the sheath by hand," she said, pride evident on her face. "It is indeed a striking weapon," Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. "It is not merely beautiful." Duan Xiaoyu seemed somewhat displeased with the term beautiful. However, after saying this, she appeared to realize her lack of composure and immediately turned her head away, feeling embarrassed. Xu Taiping gazed deeply at Duan Xiaoyu, saying nothing, simply rising to his feet. "Are you leaving?" Duan Xiaoyu asked cautiously. "Yes, I must attend to some matters," Xu Taiping replied, nodding as he secured the Chuanhu knife to his waist. "What are your plans?" After fastening his knife, he turned his attention back to Duan Xiaoyu. I intend to find Murong Song and avenge my brother," Duan Xiaoyu said, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking with resolute determination. Xu Taiping was somewhat surprised by her response. "You must think I intend to rely on you, right?" Sensitive to Xu Taiping's expression of surprise, Duan Xiaoyu quickly reacted. "If you wish to accompany me, it would not be out of the question," Xu Taiping nodded. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head vigorously. "Though following you, Brother Taiping, might offer more safety, I cannot depend on you indefinitely. In the end, I would lose even the courage to seek vengeance for my brother." Xu Taiping nodded in response. "Very well, then we shall part ways here." Duan Xiaoyu was clearly unprepared for Xu Taiping's straightforward agreement, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. "By the way, take this." Just as he was about to descend the stairs, Xu Taiping suddenly halted, tossing a small porcelain vial to Duan Xiaoyu. "What is this?" Duan Xiaoyu asked, eyeing the rough little vial with curiosity. "Inside are 3 pills that restore true energy," Xu Taiping remarked before quickly making his way down the stairs without looking back. "Thank you, Brother Taiping." Once Xu Taiping reached the bottom, Duan Xiaoyu finally reacted. Although he appeared cold and aloof, he was, in fact, a warm-hearted individual. As she uttered these words, she casually popped one of the pills into her mouth. Her true energy was already completely depleted. Thus, she seized the opportunity to replenish it with a pill. Moreover, as she was not particularly in need of pills, she did not regard the one given to her by Xu Taiping with much significance, thinking it merely an ordinary energy-replenishing elixir. However, as soon as the pill entered her stomach, she sensed something amiss. Common energy-replenishing pills typically accelerate the recovery of true essence, but this particular pill seemed to infuse true essence directly into her body. More crucially, it could cause the true energy within her to surge to double its current amount. "I wasted a precious spirit pill," Duan Xiaoyu lamented, her face a picture of despair. Using such a spirit pill to restore true essence was tantamount to squandering a rare treasure. An hour later, in Pine Forest Valley, a series of mechanical sounds echoed as a green beam of light shot skyward, tearing open the dark canopy above and allowing sunlight to stream in. However, it was not long before a torrent of demonic energy surged forth again, causing the canopy to close once more, and the green beam of light dissipated. Witnessing this spectacle, Xu Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, he found himself within an abandoned well in a manor in Pine Forest Valley, standing on a compass with nearly illegible markings. The array at this focal point of Pine Forest Valley had been activated, leaving only the remaining locations of Daika Cliff and the Ice Crystal Cave to be opened. He glanced once more at the communication token given by the 9 houses. There, he noted the final message transmitted by Huang Ke. "Proceed to Pine Forest Valley, Daika Cliff, and Ice Crystal Cave to unlock the concealed teleportation focal points. We shall then be able to enter the immortal gourd paradise without the constraints of age or cultivation level. And the teleportation scrolls in your possession will also be usable within the immortal gourd paradise. Additionally, several junior brothers from the Xiaoyao sect are trapped, should you encounter them. Mention my name for mutual assistance. Apart from these two sentences, Huang Ke had also provided clear instructions on how to activate the focal points. According to Huang Ke, if it were not for the urgency of the situation, Yu Qing would not have divulged the locations of these focal points, let alone how to activate them. With so many matters concerning the 9 houses, Xu Taiping mused that he would need to increase the remuneration. Fortunately, Pine Forest Valley was not far from Starfall Lake. And during his journey, he had gathered the necessary herbs for refining both the grass elixir and the qi-gathering pill, so the time wasted was not overly significant. What troubled him most was that both Pine Forest Valley and the forthcoming Daika Cliff and Ice Crystal Cave were home to slumbering ancient ferocious beasts. Although these beasts were not as terrifying as the wild beasts, if he were to encounter one, according to Sister Ling Yue's calculations, the best-case scenario would be mutual destruction. Thus, every step Xu Taiping took felt as though he was treading on the edge of a blade. Suddenly, as Xu Taiping prepared to ascend, a commotion erupted outside the well. The sounds of combat ringing out. Instantly alert, he retrieved a piece of gray cloth from the blue gourd. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the cloth rapidly expanded. Chapter 177, Pine Forest Valley, Trader in Huangfeng Valley Qingyu. He then draped the cloth over himself like a cloak. In an instant, his figure transformed into a translucent form, vanishing into the depths of the well. The gray cloth was the very fabric used by a disciple of the Taishan sect to conceal the grass and elixirs in the cellar. Later, the fairy Lingyue assisted in unraveling its restrictions, and now it served as an invisibility cloak for Xu Taiping. Its advantage lay in the extended duration of concealment compared to the grass, yet it demanded an excessive amount of true essence. Qingyu, why must you turn against me? Before long, the sounds of battle outside the well ceased, replaced by a woman's frantic inquiries. Xu Taiping pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, leaning against the well's wall, holding his breath and listening intently. Sister, I appreciate your care over these years, but Qingyu is not from Huangfeng Valley. Are you a spy from another sect? One could say that. Which sect? Jiuyo, you are from the demonic sect. No wonder you insisted on joining forces with me to eliminate the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. The conversation abruptly ceased, and faint sounds of flesh being pierced and blood splattering could be heard. Clearly, the woman had been slain by her disciple. The shadow of Jiuyo loomed behind the recent phenomena of the immortal gourd paradise. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow at the bottom of the well. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached the well's mouth. Xu Taiping felt a tightening in his chest. He raised his head to gaze upwards, where a handsome young man stood, cradling a bloodied woman in his arms. Sister, rest here for now. Once this matter is resolved, I shall refine you into a puppet, and then we can be together forever. The youth murmured to himself before casting the woman's lifeless body into the well. With a thud, the corpse landed at Xu Taiping's feet. He glanced at the woman, her throat slashed and body still twitching, before looking up again. The young man, now peering down into the well, possessed a strikingly beautiful face, yet his gaze upon the corpse bore a nearly deranged intensity. Especially under the ominous glow of the blood moon, that handsome visage twisted grotesquely. What concerned Xu Taiping most was the powerful aura emanating from the youth, rivaling that of the demon lords encountered in the remains of Yunmeng's. This was Xu Taiping's immediate assessment. However, he reassured himself that he was not defenseless. Today's Xu Taiping was no longer the same as he was 3 years prior. With a resounding thud, the boy named Qingyu lifted a large stone to cover the well's opening, casting a shadow over Xu Taiping's view. With a task at hand, he refrained from rushing out to engage in combat. Yet, he mentally noted the identity of the youth named Qingyu, a member of Jiuyo, who had been lurking in Huangfeng Valley for years. Huangfeng Valley was the 3rd largest sect among the 9 courts, if spies had infiltrated even their ranks. Other sects likely faced similar infiltrations. Xu Taiping increasingly felt that the situation was growing dire. However, as he quietly awaited the departure of the verdant rain, an additional sound of footsteps echoed from outside the well. Xu Taiping's heart tightened, and he instinctively suppressed his presence once more. Is it resolved? A voice imbued with an icy tone suddenly broke the silence. Master, it has been resolved. This was the voice of Qingyu. I am about to enter the door leading to the underground. I need you to find someone for me. The cold voice continued. Who? Xu Taiping of the Qingshin sect. What shall we do upon finding him? Eliminate him. May I dare to inquire? The disciple hesitated. Why does the master place such significance on this nameless individual? Is he truly of no consequence? It is premature to conclude whether he is insignificant. It could very well be you who meets your demise. I shall ensure that such a fate does not befall me. Go, guard the ice crystal cave. He is certain to appear there. Understood. With that, the conversation came to an end, and the two presences faded from Xu Taiping's perception. Who was the person speaking with Qingyu? How did they know my name and intend to kill me? How could they possibly know I would go to the ice crystal cave? A myriad of questions surged in Xu Taiping's mind. He then retrieved a communication talisman from his pocket and sent a message to the yellow bird. Has my whereabouts been exposed? Shortly after, 2 lines of text appeared on the talisman. Taiping, your movements have not been compromised. However, the existence of a backdoor left by Yuqing in the immortal gourd paradise has been discovered by spies lurking in the 9 hells. Rest assured, they only know the location of the ice crystal cave and are unaware of the precise location of the array's core. Nor do they know how to activate or deactivate it. Upon reading these 2 lines, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow slightly and sent another thought message. How did they come by this information? Soon, another line appeared on the talisman. It was due to that spy. He learned that we provided you with a teleportation talisman and informed the people of the 9 hells to be cautious of you. Xu Taiping's frown deepened. He mused. What on earth are the 9 hells doing, becoming so thoroughly infiltrated? However, such complaints were futile, so he simply replied with 6 words. Increase my compensation, or I shall not comply. A day later, beneath the dripping jade cliff, after activating this array core, Xu Taiping summoned the consciousness of the spirit moon fairy. The situation is roughly as follows. He succinctly recounted the events of the past 2 days to her. This cannot be the true blood moon tide. The spirit moon fairy asserted immediately. If it were, the chaos within the immortal gourd paradise would be 100-fold greater, and you would have never escaped before that beast. She continued, what, then, is truly occurring? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is likely that the people of the 9 hells have discovered the entrance to the 2nd level of the immortal gourd paradise. Unleashing the demonic energy that has accumulated there for tens of thousands of years, the spirit moon fairy explained. If the demon cultivators reach the 2nd level and find fragments of the demon goddess corpse, it would pose a grave danger. Xu Taiping's anxiety grew. Chapter 178. Dripping Jade Cliff. Duan Xiaoyu's blade cuts through dust. You are mistaken. The fairy Lingwe smiled and shook her head. What is amiss? Xu Taiping looked at her in confusion. Have you forgotten? I once told you that this secret realm was personally forged by the Flame Emperor. How could he possibly leave such a flaw for the demonic cultivators? She retorted, Fairy Lingwe, do you mean that there are restrictions in the 2nd layer to deal with demonic cultivators? Xu Taiping inquired. Indeed, the 2nd layer of these 9 fragments of the secret realm serves as a prison to seal the demonic cultivators. Ordinary cultivators can enter without issue. But if a demonic cultivator dares to step inside, they will face a backlash. Lingwe nodded. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of relief. If the demonic cultivators grew too powerful, he would be unable to protect himself. What are your plans moving forward? Lingwe asked Xu Taiping. Among the 3 focal points of the teleportation array, I have already activated the 2 at Pine Valley and Drenched Cliff. Now, only the crystalline cave beneath the opposing peak remains. Xu Taiping turned to gaze in the direction of the cave. During the span of a day and night, his actions had proceeded smoothly. He had successfully opened the focal points at Pine Valley and Drenched Cliff, and he had also acquired several pearl-like treasures from the Starfall Lake, gathering enough materials for the fire elixir. Now, he only lacked the spirit essence from beneath Jade Gourd Peak and the Jade Bone Grass by the Blood Lake in the 2nd layer. However, the demonic cultivators have long stationed their forces there. I must devise a plan to draw them away, he continued. Fortunately, I overheard a conversation between 2 demonic cultivators in the well that day. Otherwise, had I recklessly approached the crystalline cave, I would certainly have faced an ambush. Do you have a plan? Lingwe inquired. I have thought of one, Xu Taiping nodded. Do share, she said, her expression brimming with anticipation. Fairy Lingwe, do you possess a method to actively awaken the ferocious beasts? Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, a smile of maternal pride appeared on Lingwe's face, as if to say her child had finally grown up. Indeed, she affirmed with certainty. Xu Taiping's intention to awaken the slumbering beasts beneath the earth was clearly to ensnare the demonic cultivators. Suddenly, a sword's hum caught their attention. Could it be that yet another disciple of a sect is being pursued by the 9 nether demonic cultivators? Xu Taiping frowned. Since yesterday, he had witnessed numerous corpses of disciples from various sects along his path, and he had lent assistance whenever possible. Let us investigate. If we can capture a 9-nether demonic cultivator, it would be an opportune moment to interrogate him while my spiritual sense remains intact, Linghua proposed. Xu Taiping nodded. After absorbing the power of that bamboo, Linghua indeed possessed such abilities now. 10 miles west of Drenched Cliff, when Xu Taiping arrived. The battle within the forest was nearing its conclusion. However, it was not a pursuit of disciples by demonic cultivators, but rather a conflict among the disciples themselves. Among them were familiar faces, Duan Xiaoyu and Murong Song. Duan Xiaoyu, shall we cease our confrontation here? Murong Song licked his lips, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the red-clad girl in the opposite thicket. At this moment, he bore 2 deep knife wounds on his chest, visible to the bone, while his body was marred by at least 20 to 30 other injuries, each entwined with a lethal aura. Opposite him stood the girl in red from the forest. None other than Duan Xiaoyu, who had parted ways with Xu Taiping at Huangya Slope just the day before. In comparison to Murong Song, Duan Xiaoyu's injuries were equally grievous. Her once pristine white garments now drenched in blood. Her shoulder, chest, and ribs were riddled with several gaping wounds that continuously oozed crimson. Yet, her beautiful eyes remained resolutely defiant, betraying no hint of fear or fatigue. The girl who had been vomiting uncontrollably from the effects of the flying sword yesterday seemed a completely different person. You killed my brother. I shall not rest until you are dead, Duan Xiaoyu declared impulsively. Upon uttering these words, she tightened her grip on the knife, disregarding her pain, reminiscent of a fiery gale, as she slashed towards Murong Song. Clang! The flying sword suspended before Murong Song surged forth like a shooting star, directly piercing through Duan Xiaoyu's attack, aiming for her throat. Although the power of this sword was significantly diminished compared to the shattered one, a high-quality spiritual weapon is still formidable enough to breach a cultivator's protective chi. Boom! Just as her protective chi was pierced, Duan Xiaoyu let out a thunderous roar, channeling her remaining energy to evade the fatal strike, allowing the sword to embed itself in her left shoulder instead of her throat. To Murong Song, this was no different. He could sense that her true essence was nearly depleted. Long Kong, he shouted, invoking the name of the flying sword, then gestured to summon it back for a final strike against Duan Xiaoyu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, to Murong Song's astonishment, the sword seemed to have lost control, remaining lodged in Duan Xiaoyu's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he realized that she had ensnared the blade within her flesh and bone, seemingly having anticipated this very move from Murong Song. After immobilizing Murong Song's sword, Duan Xiaoyu suddenly flashed a manic grin and reached for a pill, which she swallowed in haste. Boom! The moment the pill entered her mouth, her aura surged violently. Sensing the imminent danger, Murong Song promptly activated 2 movement talismans, his figure darting through the forest like the wind, with a swift, decisive strike. At that moment, however, the seemingly frenzied Duan Xiaoyu disregarded all else, channeling her internal energy, merging her form with the blade, transforming into a crimson shadow that swept through the trees like a tempest. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the vast red blade cleaved through the forest, severing both the trees and Murong Song's body in twain. As his bisected form collapsed to the ground, disbelief lingered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaoyu fell to the earth, and as the Zhuke blade slipped from her grasp, she suddenly threw her head back and wept uncontrollably. The stark contrast left Xu Taiping somewhat suspicious, wondering if, like Lin Buyu, he too possessed 2 souls within him. Who? Xu Taiping had just manifested his form when the previously weeping Duan Xiaoyu suddenly became alert, swiftly gripping the Zhuke blade before her. It is I. Xu Taiping halted his steps. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then rubbed her eyes vigorously. Once she recognized that the figure before her was indeed Xu Taiping, she erupted into a wailing cry once more. Why are you crying? Xu Taiping asked, exuding a sense of helplessness. Because I am scared. Duan Xiaoyu's shoulders trembled as she cried out. After uttering this, she dragged herself towards Xu Taiping, rolling and crawling, and then clung to his leg, exclaiming, Brother Taiping, I must follow you out. It's too terrifying here. Xu Taiping glanced at the corpse of Murong Song, then at the sobbing Duan Xiaoyu beside him, silently reflecting, you seem rather frightening as well. Chapter 179, Dripping Emerald Cliff. Where one might encounter demonic cultivators, do you truly wish to accompany me? Yes, it is quite perilous. Staying here is even more dangerous. In a secluded cave beside Dripping Emerald Cliff, Xu Taiping roasted a wild boar he had hunted while discussing matters with Duan Xiaoyu. What about your injury? After sprinkling a light layer of salt on the meat, he raised his gaze to Duan Xiaoyu, who was seated by the campfire. Clutching her knees and fixated on the roasting boar, her throat occasionally twitching. Injuries. Lost in her reverie, Duan Xiaoyu didn't immediately respond to his inquiry. Gazing blankly at Xu Taiping. It seems you are nearly healed. Observing her reaction, Xu Taiping murmured thoughtfully, "Oh, my injury. It has almost healed." Only then did Duan Xiaoyu react. She rolled up her sleeves, waving her fair arm in front of Xu Taiping. The once alarming wounds on her arm had begun to scab over, with some even fully healed. "How did you recover so swiftly?" Xu Taiping expressed his surprise. In his understanding, cultivators do heal faster due to their true energy, but injuries like those of Duan Xiaoyu should take at least 3 to 5 days to mend. "My rapid healing is due to an incident in my childhood when I inadvertently consumed a mystical herb. Ever since then, regardless of the severity of my injuries, after a good night's sleep or a hearty meal, I would heal." As she mentioned a hearty meal, she emphasized the words, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart sank into realization. It dawned on him that this young girl indeed bore a stroke of fortune. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. Which of the young cultivators who managed to enter the celestial gourd cave did not possess some hidden potential? "This piece seems a bit fatty. Can it be eaten?" Xu Taiping carved a generous slice of roasted mountain pig, placing it on a plate extracted from a gourd, sprinkling it with spices, and finally presenting it alongside a pair of chopsticks to Duan Xiaoyu. "You can eat," he said. Duan Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically, her spirits lifted. Following the harrowing ordeal of the day, she felt completely at ease in Xu Taiping's presence, indulging in her meal without a care for the decorum expected of a lady of high standing. "I thought I would perish at the hands of Murong Song. I never anticipated I would enjoy such delicious roasted mountain pig." Yet, as she savored her food, Duan Xiaoyu unexpectedly began to sob softly. "If you are so frightened, perhaps it would be best not to accompany me later," Xu Taiping remarked, continuing to eat. "No." Duan Xiaoyu instantly ceased her tears, her resolve unwavering. "I am not deceiving you, nor jesting. If you take me with you, it may indeed cost me my life." Xu Taiping now adopted a serious demeanor. "Is it truly that dire?" Duan Xiaoyu inquired earnestly. "Yes, we might encounter demonic cultivators," Xu Taiping revealed after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing the term demonic cultivators, a flicker of fear manifested in Duan Xiaoyu's eyes. Yet, she quickly shook her head with determination. "I believe it is safer to be with you." Noticing Xu Taiping's apparent reluctance to include her, Duan Xiaoyu set down the meat and earnestly addressed him. "Brother Taiping, I will not be a hindrance. I may even be of assistance." This declaration caused Xu Taiping to hesitate, for he indeed required a companion for the journey to the ice crystal cave. According to the method described in Huang Ke's writings, activating the formation at this location was significantly more complex than the other two, and any interruption would render the attempt futile. Therefore, he needed someone to keep watch at the entrance, ideally capable of staving off any demonic cultivator for a brief moment, if necessary. "If we perish in the ice crystal cave, do not blame me," Xu Taiping suddenly stated, raising his gaze to Duan Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu realized Xu Taiping had acquiesced, her face lighting up with joy as she nodded vigorously. "I absolutely will not." "Then you shall accompany me shortly," Xu Taiping affirmed. Having issued ample warnings, he felt justified in his decision. Should any misfortune befall them, the fault would not lie with him. "Can I finish eating first?" Duan Xiaoyu asked, her anxiety surfacing as she noticed the considerable portion of roasted mountain pig still left uneaten. "You may consume the entire pig if you wish," Xu Taiping replied, bemused. At the foot of Ice Crystal Mountain, Qingyu expressed concern. "We have been on watch for a day or two, yet that scoundrel has yet to appear. Are you certain of your intelligence?" Perched atop a massive fir tree, a dark-faced boy with a fierce countenance glanced discontentedly at Qingyu, communicating via secretive means. "Tai Mian, are you questioning our master?" Qingyu shot back, glaring at the dark-faced boy. At this, Tai Mian fell silent, the ferocity in his gaze dissipating. "Since this is our master's command, why did you not speak of it sooner?" Iron Face, somewhat discontent, transmitted a thought, questioning his necessity in the presence of Qingyu. Without turning back, Qingyu replied through thought, asserting that his presence was entirely superfluous. Upon hearing this, Iron Face was instantly consumed by fury. Yet, as the demonic energy began to surge within him, An invisible hand of tremendous pressure forcefully suppressed his energy back into his body. Utter another word, and I shall ensure your complete annihilation, Qingyu warned, casting a chilling glance at Iron Face. That singular gaze plunged Iron Face into a frigid despair, rendering him mute. After reprimanding Iron Face, Qingyu's attention swiftly shifted to the southern expanse of Bingying Mountain. His earlier rage stemmed from sensing a human presence in that direction. As anticipated, he soon beheld a tall, slender youth making his way towards the entrance of the icy cave at the mountain's base. Chapter 180. The Icy Cave. Guard this entrance for me at that moment. Iron Face also discerned the figure and prepared to leap from the tree to pursue. You shall remain here. You are forbidden to go anywhere, Qingyu commanded, blocking his path. Though Iron Face was reluctant, the formidable aura and murderous intent emanating from Qingyu quelled any thoughts of disobedience. Very well, he finally conceded through gritted teeth. Subsequently, Qingyu transformed into a stream of water, silently flowing down the massive cedar trunk and stealthily following the tall youth into the icy cave. Inside the cave, the entrance appeared to be an ordinary grotto. However, upon traversing the winding passageway, the vista opened dramatically. A cavern, chilling to the bone and measuring over 200 to 300 zhang in depth, came into view. Within this ice-crystal-laden cavern, bizarre rock formations stood tall, and luminous ice columns were scattered throughout. Along the walls of the cavern, a narrow path wound downward, leading to the depths below. At the very bottom, a vast expanse of ice, with a diameter exceeding 100 zhang, lay before him, surrounded by numerous smaller caverns. Yet, the figure Qingyu was tracking did not enter any of these caves. Instead, he proceeded directly to the center of the icy surface. Then, Qingyu observed as the slender youth produced a water pouch and pierced it with a dagger. At the moment the pouch was breached, crimson blood began to flow forth from the puncture. Subsequently, the tall youth began to swiftly sketch a pattern upon the icy surface with the blood. Witnessing this, Qingyu felt the urgency to intervene. Resuming his human form from a puddle of water, he approached the slender youth, brandishing a long blade. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, it is time to put an end to this, he declared. However, the slender youth seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to inscribe something with the blood on the icy surface. Once the blood in the pouch was exhausted, he raised his hands high and began to recite an obscure incantation aloud. Observing this, Qingyu's expression turned icy, as he sensed the resonant chanting of the youth. Violent fluctuations began to emerge beneath the icy surface. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyu unleashed a powerful surge of energy, simultaneously drawing a glistening long blade from his sleeve. Swish! Without any trace of indecision, he slashed towards the tall, slender boy standing at the center of the ice. Bang! Although they were separated by dozens of yards, the blade's edge had already appeared behind the slender youth at the moment of the strike, and the intertwining blade energy clawed towards him even before the slash descended. In an instant, as the sound of the explosion echoed, the slender boy's body shattered. However, instead of feeling any joy at this sight, Qingyu's heart raced with tension, for that strike had seemed more like a blow against mere air. He had fallen into a trap. With a pallid complexion, Qingyu murmured to himself before darting towards the steep cave wall, eager to escape this crystalline cavern. Boom! Just as he neared the top of the icy cave, a tremendous explosion resonated from its depths. Out of the corner of his eye, Qingyu caught sight of a massive, snow-white ice toad leaping up from beneath the ice. The creature then extended a long tongue, swiftly ensnaring Qingyu within its grasp. Yet, in that fleeting moment of being caught, Qingyu transformed into a mass of water, evading the toad's tongue while darting towards the cave's exit. Ribbit! Enraged by Qingyu's escape, the ice toad let out a furious croak, then shattered the ice beneath its feet as it leapt towards the entrance in pursuit of Qingyu. Where the ice toad passed, thick frost crystallized upon the ground and the cliff walls. Not long after Qingyu was pursued by the ice toad, two figures arrived silently at the crystalline cave, descending quietly to its depths. After a brief interval, at the bottom of the icy cavern, Brother Taiping. Could it be that the ice toad we were chasing outside just emerged from here? Duan Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment as she stood atop a thick layer of floating ice. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded while surveying the cave's entrance, though many questions lingered in his mind. Yet, seeing Xu Taiping busy, Duan Xiaoyu chose to remain silent, diligently brandishing her Zhuke blade in vigilance. I found it. Xu Taiping's gaze fell upon a nondescript cave entrance directly opposite them. Xiaoyu. He glanced back at Duan Xiaoyu, who was intently guarding behind him. What is it? Duan Xiaoyu sheathed her blade and turned to Xu Taiping, blinking her large eyes. The ice toad should be able to contain that demonic cultivator for a while. But just in case, once I enter, I will need you to keep watch outside. Before I emerge, if the demonic cultivator returns, do your utmost to hold them off for a moment. If it becomes unbearable, retreat into the cave and seek me out. It matters not if you inadvertently draw the demon in. Do not sacrifice your life in a futile struggle, Xu Taiping solemnly instructed Duan Xiaoyu. He positioned her there not with the expectation that she could completely fend off the demon, but merely to delay it, lest a narrow margin lead to their failure. Should the demon return while he was still far from activating the formation, his continued presence would be of little significance. Is what lies within that cave truly of great importance? Duan Xiaoyu suddenly inquired gravely, having never previously questioned Xu Taiping's reason for venturing into the ice crystal cave. If all went smoothly, many lives could be spared within the immortal gourd heaven. Xu Taiping nodded. Due to the directives from the 9 houses, he was forbidden from disclosing the matter to anyone but himself. Thus he could only divulge a fraction to Duan Xiaoyu. I understand, she replied, her expression becoming serious. Rest assured, Brother Taiping, I will not allow anyone to enter. As she spoke, she turned away, gripping her blade and fixating her gaze unwaveringly on the entrance of the ice crystal cave. Inside the cave, upon retrieving a luminous pearl for illumination, the interior of the small cavern was instantly revealed to Xu Taiping. Like other areas of the ice crystal cave, this chamber was nearly enveloped in ice crystals, the chill within even more pronounced than outside. After surveying the surroundings illuminated by the pearl, Xu Taiping finally discerned what he sought: claw marks etched upon the icy wall. In total, there were 7 such marks throughout the cavern. However, each mark was shallow and obscured by frost, making them difficult to notice unless one was deliberately searching for them. According to Huang Ke, Xu Taiping needed to sequentially melt the ice walls corresponding to these claw marks to gradually activate the formation within the ice crystal cave. This was the source of his frustration. 3,000 gold coins will still be a loss. Xu Taiping muttered softly as he hastened to the first ice wall that required melting. He placed his hand against the icy surface, channeling his true energy into fire essence, which coalesced into flames. Though these flames, born of true energy, could not compare to genuine fire, their temperature exceeded that of ordinary charcoal. As the flames erupted from Xu Taiping's palm, the layer of ice on the wall began to melt at a visibly accelerated rate. However, once the outer layer of ice had melted away, a faint azure rune suddenly shimmered on the surface of the ice wall, causing the melting process to slow considerably. Just as expected, Xu Taiping frowned, withdrawing his hand. As Huang Ke had indicated in the communication talisman, these ice walls were ensorcelled with runic restrictions set by Zhu Qing. Only true fire could gradually dissolve them. Any attempts to shatter them directly would result in the formation's self-destruction. Xu Taiping glanced around the cave, confirming he was alone, before suddenly raising his palm once more. In an instant, a flicker of golden flame began to gather in his hand, transforming at a visibly rapid pace into a fiery red crow enveloped in golden flames. In this moment, he could only rely on the crimson crow golden flame technique. The technique did not disappoint him. Even though the icy surface bore protective restrictions, it began to melt away swiftly. According to Brother Huang Ke's deductions, to completely dissolve the ice walls in these 7 locations would require at least a stick of incense's worth of time, even with the use of true fire talismans. However, employing the Crimson Crow Golden Flame technique would allow him to save at least half that time. He mused quietly to himself. In truth, he also carried true fire talismans, which could have melted all 7 areas simultaneously. The issue lay in the specific order required for the ice walls to melt. Otherwise, the formation would self-destruct. With so many layers of restrictions in place, it seemed that Master Yuqing had no intention of allowing anyone to activate this teleportation formation. He chuckled inwardly while popping a chi-boosting pill into his mouth, resuming his efforts to incinerate the ice wall with the Crimson Crow Golden Flame. With half an incense stick's time and the delays caused by the ice toad and Duan Xiaoyu, it should be manageable, he thought with a furrowed brow, casting a worried glance outside the cave. Outside, Duan Xiaoyu, seated cross-legged on a floating piece of ice, suddenly felt her stomach grumble. Skillfully, she retrieved a piece of jerky from her ring, continuing to gaze up at the entrance of the crystalline cave while tearing into the meat. The side effect of consuming that spirit herb was a perpetual sensation of hunger, which persisted even now that she had reached the pinnacle of the Wanyu realm. However, the thought of the roasted mountain pig she had savored previously rendered the dry jerky tasteless. With a sigh, she stood up, grasping her vermilion bird blade. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted at the cave's entrance, causing the crystalline cavern to tremble. "Qingyu, you scoundrel! Let me in!" A furious roar echoed from outside. Yet, as stones tumbled down at the cave's entrance, sealing the passage completely, the voice faded into silence. Alert as ever, Duan Xiaoyu stuffed the remaining jerky into her mouth and leaped off the floating ice, swiftly darting into a nearby small cave. "You are indeed inside." A cold voice emanated from the direction of the cave entrance. Using the bioluminescence emitted by the ice crystals within, Duan Xiaoyu beheld a massive water mass gradually coalescing into a humanoid shape at the cave's entrance. Who else could it be but Qingyu from Huangfeng Valley? Prior to her arrival at the Immortal Gourd Cave, Duan Xiaoyu had already heard of Qingyu's name. After all, Huangfeng Valley ranked third among the 9 houses, and its newly emerged prodigies naturally attracted the attention of other sections. What perplexed Duan Xiaoyu was why someone of such talent would choose to follow Jiuyo and become a demonic cultivator. "Do not think that by hiding in the cave, I cannot find you." The voice of Qingyu resonated once more. His formidable aura surged, sweeping through the entire ice crystal cavern. While streams of water began to emerge from his palm like spider silk, swiftly darting towards a dozen small caverns beneath the ice crystal cavern. Although Duan Xiaoyu was oblivious to the nature of this technique, an uneasy premonition gripped her. If these water lines were to infiltrate those small caverns, Xu Taiping's whereabouts would undoubtedly be uncovered. Duan Xiaoyu, one must honor their promises. Recalling her earlier vow to Xu Taiping, she gritted her teeth, brandishing the vermilion bird blade and soaring out of the cave. Swish! Almost instantaneously as Duan Xiaoyu burst forth from the cavern, Qingyu's long blade, infused with the essence of his blade aura, struck her directly. Bang! In the nick of time, Duan Xiaoyu managed to block the blow with the vermilion bird. Yet the force of Qingyu's strike sent her crashing into the icy pool below. Boom! Even as she plummeted into the icy depths, Qingyu's blade remained relentless, cutting through the water's surface as its edge aimed directly for Duan Xiaoyu's chest. However, at that moment, Duan Xiaoyu had surprisingly regained her composure. Chapter 182. Ice Crystal Cavern. A promise is a promise. Duan Xiaoyu. She paid no heed to the descending blade of Qingyu, instead merging her essence with the water of the pool, and then wielding the vermilion bird, she forcefully stirred the water beneath the ice. With a thunderous roar, the suddenly surging water rose like a myriad of sharp blades, crashing towards Qingyu. With a resounding impact, Qingyu's blade aura was shattered, and he was propelled backward, gliding through the air for several yards before regaining his stance. The water-controlling blade of the Heavenly Blade sect? After stabilizing himself, Qingyu exhibited a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by a smirk of derision. The water-controlling blade of the Heavenly Blade sect wielded immense power in water. Unless one drained the pool entirely, it was nearly impossible to inflict harm upon them. Regrettably, today Duan Xiaoyu faced Qingyu, who was equally adept in the art of water manipulation. Swish! At that moment, Qingyu once again slashed towards Duan Xiaoyu in the water. Observing this, Duan Xiaoyu invoked the water-controlling blade once more, transforming the swirling currents into a blade that met Qingyu's strike head-on. Bang! Once again, Qingyu's blade momentum was dispelled. Yet, in the instant of dispersal, his form suddenly morphed into a mass of water, diving straight into the pool. Boom! As Qingyu plunged into the water, the currents that Duan Xiaoyu had controlled with her water-controlling blade suddenly collapsed. Simultaneously, the waters of the icy pool transformed into a colossal hand, forcefully grasping Duan Xiaoyu within its grip. Ugh! The immense pressure cracked her bones, causing her to gasp in pain, and a mist of blood erupted from her mouth. In that perilous moment, she summoned all her true essence, converting it into blade aura, and with the vermilion bird in hand, she cleaved through the waters before her. With a whoosh, Duan Xiaoyu soared out of the icy pool and landed directly on the shore. Tell me, where's Xu Taiping in that cave? Standing on a rolling wave of azure rain, her gaze was as frigid as ice, fixed upon the figure of Duan Xiaoyu. Duan Xiaoyu shot a fierce glare at the azure rain, forcefully wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and raised her Zhuke blade, declaring, "Come again." No sooner had the words left her lips than her form merged with a crimson blade silhouette, cleaving towards the azure rain. Boom! As the crimson blade silhouette surged forth, colossal blade shapes composed of flowing water erupted from the pool beneath the azure rain, all striking down upon the crimson silhouette. With a resounding crash, the crimson silhouette shattered, and Duan Xiaoyu was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily against the icy wall of the cave. The impact nearly rendered her unconscious. Yet even as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, she swiftly regained her footing, clutching the Zhuke blade. I found it. At that moment, the azure rain seemed unwilling to waste any more time with Duan Xiaoyu, its gaze locking onto the entrance of Xu Taiping's cave. Sensing the urgency, Duan Xiaoyu's heart tightened, and she darted forth like the wind, simultaneously swinging her blade at the azure rain. Whoosh! In response to Duan Xiaoyu's strike, the azure rain neither dodged nor flinched, but met her blade with its own. With a resounding clash, Duan Xiaoyu's momentum was instantly shattered, and she was once again forcefully thrown against the icy wall behind her. The disparity between her and the azure rain was not merely one of cultivation levels, but also of martial techniques. The two were, in essence, worlds apart. It was worth noting that at this moment, the azure rain had yet to unleash any demonic cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, Duan Xiaoyu stood resolute, clutching her blade and guarding the cave entrance with unwavering determination. Get lost. The azure rain glared impatiently at her. You should be the one to leave. Duan Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood and defiantly glared back, her lips spewing curses. The azure rain, now thoroughly incensed, unleashed a resonating hum, causing its long blade to emit blinding rays of light that converged into a torrent, striking down upon Duan Xiaoyu. The crimson blade silhouette she had conjured was instantly obliterated. Her protective blade aura shattered, and the searing light rained upon her. In an instant, Duan Xiaoyu was reduced to a bloodied figure. Yet, thanks to her astonishing recuperative abilities, she remained standing. Not only did she not fall, but she also continued to wield her blade, unwavering in her stance at the cave entrance. Feminine wretch. Scum of the earth, treacherous bastard, come at me. Bloodied and bruised, her eyes remained clear and untainted, her mouth still spewing expletives. Only those closest to Duan Xiaoyu understood that her tears and curses were manifestations of her profound fear, with the latter being a reaction only provoked by the extremity of her terror. One last time, get lost. The azure rain lifted its blade, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Duan Xiaoyu. In response, she merely raised her weapon, her eyes brimming with unwavering resolve. Boom! In the fleeting moment when Duan Xiaoyu raised her blade, the long sword in Qingyu's hand transformed into a brilliant arc of light, descending straight towards Duan Xiaoyu. With a resounding crash, Duan Xiaoyu was once again propelled backward by the force of the impact, colliding against the icy wall at the mouth of the cave. Just as Qingyu believed that Duan Xiaoyu had lost the strength to rise, a shimmering blade shadow, infused with a fierce aura, surged forth from within the cave. With a sudden crash, although Qingyu managed to parry the strike, she staggered several steps backward, retreating from the cave's entrance. Who allowed you, you wretched creature, to enter? Duan Xiaoyu, bloodied and wielding her sword, charged out, roaring in fury while recklessly swinging her blade at Qingyu once more. Having anticipated the attack, Qingyu denied Duan Xiaoyu a second chance to harm her. With a sharp, piercing sound, she shattered Duan Xiaoyu's momentum and left a grievous wound on her chest, deep enough to reveal bone. With a crack, even the Zhuke blade in Duan Xiaoyu's hand splintered. Duan Xiaoyu glanced at the injury on her chest, and then at the broken sword in her grasp, before finally looking up at Qingyu with an extremely feeble tone. She cursed, "Get out, you dog of a mother." Qingyu cast a cold glance at Duan Xiaoyu, then raised her sword, aiming a strike at Duan Xiaoyu's neck. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the cave behind Duan Xiaoyu, followed by a dark fist that surged through her body, crashing heavily towards Qingyu. With a thunderous boom, Qingyu was sent flying backward, colliding forcefully against the icy wall of the crystalline cave. Chapter 183. The Crystal Cave. The Physique of the Wild Lion Hiss. After Qingyu was struck and sent flying, the crystalline cave was left with only the trembling breaths of Duan Xiaoyu. Still bent over in a stance with her sword, Duan Xiaoyu appeared incredulous at the scene before her. Her eyes filled with intense vigilance as she slowly turned to look behind her. Upon recognizing Xu Taiping's face beside her, relief washed over her bloodied visage, and she exhaled a long breath. Opening her mouth, Xu Taiping offered a gathering energy pill from his hand, extending it towards Duan Xiaoyu. She struggled to part her lips, having barely enough strength left to do so. Her nearly depleted true essence was replenished, and her breath no longer felt so weak. Surviving this ordeal, tears began to accumulate in her eyes at a visibly rapid pace. Don't cry just yet. Seeing Duan Xiaoyu on the verge of tears, Xu Taiping immediately called out to her. With her injuries, any intense emotional upheaval might cause her vital energy to stir chaotically within her. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu bit her lip tightly, allowing tears to stream down her cheeks. Why didn't you come in to find me? As Xu Taiping helped her sit down on a cushion, concern and confusion etched on his face as he asked Duan Xiaoyu. At this moment, Duan Xiaoyu's mind was moving sluggishly. She paused for a moment before responding. I seem to have forgotten. Truly, it is you. Xu Taiping was rendered speechless. So, you are Xu Taiping? Just then, Qingyu rose to her feet once more, her intense aura transforming into an overwhelming pressure that engulfed the entire icy cave. Cough, cough, cough. Duan Xiaoyu, whose body was already on the brink of collapse, could not withstand this pressure and began to cough violently, blood spilling incessantly from the corners of her mouth. Xu Taiping disregarded Qingyu. Instead, he gently patted Duan Xiaoyu's back, using his Danxia true energy to protect her heart and several vital organs. Simultaneously, his own aura, gentle yet resolute, radiated outward, manifesting as a countering pressure that pushed back against Qingyu's oppressive force. In their initial test of strength, neither side emerged victorious. It was time for me to unleash my full power. On the opposite side of the cave, Qingyu pressed her hand against the hilt of her blade, lightly tapping her toes before gracefully landing on the surface of the icy pond, her aura surging once more, causing the water beneath to churn violently. Although protected by Xu Taiping's Danxia true energy, Duan Xiaoyu could still sense the terrifying fluctuations of Qingyu's aura. Fear coursed through her, making her body tremble as she instinctively reached for her blade. In this moment, Duan Xiaoyu was akin to a startled bird, her anxiety palpable. Xu Taiping frowned, placing his hand on her frail shoulder. Brother Taiping, we should flee. Duan Xiaoyu looked up at Xu Taiping, her eyes filled with dread and unease. I cannot abandon my friend in such a state. Xu Taiping stood tall, turning to face Qingyu. As he spoke, the bones in his body began to crackle, reminiscent of an army assembling under a general's command. Having practiced the Yin Emperor's body refinement technique for 3 years, his physique, while seemingly unremarkable to outsiders, had been honed to the level of the wild lion within this technique. The wild lion designation refers to a specific tier of physical conditioning achieved through the Yin Emperor's body refinement technique, which categorizes the progression from weak to strong into various realms, including wild lion and python. The wild lion state further consists of 3 conditions: sleeping lion, awakened lion, and furious lion. Typically, Xu Taiping's physique remained in the sleeping lion state, conserving energy, which explained why it appeared unremarkable to others. However, at this moment, as the sound of his cracking bones erupted like firecrackers, Xu Taiping's body began to transform from a sleeping lion into an awakened lion. The positioning of his bones and muscles shifted, exuding an ineffable aura of pressure simply by standing still, as though he were truly a ferocious lion being scrutinized. This was the sensation Qingyu experienced. Her gaze towards Xu Taiping shifted from one of condescension to one of caution. The cultivation of the martial arts' supreme realm and body refinement. Whose disciple are you? She inquired, her eyes still fixed on Xu Taiping, her grip on the hilt of her blade tightening. None of your concern. Xu Taiping steadily crouched down, seemingly indifferent. As his words fell, a powerful wave of force radiated from his body, and in an instant, he lunged forward like a roaring lion. With remarkable reflexes, Qingyu swiftly drew his long knife from his waist as Xu Taiping's figure charged towards him. In that fleeting moment, the immense shadow of the knife, accompanied by a blade aura akin to eagle talons, struck out at Xu Taiping. With a thunderous crash, Qingyu's knife aura was simultaneously pierced through by Xu Taiping's fist. By the time he registered the event, Xu Taiping's fist was already at his chest. Yet, at the critical moment, a protective orb on his chest exploded, transforming into fragments of dark, fish-scale-like armor that enveloped his body. Despite this, his form was still sent flying like a cannonball by Xu Taiping's punch, crashing through several ice pillars before heavily impacting the wall of the crystalline cave. Before Qingyu could rise, Xu Taiping's figure appeared above him as if by teleportation. Another heavy punch struck him, Although the scale armor provided some protection, the immense force of Xu Taiping's blow penetrated the armor, directly striking Qing Yu's body, resulting in a burst of blood mist that erupted from within him. Just then, the dispersed blood mist suddenly coalesced into a stream of blood, swiftly darting down into the depths of the icy pool. Chapter 184. The Crystalline Cave. Were you afraid of all this? With a resounding blast, the surface of the icy pool erupted, revealing a man, completely unclad and covered in black scales, rising from the water with long, flowing black hair cascading around him. Although he had grown taller and his features had become more defined, his demeanor and essence unmistakably belonged to Qing Yu. However, the spiritual energy surrounding him had transformed into swirling demonic energy, exuding an ominous aura of destruction that imposed a heavier pressure, causing the entire crystalline cave to tremble. We, the demon cultivators, possessed the strongest physique in the world. Qing Yu shot Xu Taiping a cold glance, then stepped onto the water's surface, delivering a punch towards Xu Taiping. As he swung his fist, the water from the depths of the pool converged before him, forming massive fists to strike alongside his own. At this moment, Xu Taiping, embodying the ferocity of a mythical beast, let out a lion's roar and leaped into the air, simultaneously delivering a punch towards the converging fists of water. Unlike his earlier strike, this punch revealed a faintly discernible shadow of a bull demon behind him, and golden runes began to appear on his fist. With a tremendous sound, the colossal fist formed from the pool's water was pierced through by Xu Taiping's punch, and then the two fists collided with a resounding crash. Amidst the thunderous noise of their clash, Qing Yu's fist, wrapped in black scales, was shattered by Xu Taiping's blow. Yet, this was not the conclusion. After shattering the arm of the Azure Rain with a single punch, his other fist followed suit, crashing down with a resounding force akin to a galloping steed thundering through the icy cavern. This was none other than the bull charge of the Azure Ox Fist. However, under the execution of Xu Taiping at this moment, it had transformed into an entirely new martial art, its might exponentially amplified. With a thunderous crash, as the final strike of the bull charge was unleashed, the entire crystalline cave trembled as Xu Taiping harnessed the momentum of his punch, gripping the still-resisting Azure Rain as if it were a great hand, before delivering a devastating blow. Bang! The impact reverberated throughout the cavern, and the body of the Azure Rain was obliterated into a puddle of flesh and blood, retreating back into the icy pool. In the distance, Duan Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, initially felt a sense of vindication, but her expression gradually morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Being a cultivator herself, she could sense that Xu Taiping had unleashed that punch with the sheer physical prowess and vitality of a martial artist. Could the physical form of a martial artist truly surpass that of a demon cultivator? She began to question her own vision. At that moment, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the icy pool. Suddenly, a creature, towering 2 to 3 meters high with a human body and a fish tail, leapt from the depths, wielding twin blades resembling elongated fish spines. Undoubtedly, this was the true form of the Azure Rain demon. With its true form revealed, the Azure Rain exuded an even purer demonic aura, its presence pulsating more fiercely. Nevertheless, you remain but a mortal vessel. The Azure Rain brandished its slender blades, its vertical pupils icy as they fixated upon Xu Taiping. Having encountered demon cultivators before, Xu Taiping was unfazed by this spectacle. Indeed, he had intended to force the Azure Rain to reveal its true self. As a mortal, one must inevitably be subject to the constraints of heaven and earth. Devoid of freedom, with a sinister expression, the Azure Rain proclaimed amidst the swirling blood beneath it, preparing to strike. This blade, named Sudden Rain, is the first I comprehended after breaking free from the shackles of this mortal flesh. It is also the first time I truly grasped the immense power of my true self, liberated from the confines of heaven and earth. As it spoke, the surrounding demonic energy began to gradually transmute into blade intent, a wave of frenzied, twisted energy permeating the icy cavern. Streams of vapor began to rise from the water's surface around it, ultimately coalescing into crystalline blades, suspended above the Azure Rain like a menacing halo. You say so much, Xu Taiping remarked, loosening his fist and placing a hand upon the spring tiger at his waist. As he circled the icy pool, his gaze remained fixed on the Azure Rain. Is it fear that drives you? Upon hearing this, the Azure Rain's expression turned icy, a torrent of twisted murderous intent surging forth. The blood-red, crystalline blades began to swirl menacingly around it, A surge of heart-stopping blade energy swept through the crystalline cavern like an overwhelming tide. In the face of this formidable force, Xu Taiping merely inhaled deeply, then pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword and stepped forward. With that single step, the entire icy cave trembled violently, and the momentum that had been seized by Qingyu suddenly shifted to Xu Taiping's rear. The demon-slaying blade, seizing the momentum. As the blade energy was wrested away, Qingyu's astonishment morphed into a twisted intent to kill that he could no longer contain. With a sudden whoosh, his form transformed into a mist of blood, and with a fierce shout, he surged forth like a tempest, dual blades slicing through the air with a thunderous roar aimed directly at Xu Taiping. In that moment, a flurry of ice crystal blades, forged from true energy and droplets of water, spiraled around him and raced outward, enveloping Xu Taiping as if a sudden summer storm had descended upon him. Observing this onslaught, Xu Taiping did not hasten to draw his sword. It was only when the first drop of rain, with a soft plop, landed upon his protective aura that he swiftly unsheathed his spring tiger. In an instant, the cavern resonated with the chorus of 100 cicadas. Behind Xu Taiping emerged over 100 pairs of cicada wings, formed from the shadows of his blades. From Qingyu's vantage point above, it appeared as if hundreds of autumn cicadas were defiantly ascending against the tempest. With a resounding crash, the clash of blade energy eradicated the downpour, and Xu Taiping's spring tiger cleaved through the very essence of Qingyu's demonic form. Had he been struck by an ordinary blade, Qingyu's demonic essence could have effortlessly restored itself. However, it was the demon-slaying blade that struck him. This technique was the culmination of Duan Xiaoyu's lifelong dedication, specifically designed to counter demonic cultivators. Upon realizing that his body was restrained by the blade energy and could not regenerate, the once arrogant Qingyu's eyes filled with an expression of dread. He forcefully summoned the demonic energy within him, transforming once more into a pool of blood, aiming to plunge into the nearby pond. His demonic essence thrived in water, as long as he could return to it. He was confident he could continue to entangle Xu Taiping, but Xu Taiping would not allow such a flaw to persist. Before Qingyu could submerge, Xu Taiping exhaled a gust of icy breath toward the frozen pond. In an instant, the surface of the water began to solidify. Had Qingyu not reacted promptly, his blood form might have been trapped in ice. This was the power of the ice breath technique. Yet, to be more precise, the technique Xu Taiping executed at that moment was more aptly named the frost breath technique. The ice breath was initially a modification crafted by the Moon Spirit Fairy to facilitate his practice of the frost breath. Now, having perfected his mastery in the realm of glimpses, Xu Taiping faced no obstacles in wielding the frost breath technique. With a thunderous strike, Xu Taiping unleashed another blow, ensnaring Qingyu within a cage of blade energy. Simultaneously, he produced a talisman imbued with true fire. Who is the master that sent you to kill me? Xu Taiping approached Qingyu, holding a genuine fire talisman. Upon hearing his words, Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and said, "You actually know that it was my master who sent me to kill you?" Xu Taiping did not engage in idle chatter. He promptly threw the fire talisman into the fray. In an instant, a blaze enveloped Qingyu. The searing pain from the flames elicited continuous cries of anguish from him. Yet he stubbornly refused to divulge any information. "I know that an ordinary fire talisman cannot extinguish your life, but fortunately, I possess many, and I can burn you slowly," Xu Taiping remarked, producing 4 or 5 more fire talismans. Despite his financial constraints due to years of consuming medicinal pills, he could still afford a handful of these talismans. The moment Qingyu, having regained his form, glimpsed the fire talismans in Xu Taiping's hand, a palpable fear flickered in his eyes. Just as Xu Taiping was about to throw another talisman, he suddenly noticed Duan Xiaoyu staggering over while munching on jerky. "You can walk now?" Xu Taiping inquired, taken aback. "Yes." Duan Xiaoyu nodded, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, her mouth still busy chewing. "Would you like to give it a try?" Xu Taiping offered her a fire talisman. No, it's fine," she quickly waved her hands. Just when Xu Taiping thought that Duan Xiaoyu had a soft heart and was reluctant to act, she unexpectedly pulled out a handful of fire talismans from her pocket. "I have my own," she grinned, shaking the talismans in her hand. Xu Taiping stood speechless. He quietly stepped back and gestured to Duan Xiaoyu to proceed. As for Qingyu, Xu Taiping felt no discomfort in subjecting him to any form of torture. Setting aside his identity as a demonic cultivator, his slaughter of fellow sect disciples, The torment inflicted upon his close senior sister and his recent actions against Duan Xiaoyu had long surpassed Xu Taiping's definition of evil. Thus, he and Duan Xiaoyu, akin to adding fuel to the fire, continuously hurled the fire talismans into the blade or a prison. Initially, Qingyu continued to defy them, but as the intensity of the flames escalated, he ultimately capitulated. "Stop, I will speak." Qingyu raised his hand, a look of humiliation etched on his face. "Who is that master, and why does he wish to kill me?" Xu Taiping restrained Duan Xiaoyu's hand, which was poised to throw another talisman, and once again posed the question to Qingyu. "I am not certain of my master's identity. I only heard other disciples speculate during our time in the Nine Hells that he might be the former sword sovereign of the Nine Mansions." "Su Chan," Qingyu replied, his voice trembling. Feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart at the mention of Su Chan's name, Xu Taiping pressed, "Why does he wish to kill me?" "I do not know. My master merely instructed me to kill you without providing the reasons," Qingyu said, shaking his head with difficulty. "Now, for my second question, was the turmoil you instigated in the Jade Gourd celestial realm premeditated?" Seeing that Qingyu was truly at a loss, Xu Taiping decided not to squander any more time and posed a second question. "Many years ago, we, this group of disciples, were sent to the various major sects of the Nine Hells through all possible means devised by them, all for the purpose of today's uprising." Qingyu nodded. "Was it merely to slay a few disciples of the Nine Hells sects?" "I am uncertain about that. Our orders were simply to eliminate all disciples participating in the trial of the Immortal Gourd Cave." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping quietly nodded in agreement. These matters seemed to align closely with what Huang Ke had mentioned. Boom! At that moment, a colossal rune suddenly illuminated the icy pond within the crystalline cave, followed by a beam of light soaring into the sky. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage clad in purple emerged from the luminous ray. "The teleportation array has been repaired, and individuals from the Nine Hells have arrived." Xu Taiping stood up, feeling a twinge of vigilance. However, as a familiar figure stepped out from the teleportation array, his heart instantly relaxed. "Huang Ke. Taiping, my young friend, it is a pleasure to finally meet you," the elderly man in purple exclaimed with a hearty laugh, bowing his hands towards Xu Taiping. "May I ask who you are?" Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed by the old man's presence. "Taiping, this is our esteemed Lu Mansion Master from the Nine Hells, who has urgent matters to discuss with you today," Huang Ke interjected, stepping forward to introduce Xu Taiping. "Xu Taiping of the Qingxian sect, I pay my respects to Mansion Master Lu," Xu Taiping said, bowing slightly. Upon hearing his name, Xu Taiping recognized Lu Chuxian, who had previously been one of the prominent elders of the Carefree sect before being elected as the Mansion Master of the Nine Hells, possessing unfathomable prowess. And who might this be? Lu Chuxian and Huang Ke's gazes soon shifted to Duan Xiaoyu. "Tian Dao sect, Duan Xiaoyu. I pay my respects to Mansion Master Lu." Duan Xiaoyu quickly wiped her face and bowed to Lu Chuxian. Lu Chuxian was momentarily taken aback, but then rejoiced. "Ah, it is you, Xiaoyu. What a fortunate encounter. If anything were to happen to you, your master would surely wreak havoc upon the Nine Hells." "My master is here as well. I have not seen him in many years," Duan Xiaoyu exclaimed, equally elated. "Not only is he here, but he nearly turned our Nine Hells upside down," Huang Ke remarked with a look of exasperation. "Huang Ke, please take Xiaoyu aside to tend to her injuries. I need to discuss matters privately with Taiping." Lu Chuxian signaled to Huang Ke with his eyes. Huang Ke nodded and discreetly offered Xu Taiping a reassuring glance, suggesting that it was indeed a positive development. Xu Taiping, however, regarded Huang Ke's expression with skepticism. "Taiping, it is thanks to you that we were able to unlock this hidden teleportation array and transport ourselves here." Lu Chuxian expressed his gratitude once more. "Mansion Master Lu is being overly courteous. I was merely acting in self-preservation. Moreover, as Brother Huang Ke mentioned, upon completion of the task, the Nine Hells will reward me with 3,000 pieces of fine gold," Xu Taiping replied, unfazed by flattery. "Once the task is accomplished, the remuneration must be settled clearly." Upon hearing the mention of 3,000 pieces of fine gold, Lu Chuxian's lips visibly twitched, inadvertently revealing a hint of discomfort. This is what you rightfully deserve." "Taiping." Lu Chuxian smiled awkwardly and swiftly redirected the conversation to the main topic. "In truth, there is another matter that requires your assistance, Taiping." "What is it?" Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed. "You may not be aware, But the immortal gourd cave heaven actually consists of 2 layers. Lu Fuzhu hesitated momentarily before speaking. 2 layers? Xu Taiping feigned surprise. Indeed, there are 2 layers. We have just learned this from the words of the esteemed Yu Qing, Lu Chuxian affirmed with a nod. We are currently situated in the upper layer of the immortal gourd cave heaven. The formation barrier you have dispelled only removed the restrictions of the upper layer. I, along with the other practitioners from the 9 houses, remain unable to access the lower layer. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping began to grasp Lu Fuzhu's intentions. Yet he refrained from revealing his insight and instead incisively questioned, "But most disciples are in the upper layer. If we can rescue them, why must the 9 houses venture into the lower layer?" Lu Chuxian appeared slightly astonished, taken aback by Xu Taiping's quick deduction. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "According to the dying words of Yu Qing, fragments of the ancient demon god's corpse are hidden in the lower layer of the immortal gourd cave heaven. Even a single strand of hair from those fragments could significantly enhance the power of the demonic cultivators from the 9 nether. What appears to be a rebellion against the talented disciples of the younger generation is, in reality, a pursuit of those fragments of the demon god's corpse." As he spoke, Lu Chushuan's expression grew exceptionally grave. After a slight pause, he continued, "If all goes as expected, those demonic cultivators have likely already discovered a way to access the lower layer. If we do not act swiftly, it may soon be too late." Although Xu Taiping had surmised some of this already, hearing it directly from Lu Fuzhu still left him somewhat taken aback. "But I am merely a practitioner of the Wanyu realm. I may not be able to accomplish much," he furrowed his brow. Though Lingwei had mentioned that entering the 2nd layer of the immortal gourd cave heaven would be a dead end for demonic cultivators, he recognized the inherent risks of descending alongside them. "Do not fret, Taiping," Lu Fuzhu said, seemingly concerned about alarming Xu Taiping. He softened his tone and gently patted Xu Taiping's shoulder. "We would never ask you to descend and confront those demonic cultivators." As he spoke, Lu Chuxian gestured toward the teleportation array in the center of the icy pond. "If you agree, we will utilize this teleportation array to send you to the 2nd layer of the immortal gourd cave heaven. Then, all you need to do is place this jade plate upon the altar in the center of the blood pool, and the practitioners from the 9 houses will be able to teleport there as well." At this point, Lu Fuzhu produced a jade plate from his robe and placed it before Xu Taiping. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a stir of temptation. He had intended to venture to the 2nd layer of the immortal gourd cave heaven to collect the jade bone grass. And now someone was offering to transport him directly there, saving him considerable trouble. However, he would not foolishly agree without contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he looked at Lu Fuzhu with a troubled expression and said, "Esteemed Fuzhu, this still seems rather perilous for me. Taiping, once this matter is accomplished, how about I remunerate you with 3,000 pieces of gold?" The Lord of Lu gritted his teeth and stated, "I do not require such a large sum. However, if you could procure an item for me, I might consider taking a risk." Xu Taiping replied, unambiguously. "What item?" Lu Chushuan's gaze turned somewhat guarded. "The spiritual essence from beneath Yuhu Mountain," Xu Taiping declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Chushuan's brow furrowed tightly, and with a face full of skepticism, he gazed at Xu Taiping, asking, "Did that Zhao Qian fellow mention the spiritual essence to you?" Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously, confirming, "Indeed." He unhesitatingly shifted the responsibility onto their peak master. "Very well." After careful consideration, Lu Chuxian ultimately nodded. In comparison to the schemes of the demonic cultivators, a vial of spiritual essence is hardly significant. "By the way, Lord Lu, why did you come to me instead of seeking out other disciples?" As they prepared to depart, Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. "Because among your generation of disciples, we trust no one but you," Lu Chuxian replied. "Why?" Xu Taiping's confusion deepened. Hearing this, Lu Chuxian halted his steps and, with a serious expression, looked at Xu Taiping, saying, "It was your uncle Jiu's Lanyuan that brought you out of the Yunmeng's secret realm, correct?" "Yes," Xu Taiping nodded. "No disguise of any demonic cultivator, not even that of a demon sovereign, can deceive your uncle Jiu's Lanyuan." Lu Chuxian spoke with utmost reverence. Chapter 187. Seeking the Blood Pool. Evading the pursuit of demonic cultivators in the ice crystal cave, beside the teleportation array. The formation has been calibrated. However, I suspect that demonic cultivators are already aware of our intentions. Therefore, Taiping, when you descend, it is highly probable that you will be besieged by them," Lu Chuxian said, his expression grave. Rest assured, Lord, I will act accordingly. Xu Taiping nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this. A vial of spiritual essence is not so easily obtained. Observing Xu Taiping's calm demeanor, Lu Chuxian nodded with satisfaction, then handed the jade plate to Xu Taiping while continuing to advise. This time, among the disciples infiltrated by Jiu in various sects, aside from Qingyu, there is another whom you must pay special attention to. Who? Chun Sheng from the Pure Yang Sword sect, Lu Chuxian said, his expression serious. Is Chun Sheng from the Pure Yang Sword sect also a demonic cultivator? Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback. Before entering the Xianhu cave realm, he had indeed encountered Chun Sheng, who had inquired about his second senior brother, Qing Xiao. Yes, the Pure Yang Sword sect is the foremost sect among the 9 provinces. Chun Sheng has displayed remarkable talent in sword cultivation from a young age, so even though he is currently still in the Wangyu realm, he should not be underestimated. Lu Chuxian nodded. In the lower level of the Xianhu cave realm, unlike the vast forests of the upper level, this lower level is an endless plain, adorned with tall, pure white jade bone grass. Though referred to as grass, it surpasses human height, resembling reeds more than anything else. One can easily lose their way when traversing through it. The same can be said for Xu Taiping, who was transported here. Sister Lingyue, this is the general situation. For the sake of safety, he untied the second bamboo leaf knot, called forth the divine consciousness of the immortal Lingyue, and briefly recounted the instructions from the 9 houses as well as the circumstances at hand. Although there were certain risks involved, the opportunity to smoothly enter this lower realm and obtain a vial of spiritual essence upon completing the task made the risk seem trivial. The immortal Lingyue concurred with Xu Taiping on this point. The pressing issue now is the inability to ascertain the location of the Blood River. If they were to fly on their swords, they would likely be discovered by those demonic cultivators before even arriving. Xu Taiping voiced the most urgent concern at that moment. That is not a problem, the immortal Lingyue replied with a smile. Not a problem? Xu Taiping was somewhat puzzled. Observe the jade bone grass. In which direction is the wind blowing it? The immortal Lingyue pointed to the stalks of jade bone grass that resembled reed stems. The direction in which the wind has bent these jade bone grasses indicates the location of the blood pool. Xu Taiping suddenly awakened to the realization. Precisely. The immortal Lingyue nodded. The blood pool is infused with a substantial amount of demonic energy, while these jade bone grasses harbor an abundance of true energy. The true energy and demonic energy grind against each other like 2 millstones, depleting one another while simultaneously providing an inexhaustible source of power to the upper realm. This is the reason why this fractured domain still possesses ample celestial and earthly spiritual energy. She continued to elucidate to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. The immortal Lingyue's explanations resolved a long-standing mystery in his mind. Why this immortal gourd celestial cave still contains sufficient celestial and earthly spiritual energy after 1,000,000 years. Just as Xu Taiping prepared to follow the direction of the wind to search for the blood pool, he suddenly halted, placing his hand upon the hilt of his knife at his waist. Although faint, he sensed a trace of murderous intent approaching him. Your whereabouts seem to have been exposed. At least a dozen demonic cultivators are searching for you nearby, the immortal Lingyue said with a serious expression, though it was merely a strand of divine consciousness. Her perceptive abilities were significantly superior to Xu Taiping's. Xu Taiping nodded. As he locked onto a strand of murderous intent, he slowly drew the spring tiger knife from his waist. Since the lord of the house had given prior notice, he was not surprised. The aura emanating from it was not overly strong. It was a rare opportunity for you, Taiping, to unleash your skills and test your blade. The immortal Lingyue encouraged with a smile. Due to the restrictions within the immortal gourd celestial cave, the demonic cultivators allowed entry were of a similar age to Xu Taiping. Thus, as long as he did not encounter that master, she was not overly concerned for his safety. Xu Taiping shared this sentiment. Without the watchful eyes of the 9 houses, and surrounded by a group of killable demonic cultivators, he was indeed in an ideal position to freely assess the results of his cultivation over the past 3 years. By the way, don't forget to look for that green jade bone grass. The immortal Lingyue reminded Xu Taiping once more. I will search for it, Xu Taiping responded, remaining vigilant to the presence of the demonic cultivators while nodding. The green jade bone grass had been mentioned to him by the immortal Lingyue during their time at Qingxian sect. If one were to describe the second layer of this jade cave as a prison for demonic cultivators, Then the strands of jade bone grass would serve as the jailers. One need only locate a single green jade bone grass within this thicket and infuse it with one's own true essence. And the entire expanse of jade bone grass below would heed your command. These grasses could not only assist in ensnaring and vanquishing foes, but also act as your eyes. However, time was of the essence, and Xu Taiping held little hope, as only one out of the myriad jade bone grasses possessed the desired quality. Thus, he did not place his expectations upon the jade grass. Suddenly, a shadow resembling a claw surged forth from the grass beside him. Sensing the imminent danger, Xu Taiping swiftly executed a move known as the cicada strike, cleaving the claw's owner along with their shadow, sending them tumbling back. Although both were demonic cultivators, this particular one was evidently far weaker than Qinyu. Disappointment flickered within Xu Taiping upon realizing this. Yet, he had a thirst for more. After dispatching the demonic cultivator, he meticulously searched the fallen foe's belongings while simultaneously scouring the thicket for the elusive green jade bone grass, awaiting his next target. Boom! At that moment, a blood-red talisman suddenly burst forth from the grass behind Xu Taiping, followed by a shout. "He is here! Narrow the search!" Almost instantaneously, a blade-like shadow, as delicate as a cicada's wing, sliced towards the direction of the voice. With a resounding thud, the hidden demonic cultivator within the grass was cleaved in two by Xu Taiping's strike. As the bisected demon attempted to utilize their dark energy to mend their form and flee, Xu Taiping appeared before them like a phantom, swiftly crushing their neck with a single step. The distance-defying technique of the Taishan sect, while taxing on spiritual energy, bore no flaws. Why choose to tread the path of a demonic cultivator? Xu Taiping muttered to himself as he crouched down, retrieving a talisman of true fire. Chapter 188. Seeking the blood pool. Demonic cultivators in panic. You cannot kill me. I am a direct disciple of the sect master of Guangyang sect. If you slay me, Guangyang sect will not let this go unpunished. Crack! Before the demonic disciple could finish their plea, Xu Taiping swiftly dislocated their jaw and stuffed a true fire talisman into their mouth. Having completed this act, he removed the disciple's spatial ring before standing upright once more. Now that you have embraced the path of the demonic cultivator, these trinkets will surely be of no use to you, will they? Xu Taiping smiled at the disciple, whose mouth was filled with the fire talisman, as he donned the spatial ring upon his own finger. His stock of medicinal pills and talismans had dwindled significantly, and he was in dire need of replenishment. The disciple, eyes wide with terror, seemed unwilling to surrender, fervently channeling their dark energy to repair their body. Yet, with a resounding explosion, the demonic cultivator's head was obliterated by the true fire talisman, and soon their entire form was engulfed in flames. Another demonic cultivator dispatched. Boom! Just as Xu Taiping prepared to continue his journey toward the blood pool, a shadow of a fist struck towards him from the side. However, even before the mighty punch struck, Xu Taiping had already formed a circular shape with his thumb and index finger, summoning the wind barrier of the Zhongwan ring. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound, the punch was thwarted by the wind barrier, leaving Xu Taiping merely staggering slightly. At that moment, a formidable demon cultivator, resembling a small mountain with a wolf's head, erupted from the underbrush, launching yet another punch towards Xu Taiping. Crack, crack, crack. In response to this blow, Xu Taiping merely bent forward, and the body of the wild lion awakened amidst a series of bone-cracking sounds, simultaneously executing a horned attack to collide with the wolf-headed demon's fist. Boom! In the resounding shock, the wolf-headed demon's fist was shattered, and its towering form was sent hurtling into the air. It must be said that when Xu Taiping unleashed his full potential, his combat prowess was truly remarkable. Boom! Just as Xu Taiping was preparing to engage in another act of goodwill, assisting the demon cultivator by disposing of some unnecessary items, an overwhelmingly potent aura of a demon cultivator surged towards him from behind. Judging solely by the aura, this demon cultivator was at least of the same caliber as Qinyu. Withdraw and observe first, Xu Taiping immediately resolved. While he was eager to test his skills against a formidable opponent, he was not arrogant enough to recklessly engage without understanding his adversary. However, before departing, he cast a true fire talisman onto the wolf-headed demon. Once stripped of its magical defenses, even if it did not perish, it would surely suffer grievously. Boom! Shortly after his retreat, a ferocious sword energy erupted in the very clearing where he had just stood, cleaving through a vast expanse of jade bone grass. Chen Sheng of the pure Yangsword sect? Dressed in a cloaked disguise, Xu Taiping recognized the figure through the gaps in the underbrush. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot forth from the left side of the thicket. Xu Taiping's figure flickered, narrowly evading it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, scarcely had he steadied himself when a barrage of arrows rained down from the foliage. Clearly, the demon cultivators hunting him aimed to use these arrows to provoke him into revealing his position. Xu Taiping was not so easily deceived. Dealing with a single demon cultivator was simple. Confronting a swarm was tantamount to courting death. I shall continue to target the easier foes first. And once they are dealt with, I will return to test my skills against you, Brother Chen Sheng. Xu Taiping glanced back with a smile towards Chen Sheng's direction, then resumed his elusive movement through the jade bone grass. Thus, he proceeded, continuing towards the blood pool while systematically eliminating isolated demon cultivators, deliberately avoiding Chen Sheng. In a matter of moments, he had acquired 4 or 5 spatial rings. The bounty was substantial. Were it not for the urgent need to locate the blood pool, Xu Taiping would have relished spending more time there. Observing the dwindling numbers of his fellow demon cultivators, the remaining ones who continued their pursuit began to grow increasingly timid, no longer daring to act independently as they had before. Yet, even so, from time to time, a demon cultivator would still find itself dragged out and dispatched by Xu Taiping. In that instant, the underbrush was filled with an atmosphere of trepidation among the demon cultivators. Seize that young man. This is the task entrusted to you by our master. Failure to accomplish it means none of you shall leave alive. As the group of demonic cultivators appeared increasingly like startled birds, hesitant to advance, Chen Sheng suddenly stepped forward and shouted. However, that young man possesses extraordinary cultivation. In a one-on-one confrontation, we would meet our demise instantly, making it impossible to capture him. A disheartened disciple of the demonic faction lamented. Indeed, there is also this peculiar wild grass, which not only proves difficult to sever, but also obscures our aura. Should the young man approach, we would be utterly unaware. Another demonic cultivator interjected. I will employ a sword formation to gradually confine him within 100 zhang radius. However, this formation has 2 significant drawbacks. First, I cannot divert my focus. We must rely on your combined efforts to encircle and eliminate him. Second, once activated, the formation cannot be dismantled for a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, preventing both friend and foe from exiting. Chen Sheng spoke gravely to the remaining 7 or 8 demonic cultivators. As long as we can trap that young man within 1,000 zhang radius, combining our strength, we shall surely eliminate him in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, another demonic cultivator, resembling a wolf in form, stepped forward confidently to assure Chen Sheng. If that is the case, I too believe it is feasible, with all 8 of us confronting him in our true demonic forms. Killing a mere cultivator of the Wanyu realm should pose no challenge. Indeed, Chen Sheng, let us initiate the sword formation. The other demonic cultivators chimed in, their conviction solidifying. They believed that with 8 against 1, they could undoubtedly slay Xu Taiping. As they spoke, the 8 demonic cultivators simultaneously revealed their true demonic forms, causing an immense surge of demonic energy to envelop the area. Given their current cultivation levels, their true forms could only be maintained for the duration of a stick of incense. Thus, revealing their true selves now was akin to burning their boats behind them. Seeing the renewed vigor in his companions, Chen Sheng nodded in satisfaction and raised his sword finger, proclaiming loudly, Bainya, Qijio, Xianya, form the confining, immortal sword formation. As soon as the words left his mouth, 3 flying swords shot forth from the sword box behind him like beams of light. Moments later, with a thunderous sound, the 3 sword lights wove together to form a circular sword net capable of covering a radius of 10 miles. At the moment the sword net took shape, a formidable sword aura cascaded down the edge of the net, transforming into a circular wall of sword energy that enveloped the 10-mile area. Chapter 189, Jade Bone Grass. I have finally found you. Gather. At the instant the sword net and sword energy wall formed, Chen Sheng suddenly shouted, then clenched his hand toward the aerial sword net. In an instant, the once expansive sword net, covering thousands of zhang, began to contract sharply, the sword energy wall also gradually shifting inward. Some trapped beasts attempted to escape through the sword energy wall, only to be reduced to mere fragments by the thick wall of sword energy. You all swiftly enter the formation. Chun Sheng urged the demonic cultivators below. Without hesitation, the 8 demonic cultivators soared towards the center of the formation like a tempest. All having activated their true demonic forms, their overwhelming aura creating a continuous roar around them. Witnessing this scene, Chun Sheng nodded in satisfaction. This encirclement marked the first task bestowed upon him by his master since his return to the netherworld. If he failed to accomplish even this minor undertaking, it would be feared that there would be no place for him in the netherworld in the future. Consequently, he immersed himself entirely in the manipulation of the sword formation. As he had previously stated, although the immortal trapping sword formation was formidable, it required unwavering focus during its execution. Any distraction or premature withdrawal could lead to disastrous consequences, resulting in the formation's collapse and the loss of life. Were it not for these inherent shortcomings, he would have employed it long ago. Now, regarding Xu Taiping, was this an attempt to ensnare him within the formation, akin to capturing a turtle in a jar? Princess Lingyue gazed upward at the sword net above her, which had ceased its contraction, then sensed several powerful auras approaching from all directions. Suddenly, she turned to Xu Taiping and smiled. "Sister Lingyue, I am not a turtle." Xu Taiping corrected her with a complex expression. Upon hearing this, Princess Lingyue chuckled, then glanced at the green jade bone grass in Xu Taiping's hand. "Indeed, we are the ones capturing the turtle. Just moments ago, they had finally discovered this green jade bone grass. Do you not feel as if you are commanding an army of thousands?" she inquired curiously. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded. After infusing his spiritual energy into the jade bone grass, he inexplicably sensed that the auras of the surrounding jade bone grasses had become vibrant, akin to beings endowed with self-awareness and emotions. Simultaneously, he felt as though he had gained countless pairs of eyes, enabling him to perceive any corner within this realm at will. Moreover, he could manipulate the jade bone grasses, causing them to shift and change positions freely, even prompting new jade bone grasses to sprout from the ground. For instance, at this very moment, the wolf-headed demon cultivator was merely a few paces away from Xu Taiping, about to discover him. However, as Xu Taiping guided the jade bone grass adjacent to the wolf-headed demon, stealthily altering its path, the demon inadvertently strayed in the opposite direction from Xu Taiping. Under Xu Taiping's control, the clusters of jade bone grass acted like an invisible hand, silently assisting him in dispersing the 8 individuals. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves ensnared in the thick grass, unable to see one another. One demon cultivator attempted to traverse the air, but as soon as he leapt, he became entangled in the jade bone grass and stumbled to the ground. Others tried to sever the jade bone grass with their blades. Yet these seemingly delicate plants possessed remarkable resilience, often requiring multiple strikes to be cut through. Crucially, even if severed, they would immediately regenerate. Soon, a wave of despair and fear began to envelop the hearts of these 8 demon cultivators. "What is happening? Where are the people? Why can't we see anyone? Where have you all gone?" One among the 8 began to shout in panic, but their cries went unheard by anyone except Xu Taiping. From above, the scene resembled a white ocean of jade bone grass. As the wind blew, the grass swayed like rippling waves of grain. No wonder Sister Lingyue refers to this place as the prison of demonic cultivators. After completely separating the 8 demonic practitioners, Xu Taiping cast a reflective glance at the ethereal Lingyue beside him. This was a mechanism personally designed by the Flame Emperor, capable of ensnaring even the demon god, let alone these insignificant demonic minions. Having witnessed such mechanisms numerous times, Lingyue remained remarkably composed. As they conversed, the weakest among the 8 demonic cultivators was propelled towards Xu Taiping by the spiraling spirit bone grass. "I have finally found you." Upon seeing Xu Taiping, the demon with gray-brown skin and a pair of ram horns initially shouted with elation, but as he realized he was alone before Xu Taiping, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. "It seems you, like us, cannot escape. However, once I claim your head, my master will surely come to retrieve us." Yet, being a prideful demonic cultivator, after a fleeting moment of panic, he summoned all his demonic energy and launched a punch at Xu Taiping. With a resounding crash, before his fist could even near its target, Xu Taiping effortlessly deflected it with his forearm, then delivered a heavy blow to the demon's abdomen. Though merely a standard punch, infused with 1,000-fold strength, it shattered the demon's internal organs. Even if they could be repaired, it would require a considerable amount of time. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping stripped the demon of his possessions, including his spatial ring, and stuffed a true fire talisman into his mouth. With a simple gesture, he commanded, "Next." As soon as the words left his lips, the spirit bone grass dragged the demon into the thicket, rendering him invisible. Simultaneously, another demonic cultivator was presented before Xu Taiping. The same scene unfolded once more. With a thunderous impact, after a brief interval, the last of the demonic practitioners, a wolf-headed humanoid, succumbed beneath Xu Taiping's blade, silently falling victim to his prowess. The one responsible for controlling the sword formation, Chen Sheng, remained oblivious to the entire event. Fool! Just as Xu Taiping contemplated whether to manipulate the spirit bone grass to draw Chen Sheng into the fray, a voice thundered from the heavens, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Following this, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Xu Taiping, akin to a mountain crashing down, leaving him momentarily disoriented. His heart trembled violently. Such a terrifying presence he had never encountered, even from the sect master of the Qingxian sect. It is a demon sovereign. The voice of Lingwei resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. Yet, the demon sovereign I encountered in the ruins of the Yunming's immortal mansion did not exude such a terrifying pressure. Xu Taiping gazed upward, using the spirit bone grass as his vantage point. That might be due to the great formation in the Yunming's immortal mansion, which suppressed the realm of that demon sovereign, Lingwei posited. Perhaps. Xu Taiping nodded in quiet agreement. At that moment, he finally discerned the visage of the demon lord through the jade bone grass. The figure before him was adorned with crimson locks, a countenance split between black and white, alternating expressions of joy and rage. Draped in a grand cloak, he wielded a golden skeletal staff, towering over a foot taller than most, commanding the winds as he stood atop a swirling mass of black mist. Just as Xu Taiping intended to avert his gaze and stealthily retreat, the elder suddenly halted, letting out a cold snort, and forcefully struck the ground with his staff. A resounding boom echoed as a column of flame, a blend of black and gold, erupted from the golden staff. With a thunderous crash, a vast expanse of jade bone grass below was incinerated in an instant. Did he sense my gaze? Xu Taiping pondered. Astonished, he had merely employed the vision granted by the jade bone grass to scrutinize the dual-faced demon lord. The jade bone grass is not omnipotent. To harness its true power, it necessitates the collaboration of hundreds of cultivators. Thus, Taiping, do not harbor illusions of using it against that demon lord, reminded the fairy Lingwei. Understood, Xu Taiping nodded, promptly concealing his spoils and manipulating the jade bone grass to shroud his form completely, surreptitiously observing the exterior through the distant vision of the grass. Master Wucheng, Chen Sheng, with a face full of trepidation, called out to the dual-faced demon lord. You commanded the capture of individuals. Where are they? As he uttered these words, the demon lord's black and white faces transformed into expressions of fury. In response to Master Wucheng, I have ensnared the individuals within a sword formation. Although Chen Sheng felt a twinge of confusion, he relayed the truth. Upon hearing this, the demon lord's black visage shifted to joy, while the white face contorted into anger, followed by a swift motion of his sleeve towards the sword formation. A searing tempest of fire cascaded from his sleeve. With a singular instant, the sword formation disintegrated, and a swath of jade bone grass was utterly consumed by flames. 8 demon cultivators, charred and lifeless, materialized before Chen Sheng. Not only did the person escape, but under your very nose. You allowed 8 of my minions to be slain without any awareness. Chen Sheng, you have greatly disappointed me, the demon lord declared, his demeanor icy. Chen Sheng, momentarily stunned, quickly fell to his knees, pleading, I implore master for another chance. This time, I shall certainly capture that wretch. However, the demon lord merely shook his head. Come with me to the blood pool. The blood jade of the demon god is on the verge of emergence, and we cannot allow the other factions to seize all the benefits. As for that individual dispatched by the 9 houses, he must come to the blood pool if he seeks to connect with the people of the 9 houses. We shall wait for him there. He spoke impatiently to Chen Sheng. As you command. Chen Sheng rejoiced at the absence of further reproach from the demon lord, and the two promptly soared towards the direction of the blood pool. After their departure, Xu Taiping emerged from the thicket, lifted by the jade bone grass. It seemed he had not noticed me. Xu Taiping gazed at the retreating figure of the demon lord, murmuring in astonishment. It appears they are unaware of the secrets of the jade bone grass. The celestial maiden Lingyue nodded slightly. In other words, as long as I proceed with caution, there remains a way to silently approach the edge of that blood pool, Xu Taiping murmured. At that moment, through the jade bone grass bordering the blood pool, he was able to glimpse the scene across the pool, albeit clouded by distance, and thus quite indistinct. There is a risk, yet it is worth attempting. If I can seize a shard of blood jade, the risk shall be rendered negligible. Lingyue nodded in agreement. What is this blood jade of the demon god? And how might it serve us cultivators? Xu Taiping inquired curiously. It is of no use to you, but it is beneficial for the earth fruit. Lingyue replied with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's eyes brightened instantly. The nourishment for the earth fruit indeed knows no distinction between celestial and demonic. Taiping, my spiritual sense cannot endure for much longer. Although you still possess a bamboo segment, it is best not to unveil it unless in a life-and-death situation, Lingyue urged, her tone growing urgent. Xu Taiping nodded earnestly at her words, understanding that Lingyue's last bamboo segment was surely reserved for his survival. Next, you need only to make proper use of this jade bone grass. Even when faced with that demon lord, you will have the means to protect yourself. As for the task entrusted by the 9 mansions and that shard of blood jade, proceed according to your abilities. The paramount concern is your own safety, Lingyue continued. If an opportunity to strike arises, I shall not let it slip by. If not, I will simply conceal myself among the jade bone grass and observe. Xu Taiping smiled at Lingyue's fading ethereal form. He did not presume that he, a mere cultivator at the level of the glimpse of the abyss, could partake in this celestial demonic conflict. With a single misstep, he might become mere cannon fodder. Not long after Lingyue's apparition dissipated, Xu Taiping deftly manipulated the jade bone grass, transporting himself to the edge of the blood pool without needing to walk. Previously, due to the considerable distance, the scene he observed through the jade bone grass had been too blurred. Now, standing close, the images in his mind finally crystallized. Just as Lingyue had described, the blood pool was vast, stretching endlessly before him. In the center of the pool, he could faintly discern several figures in black robes suspended in midair, seemingly engaged in some form of summoning ritual. Even from such a distance, he could sense the formidable waves of energy emanating from them. They could very well be demon cultivators of the demon lord level, Xu Taiping thought, with a tinge of apprehension. In addition to the 3 powerful demon cultivators at the center of the blood pool, a circle of demon cultivators lay prostrate at the pool's edge, seemingly awaiting something. However, the altar was not far, connected by a stone bridge that led directly to it. If the opportunity arises, I could command my doppelganger to deliver this jade plate to the altar, Xu Taiping pondered. Of course, the prerequisite is that someone must distract the demon cultivators guarding the stone bridge. His gaze settled upon the entrance of the bridge, where several demon cultivators stood. Unlike the demon soldiers he had previously encountered, these cultivators were all at the level of Qingyu and Qinsheng. Handling 1 or 2 might be manageable, but confronting 4 or 5 at once was beyond his confidence. Boom. As Xu Taiping resolved to observe the unfolding events with a calm demeanor, a sudden, thunderous sound resonated above the blood pool. Raising his gaze, he beheld a darkened vault of heaven now marred by a fissure, from which protruded the tip of a long sword. With another resounding boom, the crack widened, and a voice imbued with pride echoed through the chasm. Pure Yang sword sect, Amon is here. You demons, retreat or perish. To remain is to meet your doom. Chapter 191. Release the jade plate, the sword sovereign of the 9 mansions, Amon. The voice emanating from above reverberated across the barren expanse of the blood pool and the jade bone grassland. Amon. Xu Taiping, taken aback, found the name somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. The sword sovereign of the 9 mansions, Amon? What brings him here? Just as Xu Taiping endeavored to recall who Amon was, the whispered exchanges of the demonic cultivators nearby awakened his memory. Indeed, it was Amon, the sword sovereign of the previous generation. The familiarity of the name dawned upon Xu Taiping. Amon was none other than the last sword sovereign of the 9 mansions. Moreover, this name frequently appeared alongside Su Chan. Before her descent into darkness, Amon had sought Su Chan's guidance in swordsmanship year after year, never faltering even in his gravest of injuries. In the contest for the sword sovereign, Amon had repeatedly fallen to Su Chan's blade. Initially, Amon's swordsmanship was unremarkable, yet he relentlessly challenged the already illustrious Su Chan, often becoming the subject of ridicule for his audacity. However, As the years progressed, Amon's skills flourished, and within a mere few decades, he had bested all other sword cultivators of the Nine Mansions. Eventually, no one dared to mock him any longer. Yet, despite his rapid advancement, he still suffered defeat at Su Chan's hands in the contest for the Sword Sovereign, and it was a resounding loss. The world lamented, with Amon present. Why does Su Chan exist? Su Chan's existence was a misfortune for all sword cultivators of the Nine Mansions, including Amon himself. Yet, Amon vehemently rejected such sentiments, asserting that Su Chan's presence was a blessing for the Nine Mansions, for all sword cultivators, and for himself. Had I not seen Su Chan, I would have thought the pinnacle of swordsmanship rests at 9 floors. Now that I have witnessed Su Chan, I realize the heights of swordsmanship can soar beyond 900 floors. He also proclaimed, I am not in haste. Even if it takes me 10 years to ascend a single floor, one day I shall confront Su Chan atop that tower of 999 levels. However, not long after, Su Chan succumbed to darkness, and the lofty tower in Amon's eyes crumbled. Following that, he refrained from wielding a sword for nearly a century, until the last contest for the Sword Sovereign, where he seized a remnant blade, vanquished the world's sword cultivators, and reclaimed the title of Sword Sovereign of the Nine Mansions. As Xu Taiping gazed at the ever-widening fissure in the vault above, he exhaled deeply. It seemed that Amon was indeed the contingency prepared by the Nine Mansions, capable of compensating for his earlier missteps, while simultaneously diverting the attention of these demonic cultivators. In Xu Taiping's eyes, Amon's arrival was no mere coincidence. The Nine Mansions had orchestrated such a grand scheme. It was imperative for him to intensify his efforts lest he do a disservice to that vial of spiritual essence. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the stone bridge. Suddenly, a piercing sound of a sword echoed, as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder. Instantly, cracks in the dome above began to spread outward, and a beam of sword light, imbued with an overwhelming aura, cascaded down from the fissure above, hurtling straight towards the center of the blood pool, where several demonic cultivators stood. Almost simultaneously, a shrill roar erupted from within the blood pool, a sound reminiscent of both beast and human. Amidst this cacophony, 2 enormous bloodied hands surged forth from the depths of the pool, launching themselves toward the descending sword light. With a resounding crash, much of the blood energy comprising those hands was swept away by the sword light from above. Yet they still managed to shield the demonic cultivators from the strike. However, this reprieve was fleeting. As a figure wielding a sword descended from the dome, the massive blood hand disintegrated in response. Amon, I have come to duel with you. At that moment, the previously stationary demon, Lord Wuchang, flickered into existence above the center of the blood pool. He grasped his staff horizontally across his chest and thrust it forward, unleashing a column of black flames interwoven with strands of golden light towards Amon. Yet, with another resounding clash of swords, Wuchang's fiery projectile was cleaved in two by Amon's sword. Old fool, you are still alive. I, Amon, shall send you on your way today. Amon roared, then swung his sword once more at demon Lord Wuchang. The air split with a piercing sound as Amon's strike seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space, tearing apart both Wuchang and his corporeal form. Yet, Wuchang did not perish. Instead, he manifested a true demonic body of the highest order, a two-headed canine creature wreathed in flames. With a thunderous roar, the two-headed beast unleashed 2 massive fireballs towards Amon. Then, as Amon dodged, it lunged forward. Its gaping maw aimed to consume him. In that instant, the creature's mouth expanded to an unimaginable size, capable of engulfing the entire altar below. Whether Amon was careless or simply unable to evade, it was unclear. All that Xu Taiping could see was Amon being entirely swallowed by the creature. This sight sent a wave of excitement through the surrounding demonic cultivators, their expressions filled with fervor. However, this elation was short-lived, as a surge of energy akin to a volcanic eruption emanated from above the blood pool, tightening their hearts with dread. With another resounding clash of swords, Wuchang's true demonic body suddenly exploded, unleashing torrents of black and gold flames that surged forth. It seemed an uncontrollable force was erupting from within. In mere moments, Wuchang's true demonic form shattered, spewing forth black and gold flames that engulfed the entire blood river, ensnaring even those demonic cultivators below who were attempting to condense blood jade. Yet, amidst the inferno, Amon remained unscathed. Not only that, a surging wave of sword energy began to converge around him, taking on a tumultuous form. From a distance, it appeared as though Aming stood atop a murky giant wave, gazing down upon the blood-soaked abyss below. This was the wrathful tide of sword energy unleashed by the esteemed Aming. Xu Taiping's face was filled with astonishment. Transforming formless sword energy into a tangible form was the ultimate aspiration of every sword cultivator. Chapter 192. Release the Jade Plate. Who can halt Aming's sword? Master. In the distance, witnessing this spectacle, the traitor Qin Sheng from the pure Yang sword sect could not help but exclaim. However, as soon as his voice escaped, a sword energy descended from above, piercing through his skull. In an instant, his body erupted with a thunderous sound. Traitors must perish. Aming's voice echoed once more. Simultaneously, a beam of sword light shot forth like a pillar towards the center of the blood pool. With a resounding crash, the sword light obliterated the blood hands that shielded several demonic cultivators. Boom! The entire realm trembled violently. Aming's furious tide of sword energy had coalesced beneath his feet into a murky river, within which turbulent waves roared, as if a yellow dragon were roaring beneath him, ready to engulf everything on the ground. Clearly, Aming was poised to deliver a strike that would annihilate all the demonic cultivators in the vicinity of this blood river. Su-chan, why do you not make your move? Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure above, one of the three demonic lords who had condensed blood jade suddenly turned towards the east of the blood pool, urgently shouting. Yet, no one responded. Boom. At that moment, Aming's sword momentum had reached its zenith. In an instant, the torrent of sword energy, reminiscent of a mighty river, let out a deafening roar before cascading downwards like a torrential downpour. Su-chan, have you forgotten your promise to the demon lord? The demonic lord bellowed again. As those words left his mouth, the furious tide had already begun to descend. Even if the three of them abandoned their blood jade and joined forces, they might not be able to halt it. Clang! Just then, a crisp sound of a sword ringing pierced the air. Following that, a beam of sword light lay horizontally across the blood river, unwavering despite the crashing onslaught of Aming's furious sword energy above. Could this be Su-chan's sword? Looking at this strike, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. If not for Su-chan, who could possibly thwart Aming's sword? He quickly dispelled his doubts. Su-chan, this sword, I, Aming, have awaited for 300 years. Aming laughed heartily, then raised his long sword with one hand while gripping his wrist with the other. Bellowing, 300 years ago, my sword was but a small stream, yet today, my sword has transformed into an ocean. No sooner had he spoken than the river of sword energy surged forth, suddenly transforming from murky waters to a clear stream, from raging waves to oceanic tides, from a yellow dragon to an azure dragon. If I do not see you, Su-chan, I shall ascend to greater heights. With a roar, Aming slashed down with his sword. The grand and magnificent sword energy instantly shattered the towering wall forged by the sword light. The overwhelming sword energy morphed into a celestial dragon that soared over the blood pool, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! Amidst the thunderous tremors, the three blood jade conjuring sorcerers were sent scattering by the sword energy unleashed by Amon. The surging sword energy stirred a fierce gale, engulfing the entire blood pool. Some sorcerers, unable to retreat in time, were utterly annihilated, their souls shattered by the onslaught. Even Xu Taiping, shielded by the jade bone grass, felt the tumult of blood and chi surge within him. In a mere stroke, more than half of the sorcerers on this level were decimated. However, when Xu Taiping cast his gaze once more towards the center of the blood pool, he discovered a glimmer of sword light still striving to withstand Amon's tumultuous sea of sword energy. Focusing intently, he discerned that it was indeed a sword, without a doubt. It belonged to Su-chan. Beneath that sword lay a blood jade, roughly the size of a fist, rapidly absorbing the blood energy emanating from the pool. Surely, that must be the fabled blood jade, Xu Taiping murmured to himself. The blood jade is on the verge of completion. You all must assist us in repelling Amon at once. At that moment, one of the demon lords suddenly bellowed a command. Immediately, the previously passive sorcerers at the shore began to unveil their true demonic forms, recklessly charging towards Amon against the howling sword energy. No matter how formidable Amon might be, he would struggle to fend off the assault from the three demon lords and the multitude of sorcerers. Moreover, beneath them lay Su-chan's sword. Observing this, Xu Taiping hastily utilized the vision granted by the jade bone grass to gaze towards the stone bridge. To his confirmation, he found that the guards at the bridge had also joined the fray against Amon. "Thank you, Senior Amon," Xu Taiping grinned, then conjured a doppelganger while donning a concealed cloak. Subsequently, beneath the blood-hued heavens, a figure surged forth from the thicket of jade bone grass. Initially, all attention from the demon sorcerers was fixated on Amon above. None noticed this figure. Until, in the heart of the blood pool, the flying sword that had been resisting Amon's sword energy suddenly emitted a tremulous sound. The three demon lords seemed to have received some warning, turning in unison towards the stone bridge, where they finally spotted Xu Taiping sprinting at breakneck speed. "I shall intercept him." One particularly burly purple-eyed demon lord abruptly pivoted. With a powerful thrust of his muscular legs, he soared into the air, instantaneously appearing above the stone bridge. "You seek death." The demon raised his fist, launching a downward strike towards Xu Taiping. Boom! In a cacophony of violent air tremors, a colossal fist shadow, akin to a small mountain, crashed down upon Xu Taiping. Bang! With a resounding explosion, both Xu Taiping and the stone bridge were obliterated by the force of the blow. However, upon witnessing this, the purple-eyed demon lord's expression bore no trace of triumph. Instead, he furrowed his brow, for that strike had yielded no tangible impact upon flesh. Just then, amidst his hesitation, a faint sound of an object being placed echoed from the altar connected to the stone bridge. The purple-eyed demon lord instantly became alert, alternating his fists to strike towards the altar. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the thunderous roar of a colossal collision, a figure emerged upon the altar. It was none other than Xu Taiping. Chapter 193. Release the Jade Plate, the Angry Lion, and the Azure Bull Saint Fist. Initially, his intention was to send forth a clone to place the Jade Plate directly. However, upon further contemplation, he resolved to take a slight risk for the sake of caution, using the clone as bait to ascend the altar, one before and one behind him. Although his ruse was eventually uncovered, he successfully positioned the Jade Plate upon the altar. Boom! At that moment, the purple-eyed demon sovereign unleashed a fist with tremendous force. "Remove the Jade Plate, and I may spare your life." The purple-eyed demon sovereign threatened Xu Taiping coldly. The altar was fortified with a barrier, impervious even to the might of a demon sovereign. Nonetheless, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sovereign's fist, even through the barrier, caused Xu Taiping to feel a surge of blood and energy within him. At this juncture, he was utterly incapable of confronting the sovereign. In response, Xu Taiping took a sip from his dragon gallbladder wine, then regarded the purple-eyed demon sovereign with a calm gaze, saying, "Do you take me for a fool? Even if it were the prefect Lu Chuxian himself who commanded me to leave, I would not comply. My task is accomplished. I await the summons from the 9 prefectures." Upon hearing this, the expression of the purple-eyed demon sovereign shifted dramatically. Gradually, he began to raise his fist, gathering the might of his blow, while coldly declaring, "Even if you have placed the Jade Plate, the teleportation array will require at least the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to activate. Despite the barrier's protection, my fist can still annihilate you." As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance, his arms and the muscles of his body swelling incrementally. A resonant tremor in the air echoed around him, a sound only achievable when the latent power within one's physique reaches a certain threshold. It was akin to the tremors in the air caused by a cultivator whose essence has become profoundly deep. Rumbling. At this moment, the purple-eyed demon sovereign had fully extended his fighting stance, the accumulated force and momentum within his fists reaching their zenith. Even from a distance of 20 to 30 paces, and protected by the altar-s barrier, Xu Taiping could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from the sovereign-s fists. Without the barrier of the altar, withstanding this punch would mean certain death, a grim assessment that resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. At that instant, the purple-eyed demon sovereign hurled his fist down towards Xu Taiping on the altar. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the water surrounding the altar was forcefully displaced, creating a deep indentation. Xu Taiping understood why the purple-eyed demon sovereign was so confident, believing he could slay Xu Taiping even with the barrier in place. Though the barrier absorbed much of the force of that preceding punch, a hidden strength still surged forth, striking Xu Taiping with tremendous force, reminiscent of the 1,000 layers of strength from the spirit moon fairy. Bang! 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 Following the initial blow, the purple-eyed demon sovereign continued to rain down punch after punch without pause, each one crashing through the barrier towards Xu Taiping. Cough, cough, cough. Under the relentless accumulation of this injury, Xu Taiping could no longer suppress a few coughs, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it resembled the thousand-fold force, yet it was far more insidious, making it difficult to dissolve with mere internal energy. Xu Taiping wiped the corner of his mouth, contemplating inwardly. However, the ability to inflict harm upon me relied primarily on his fist intent and the momentum of his strikes. If I could counteract, or even directly shatter his fist momentum with my own, the damage inflicted by this blow would be significantly diminished. Enduring for at least the duration of a tea break would be manageable. As these thoughts traversed his mind, he began to assume a combat stance. This time, however, he did not adopt the stance of the Green Ox Fist, but rather that of the Green Ox Great Sage Fist, specifically, the first form, the Thunderous Ring. Crack, crack, crack. As he positioned himself in the Thunderous Ring, the bones in his body emitted a series of sharp sounds, awakening his once unremarkable youthful form into a robust, beastly physique reminiscent of a wild lion. This transformation marked the metamorphosis from a sleeping lion to a waking one. Yet, even after awakening, the fluctuations of Xu Taiping's aura continued to ascend. To demonstrate respect towards this demon lord, he resolved to elevate his beastly form to the state of the angered lion. Bang, bang, bang. Unlike the previous crackling of bones, as he ascended to the angered lion state, a taut string-like sound resonated within him. This encapsulated the essence of the angered lion state, charging every bone, sinew, and even each strand of hair within this wild lion physique with energy, much like a drawn bowstring, thereby unleashing the full potential of his form. However, elevating his physique to the angered lion state would swiftly deplete his vital energy, since the ghost sealing talisman had been continuously consuming his vitality. Xu Taiping had scarcely utilized it since mastering the wild lion physique. Today, he found himself with no other choice. Boom. As Xu Taiping elevated his wild lion form from the awakened state to that of the angered lion, the surrounding air resonated with a series of tremors. The violet-eyed demon lord, poised to strike, furrowed his brow slightly. "You are still a martial sovereign," he exclaimed in astonishment. The classification of a martial artist primarily hinges upon the strength of their physique, so his assertion held truth. Who decreed that only demon cultivators could refine their bodies? Xu Taiping smiled softly. Immediately, an intangible fist momentum began to coalesce around him under the guidance of his mortal fist intent. The violet-eyed demon cultivator comprehended Xu Taiping's intentions. He wishes to contend with me in fist momentum and intent? His lips curled into a slight smile. The violet-eyed demon cultivator, known as Zhou Kuei, had once been a general in the mundane world, having fought valiantly against an enemy army of hundreds of thousands. By successfully infusing this killing intent into his fist intent, he had brushed against the threshold of the martial sovereign realm, lacking only the physique to support such a powerful intent. Upon hearing that demon cultivators could refine their bodies to reach the martial sovereign state, he had unhesitatingly chosen the path of demonic cultivation. Boom. As his words faded, a tremor in the air reverberated, and Zhou Kuei's killing intent transformed into fist intent, stirring the forces of heaven and earth around him, converging behind his form. This is what is known as the essence of boxing, the true force of martial prowess. Zhou Kuei gazed down at Xu Taiping with an air of arrogance. Chapter 194, Blood Demon Pool, the Ascendant Might of the Great Sage Fist. How many lives have been extinguished to forge such killing intent? Xu Taiping had always believed that the killing intent emanating from the venerable Fan Qi was formidable enough, yet he found himself dwarfed by the overwhelming aura of Zhou Kuei. Nevertheless, he merely cast a deep glance at Zhou Kuei, refraining from rebuttal or response. Under the oppressive weight of Zhou Kuei's boxing intent and might, Xu Taiping slowly exhaled, seeking to adjust his breath. With the protective barrier of the altar in place, he aimed to optimize his condition as much as possible. After all, such an opportunity was rare. Given his current cultivation level, it was nearly impossible to engage in a spar with the demon lord under these circumstances. Once he had sufficiently attuned his breath to the raging lion state of his body, Xu Taiping stepped forward. In an instant, a surge of boxing force, ignited by the essence of his mundane bones, erupted from his being with a resounding boom. The fluctuation of his aura rippled outwards like waves upon a tranquil pond. Although the boxing force he summoned from the mundane bones was considerably weaker than Zhou Kuei's, transformed from killing intent, it resembled a flickering firefly against the backdrop of a pitch-black night. insignificant yet impossible to disregard. Above the blood river, many demonic cultivators turned their gazes, equally unable to overlook this phenomenon, as did the very fabric of this realm. As this feeble boxing force emanated from Xu Taiping, the surrounding energies within a radius of 30 zhang suddenly converged behind him. Compared to the chaotic energies stirred by Zhou Kuei, this force felt as though it willingly stood in support of Xu Taiping. Though weak, the boxing intent was resolute. Though small, the boxing force was steadfast. Boom. Zhou Kuei seemed to perceive a threat emanating from Xu Taiping, his eyes betraying a profound killing intent. With a cold snort, he unleashed a punch without hesitation. In that moment, Xu Taiping also struck forth with the ascendant might of the Blue Ox Great Sage Fist. As he executed the move, it appeared as though 4 additional arms had sprouted from behind him. 6 arms, 6 shadows of fists, rained down upon Zhou Kuei's punch like hammers pounding towards the heavens. Bang! As the fist shadows collided, the altar trembled violently. Xu Taiping was sent reeling backwards, an outcome anticipated by the onlookers. What truly left the demonic cultivators dumbfounded was that not only was Zhou Kuei thrown off balance, but his entire boxing force crumbled as well. Despite Xu Taiping appearing more disheveled in that moment, the observing demonic cultivators could hardly fathom this reality. The formidable punch of the demon lord Zhou Kuei had been shattered by an unknown, lowly cultivator, an absurdity in their eyes. Zhou Kuei, too, wore an expression of disbelief. Soon, the instincts of a demonic cultivator informed him that the youth below could not be allowed to live. He then ceased to conceal his strength, fully mobilizing the demonic energy within him, channeling it into his boxing intent to coalesce his might, and hurled another punch towards Xu Taiping below. Boom! Amidst the resounding tremors, the shadow of the demonic cultivator Zhou Kuei's fist descended upon the altar's barrier like a small mountain, crashing heavily upon it. Although he failed to breach the ancient barrier, the concealed force within his fist, propelled by immense intent and momentum, penetrated through the barrier and surged towards Xu Taiping. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Xu Taiping unleashed the thunderclap stance of the celestial ox fist, his 6 arms moving in unison, transforming into a multitude of fist shadows that met Zhou Kuei's assault head-on. With another resounding clash, Xu Taiping was violently propelled backwards, crashing against the stone pillar behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his lips and smirked at Zhou Kuei, saying, "It seems, esteemed demon lord, that the strength of one's fist intent does not necessarily correlate with the number of lives taken." Despite his current disheveled state, Xu Taiping had managed to maintain his fist intent intact during their exchange, successfully fending off the dark energy from the demon clan's assault. "What are you doing, Zhou Kuei? Quickly deal with this child and shatter the jade plate. Do not allow anyone from the 9 mansions to teleport here." At that moment, 2 demon lords, who were previously resisting the sword aura of Amon, suddenly warned Zhou Kuei. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuei's already grim countenance darkened further. He scoffed coldly and exhaled heavily. In an instant, his garments billowed outward, revealing skin enveloped in glistening purple-golden scales, with his hands morphing into the formidable claws of a dragon. "I have no patience left to toy with you. Perish!" Zhou Kuei roared, clenching his fist with blinding speed, seizing the momentum of the surrounding realm within his grasp. Then he thrust his fist downwards towards Xu Taiping. The altar's barrier would retract automatically if left unoccupied, so by eliminating Xu Taiping, he could seize the jade plate and sever the transmission between the upper and lower realms of the immortal gourd cave. Suddenly, a clang of sword resonance erupted. A wave of sword energy surged forth from the encirclement of the demonic cultivators, crashing towards Zhou Kuei with the force of a tidal wave. Bang! Zhou Kuei's momentum was immediately dispersed by this oncoming tide of sword energy. Simultaneously, Amon's voice resonated above the blood pool. "Young one from the Qingxin sect, I, Amon, bestow upon you a sword. Dare you return a punch?" Taken aback at first, Xu Taiping then resolutely nodded. "With Senior Amon's sword bestowed upon me, how could I dare to refuse?" He understood that Amon was providing him with a chance to escape. Upon uttering these words, Amon let out a hearty laugh, and once more, a wave of sword energy burst forth from the encirclement of the demonic cultivators. Although Zhou Kuei was already bracing to evade, he was still struck by the sword energy, losing control of his body mid-air and plummeting towards the stone bridge. In that instant, as soon as Xu Taiping discerned Zhou Kuei's descent, he he did not hesitate to break free from the altar's barrier, racing across the stone bridge and appearing before Zhou Kuei in the blink of an eye. Boom! As a surge of intense energy emanated from Xu Taiping, his fist was propelled towards the demon Lord Zhou Kuei. It was still the thunderclap fist, yet this time it transcended mere appearance. The essence, momentum, and power of the strike were all intricately woven into his fist. Chapter 195, The Blood Demon Pool, and the First Encounter with the Demon Lord. Bang! 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 In an instant, Xu Taiping unleashed a barrage of over 10 punches upon Zhou Kuei. This thunderclap fist bore a striking resemblance to the charge of the rampaging bull. However, the distinction lay in the fact that as long as the momentum of the fist persisted, its might would continually ascend, allowing one to unleash hundreds or even thousands of strikes. Get lost. Although Zhou Kuei was momentarily caught off guard and suppressed by Xu Taiping's force, his formidable cultivation enabled him to disperse the accumulated power with sheer demonic energy. Yet, just as the force dissipated, Xu Taiping swiftly drew the spring tiger from his waist and executed a technique akin to the crying cicada, unleashing hundreds of blade shadows that simultaneously slashed at Zhou Kuei. The demon-slaying blade inherently possessed the ability to counteract demonic energy, and compounded by Zhou Kuei's prior injuries inflicted by Amon's sword aura, he was unable to muster his full strength in defense, resulting in his body being sent flying by the strike. At that moment, the jade disc on the altar began to rotate, signaling the activation of the teleportation array. Observing this, Zhou Kuei disregarded Xu Taiping, desperately channeling his demonic energy in an attempt to smash the jade disc. Prepared for this eventuality, Xu Taiping raised 3 fingers and channeled a significant portion of his true essence into the Zhongwan ring. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, a fierce wind shot forth from his fingertips, aiming directly at Zhou Kuei. Zhongwan ring, 3 fingers, C-splitter. This C-splitter technique had far surpassed its previous form due to Xu Taiping's enhanced cultivation. Boom! Zhou Kuei initially paid little heed to the sharp gust, confidently believing that his true demon body would withstand any assault. However, when the C-splitter's energy struck him, he realized his grave error. The sharpness of the C-splitter far exceeded that of any blade. Zhou Kuei's true demon body was cleaved open by the C-splitter's force. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have sustained grievous injury. The esteemed 9 Nether Demon Lord, wounded by a mere cultivator, was a humiliation that Zhou Kuei could scarcely endure. You seek death, he roared in fury, turning to pursue Xu Taiping, disregarding the jade disc entirely. Seeing this, Xu Taiping smirked inwardly. Realizing that the grand formation had been initiated and his mission accomplished, it was time to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the technique of the inch-long sky, vanishing from his original position. By the time Zhou Kuei regained his senses, Xu Taiping was already concealed within the thicket of the jade bone grass. The inch-long sky of the Taishan sect was a high-level technique known for its incredible speed. Now, with Xu Taiping exerting his full strength, he could traverse 100 yards in the blink of an eye. However, due to its significant consumption of true essence, draining 2 to 3 portions with each use, he typically refrained from employing it recklessly. However, now that the task has been accomplished, he need not concern himself any further. Today, no one can save you. Once again mocked, Zhou Kuei's countenance darkened to the point of almost dripping with malice. Boom! Without hesitation or restraint, he soared forth on the winds, pursuing Xu Taiping amidst the thickets of jade bone grass. Most demonic cultivators who tread the martial path are impulsive and quick to anger. In his fury, Zhou Kuei disregarded the teleportation jade disc, fixated solely on the intent to slay Xu Taiping. Boom! Before his arrival, his fist struck first. Zhou Kuei's formidable punch shattered a swath of jade bone grass. Anticipating this blow, Xu Taiping had already utilized the jade bone grass to evade several hundred zhang away, emerging on the opposite side of the thicket. Zhou Demon Sovereign, your eyesight seems rather poor. I am right here. Xu Taiping, buoyed by the jade bone grass, stood atop the swaying foliage, jovially waving at Zhou Kuei. It was not his intention to provoke Zhou Kuei recklessly. Rather, the situation in the blood pool was dire, with Senior Amon bravely battling numerous demons. And no one from the 9 houses had teleported over. If he could buy some time, he would. Whoosh! As his words fell, Zhou Kuei suddenly clawed in Xu Taiping's direction. 5 claw shadows, akin to 5 strands of sword chi, whistled through the air with tremendous force. Boom! With a thunderous roar, The jade bone grass plain was instantly marked by 5 claw marks stretching hundreds of zhang. Fortunately, Xu Taiping was once again whisked away by the jade bone grass from peril. Were it not for the jade bone grass, Xu Taiping would not dare to provoke such a formidable presence. Zhou Demon Sovereign, when I say your eyesight is lacking, you seem to doubt it. Yet here I am. Now deep within the thicket, Xu Taiping cheerfully waved his arms at Zhou Kuei. He intended to lure Zhou Kuei deeper into the grass, far from the blood pool, to see if he could devise a way to ensnare him within the thicket. With countless and ever-replenishing jade bone grass around, if he could confine Zhou Demon Sovereign, even if he could not kill him, he could at least strip him of a layer of skin. Zhou Kuei could not pursue further. The blood jade was on the verge of emerging, and he could not allow Amon to seize it. Just as Xu Taiping's plan seemed on the cusp of fruition, a voice from the center of the blood pool called out, halting Zhou Kuei, who was about to dive into the thicket. Understood. Zhou Kuei glanced at Xu Taiping, who was taunting him from the grass, then looked towards the center of the blood pool, his face reflecting reluctance as he replied. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit of Xu Taiping. Kid, I will remember you. One day, you shall fall into my hands. Zhou Kuei huffed disdainfully. Having uttered this, he abruptly turned and soared towards the blood pool. Watching Zhou Kuei's departing figure, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of regret. He even sensed the jade bone grass beside him shared in this sentiment. Alas, it would be best to refrain from interfering in the struggles of such formidable beings. As he pondered this, buoyed by the jade bone grass, he slowly approached the blood pool once more. Since he could not engage, he might as well observe closely. Encounters between demon sovereigns and beings of Amon's caliber were indeed rare. Above the blood pool, Amon's sword energy had firmly suppressed a multitude of demonic cultivators, the sounds of their bodies exploding under the force echoing through the air. However, with the arrival of the demon Lord Zhou Kuei into the fray, Amon's relentless sword momentum began to wane. Nevertheless, several demon lords standing before him continued to retreat incessantly. Were it not for the flying sword before them, they might have already faced utter defeat. Boom. Just as Xu Taiping pondered the delayed arrival of the 9 prefectures' reinforcements, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the altar. Immediately, 3 formidable presences soared forth from the jade plate. There was no need for speculation. They were certainly members of the 9 prefectures. The outcome hinged upon this pivotal moment. They could not afford to hold back any longer. A demon lord of the 9 hells bellowed. Chapter 196. The Blood Demon Pool, the Awakening of the Creatures Beneath. Upon hearing this, the 3 demon lords simultaneously revealed their true demonic forms. An aura of malevolent destruction swiftly spread across the sky above the blood pool. Waves of power radiated from the clash between the demon lords, Amon, and the 3 from the 9 prefectures. Even from such a distance, Xu Taiping couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. If he were to join the battle, the residual forces unleashed by these combatants could easily obliterate him. Crash! At that moment, Demon Lord Zhou Kuei was unexpectedly sent flying by a towering figure from the 9 prefectures, struck by a single punch. Could it be that the 9 prefectures possessed such formidable body cultivators? Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping mentally noted the appearance of this practitioner, intending to inquire with his senior brother about this individual once they emerged. With Zhou Kuei's retreat, the previously balanced confrontation was shattered, allowing Amon's sword energy to surge forward, sweeping through the demonic cultivators above the blood pool like autumn leaves caught in a gale. Subsequently, all the sword energy converged behind him, and with a single strike, he sent the 3 demon lords soaring backward. In an instant, only that flying sword remained, desperately shielding the soon-to-materialize blood jade. Su-chan, if you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall destroy this blood jade. Amon shouted, yet no response came. Clang. Growing impatient, Amon concentrated the vast sea of his sword energy into a singular, azure blade of light at the tip of his sword, and with a powerful swing, he struck towards the flying sword. Crack! The flying sword, whose allegiance was uncertain, shattered in response. However, at the moment of its fracture, the ethereal silhouette of a pair of arms appeared before Amon. These arms suddenly made a motion as if drawing a sword, then swung towards Amon. Though there was no sword in the grasp of that spectral form, as the motion was executed, an immense sword intent, vast as the boundless sky, drew the very essence of the heavens and earth above the blood river into the invisible blade. Amon was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. At long last, that very sword awaited. He bellowed in response, channeling his own oceanic sword intent to summon the forces of nature, and struck forth with his sword. Boom! At the instant the two sword forces collided, a tremendous explosion ensued, resonating throughout the air. Some of the nearby demonic cultivators were instantly obliterated by the sword energy, their bodies exploding into fragments. Even the blood jade formed below shattered with a resounding crash, scattering countless tiny shards in all directions. The three demon lords, witnessing this, wasted no time and unleashed their full prowess to gather the shattered pieces of blood jade. Meanwhile, several cultivators from the 9 houses exerted themselves to thwart their efforts, resulting in utter chaos. Xu Taiping, initially a mere spectator to the conflict, found himself amidst a flurry of blood jade fragments that had shot forth, landing amidst the thicket of jade bone grass. This prompted a horde of demonic cultivators, including the one encased in blood jade, to rush in and seize them. Once they fall here, you can forget about retrieving them, Xu Taiping chuckled, and as he swiftly evaded into the jade bone grass, he utilized its vantage to search for the scattered blood jade shards. With the assistance of countless eyes, he quickly gathered 17 or 18 pieces of varying sizes into his gourd within a brief span of time. Meanwhile, the chaotic throng of demonic cultivators continued to flounder like headless flies, frantically searching through the grass. With time on his hands, Xu Taiping resumed his old ways, dragging isolated demonic cultivators into the thicket to plunder them. None of these cultivators had clean hands, and he felt no moral qualms in his actions. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the realm, and an ominous aura enveloped the surroundings. To Xu Taiping's dismay, the jade bone grass nearby seemed to react with fear. Standing upright in unison, their leaves all pointing in the same direction, akin to soldiers responding to an enemy command on the battlefield. Sister Lingwa had mentioned that the jade bone grass was designed to seal the remnants of a demon god. Could it be that the sealed entity was stirring? With this thought, Xu Taiping used the perception granted by the jade bone grass to gaze towards the blood pool. He saw dark demonic energy rising like columns of smoke from its center. Low, rumbling growls and murmurs began to echo from the depths of the blood pool, resonating throughout the lower realm of the immortal gourd cave. In an attempt to decipher the sounds, Xu Taiping was soon overwhelmed as they pierced his soul like steel needles, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The jade bone grass, sensing his distress, quickly enveloped him, covering his eyes and ears with their leaves. In an instant, clarity returned to him. Thank you. He realized that the jade bone grass had saved him once more. However, the jade bone grass remained upright, their leaves still directed towards the blood pool. Could it be that the source of the terrifying sounds was none other than the demon god? A sense of foreboding surged within Xu Taiping. Though his eyes and ears were covered, he could still perceive the unfolding events within the blood pool through the jade bone grass. He cast his gaze once more towards the blood pool. Above it, Amon was still engaged in a duel with the 2 ethereal arm apparitions. The 3 great cultivators of the 9 courts had successfully cornered the 3 demon lords and dozens of demonic cultivators to the center of the blood pool. Meanwhile, the radiance of the sacrificial jade plate continued to flicker. One by one, the great cultivators of the 9 courts were being transmitted in from the outside world. However, with the emergence of a deep, rumbling roar and murmurs, the 3 great cultivators suddenly found themselves propelled back to the edge of the blood pool. Do not approach the blood pool. There lies a powerful demonic creature awakening beneath it. One of the great cultivators shouted at the newly arrived cultivators emerging from the jade plate. And do not listen to the sounds from the bottom of the pool. Another great cultivator quickly added. Yet, the warning came too late. Suddenly, one of the 9 courts cultivators on the altar let out a horrifying scream, his head exploding in a violent burst. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping was left in utter shock, pondering that had it not been for the protection of the jade bone grass, his fate might have mirrored that of the unfortunate cultivator. Clang! At that moment, Amon struck down towards the blood pool with his sword. The surging sword energy transformed into a thick wall of blade, cleaving the blood pool in 2, simultaneously severing the deep roar and whispers emanating from beneath it. Do not approach. The blood jade is merely a ruse. Their true intention is to awaken the creature beneath the blood pool. If you can leave, do so at once. Amon roared to the several cultivators from the 9 courts after shattering the arm apparitions with a single strike. The being beneath this blood pool is beyond your capabilities. He then unleashed 3 consecutive strikes at the blood pool before adding, What shall we do about the entity beneath the blood pool? One anxious cultivator inquired. Although they were unaware of the nature of the creature below, the mere echoes of its roars and murmurs had proven fatal to a high-tier cultivator. If such a being were to escape, it would spell disaster for the entire 9 courts. I shall remain here, Amon declared, suddenly gripping the hilt of his sword as a surge of sword energy erupted forth. If I, Amon, cannot slay this demon, you must hasten to Qingxian and seek aid from the junior master. As he bellowed, he enveloped the entire blood pool with his overwhelming oceanic sword energy. The billowing energy and the howling of his blade resonating like a great dragon coiling in the skies, relentlessly roaring at the creature lurking at the pool's depths. Wanna flee? It won't be that easy. At that moment, the demon lord Zhou Kuei of the 9 hells let out a chilling laugh, then stuffed a shard of blood jade into his mouth, declaring, "You shall all become offerings for the demon god." No sooner had he spoken than 8 massive arms sprouted from his back, his demonic aura multiplying exponentially. Whoosh! With a sound that split the air, Zhou Kuei's figure had already appeared above several 9 courts cultivators. Bang! The previously formidable cultivator from the 9 mansions, who had once been sent flying by a single punch, was now dispatched by another blow. Boom! However, just as Zhou Kuei prepared to strike again, a sword aura descended from the heavens, piercing straight through him and severing his 5 arms. "You insignificant wretch dare to act presumptuously before me, Aming." Aming scoffed, swiftly delivering another strike that cleaved half of Zhou Kuei's body away. Whoosh! Yet, just as Aming was about to deliver the finishing blow, a shadowy claw descended from above, capturing Zhou Kuei in an instant. "Zhou Kuei, do not forget our mission. Flee, let them escape. They may evade the first day, but not the 15th. The other 2 demon lords exchanged sinister smiles, their eyes ablaze with madness. Upon uttering these words, both demon lords pressed their hands upon the blood pool, summoning a colossal demonic figure adorned with hundreds of arms, enveloping themselves and their fellow demon cultivators. From a distance, it appeared as a towering statue rising in the center of the blood pool. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Aming struck at the demonic figure with his sword. However, before the sword energy could reach its target, it was abruptly halted by the multitude of arms behind the figure with a resounding thud. "Demon god weapon, thousand-armed Azura." Aming frowned, increasingly convinced that the blood jade was merely a ruse of the demon cultivators. Otherwise, they would have utilized this formidable weapon long ago. At that moment, the blood water in the pool began to churn violently, with columns of demonic energy rising from its surface. The roars and murmurs from the depths of the pool grew louder, to the point where even Aming's sword energy barrier could not fully contain them. Observing this scene, the unease on the faces of the 9 mansion cultivators deepened. "Let us depart, we cannot linger." As Aming spoke, he brought his fingers together and flicked them upwards gently. With a resounding clang, a flying sword shot forth from his back. The instant the sword was unleashed, an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, as tangible as reality itself. This was Aming's life-bound flying sword, Rotten Wood. Recognizing the gravity of the situation as Aming summoned his life-bound sword, the others ceased to hesitate, bowing to him before hastily making their way towards the teleportation jade disc. Soon, only Aming remained, standing alone with his sword at the edge of the blood pool. "Su Chan, to squander your unparalleled talent on such trivial schemes is truly a waste." He sneered coldly at the roiling blood pool. In response, the only sounds were the increasingly furious roars and murmurs from the depths of the pool. Suddenly, a thought struck him. That lad from the Qingxian sect hasn't escaped. Has he? Aming recalled the instructions given to him by the 9 mansion lord, emphasizing the importance of safely bringing Xu Taiping out. "Qingxian lad, are you still here? If so, hurry to the altar, and I shall escort you out." Aming continued to fix his gaze on the blood pool while calling out without turning his head. Yet, silence greeted him. He must have left. That lad seems quite clever. Aming murmured a few words, dismissing thoughts of Xu Taiping as he fixated intently on the blood pool ahead. In truth, he had not erred. Xu Taiping had been prepared to depart long before he allowed that group of cultivators to exit. However, just as he was about to step out from the thicket of jade bone grass, the plants ensnared him tightly, even sealing his mouth shut. "Why won't you let me leave?" Xu Taiping lamented, feeling utterly despondent. As confusion enveloped him, and he sought to create some commotion to draw Aming's attention for assistance, the jade bone grass beside him suddenly knelt before him, as if embodying human form. In that moment, An overwhelming urge surged within Xu Taiping, a fervent desire to slay the creature lurking beneath the blood pool. Wait, I'm no match for that thing. Isn't this akin to courting death? He hastily dismissed the thought. Yet, soon more jade bone grasses adopted the kneeling posture. Witnessing this spectacle, a wildly audacious notion erupted within Xu Taiping's mind. Is it you who wish to vanquish the creature beneath the blood pool? He suddenly realized that the thought which had just crossed his mind might not have originated from himself, but rather from the jade bone grass. At the instant he voiced this inquiry, numerous jade bone grasses collapsed, synchronously kneeling before him, akin to soldiers seeking permission from their general to engage in battle. Simultaneously, that fervent thought surged within him once more, coalescing into a singular plea. Please assist us in vanquishing this demon. Chapter 198, Slaying the Ancient Demon. The souls within the jade bone grass, Xu Taiping was startled. Although he was aware that the jade bone grass was not an ordinary entity, their unusual reaction and their ability to convey their emotions to him took him by surprise. But how can I assist you? He pondered, gathering his composure. Upon uttering this thought, the jade bone grasses abruptly straightened their forms, once again twisting their leaf stems towards the direction of the blood pool. Beyond that, they exhibited no further response. What does this mean? Xu Taiping was perplexed. Little did he know, these jade bone grasses were devoid of consciousness, merely exhibiting remnants of instinct inherited from ancient times. Clang. Just then, Among, who had been standing by the blood pool for an extended period, suddenly summoned his life's flying sword, decayed wood. The sword did not move swiftly, yet, reminiscent of Aming's cultivated sea sword chi, with each inch it advanced. It exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to a tsunami threatening to overturn its adversary. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the myriad arms of the thousand-armed Azura struck out in succession, presenting a formidable stance. A sword faced 1,000 arms, silently poised in confrontation. And with each advance of the decayed wood by a few paces, several arms of the thousand-armed Azura would burst apart. However, that was merely the extent of it. Amon appeared unhurried in his endeavor to vanquish the thousand-armed Azura, choosing instead to advance methodically, step by step. Is Senior Amon harnessing the power of this enchanted weapon to accumulate sword intent? Mused Xu Taiping quietly to himself after a moment of contemplation. Regardless of the circumstances, he had studied the art of swordsmanship for 3 years and could discern such a blatant intention from Senior Amon. With Amon's blade in play, it should suffice to contend with the malevolent creature lurking beneath the blood pool, he reasoned. Feeling the oppressive aura of Amon's sword intent ease the tension that had gripped his heart. Alas, no sooner had the thought escaped his lips than a tumult of unease surged into Xu Taiping's heart, akin to a torrential flood. Upon lifting his gaze, he found the jade-boned grasses once again fixed upon him with unwavering attention. Do you believe that Senior Amon cannot confront the creature from the blood pool? Xu Taiping ventured to inquire. The moment he posed this question, a wave of emotions flooded his heart once more. Though they were but feelings, he could sense that the response from the jade-boned grasses was affirmative. Given this, could you perhaps enlighten me on what actions I should undertake? He resumed his attempts at communication with the jade-boned grasses. However, upon articulating this inquiry, the grasses collectively turned their gaze towards the blood pool, offering no further reaction. It appeared that these jade-boned grasses responded only to specific questions. Wait, did I not possess a bamboo leaf talisman left by Sister Lingwe? Just as Xu Taiping found himself at an impasse, he suddenly recalled the final bamboo leaf talisman gifted to him by Sister Lingwe. This series of unexpected events had nearly caused him to forget about the talisman altogether. Promptly, he retrieved it and unwrapped it. In an instant, a strand of divine thought embedded within the bamboo leaf manifested as a translucent apparition standing beside Xu Taiping. Taiping you? As the ethereal Lingwe prepared to greet Xu Taiping, her attention was abruptly captured by Amon and the creature poised to emerge from the depths of the blood pool. How has this place transformed so dramatically in such a short time? Who is that swordsman? Why is the creature beneath the blood pool awakening at this moment? She queried in rapid succession. Xu Taiping briefly recounted the unfolding events to her. To abandon even the blood jade, merely to awaken the creature beneath the blood pool. This group of demon cultivators exhibits considerable audacity, he concluded. After hearing Xu Taiping's account, Lingwen nodded thoughtfully. This swordsman named Amon possesses commendable skill, appearing to have some genuine capability. However, It may prove challenging for him to confront the entity beneath the blood pool, she assessed. It seemed the jade-bone grasses shared her sentiment. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Can you now sense the emotions of these jade-boned grasses? Lingwei inquired with a hint of astonishment directed at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping was about to discuss this matter with Sister Lingwei when he noticed her mention it. He nodded and said, "Initially, I intended to depart, but I was drawn back by these jade-bone grasses. Subsequently, I sensed their emotions, as if they were imploring me to assist them in vanquishing the demonic entities lurking beneath the blood pool." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Fairy Lingwei, followed by a deep sigh. I never anticipated that the legend could indeed be true. What legend? Xu Taiping inquired. The legend speaks of the Flame Emperor, who, unable to bear the sight of the countless remnants of cultivators wandering the earth, consumed by malevolent souls, employed immense powers to confine them within fragments of 9 continents. The jade-bone grass flourishing within these fragments is the manifestation of those lingering souls. This approach not only provides them with a sanctuary, but also harnesses their strength to seal the fragments of the demonic deity's corporeal form. Throughout the vast expanse of time, the shards of the demonic body have, on several occasions, transformed into demonic beings, only to be subdued and sealed back into the blood pool by these jade-bone grasses. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a sudden clarity. No wonder I have always perceived them as living beings, he murmured to himself. If they possess the ability to confront the demonic entities within the blood pool, why do they require my assistance? He then recalled the emotion he had just sensed and inquired of Fairy Lingwei. The souls within the jade-bone grass are predominantly remnants shattered by the demonic deity. Unable to defend themselves independently, they require a person with a complete soul to help restore the missing fragments within their essence, thereby enabling them to confront the demonic entities beneath the blood pool, Fairy Lingwei elucidated. Chapter 199, Slaying the Ancient Demon, selected by them. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. The earlier green jade-bone grass was their means of selecting suitable candidates. However, even if one possessed the jade-bone grass, they would not be chosen unless they were acknowledged by it. The same applied in reverse. It seems I have been chosen by them, Xu Taiping remarked with a smile. Naturally, he felt elated to receive their recognition, though he harbored concerns about his ability to be of assistance. Sister Lingwei, how may I assist them? He subsequently asked. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I heard that to fully restore their fragmented souls, one must accept them wholeheartedly. If they lack limbs, one should lend them limbs. If they are missing eyes or noses, one should become their eyes and noses, striving to fulfill their wishes as much as possible. Fairy Lingwei recalled from her memory. Then I shall first inquire about what they lack. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Regardless, he decided to give it a try. Esteemed ones, could you kindly inform me of what you lack and how I may assist you? Xu Taiping tentatively posed the question to the multitude of jade-bone grasses. Almost instantaneously, as the question resonated within Xu Taiping's mind, the collective of jade-bone grasses turned to gaze at him. Following this, a myriad of emotions began to surge into the depths of Xu Taiping's heart like a tidal wave. As these emotions swiftly transformed into lines of text within Xu Taiping's mind, he realized his need to once again grasp the sword firmly. He yearned for a pair of eyes capable of perceiving his opponent's every movement with clarity. He longed for fists that could effectively execute his martial arts. Although these thoughts were numerous, they emerged gently, as if engaged in a casual conversation with Xu Taiping. Consequently, rather than feeling overwhelmed, Xu Taiping experienced a sense of warmth enveloping him. However, he did not immediately acquiesce to all, instead cautiously selecting the nearest jade-bone grass, attentively sensing the thought that resonated within his heart from that plant. In his youth, Xu Taiping fondly recalled the summer days spent with a couple of friends, foraging for wild berries in the mountains. Those were the happiest times of his life. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he had forgotten the taste of the berries, unable to conjure it in his memory. Dear friend, could you enlighten me on the flavor of those wild berries that have lingered in my thoughts for countless years? Xu Taiping pondered. Taken aback, he did not anticipate the simplicity of the sentiment behind the jade-bone grass. He knew well what the wild berry tasted like. In his hometown, it was known as mountain plum, its thorny vines necessitating caution during harvest. The flavor was a delightful blend of sweet and sour. Ripe ones were notably sweeter, while unripe ones were decidedly tart, often causing an involuntary shiver if consumed carelessly. Nonetheless, the taste remained exquisite. As he reminisced, Xu Taiping described it to the spirit behind the jade bone grass. For someone of his humble beginnings, the wild fruits discovered in the mountains during childhood were akin to treasures, with these mountain plums being the golden gems among them. Upon hearing his description, an emotion once again emerged from the jade bone grass, transforming within the lake of his heart into 2 lines of text. "Ah, I remember now. Thank you." Subsequently, Xu Taiping witnessed the jade bone grass abruptly morph into a transparent figure, a young cultivator clad in a Taoist robe, wielding a long sword upon his back. Upon meeting Xu Taiping's gaze, the figure smiled graciously, bowing deeply, before resolutely drawing his sword and turning toward the direction of the blood pool. Yet to the outside world, he remained merely a jade bone grass. Is it truly that simple? Xu Taiping mused in astonishment. "Taiping, continue." The voice of Lingwei Fairy resonated in his mind. Xu Taiping nodded. Confirming the efficacy of this method, he hesitated no longer and began to pledge in his heart, "Esteemed predecessors, today Xu Taiping is willing to be your eyes and ears, your brothers and sisters." As he made his promises to each jade bone grass and responded to their innermost desires, one by one, they began to manifest as human forms before his eyes. In an instant, countless figures radiated outward from Xu Taiping, creating a mesmerizing tapestry of silhouettes centered around him. However, to onlookers, the jade bone grass remained unchanged. Apart from the occasional gust of wind sweeping across the grassland, Amon cast a glance back, and upon discovering the familiar sight of the jade bone grass swaying like waves of grain in the wind, he redirected his gaze to the blood pool before him. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the depths of the pool, resembling a thick black pillar connecting the blood pool to the vault of the cavern above. Amon's expression turned grave as he raised his sword hand and gently pushed forward. With a thunderous roar, the last few arms of the thousand-armed Azura, along with its entire form, disintegrated under the pressure of Amon's flying sword. In an instant, Amon's sword intent reached its zenith. The demon lords and a multitude of demon cultivators, previously shielded by the thousand-armed Azura, were compelled to exert all their strength to withstand the might of the flying sword. Several cultivators were unable to bear the weight of this sword pressure, along with the vast sword aura, and were obliterated on the spot. "Just a moment longer, and our master shall emerge," one of the demon lords proclaimed as he summoned his demonic weapon. As if in response, a tremendous arm suddenly stretched forth from the center of the blood pool. This arm, as thick as 2 individuals could embrace, was enveloped in swirling demonic energy, and its grayish-blue skin was inscribed with a myriad of strange runes. The enormous hand at the end of the arm was eerily reduced to 3 fingers, index, middle, and thumb. Buzzing. As the arm emerged from the blood pool, waves of spiritual energy rippled outward, swiftly dispersing Amon's condensed sword intent. Observing this, Amon remained unfazed, his expression filled with pride as he thrust his sword hand forward once more. The collision of their powers generated a tempest of wind, slicing through the air like scythes above the blood pool. The impasse lasted only a moment, and with another resounding cry of the sword, Amon's blade carved a deep gash into the palm of the grayish-blue hand. Subsequently, Amon's sword intent surged downward once more, forcing the colossal hand to gradually retract back into the blood pool. The demon cultivators behind the hand were left astonished and enraged upon witnessing this display of strength. They had not anticipated that Amon's sword had grown so formidable. Then, one of the demon race bellowed, "Offer your blood and flesh, and you shall attain eternal life within our master's vessel. Why do you hesitate? We are willing to sacrifice our blood and flesh for our master." As soon as he finished speaking, the fervent demon cultivators before him began to self-destruct, plunging into the blood pool below. With a thunderous crash, as a dozen demon cultivators sank into the pool, the grayish-blue arm surged with demonic energy once more, slowly re-emerging from the depths, which had been pressed back by Amon's sword intent. Meanwhile, a vast reservoir of demonic energy began to coalesce at the tip of the index finger. Ultimately, this immense aura of malevolence converged at his fingertips, transforming into a verdant willow leaf. With a gust of wind, the vibrant green leaf was propelled from the sword-like gesture of his finger, soaring directly towards Amon's faded wooden sword. Upon collision, the seemingly delicate leaf struck the tip of the wooden sword with a resounding bang, causing it to tremble and shatter the accumulated sword momentum in an instant. In that fleeting moment of disruption, Amon darted forth, grasping the hilt of the wooden sword and delivering a forceful slash upon the willow leaf. The impact reverberated explosively, cleaving the leaf in twain. Without hesitation, Amon readied his sword once more, channeling all his strength to reconstitute the sword momentum. He then unleashed a strike, as tumultuous as the surging seas, aimed squarely at the colossal gray hand. At the very moment Amon executed his strike, the massive gray hand suddenly aligned its index and middle fingers into a sword-like formation. In that instant, a formidable sword intent surged forth, manifesting as a willow leaf-shaped sword energy, hurtling directly towards Amon's blade. The two swords collided with a thunderous roar, and Amon's sword momentum disintegrated almost instantaneously, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the expanse of jade grass. Meanwhile, the willow leaf-shaped sword energy merely lost a fragment. After a brief pause, it resumed its pursuit of Amon, seemingly relentless in its quest to annihilate him. With a tremendous crash, Amon fell heavily into the thicket of jade grass. The sheer power of this sword energy, merely a remnant of an ancient demon's form, was astounding. Indeed, the path of the sword knows no bounds. Alas, it seems that today, Amon's journey upon the sword path must come to an end. Gazing at the incoming willow leaf sword energy, Amon's expression bore neither panic nor dread, only a profound sense of regret. Alas, while it would have been preferable to perish beneath Su Chan's blade, to meet my end at the hands of an ancient demon's sword is not an ignoble fate. Amon's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze fixed upon the swiftly descending willow leaf sword energy. Just then, a peculiar wind swept through the grassland, and to Amon's astonishment, he beheld the jade grasses beside him seemingly come to life, synchronously performing the same action. Though the motion appeared quite rudimentary, as a lifelong practitioner of the sword, Amon instantly recognized the gesture, drawing the sword. Each blade of jade grass mimicked this action. The mere thought sent shivers down Amon's spine. Yet, what followed was even more astonishing. Streams of sword intent, rivaling his own oceanic sword energy, began to emanate from each blade of grass. 10, 100, 1,000. Amon's countenance froze in disbelief, as he had momentarily forgotten the imminent threat of death, his mind consumed by the terrifying presence of these thousands of sword intents. As a resounding sound of swordplay echoed, thousands of sword energies surged forth, akin to arrows released from their bows, erupting from the surrounding grass. With a thunderous crash, the astonished Aming beheld the leaf-shaped sword energy shatter under the onslaught of these myriad sword strikes. Simultaneously, the jade-boned grasses sprang up from his side, charging towards the monstrous entity within the blood pool, led by a youthful figure. In a moment of dazed clarity, Aming realized he was witnessing not mere grass, but valiant demon-slaying cultivators. Could the legend truly be real? Suddenly, the absurd tale flashed in his mind. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he struggled to rise and gaze towards the blood pool. He then witnessed the jade-boned grasses recklessly plunging into the blood pool, assaulting the monstrous hand within. Gradually, these grasses morphed into human forms in Aming's eyes, varying in stature and appearance, each wielding different sword techniques. The only commonality among them was their fearless demeanor before the fiend. As one fell, another immediately took their place, without an ounce of hesitation. In that moment, Aming's doubt about the legend evaporated. It was indeed true. The tales of countless cultivators who had perished on this land to seal the demon god were genuine. Chapter 201, Slaying the Ancient Demon. All generals follow me to the underworld. The account of our human race's swords triumphing over demon gods is also true. They lived honorably in this universe by their own swords, unlike us today, who can only rely on the meager offerings of a few deities shrinking within this realm, surviving like maggots. As Aming murmured to himself, he grasped his sword and slowly rose to his feet. Though his internal energy had been depleted and his body was broken and battered, he yearned to fight alongside those venerable human cultivators ahead. It mattered not if he could not strike a single blow. Death held no fear for him. Aming resolved to perish in this manner rather than lie down and exist in shame. He dragged his sword, advancing step by step towards the blood pool. Just then, amidst a tremendous explosion, a grotesque, yet formidable form rose from the blood pool. It merely raised its arm and swept it gently, sending countless emerald green leaves hurtling towards the surrounding jade-boned grasses. In an instant, vast swathes of the grasses were reduced to ashes. Xu Taiping, sheltered behind the jade-boned grasses, was nearly rendered unconscious by the shock. Farther away, Ameng was also toppled to the ground by the force of the backlash. Nevertheless, the jade-boned grasses continued their relentless charge towards the monstrosity. "General, we cannot hold our ground any longer. Give the order. General, please give the order. General, we are willing to face death. General, behind us lies Tiandu City, home to millions of innocent citizens. If we do not slay this demon, the city shall surely fall tomorrow." In a moment of reverie, Xu Taiping seemed to hear echoes of calls, and faces filled with determination manifested in his mind. He understood that these were likely the emotions of the ancient cultivator's lingering souls entwined within the jade-bone grass, revealing themselves in the depths of his heart. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that he was no general, and thus, he was uncertain about what orders to issue. Orders? What kind of orders? Xu Taiping instinctively inquired within his heart to the lingering souls of the jade-bone grass. As soon as the thought escaped his lips, a torrent of intense emotions coalesced within his heart, forming the three-character command of self-sacrifice. "Sister Lingyue, what is the command of self-sacrifice?" Xu Taiping asked the ethereal Lingyue, whose consciousness had not yet dissipated beside him. Lingyue furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "It is a decree of sacrificing oneself to fulfill others, often employed on the ancient battlefield of immortals and demons. Human cultivators, whose personal cultivation is vastly inferior to that of demon cultivators, would, when faced with no escape, sacrifice their lives to enhance the strength of their leaders, enabling them to slay the opposing demon commander. For this reason, within a military formation, soldiers cannot wield this command at will. It must be sanctioned by a general." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping fell into silence, while the urging voices in his mind grew increasingly insistent. "Issue the order, Taiping." For them, this command of self-sacrifice resembles a ritual to unlock the seal of power. One who has died once shall not perish again. Lingyue's tone bore a weight of gravity. Despite this, Xu Taiping hesitated. With a clear perception of the emotions tied to each strand of jade-bone grass, he found it impossible to cast them aside as inconsequential. "The general they spoke of must be facing 100-fold more difficult choices than I," he sighed, then steeled himself, declaring, "You all, heed my command. For the sake of the countless common folk behind us, let us venture together into the underworld." This phrase had just surfaced in his mind, likely echoing the words of a general who had once issued the command of self-sacrifice. In that instant, as Xu Taiping uttered these words, the jade-bone grass, which had been attacking the demonic creature, suddenly transformed into silvery threads, swiftly converging upon him. These silvery threads, visibly weaving themselves into a suit of armor upon Xu Taiping, enhanced his power with each addition. Within mere moments, he could no longer ascertain the extent of his own cultivation. "Taiping, for safety's sake, I will take control of your body." Lingyue's voice resonated within his mind. Xu Taiping nodded, relinquishing control of his form. "However, even under my guidance, an overwhelming surge of power may still exert pressure on your body. Be prepared for it," Lingyue cautioned after taking command. Understanding now the meaning behind the phrase of venturing into the underworld, Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Confronted with such an existence, inflicting mere harm upon this body pales in comparison to the prospect of dying here. Boom. At that moment, the remnants of the demon god within the blood pool seemed to awaken to something, suddenly pointing a finger towards Xu Taiping. A flurry of blade-like sword chi, reminiscent of willow leaves, surged violently in his direction. Bang! Before the willow-shaped sword chi could approach Xu Taiping, over 100 jade-bone grasses leaped forth, sacrificing themselves to shield him from the oncoming assault. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. "Sister Lingyue, be more ruthless," he silently urged the celestial maiden Lingyue. In response, she smirked. "Controlling his body. When dealing with demonic practitioners, I have always struck with lethal intent." As she spoke, the silver armor woven from the jade-bone grasses upon Xu Taiping's body was already completed. Boom! A powerful surge of energy, rivaling that of the demon, erupted like a torrent within the cavern. Chapter 202, Jade-bone Armor. I, Ameng, die without regret clang. Before the celestial maiden Lingyue could act, a beam of sword light suddenly shot forth from Xu Taiping's side. Looking up, who else could it be but Ameng? "Esteemed ancestors of the human race, allow me to fight alongside you." Following a resounding cry, Ameng struck down upon the ancient demon with his sword. Boom! To the astonishment of both Xu Taiping and the celestial maiden Lingyue, Aming, already grievously wounded, unleashed a sword force that not only remained undiminished but grew stronger. Cleaving through the sword chi emitted from the ancient demon's fingertip. Simultaneously, the formidable sea-like sword intent emanating from him subtly suggested a further enhancement. Regardless of the era or realm, there always exists a sword, a blade, or a pair of fists that dare to confront the terror emanating from the abyss. Observing Aming, a lone figure with his sword, facing the remnants of the demon god, the celestial maiden Lingyue exhibited an unusual hint of admiration in her tone. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Compared to Su Chan, who, even in her demonic state, remained etched in the memories of the world, he favored this version of Aming. Bang! Just then, Aming's sword force was shattered by a punch from the demon god's remnant, sending him hurtling backward. Before he could steady himself, tendrils of demonic energy, coalescing into willow-like branches, shot forth from the demon's palm, piercing through Aming's body with a chilling sound. Witnessing this scene, the three demon lords, who had been prostrate in the blood pool, simultaneously revealed expressions of wild joy. For them, the only adversaries they feared within the nine hells were the sword cultivator Aming and their little master, El Jinjiu. Now that Aming lay defenseless beneath the ancient demon's form, it essentially signified that the nine hells would face no challengers within the nine mansions. How could they not rejoice? Swish. However, before the demon god's remnant could take further action, several jade bone grasses had already severed the threatening willow branches. To fight alongside the esteemed ancestors, Aming, die without regret, unfazed by the injury that nearly struck a vital point. Aming let out a hearty laugh and charged once more towards the demon god's remnant with his sword raised. However, the remnant of the demon god seemed to sense the escalating threat emanating from Xu Taiping, unwilling to linger any longer with Amon. With a sudden, fierce motion, it drew a bloodstained bone blade from its back and swung it toward Amon. A resounding roar echoed through the air as the strike appeared to cleave open the very fabric of space, descending upon Amon's head without warning. Just as Amon was on the brink of demise beneath that blade, a figure clad in gleaming silver armor, entirely enveloped, interposed itself before him, enduring the blow with unwavering resolve. This individual was none other than Xu Taiping, or more accurately, Xu Taiping adorned in armor woven from the ethereal jade bone grass. Under the guidance of the spirit moon fairy's consciousness, after deflecting the demon god's strike with the jade bone armor, Xu Taiping raised a finger and pointed toward the head of the demon god remnant. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a gaping hole was blasted through one side of the demon's massive form. The colossal body abruptly tilted back and, with a resounding crash, fell into the blood pool below. This was the celestial finger of the spirit moon fairy. With the inexhaustible power provided by the spiritual armor, she was able to utilize Xu Taiping's body to unleash 6 or 7/10 of the celestial finger's might. Thank you for your rescue, esteemed predecessor. Amon, his face pale, managed to express his gratitude to Xu Taiping with considerable difficulty. It was evident that he regarded Xu Taiping as one of the jade bone grass. The spirit moon fairy, controlling Xu Taiping's body, glanced at Amon and remarked, "You should rest." As she spoke, Xu Taiping's eyes shimmered with divine light. Amon, momentarily puzzled, found his mind blank as their gazes met, causing his body to tilt backward and plummet straight toward the blood pool. Just as he was about to plunge into the depths, several strands of jade bone grass suddenly caught him, swiftly transporting him to the grassy bank. Although a significant portion of the jade bone grass had merged into Xu Taiping's armor, a small fraction remained on the shore. What was that just now, Spirit Moon? Xu Taiping inquired inwardly, perplexed. Amon is merely hanging by a thread. If he does not rest, it will be beyond remedy. The Spirit Moon Fairy explained while maneuvering his body directly toward the blood pool. Boom. At that moment, 3 demon lords soared from the blood pool, brandishing their demonic weapons and charging towards Xu Taiping. Clearly, they aimed to obstruct him, allowing the demon god remnant to awaken further. Observing this, the Spirit Moon Fairy's lips curled slightly, and she extended her hand, snapping her fingers with a sharp crack. Songwan ring, 2 fingers shatter mountains. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the protective demonic energy surrounding the 3 demon lords shattered simultaneously, their weapons slipping from their grasp before they had a chance to retaliate. This spectacle left not only the 3 demon lords, but also Xu Taiping utterly dumbfounded. Is this the true power of the Zhongwan Ring's 2 fingers? He pondered in astonishment. Swish! As the 3 demon lords struggled to reclaim their respective demonic weapons, the celestial maiden Lingyue raised 3 fingers at them and then, with a sweeping motion, struck downwards. Boom! With that strike, the 3 demon lords were severed at the waist, and even the blood pool below was cleaved apart by the Zhongwan Ring's technique, split the sea. How exhilarating! Lingyue let out a long howl through Xu Taiping's body. Existing in a state of lingering soul, she nostalgically yearned for the cultivation and strength she once possessed. Today, clad in the jade bone armor, Xu Taiping provided her with a fleeting thrill. Seeing the 3 demon lords attempt to escape, Lingyue merely spread her palm. And 3 crimson crows, enveloped in golden flames, shot forth like bolts of lightning toward them, shrieking. Boom! Amidst the tremendous explosion, the 3 demon lords were engulfed in golden flames and were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. This was the Crimson Crow Golden Flame technique that Lingyue had taught Xu Taiping. The opportunity to wield the jade bone armor arose only once in thousands of years, and she certainly would not squander it. Each demon lord slain diminished the threat they posed to Xu Taiping in this realm. Chapter 203, Jade Bone Armor. Lingyue's long blade slays the demon god sister Lingyue. Once you don this jade bone armor, what level of strength do you think you can manifest? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. This armor had been specially forged by the Flame Emperor to vanquish demon gods. If its full power could be unleashed, it would indeed rival that of a demon god. However, after so many years, the residual power within each stalk of jadebone grass had significantly weakened. Even with the self-sacrifice incantation, it could not compare to the past. Even at full strength, it would only slightly surpass that of a demon lord. Nonetheless, both the jadebone armor's power and the demon god's remnants had diminished over time. Even if fully awakened, they could barely match a demon lord. This armor had long since lost any connection to the term demon god. As Lingyue spoke, she leaped down and struck her fist against the surface of the blood pool. At that moment, the remnants of the demon god, lurking within the blood pool, suddenly transformed into a demon crocodile, leaping from the water with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow Xu Taiping whole. However, just then, Lingyue's fist quivered violently. Waves of power rippled forth, suddenly materializing, and before the fist could descend, they crashed down upon the demon crocodile's head in successive blows. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sounds of impact rang out, forcing the demon crocodile's gaping jaws to snap shut. It was only at this point that Lingyue, controlling Xu Taiping's body, delivered a powerful punch to the demon crocodile's head. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's fist shattered the demon crocodile's head and body into fragments. Yet, almost immediately, the remnants of the demon god at the bottom of the blood pool transformed once more into a massive serpent, its tail as thick as a person's embrace, swinging violently towards Xu Taiping. Should he be struck, not only a human, but even a mountain would likely be shattered into pieces. Taiping, come and try the blade. At that moment, the fairy Lingyue suddenly released her control over Xu Taiping's body, simultaneously offering him a loud reminder. Good. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the intentions of Sister Lingyue. It was evident that she wished for him to experience, in advance, the formidable strength of a master of demonic prowess. Without a hint of hesitation, Xu Taiping drew the Chuanhu from his waist, and with a decisive motion, executed the first form of the demon-slaying blade, Mingchan, directing a powerful slash towards the serpent-like form of the demonic creature. In a piercing resonance, over 100 knife shadows, resembling cicada wings, erupted behind him. This was the realm of the 100 cicadas singing in unison, the first technique of the demon-slaying blade. Xu Taiping had long since mastered this technique, but this time, after fully harnessing the power of the jade bone armor, the 100 cicadas singing underwent a remarkable transformation. As the myriad of cicada-like knife shadows sliced through the air, they suddenly resonated with him, as if he had complete control over them. In an instant, with a mere thought, Xu Taiping deftly maneuvered the hundreds of gossamer knife shadows, directing them from various angles toward the remnants of the demonic deity. Simultaneously, the unique momentum of the demon-slaying blade was no longer a mere byproduct of his strikes. He could now distinctly command this force as well. For instance, at this moment, when the remnants of the demonic deity attempted to shift forms to evade his attack, a mere flicker of thought allowed him to ensnare it within a cage-like grip of momentum. Such mastery over the blade's momentum and intent is not achieved in mere years or even decades. It requires centuries of relentless practice, day in and day out, to reach such heights. The only reason Xu Taiping could wield this power now was the jade bone armor. Thus, the jade bone armor not only forcibly enhanced his cultivation, but also imparted the profound insights of countless venerable practitioners who had employed the self-sacrifice incantation, bestowing this knowledge upon the wearer. Clearly, this was another purpose behind Fairy Lingyue's intention for him to test the blade, to experience the myriad understandings of ancient practitioners regarding swordsmanship. As he absorbed the ceaseless influx of sword techniques flooding his mind, Xu Taiping marveled while continuing to direct the knife shadows to slash at the serpent form of the demonic deity below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a series of sharp, piercing sounds, the cicada-like knife shadows struck again and again against the body of the demonic deity. Except for a few strikes aimed at misleading the creature, nearly all the knife shadows targeted the neck of the serpent form. Thus, despite the formidable hardness of the serpent's body, it was ultimately cleaved open. However, as his spirit and the blade's momentum intertwined, the moment he cut through the flesh of the demonic deity, he was met with a tremendous backlash that resonated through his mind, causing a ringing in his ears. At that moment, Xu Taiping was certain that without the protection of the jade bone armor, even if the serpent form of the demonic deity lay still before him, the one who might perish would still potentially be himself. "Let me take over." The voice of Fairy Lingyue resonated within Xu Taiping's mind. Xu Taiping acknowledged in his heart and then relaxed his spirit, allowing Sister Lingyue to take control of his body. "Do not be anxious, Taiping. With your current cultivation method and the techniques you have mastered, once you break through to the transcendence realm, you will at least be able to contend with it. Upon reaching the spirit-refining realm, you shall not fear it." As the Fairy Lingyue spoke, she brandished the spring tiger blade and leaped into the blood pool, exuding an extraordinarily formidable aura. With a single stroke, she aimed at the remnants of the demon god preparing to flee into the blood pool. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a vibrant, multicolored blade light imbued with an indescribable aura of annihilation, splitting the blood pool asunder and continuing its descent toward the demon god's remnants at the bottom. Unlike the demon slayer blade, Lingyue's weapon did not rely on sheer force to vanquish foes. Rather, it embodied a purer essence of destruction. Wherever the long blade passed, all was rendered to oblivion. This sword technique transcended any of the styles known to Xu Taiping. The demon god's remnants at the base of the blood pool clearly sensed the lethal threat emanating from Lingyue's blade. In response, it unleashed all of its demonic energy, transforming into a half-human, half-serpent figure, and drew forth a long spear from the depths of the blood pool, hurling it violently at Lingyue. With a thunderous crash, Xu Taiping sensed the same annihilating aura within the spear as that within Lingyue's blade, though the latter's presence was far more potent. With a resounding clang, Lingyue's blade cleaved through the spear while simultaneously slicing through the grotesque form of the demon god. In an instant, both the spear and the monstrous shape were reduced to ashes. Amidst the remnants, a single, amber-hued crimson tooth fell from the demon god's ashes, radiating an overwhelming aura of destruction. This aura was exponentially stronger than that of the recently awakened demon god's remnants, evoking a sensation akin to being shredded by 1,000 blades upon merely gazing at it. "Is this the true essence of the demon god?" Xu Taiping inquired, suppressing the pain in his soul. "Indeed, I did not expect that after 1,000,000 years, the true form of the demon god would still remain in the form of a single tooth." Lingyue nodded. "The body of a demon god, especially an ancient one, is even harder than the core of any realm. Even the Flame Emperor could not completely annihilate it, which is why this grand formation was created to gradually wear it down using the jade bone grass." Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. At that moment, the entire cavern suddenly trembled. Subsequently, radiant golden threads bound the demon god's remnants, which had coalesced into a blood orb of several feet in size, slowly dragging it down into the blood pool, littered with corpses. Immediately, the remaining jade bone grass within the cavern, along with those that constitute the armor adorning Xu Taiping, began to transform into delicate strands of silver thread, gradually enveloping the blood orb. Each time the resurrected remnants of the demon god were vanquished, the jade bone grass within this subterranean realm would expend its residual strength to seal it completely. Under the collision and consumption of these two forces, All within the cavern would be obliterated, a process that would endure for a decade or even longer. Once tranquility returned, a blood pool would reappear, surrounded by the jade bone grass that enveloped the entirety of the cavern. This cycle would repeat until the power of the demon god's corporeal form was entirely depleted. Gazing at the unfolding events below, the fairy Lingyue murmured an explanation to Xu Taiping. Was this not excessively cruel for those souls transformed into jade bone grass? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow in inquiry. To him, these remnants of souls seemed merely weapons wielded by the Flame Emperor to annihilate the demon god's form completely. Upon hearing this, the fairy Lingyue shook her head and elaborated. The souls behind these jade bone grasses were primarily those slain by this demon god. Their spirits, too, were sealed within its corporeal body. Thus, each time they triumphed over the true form of the demon god, they reclaimed a portion of their divine essence. When the demon god was ultimately destroyed, all the souls behind the jade bone grass would regain their freedom, offering them a chance for reincarnation as humans. This was yet another reason the Flame Emperor established this grand formation. Hearing this, a hint of shame flickered across Xu Taiping's face. I have underestimated the noble intentions behind his actions, he chuckled awkwardly. The Flame Emperor, the foremost of the ancient human triad, was the most benevolent and magnanimous among them, and the only one who dared confront the nine abysses, slaying the monstrous entities within for 1,000,000 years, preventing them from daring to invade humanity. The fairy Lingyue spoke these words with profound reverence. Regrettably, after the Flame Emperor ascended to divinity, humanity lost its capacity to contend with the nine abysses, and now, it had waned to the point of being utterly powerless. She sighed once more. Given the formidable might of the demon race, why do we seldom sense its presence in our realm? Xu Taiping expressed his confusion. According to the fairy Lingyue, one would expect the flames of war to have erupted long ago in their realm due to the demon race's strength. This is because in your Shanqing realm, there are several deities who ascended and left behind divine protection. With their guardianship, the demonic claws of the nine abysses cannot easily extend into the Shanqing realm. The fairy Lingyue murmured. Deities? Xu Taiping heard a term that was not even mentioned in the sect's records from the fairy Lingyue. She merely nodded, without further elaboration. Xu Taiping quickly understood that this must pertain to some forbidden topic, rendering the fairy Lingyue unable to discuss it, and thus, he refrained from pressing further. However, considering the passage of time, these deities could not sustain their presence for much longer, in a few decades at best, or a few hundred years at worst. Their protection over the Shanqing realm would cease. The ethereal figure of the Lingyue fairy, her expression laden with concern, gazed intently at Xu Taiping and solemnly remarked, "Before that moment arrives, Taiping, you must exhaust every possible means to transcend the refining spirit stage and ascend into the ranks of the transformation realm practitioners. Only then will you possess a sliver of opportunity for self-preservation." Xu Taiping managed a wry smile, acknowledging the daunting challenge ahead. Presently, lacking even the connection to the Xian realm, the prospect of breaking through the refining spirit stage seemed an uncertain endeavor, far beyond the horizon of time. Suddenly, a resounding tremor coursed through the subterranean chamber. Save for the sacrificial altar, the ground around them began to crack and collapse. This cavern is on the verge of self-destruction. We must hasten our escape, urged the Lingyue fairy. I will seek out Senior Aming, and then we shall proceed to the teleportation array at the altar. Xu Taiping promptly affirmed with a nod. There's no need to search, the Lingyue fairy interjected with a smile, her gaze drifting to his side. Curious, Xu Taiping followed her line of sight and was astonished to witness a cluster of over a dozen jade bone grasses, swiftly carrying Aming towards him. Thank you. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude to the vibrant jade bone grasses, for each plant, influenced by the green bone grass, appeared to him as lively beings. Thank you, young lad. Thank you, little one. Your assistance has enabled us to vanquish this evil creature once more. Waves of emotion flooded Xu Taiping's mind, coalescing into coherent thoughts. After gently setting Aming down, the jade bone grasses glided towards Xu Taiping, each one entwining around his wrist, ultimately forming a delicate silver bracelet. Upon completing this act, the lingering souls transformed into specks of golden light, reminiscent of fireflies, and soared towards the sanguine sphere within the blood pool. Could they have sensed the malevolent lotus within me? Xu Taiping pondered in astonishment, gazing at the bracelet adorning his wrist. With its emergence, He distinctly felt the oppressive weight of the sealing talisman diminish significantly, nearly erasing the presence of the Dark Lotus. Truly, they are beings of profound loyalty and affection. The Lingyue fairy remarked, her heart moved by the sight of the souls drifting toward the blood pool. Boom. Just as Xu Taiping prepared to carry Senior Aming towards the teleportation array, an overwhelming aura of authority descended upon them. Following this, a frail yet commanding voice echoed. I am Yuqing Guisher. Previously, I was unable to control the immortal gourd paradise due to the machinations of demonic cultivators. However, I have regained mastery over it. Disciples of the 9 houses may utilize the teleportation scrolls to reach beneath the Jade Gourd Peak. Once everyone has assembled, I have an exceedingly important announcement to make. Almost simultaneously with these words, the 3 teleportation scrolls Xu Taiping had kept close began to emit a resonant hum. Has Yuqing Guisher survived? Xu Taiping inquired, taken aback. Previously, both the Yellow Sparrow and the Lord of the 9 Houses had hinted at Yuqing Guishi's possible demise, leading him to believe the elder was no longer among the living. This is also an astute old fox. Upon hearing this, the fairy Lingyue let out a cold smile. Sister Lingyue, what do you mean by that? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat puzzled. I will explain when we return. For now, you should head to Yahushan and join the other disciples. There should not be any more danger ahead. The fairy Lingyue reassured Xu Taiping with a smile. As she spoke, her figure began to gradually fade. The duration of this strand of divine consciousness was nearing its end. Xu Taiping nodded, no longer hesitating, and immediately activated a teleportation scroll, vanishing from the spot alongside the elder Amon. Clang. Shortly after Xu Taiping's departure, a beam of sword light suddenly tore through the dome of the cavern, descending straight into the center of the blood pool. As the sword light dissipated, a young man clad in white stepped forward towards the blood sphere. Numerous jade bone grasses surged forth, desperately trying to obstruct him. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to seek him, the youth said with a calm smile, raising his hands and speaking with a clear voice. He then began to fend off the attacks from the surrounding jade bone grasses with his own sword aura as he walked step by step to the bottom of the pool, reaching down to grasp something among the countless bones at the base of the blood pool. Clang. With a resonant ring of a sword, an ancient-looking long sword, straight and unsullied, flew forth from the mass of bones, heading directly towards the young man. Old friend, it has been 300 years. Have you missed me? The white-clad youth asked the flying sword with a smile. Upon hearing this, the sword emitted a joyful cry. The youth chuckled, then grasped the long sword. Feeling a surge of emotion, even after 300 years of soaking in the blood pool, it remains untainted by demonic energy, truly a fine sword chosen by my master. At that moment, his expression suddenly turned cold, and an immense killing intent erupted from within him, spreading violently. Crack! Suddenly, he gripped the sword's hilt, and with a forceful shake, the sword let out a mournful cry before shattering into pieces. Puff! As the sword shattered, the youth spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly suffering a grave injury. Yet almost immediately, the fluctuations of his aura began to rise sharply, as if some shackles had been released. Though I could not summon you this time, severing this Linyuan sword makes the journey worthwhile. From this moment onward, I owe nothing to you, master, nor to Qing Xian, the youth remarked, glancing at the broken sword in his hand, as the demonic aura around him swiftly receded. Then, with a flicker, he vanished from the spot. Qing Xian sect, in the back courtyard of the Yuxian residence. Where's Taiping? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Do not fret. The esteemed Yuqing has awakened, and the teleportation array has been restored. Taiping will surely be fine. But everyone else has come out. Why is he still inside? It has barely been a stick of incense. Let us wait a little longer. Zhao Linglong, seated around the copper mirror, muttered incessantly. Beside her, Qing Xiao, Zian, and Lin Buyu. While not as anxious as Zhao Linglong, nonetheless wore expressions filled with concern. In the past 2 days of turmoil at the Immortal Gourd Cave, aside from inquiring about the situation from their sects, most of the disciples spent their time in the courtyard, vigilantly watching the spiritual mirror, yearning for the images to reappear. After much anticipation, news finally arrived that the anomalies within the Immortal Gourd Cave had been resolved by the 9 houses, allowing the disciples of various sects to be transported out via scrolls. However, after waiting for an incense stick's worth of time, they still had not seen Xu Taiping, plunging everyone's hearts into despair. Rumors of the recent tragedies befalling disciples of the major sects within the Immortal Gourd Cave had reached their ears. Just then, Zhao Linglong noticed that the transmission array within the bronze mirror was glowing brilliantly and immediately exclaimed with excitement. All eyes turned to the bronze mirror. Soon, a familiar tall and slender figure appeared within the transmission array. It was Taiping. Zhao Linglong leaped to her feet in exhilaration. The others breathed a sigh of relief. But who was Taiping carrying on his back? Lin Buyu, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly pointed at Xu Taiping's back and inquired. The group followed suit, gazing at Xu Taiping's back. Surely, it must be someone he had rescued from within. Zhao Linglong murmured. Su Zian nodded in agreement. However, upon seeing the figure behind Xu Taiping, Duge Qingxiao abruptly stood up, astonished, and exclaimed, "Senior Aming? How could Taiping be with Senior Aming? Senior brother?" Zhao Linglong was startled by Qingxiao's intense reaction. "Are you referring to the sword saint of the pure Yang sword sect?" Su Zian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation upon seeing Qingxiao's incredulous expression. In the cultivation world of Zhenwu, there were few individuals capable of unsettling Qingxiao to such an extent. It had to be him. There was no mistaking it. Qingxiao nodded firmly. Over 30 years ago, the Peak Master had once asked me to deliver a letter to the pure Yang sword sect for my junior uncle, and the recipient was none other than Senior Aming. As a token of gratitude for my assistance, he had graciously hosted me in his residence for 3 days, allowing me to witness his sword practice and imparting his wisdom on swordsmanship, which has greatly benefited me to this day. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked towards Xu Taiping's back, where Aming was. But it appeared that Senior Aming had sustained injuries, and they seemed rather severe. Su Zian frowned. But who could possibly injure the sword saint? Zhao Linglong remarked, equally bewildered. Although she had never seen Aming in person, she was well acquainted with the name. According to her father, aside from a few ancient anomalies, no one in the realm could match Aming. And perhaps in a few hundred years, even those ancient figures would not stand a chance against him. This was precisely what had astonished Duge Qingxiao. Xu Taiping was also injured. Lin Buyu, having set aside her book, fixed her gaze on Xu Taiping within the bronze mirror. Hearing her words, the group redirected their attention to Xu Taiping once more. The injuries sustained by Xu Taiping primarily originated from the malevolent figure, Zhou Kuei, as well as the backlash experienced during his battle against the remnants of the demon god while clad in the jade bone armor. Although these wounds may not be overtly apparent, a keen observer could easily discern them through his mannerisms and the cadence of his breath. Indeed, it seems that his junior brother has also suffered considerably, Zhao Linglong remarked with a furrowed brow. It appears that Taiping was in the company of Aming at the time, and it is highly probable that his injuries were incurred due to an encounter with Aming's adversary, the sword saint, Su Zian speculated. To have inflicted harm upon a sword saint, the assailant must be of a caliber akin to that of a demon lord. Could it be that a demon lord has emerged within the confines of the immortal gourd heaven during these 2 days of severed contact with the outside world? Dugu Qingxiao pondered, his brow knitted in concern. Let us first await the words of the Jade Qing resident, now that he has awakened. He is bound to provide an explanation to us all, Su Zian stated. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence, their gazes fixed upon the bronze mirror on the table. At the foot of Jade Gourd Mountain in the immortal gourd heaven, at least 40 disciples had congregated in this location. Fortunately, most of those present were unfamiliar with the esteemed Elder Aming, sparing them from unnecessary complications. Xu Taiping cast a sweeping glance at the teleportation platform and felt a quiet sense of relief. Initially, he had been somewhat apprehensive upon emerging from the teleportation array, especially with Aming's presence looming behind him. However, upon realizing that the majority of the disciples merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before averting their eyes, he felt his anxiety dissipate. This revelation was not particularly surprising to him. After all, he had long heard of Elder Aming's singular devotion to swordsmanship, having made only one public appearance in over a century during the Grand Sword Ranking competition of the 9 prefectures, resulting in only a handful of the younger generation recognizing his visage. As for the Jade Qing resident, why had he chosen to lock down the other teleportation points, leaving me with no alternative but to carry Elder Aming here? Xu Taiping mused as he made his way to a discreet corner of the teleportation platform with Aming in tow. Initially, his intention had been to teleport to another location, secure Aming's comfort, and then return to this foot of the mountain to regroup. However, the closure of the other teleportation points by the Jade Qing resident had left him with no other options. Having completed his task, He had fortuitously encountered the gravely injured elder Aming, necessitating the swift dispatch of someone to assist. After propping Aming against a stone pillar and draping a cloak over him, Xu Taiping retrieved the communication token linking him to Huang Ke to send a message. Elder Aming, I shall attend to my current matters and arrive post-haste, came Huang Ke's immediate response. The swiftness of his reply indicated that he was indeed taken aback by the news of Xu Taiping bringing Elder Aming from the abyss. When they inquire about the details of the events in the abyss, I shall assert that I remained unconscious and only awoke to hear the voice of the Jade Qing resident, followed by the sight of Elder Aming not far away. After notifying Huang Ke, Xu Taiping began to meticulously stow away the items he had scavenged from the demon cultivator into the gourd, while simultaneously contemplating his narrative. The sheer volume of possessions obtained from the demon cultivator was overwhelming. Many smaller items had been hastily pocketed or affixed to his person in the heat of the moment, leaving him no time to properly stow them away in the gourd. In the dimly lit cavern, things were manageable, but now that he had emerged into the light, he appeared strikingly conspicuous. Particularly when he moved, the jade talismans and magical artifacts hanging from his waist clinked together, often drawing the gaze of onlookers. Where had he found this half of a gold lock? Xu Taiping suddenly pulled out a fragment of gold from his sleeve, unable to recall where he had stumbled upon it. Why do you possess an item belonging to my senior brother Qinsheng? Just as Xu Taiping was about to toss the half-lock into his gourd, a woman's voice abruptly pierced the air. Looking up, he saw a young woman in a yellow dress, her features strikingly beautiful, approaching him with palpable excitement. Qinsheng? Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback. As his mind raced, he recalled that he had indeed encountered a Qinsheng in the cave, who had caused him considerable trouble. However, shortly after, Senior Meng had entered and dealt with Qinsheng decisively. Where did you acquire this half of the gold lock? The girl in yellow pressed him. I found it, Xu Taiping replied, placing the half-lock back into the gourd. Although he could not remember when he had found it, he was certain that he had not harmed Qinsheng, so claiming it was a find seemed indisputable. This is a treasure of my senior brother Qinsheng. Return it. The yellow-clad girl raised her hand towards Xu Taiping, seemingly suppressing some intense emotion. Noticing the gathering attention from the crowd, Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before returning the half-lock. He thought the matter would end there, but upon receiving the half-lock, the girl's face twisted in rage as she shouted at Xu Taiping, "You little thief! How dare you harm my senior brother Qinsheng?" Chapter 207. A Misunderstanding. Xu Taiping becomes a demon cultivator? Upon hearing her words, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. You seem to be mistaken. I merely stumbled upon this half of the gold lock. He retreated a step, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. You lie? The girl in yellow scoffed, and then she produced an identical half of a gold lock from her sleeve. Her voice trembled as she continued. This is a soul-tracking lock. Disciples of the pure Yang Sword sect always carry one half, while entrusting the other half to a trusted comrade. Should one fall, the surviving comrade can use the other half to track down the murderer. As she spoke, she hurled the half of the soul-tracking lock that she had taken from Xu Taiping. Miraculously, the lock began to whirl around Xu Taiping, spiraling around the stone pillar behind him. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping felt a sudden clarity. He realized that the reason he could not recall the origin of the gold lock was that it had actively followed him. However, it seemed that the lock was not truly tracking him, but rather Senior Meng behind him, for he was the one responsible for the death. Senior son, Senior Zhao. I have found the murderer of senior brother Qinsheng. Just as Xu Taiping contemplated how to explain that Qinsheng had succumbed to demonic influence, prompting the pure Yang Sword sect as Senior Meng to take action, the girl suddenly waved to two pure Yang Sword sect disciples approaching from the direction. The ages of these two individuals are also around 17 or 18, yet they appear significantly more mature than the young girl. Upon hearing her words, the two disciples of the pure Yang Sword sect instantly changed their expressions. Subsequently, they swiftly executed a movement that left behind a blur, rushing towards Xu Taiping and surrounding him entirely. Given my cultivation level, do you truly believe I could be a match for your senior brother Qinsheng? Xu Taiping said calmly, gazing at the three before him. After some contemplation, he decided to buy a little more time, waiting for the yellow bird to arrive and assist him. Revealing the identity of Senior Amon in this scenario could potentially incite even greater chaos. The two newly arrived disciples of the pure Yang Sword sect were momentarily taken aback upon hearing Xu Taiping's words. Judging by the aura emanating from him, he seemed to have just reached the pinnacle of the Wangu realm, far inferior to the peak of Wangu that Chun Sheng had achieved. Logically, with such a level of cultivation, he should not be capable of contending with Chun Sheng. They exchanged glances, each harboring their own doubts. Senior brother Sun, senior brother Zhao, he is a demon cultivator. At that moment, the young girl in the yellow robe, her expression filled with excitement, pointed at Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, the two disciples of the pure Yang sword sect suddenly appeared enlightened. With a swift motion, they drew their swords, joining the young girl in sealing Xu Taiping's escape routes completely. Esteemed friends from the 9 houses, this individual is a demonic infiltrator from the 9 nether, and my senior brother Chen Sheng has already fallen victim to him. I implore you to lend me your strength to apprehend this scoundrel. The young girl shouted to the onlookers after blocking Xu Taiping alongside her 2 senior brothers. Among the gathered crowd, many disciples had lost their comrades at the hands of demon cultivators. Thus, upon hearing the girl's plea for assistance, they drew their weapons in righteous indignation and surrounded Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping discreetly counted, noting at least 30 individuals. Where was your unity during the blood moon tide? He inwardly mocked them. Most had survived not through their own strength and cultivation, but rather by hiding away, while he, someone who had genuinely faced off against demon cultivators, found himself unjustly accused of being one. Even with a tranquil mindset, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Yuching the scholar has awakened. If I were a demon cultivator, do you think he would allow me to be teleported here? Despite his inner discontent, Xu Taiping maintained a composed demeanor. Upon hearing his words, many cultivators hesitated. Do not be fooled by his clever arguments, my friends. Among the demon cultivators we have encountered, which one is not a master of disguise? The young girl in the yellow robe scoffed. Having said this, her aura surged dramatically, and with a swift motion, she lunged at Xu Taiping with her sword. Clearly, the death of her senior brother Chen Sheng had driven her into a rage, leaving her unwilling to entertain any further discussion. The young girl undeniably embodies the genius of the pure Yang sword sect. Although her sword technique may not rival that of Chen Sheng, the momentum and intent behind her strike are evidently formidable, prompting even Xu Taiping to proceed with caution. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping unsheathed his spring tiger and, within an exceedingly brief moment, gathered his intent to confront the girl's incoming sword shadow with a decisive slash. Boom. Despite still recovering from his injuries, the advantages afforded by the cavern allowed Xu Taiping's blade to effortlessly shatter the girl's sword momentum, sending her hurtling backward with a resounding crash. Witnessing this spectacle, the girl's 2 senior brothers momentarily froze before promptly drawing their swords. A thunderous sound erupted as their long swords unleashed a torrent of sword energy, coalescing into a vast net of blinding rays aimed directly at Xu Taiping. Yet, before the sword net could descend upon him, a sudden cry of a cicada shattered the air. In an instant, the 2 disciples of the pure Yang sword sect felt as though an invisible hand had firmly grasped their bodies, rendering them immobile. Swish! Simultaneously, 2 blade shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, swept through the gathered sword net, cleaving it asunder before descending straight down upon the heads of the 2 disciples. This strike was none other than the cicada call of the demon slayer blade. However, Xu Taiping had exercised restraint, opting for the 2 cicadas rather than the full manifestation of the 100 cicadas. Boom. Even so, having gained a new understanding of blade intent and momentum from the spirits of the Yugu Grass's fallen heroes, he effortlessly severed the protective sword aura surrounding the 2 disciples of the pure Yang sword sect. Clang! Just as his blade was poised to inflict severe damage upon them, a torrent of sword energy cascaded down like a waterfall, shattering Xu Taiping's cicada wing blade shadow. Descending from above was a young Taoist boy, seemingly no older than 12 or 13, who positioned himself before the 2 disciples. Junior brother, the girl in the yellow dress exclaimed with unrestrained joy upon seeing the young Taoist. Yet, the boy paid her no heed, instead fixing his gaze intently upon Xu Taiping, as if attempting to see right through him. As the young Taoist scrutinized Xu Taiping, the latter too assessed him in return. Junior brother? Could this be the legendary Xiao Yi of the pure Yang sword sect, a prodigy seldom seen in a century? Xu Taiping mused to himself. Chapter 208. Confronting Xiao Yi. The killable and the unkillable. Prior to this encounter, his second senior brother had introduced him to various prodigious talents from different sects, with Xiao Yi being a name mentioned repeatedly. Undoubtedly, what left the deepest impression on Xu Taiping was that Xiaoyi had broken through to the Wangwo realm at the tender age of 9 and achieved the Tongxian stage by 11. This was true talent. Did he slay senior brother Qin? After scrutinizing Xu Taiping for some time, Xiaoyi finally turned to the girl in the yellow dress. I discovered the other half of senior brother Qin's soul pursuit lock on him. The girl produced the fragment of the soul pursuit lock. Her expression filled with indignation as she glared at Xu Taiping. Although you do not emanate the aura of a demonic cultivator, the soul pursuit lock identifies you as the murderer, and it cannot be mistaken, Xiaoyi declared in his youthful, yet still changing voice. So what now? As Xu Taiping was about to communicate with the yellow sparrow using the transmission talisman, he lifted his gaze to glance at Xiaoyi upon hearing those words. Thus, I must slay you, Xiaoyi remarked nonchalantly. Upon finishing his statement, the slightly oversized azure robe he wore began to flutter without wind, particularly the large sleeves, from which two formidable streams of sword energy were coalescing, emitting a sound akin to the low growls of ferocious beasts preparing to confront their adversaries. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure began to emanate from his diminutive frame. Many surrounding cultivators, unable to withstand this oppressive force, were compelled to retreat several steps, some even resorting to protective artifacts. This was an unavoidable circumstance among the younger generation of disciples. Xiaoyi of the pure Yang sword sect stood in a class of his own. Wait. As the tension of battle loomed, Xu Taiping unexpectedly raised his hand, signaling Xiaoyi to refrain from making a move. Upon hearing this, the young Xiaoyi nodded gently, then raised a single hand, declaring, "Count to 5. If you do not concede and bind yourself, I shall claim your head." His tone was exceedingly relaxed, as if the act of beheading Xu Taiping were simpler than plucking fruit from a tree. Very well. Xu Taiping nodded without lifting his head, then inscribed another line of text on the already crowded transmission talisman. He said to count to 5 before engaging. If you do not arrive, I shall either awaken Senior Amon or engage him in a spar. Do not. The yellow sparrow immediately responded. The matter of Senior Amon in the immortal gourd paradise must not be revealed to these disciples just yet. You must explain further, appeal to their emotions and reason, and delay for the duration of a tea's brewing. I shall handle this demonic cultivator. Subsequently, several lines of text appeared on the transmission talisman. In that case, I shall have to spar with Xiaoyi. However, should anything go awry, the 9 houses must handle the aftermath. Xu Taiping replied with his thoughts. I see you wish to battle Xiaoyi. The yellow sparrow retorted promptly. Xu Taiping glanced at the transmission talisman in his hand, then corrected, it is a spar. He then ceased to regard the yellow sparrow's response and stowed away the talisman. Having been cornered and insulted, even a bodhisattva might feel a spark of anger. Xu Taiping had never aspired to be a bodhisattva, especially considering his opponent was a rare sword genius from the pure Yang sword sect. Such an opportunity for sparring was not one he wished to miss. 5. Just then, Xiaoyi's fingers descended. Will you choose to bind yourself and return to the pure Yang sword sect to atone, or will you opt to be slain here? Xiaoyi lowered his hand, placing both within his sleeves, regarding Xu Taiping with an expression of utmost certainty. Xu Taiping could discern that he was not deliberately adopting such an arrogant demeanor. He genuinely believed this was an entirely reasonable course of action. Have you ever considered that it might be you who dies? Xu Taiping placed his hand upon the hilt of the spring tiger blade, raising his gaze to meet Xiaoyi's with a calm intensity. Never truly thought of it that way. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before responding. But what of it? Even if you have reached the pinnacle of the wandering ghost realm, so what? The junior disciple, Xiaoyi, has already attained the transcendent realm and has received the true teachings of the sect master's swordsmanship. The only one who could possibly perish is you. The girl in the yellow dress gritted her teeth and vehemently retorted on Xiaoyi's behalf. My senior sister speaks the truth. Xiaoyi responded earnestly with a nod. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, then steadied himself while drawing his demon-slaying blade in a poised stance, before turning to Xiaoyi and saying, We, who practice the blade, do not concern ourselves with such matters. It is merely a question of who can kill and who cannot. This is the wisdom imparted by Master Duan, a lesson Xu Taiping has long remembered. As the words left his lips, a fierce wind imbued with the essence of the blade surged from Xu Taiping's presence, causing an inexplicable sensation of trepidation among the onlookers, as if a blade were poised above their heads, including Xiaoyi. My master has also cautioned me with similar words, advising me to be wary of those who wield the blade. They are often madmen who might transcend their realms to slay even those above them. Xiaoyi lowered the hands that had been concealed within his sleeves and revealed an innocent smile, declaring, "But I do not believe that." As soon as he spoke, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy surged dramatically once more. The two strands of sword aura nurtured within his sleeves erupted with a roar. Xiaoyi was preparing to unsheath his sword. The surrounding practitioners, including the girl in the yellow dress and her two senior brothers, instinctively retreated upon sensing this shift. Xu Taiping, however, stood his ground. He had nowhere to retreat and had no intention of doing so. With a resounding clang, as the blade sang, Xiaoyi flicked his wide sleeve, and a flying sword, infused with a tempestuous and fierce sword aura, hurtled towards Xu Taiping like a ferocious dragon. The might of this strike was comparable to the full force of a demon lord-level practitioner that Xu Taiping had encountered before. In an almost synchronous motion, Xu Taiping drew his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands in a distinctive posture, and struck toward Xiaoyi. The girl in the yellow dress and her companions had witnessed this move before, and upon realizing that Xu Taiping opted for this very technique against Xiaoyi, smiles spread across their faces. In their view, while Xu Taiping's previous strike was indeed formidable, it was insufficient to withstand the might of their junior disciple's sword. However, as a piercing, resonant hum filled the air, their expressions froze. Amidst the chorus of cicadas, an overwhelmingly heavy blade force descended, and suddenly, over 100 blade shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, erupted from Xu Taiping's back, slicing through the air from various angles to cleave Xiaoyi's sword aura, which had transformed into a dragon. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoyi's sword aura was dismembered by the multitude of cicada wing blade shadows, causing even the flying sword to be sent tumbling backward. Xiaoyi clearly had not anticipated the ferocity of Xu Taiping's strike. Chapter 209, The Dragon-Slaying Technique. Is this how you wield a sword? Yet, after a brief moment of astonishment, Xiaoyi's expression returned to one of calm composure. With a flick, he unleashed another flying sword from his other sleeve, once again transforming the sword aura into a dragon. With a resounding boom, Xu Taiping, poised to sever the onslaught of more than a dozen knife shadows aimed at Xiaoyi, was abruptly engulfed by a surge of sword energy that transformed into a dragon. At that moment, Xiaoyi formed intricate hand seals, ultimately bringing his palms together, raising his sword finger with a soft exclamation. In an instant, accompanied by two sharp echoes of swords, Xiaoyi's twin flying swords harmoniously merged with the sword energy behind him, coalescing into a colossal dragon of sword energy, stretching over 100 feet in length. With a mighty roar, the sword energy dragon lifted Xiaoyi aloft, soaring above Xu Taiping's head. With a flick of his sword finger directed at Xu Taiping, the dragon unleashed a fierce roar, sweeping its massive tail towards him. This sweeping motion, reminiscent of the legendary dragon's tail, bore the overwhelming force to sweep away all in its path, directed squarely at Xu Taiping. The momentum of Xu Taiping's knife technique faltered under this assault. Despite the formidable physique granted by the protective he wore, he was still forced to retreat several steps from the impact of the dragon's tail. However, just as Xiaoyi's sweeping dragon tail technique was nearing its conclusion, Xu Taiping planted his foot firmly on the ground and gripped the hilt of his blade once more, assuming the initial stance of the third form of the Demon Slayer blade. Why employ the third form instead of the second? It was simply because the name of the third form, Dragon's Cry, resonated more aptly than the second, Crane's Call. In a split second, as Xu Taiping established the stance of the third form, an awe-inspiring intent of the blade surged forth, ascending skyward. This powerful blade intent attracted an amalgamation of both knife momentum and aura, ultimately manifesting as a towering shadow of a blade, standing resolute upon the teleportation platform. From a distance, it resembled a colossal razor. Furthermore, those with keen senses among the disciples could perceive waves of impending destruction emanating from this blade. What purpose could such an elongated blade serve? Amidst their astonishment, many questions surged within their minds. However, as Xu Taiping unleashed the long blade, directing the towering blade shadow towards the sword energy dragon beneath Xiaoyi, the spectators suddenly comprehended its intended purpose. It was meant for dragon slaying. The third form of the Demon Slayer blade, also known as the dragon slaying style, was specifically crafted by Master Duan for dispatching demonic dragons. With a thunderous crack, as the immense blade shadow cleaved through the air, The unique momentum of the Demon Slayer blade enveloped the area within 100 feet of both Xiao Yi and the sword energy dragon. For someone of Xiao Ye's caliber, breaking free from this oppressive blade force was possible, yet it would undoubtedly be a most disheveled affair. Proud as he was, he could not afford such a humiliation. At this moment, Xiao Yi once again formed hand seals, followed by a powerful shout. Initially reluctant to employ his realm to suppress Xu Taiping, he now summoned the strength of the, causing the aura around him to surge dramatically. Simultaneously, the sword energy hidden within his sleeves erupted forth once more. The once diminished might of the sword energy dragon surged anew, and then, with a resounding dragon's roar, it opened its massive maw wide. From below, a torrent of sword energy, manifesting as a dragon's breath formed by a multitude of flying swords, erupted from the maw of the colossal sword chi dragon. Boom! The sword's momentum, fierce and terrifying like a dragon's breath, collided violently with the blade's shadow descending with the might to slay dragons. Whoosh! After a brief stalemate lasting mere moments, Xu Taiping's dragon-slaying blade shattered Xiao Ye's dragon's breath sword momentum, delivering a heavy strike upon the dragon's head formed from sword energy. Bang! Amidst the thunderous sound, the colossal dragon-slaying blade cleaved the dragon's head entirely off, causing the sword chi dragon to explode into shards. Two flying swords wailed mournfully as they soared towards Xiao Yi. At this moment, Xiao Ye's previously calm demeanor was replaced by an intense sharpness in his gaze. The swords were unleashed. With a sudden flourish of his hand, a torrent of icy, gleaming flying swords, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, erupted from his sleeves. In the span of mere moments, hundreds of flying swords began to dance and swirl around him. Soon, disciples realized that the swords spiraling around Xiao Yi were all spirit weapons. To summon over 100 spirit weapons in one breath, the Puryang sword sect truly deserved its reputation as the foremost sword-cultivating sect among the 9 houses. To command hundreds of flying swords single-handedly was nothing short of terrifying, especially considering it was Xiao Yi. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. Boom! Amidst the murmurs, Xiao Yi, standing aloft on the winds, merely raised his arm, and the hundreds of flying swords arranged themselves neatly before him, their blades pointed menacingly at Xu Taiping. The pressure emanating from the 100 spirit weapons was unbearable for an ordinary person. Even Xu Taiping, with his formidable lion-like physique, instinctively shifted from a poised lion stance into an enraged lion posture. Simultaneously, he stuffed the remaining 3 chi gathering pills into his mouth, grasped his blade with one hand, and raised its edge, disregarding the hundreds of spirit weapons as he aimed the blade towards the distant Xiao Yi. In an instant, an air of resolute determination radiated from Xu Taiping. All the might of the blade, its intent, and its energy converged upon the long sword in his grasp, evoking a profound sense of melancholy as if the wielder had forsaken everything, leaving only the blade in hand. This was the second stance of the demon-slaying blade, known as Crane's Cry, reputed to be the fiercest among its techniques. According to Elder Duan, executing this stance means the self is forsaken, the only reality is the blade. In simpler terms, to wield this sword is to disregard life and death, focusing solely on the target one wishes to slay. Hiss! Gazing down at Xu Taiping, who gripped his sword and stared unflinchingly at him, Xiao Yi inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. As an unsettling thought flickered through his mind, a word he rarely contemplated, death. It was not only him. The surrounding onlookers, too, felt their hair stand on end due to the aura radiating from Xu Taiping. When faced with a desperate individual, an inherent fear arises. Moreover, this desperate individual possessed the strength to contend with Xiao Yi. I have forsaken myself. Only the blade remains. Xu Taiping silently recited Elder Duan's original words. Then with a thunderous crash, he stepped forward, charging towards Xiao Yi amidst the storm of flying swords. Observing this, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow and forcefully pressed his arm downward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the sound of slicing air, swords flew from above, descending straight towards Xu Taiping. Just then, a pillar of sword energy cascaded down from the clouds, grounding the multitude of flying swords. Soon after, a cloaked figure descended from the heavens, standing at the center of the sword energy. Upon his arrival, the previously struggling spiritual swords fell silent, paralyzed by a sudden fear. Xu Taiping, having been pulled back from the realm of no-self by the sword energy, was momentarily stunned until he recognized the cloak-wearing figure. Senior Amung? Uncle Master. As Aming lifted his hood, Xiao Yi finally recognized him as well, and joyfully rushed to his side. Aming glanced at Xiao Yi before delivering a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Is this how you wield a sword? He coldly admonished, casting a disdainful look at the bewildered Xiao Yi. He then turned to Xu Taiping, expressionless, and said, "Thank you, young friend, for your timely assistance." Chapter 210. The Yellow Sparrow arrives. He cannot be a demonic cultivator. In the secluded abode of Yuxian, it was indeed true that Taiping knew Senior Aming. Upon witnessing Aming voluntarily stepping in to assist Xu Taiping, the onlookers could not help but express their astonishment. Second brother Qing Shao exhibited an unusual hint of envy in his eyes. Thank goodness. I truly thought I was witnessing a tragedy. Taiping appeared as if he was ready to fight Xiao Yi to the death. After confirming that the two parties would not clash, Zhao Linglong exhaled a sigh of relief. What a pity. Qing Shao shook his head in response. What a pity. Zhao Linglong inquired, perplexed. Su Zian shared the same bewilderment. Are you lamenting over Taiping's earlier state? Lin Buyu spoke up. Qing Shao regarded Lin Buyu thoughtfully before nodding. Once a blade cultivator enters the realm of no self, even a cultivator of a higher level might falter, let alone when Taiping's swordsmanship is so extraordinary. He continued, thus, while it seemed that Senior Aming was aiding Taiping, he was in fact safeguarding Xiao Yi. Considering Taiping's blade practice, are you suggesting that even with a difference in realms, Taiping could have emerged victorious? Zhao Linglong exclaimed in astonishment. Su Zian, however, began to grasp the situation. Taiping's intention was not merely to win, but to eliminate his opponent, even at the cost of his own life. She explained with a wry smile to Zhao Linglong. As the saying goes, to wield a blade is to bolster one's courage. To wield a sword is to cultivate the heart. Those who practice the blade are often audacious, reckless adventurers. And blade energy is among the few forces capable of breaking the pressure of high-level cultivators. Qing Shao nodded in agreement, adding, does this not imply that had Senior Aming not intervened, only one of Taiping and Xiao Yi would have survived? Zhao Linglong felt a chill run down her spine. Or perhaps both would have perished, Qing Shao confirmed with a nod. It would have been better if Taiping had focused solely on sword practice instead of training with the blade, he lamented. At these words, Zhao Linglong's expression shifted to one of concern. Hasn't Taiping already practiced swordsmanship for 3 years? Su Zian gazed curiously at Duga Qing Shao. The elder possessed a rather eccentric disposition. Having spent the past 3 years solely instructing Taiping in the art of inscription, never once imparting a single technique. Qing Shao frowned. 3 years, yet still inscribing? Su Zian was taken aback. If Taiping had practiced swordsmanship, perhaps he could have sought counsel from Elder Amon this time. Zhao Linglong regarded the conversation unfolding in the spirit mirror between Su Taiping and Amon with a tinge of regret. In the realm of Xianhu, beneath the peak of Yufeng, Amon assured, Elder need not be so courteous. Su Taiping returned the gesture with a bow. Uncle Master, why do you favor outsiders? He is clearly the murderer of Brother Qin Sheng, and quite possibly a demonic cultivator. The girl in the yellow dress exclaimed indignantly after assisting Xiao Yi to his feet. Young Brother Taiping cannot possibly be a demonic cultivator. Before Amon could respond, a figure swiftly emerged from the center of the teleportation platform, calling out as he approached Su Taiping and Elder Amon. I am Huang Ke of the Carefree Sect. I apologize for my tardiness, which has led to your identity being revealed. Esteemed Elder, Huang Ke wiped the sweat from his brow and respectfully bowed to Amon. Amon had agreed to assist the 9 houses in ridding the realm of demons. One stipulation being that his whereabouts must remain confidential, especially from disciples of the pure Yang Sword sect. This does not concern you. Amon waved his hand dismissively. You claim he is not a demonic cultivator. What evidence do you possess? Despite recognizing Huang Ke as a member of the 9 houses, the girl in the yellow dress remained unconvinced, feeling that the 9 houses were showing favoritism towards Su Taiping. Are you perhaps in collusion with the 9 Nether? She shot back, glancing at Huang Ke with suspicion. Huang Ke, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful look at the girl. He thought to himself that were it not for the presence of the Sword Saint, he would certainly teach this young girl a lesson. If you do not believe me, I can attest to this. At that moment, Lu Chuxian, the head of the 9 houses, stepped forth from the teleportation array. Upon recognizing the head, the disciples hurriedly bowed in greeting, having encountered Lu Chuxian prior to entering Xianhu. Even if you are the head, you must provide evidence. The girl in the yellow dress gritted her teeth, unwilling to relent. That is enough, child, Amon glared at her. Lu Chuxin chuckled, waving his hand, and then produced a copper mirror, levitating it in midair. You all ought to thank young friend Taiping. Had he not activated 3 concealed teleportation array nodes during the blood moon tide, this phenomenon could have persisted for an additional day or 2, during which at least half of you would have been unable to escape Xinhu. As he spoke, images began to materialize within the copper mirror. Huangke contacting Xu Taiping through the teleportation token, the sequence of Taiping activating the 3 array nodes, and a brief glimpse of Taiping ultimately defeating Qingyu. It was not that he intended to withhold the full display from the spirit mirror. Rather, the mirror, strained for spiritual energy amidst the blood moon tide, had only managed to record these moments. Upon hearing Lu Chuxuan's words and witnessing the scenes within the mirror, the disciples present burst into a clamor of astonishment. If indeed a spy from the 9 underworlds, how could one possibly assist in opening the formation SI to end the blood moon tide, and also teleport the master of the mansion and his companions? Indeed, Brother Taiping, it is inconceivable that he is a demon cultivator. Upon realizing their earlier misjudgment of Xu Taiping, many disciples displayed expressions of shame, with some even directly offering their apologies to him. The disciples of the pure Yang sword sect turned crimson. Yet, the girl in the yellow attire still wore a defiant expression. At this moment, Xu Taiping was indifferent to their apologies. His sole concern was when the 9 houses would bestow his reward upon him. Is the mansion master attempting to renege on the matter of the jade plate? Xu Taiping quietly inquired of Huang Quebec. At his words, Huang Ke nearly stumbled to the ground. Not far away, mansion master Lu's lips twitched slightly. Though the distance was considerable, how could his keen hearing fail to catch it? Chapter 211. Clearing Innocence, the daughter of the sword madman Qian Yi. This was precisely the effect Xu Taiping desired. Not at all. The lower cavern, due to its peculiar nature, must remain a secret from too many. Rest assured. Our mansion master's integrity guarantees that what he promised you will never be lacking, Huang Ke assured, patting his chest. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Even if he was not a demon cultivator, the one who killed Brother Qin Sheng must certainly be him. Why do you show such bias towards an outsider, Master Uncle? The girl in yellow glared at Meng, her eyes reddening. How dare she speak to the esteemed Meng in such a manner? What is her background? Xu Taiping curiously communicated with Huang Ke through his spiritual sense. You can convey your thoughts through spiritual sense? Huang Ke responded with surprise instead of answering. Xu Taiping chose to ignore him. This girl, if my guess is correct, should be the granddaughter of the pure Yang sword sex master, and the daughter of the sword madman Qian Yi, Qian Xiaofu. Huang Ke elucidated. No wonder. Xu Taiping nodded in realization. Not to mention the master of the pure Yang sword sect, he often encountered the illustrious name of sword madman Qian Yi in various texts. Girl, do you truly wish to know? Meng cast a cold glance at the girl in yellow. The disciple merely seeks clarification. Qian Xiaofu fixed her gaze upon Meng. Hearing this, Meng raised his hand and lightly grasped at Qian Xiaofu, drawing the half of the golden lock from her grasp. Then, he released his hold, and the half-lock began to swirl around him. Brother Qin Sheng, it was you. It was you who killed him, Master Uncle Meng? Qian Xiaofu's expression was one of disbelief. Not just her, but Xiao Yi and the other 2 disciples of the pure Yang sword sect also displayed expressions of incredulity. What you do not know is that Qin Sheng had turned to darkness, and he had already succumbed to it before joining the pure Yang sword sect, becoming a disciple of the 9 underworlds. Your master uncle was merely cleansing the sect. Mansion Master Lu stepped forward to clarify for Meng. Upon hearing this, the faces of the pure Yang sword sect disciples reflected utter devastation. Meng, witnessing this, shook his head. A mere Qin Sheng could cause your resolve to crumble. When did the disciples of the pure Yang sword sect become so fragile? If this is truly the case, you are unworthy of cultivating the sword. He coldly snorted at the group of disciples. The sound reverberated like a thunderclap, awakening several disciples, including Xiao Yi. Thank you, Uncle Master, for enlightening us, Xiao Yi said. Bowing deeply to Meng, his face filled with shame. I have refrained from inquiring about sect affairs for many years. You need not treat me with such formality. However, since we practice the sword, we must not bring disgrace to the pure Yang sword sect, nor to the sword cultivators. Among all practitioners in this world, it is the sword cultivators who possess the most steadfast hearts. Upon finishing these words, Meng transformed into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky, disappearing from the teleportation platform. Meng, wait. Lord Lu Chuxian immediately pursued him. Just as the two vanished, a voice echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. After leaving the immortal gourd paradise, come to the Baiju Inn to find me. I have a few words to share with you. It was, of course, Meng's voice. A sense of unease gripped Xu Taiping's heart. Had he perhaps discovered that it was he who had manipulated the jade bone grass that night? That seemed unlikely, as Sister Lingyue's spell could even confound the blade demon. Yet, he quickly shook his head, deeming it improbable. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Just as he contemplated whether to inquire about this with Huang Ke, the voice of Master Yuqing once again resonated from above the immortal gourd paradise. Thus, everyone, including Xu Taiping, focused intently to listen. Due to my negligence during this immortal gourd contest, a group of demonic cultivators from the Nine Nether managed to infiltrate the immortal gourd paradise, resulting in the demise of many disciples from various sections. I take full responsibility for this transgression and will subsequently apologize to the sects of those who perished here. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, for any rational cultivator understood that the fault did not lie with Master Yuqing, but rather with the sects themselves. Had they not relaxed their vigilance against the Nine Nether, such a multitude of infiltrators would not have been able to lurk within their gates for so long. They even owed their exposure to Master Yuqing. As an expression of my sincere apologies, I shall bestow upon all surviving disciples a jar of spiritual spring water and a windwalker pill, personally refined by me. Master Yuqing's voice resonated once more. At this proclamation, the disciples were first taken aback, then filled with joy. The spiritual spring from Yahushan had previously been accessible only to those who had triumphed in the contest. It was said that a single jar could equate to a decade of cultivation. The Windwalker pill, a masterpiece of Master Yuqing, could grant even ordinary individuals the swiftness of the wind, let alone cultivators. In times of peril during their journeys, such a boon could indeed prove life-saving. Instantly, all grievances against Master Yuqing dissipated. After the incense has burned, the teleportation array will activate once more, allowing everyone to depart. Amidst the jubilant discussions of the crowd, Master Yuqing's voice echoed again, as signs of the teleportation array preparing for activation emerged. Master Yuqing has summoned us here. Surely there are other matters to address? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat perplexed, to Huang Ke beside him. Indeed, you should simply continue to listen, Huang Ke replied with a smile, casting a glance at Xu Taiping. Suddenly, the voice of the esteemed Yuqing resounded once more. In addition to this, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you all. Upon hearing these words, the crowd's demeanor shifted, and they attentively leaned in to listen. It is well known that the younger generation of cultivators striving for the Jade Gourd has been a tradition upheld for millennia across the 9 prefectures without a single lapse. Although there have been unforeseen circumstances this time, I do not wish to interrupt this tradition. Many disciples furrowed their brows at this statement, as a significant number of them had narrowly escaped death and were now eager to leave, uncertain if they would face another blood moon tide. However, Yuqing's subsequent words alleviated their concerns. Rest assured, for this endeavor to ascend the immortal gourd, I shall not compel any cultivator to participate. Those who wish to depart may do so after the burning of a single incense stick. After a brief pause, Yuqing continued. For those willing to partake in this quest for the Jade Gourd, in addition to the pot of spiritual spring they would already receive, any who reach the summit, regardless of whether they place among the top 3, shall receive an additional pot. Upon hearing this, a clamor erupted once more upon the transmission platform. Although the difference between 1 pot of spiritual spring and 2 may not be significant in effect, the ability to gift or sell an extra pot would surely fetch a handsome price. Consequently, many began to feel a renewed sense of eagerness upon hearing this reward. Nevertheless, the majority of disciples remained disheartened, as life itself held greater value than the spiritual spring of Jade Gourd Mountain. At that moment, Yuqing coughed violently a few times and continued in a rather weak tone. Furthermore, the top 3 participants will each receive a vial of Jade Gourd essence. The second place will additionally acquire a spiritual weapon, while the first place will earn a rare artifact known as the Wild's Dragon Command. Upon this revelation, even those who had resolutely decided against participating began to display glimmers of hope in their eyes. Xu Taiping was aware of the essence, but the Wild's Dragon Command was entirely unfamiliar to him. Brother Huang Ke, what exactly is this Wild's Dragon Command? Xu Taiping inquired. Brother Huang Ke? At this moment, Huang Ke wore an expression of envy, and it took Xu Taiping asking a second time for him to respond. The dragon command is something you need not concern yourself with just yet. It's understandable that you're unfamiliar with it. While saying this, he unfolded a map before Xu Taiping. This is a complete map of Zhenwu Heaven. The vast area to the south, which lacks any marked place names, occupies nearly a third of Zhenwu Heaven's expanse. We refer to it as the Wilds. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard some tales about the Wilds, but was unaware of its vastness. Why has no sect sought to claim such a large territory? He asked, puzzled. The Wilds are said to be the remnants of an ancient battlefield where humanity clashed with primordial beasts. Even after all these years, many ancient spells and restrictions still linger there. Many prohibitions have transformed into extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth, and within the wild forbidden lands, one may occasionally witness bizarre sights such as 10 suns hanging in the sky or the Milky Way inverted. Thus, it is not merely ordinary individuals who may struggle to emerge unscathed. Even advanced practitioners may find themselves at a loss. However, during ancient times, numerous human cultivators, through generations of exploration, eventually discovered several areas within these primeval ruins that could serve as training grounds for human practitioners. Although these regions are fraught with peril, they are abundant in spiritual energy and often harbor ancient treasures left behind by long-gone cultivators, which draws many stagnated practitioners within the profound realm to seek experience there. To gain entry into these areas, one must possess a Zhou Jiao Ling, for without it, one risks becoming lost in the vast wilderness, never to return. The Zhou Jiao Ling, passed down to the present day, is exceedingly precious, as it requires blood to bind its owner and cannot be reused for a century. After providing this information, Huang Ke cautiously stowed away the map. Thank you, Brother Huang Ke, for clarifying, Xu Taiping said, nodding in a daze, followed by a word of gratitude. What a pity, Huang Ke suddenly sighed. What is regrettable? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. It is a pity that you do not practice swordsmanship. Otherwise, you could attempt to carry a cauldron up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping understood. Brother Huang Ke, you mean to say that without practicing swordsmanship, I would be unable to break through the sword energy along the ascent, correct? He had learned about the sword energy obstructing the path from San, a fellow practitioner. Indeed, Huang Ke elaborated. On that path, you will face not only the sword energy left by the senior who forged the way, but also the sword intent. Moreover, as you near the mountain's peak, there exists a formidable sword force that is invoked by the mountain's shape. If fortune does not favor you, the sword energy, intent, and force may coalesce into a singular sword, at which point you would have no choice but to withdraw from the competition. In an attempt to dissuade Xu Taiping from the notion of participating in the contest, Huang Ke provided a more thorough explanation. Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully. There is something my second senior brother likely has not mentioned to you, Brother Huang Ke, he suddenly said with a smile. What is it? Huang Ke asked, bemused. I have already begun practicing swordsmanship, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. You are practicing swordsmanship? Huang Ke exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. For how long? Huang Ke pressed. 3 years, Xu Taiping answered. 3 years is hardly sufficient, Huang Ke remarked with a wry smile. At that moment, the voice of Yuqing, the esteemed practitioner, resonated above the crowd once more. Have you all reached a decision? If so, please step forward. The remaining individuals may enter the teleportation array and await transport. The conditions set forth by Yuqing are incredibly enticing. My brother and I have spent nearly 70 to 80 years accumulating gold essence within the 9 prefectures to exchange for 2 Zhou Jiao Lings. Su Zian could not help but exclaim upon hearing the announcement regarding the rewards for the upcoming contest for the Jade Gourd. The rewards this time are indeed exceedingly generous. After all, every century, the 9 houses can only produce a few Zhu Jiao orders, essentially granting the disciples a preemptive opportunity to ascend from the realm of understanding to the realm of refinement. Qingxiao nodded. Second senior brother, Sister Ziyuan, have you both selected the destination for this expedition into the wilderness? When do you plan to set off? Zhao Linglong suddenly inquired with great curiosity. We have decided. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall embark in a month or 2, Qingxiao replied. If junior brother can secure this Suijiao order, he might join you both. Zhao Linglong laughed. Junior brother Taiping has yet to break through to the realm of understanding. Entering the wilderness is far too perilous. Even if he obtains it, your peak master would likely prevent him from going, at least for another decade, Su Zuan remarked with a smile as she shook her head. Given Taiping's disposition, He probably wouldn't even want to partake in this competition for the Jade Gourd Peak, let alone vie for the top position, Dugu Qingxiao countered. At that moment, Yu Qing, residing within the spirit realm, began to inquire how everyone was considering their options. Immediately, the gazes of those in the small bamboo grove shifted back to the spirit mirror. Taiping, this is Taiping Yu. Contrary to everyone's expectations, as the disciples hesitated, their junior brother Xu Taiping unexpectedly stepped forward first, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. Chapter 213, Jade Gourd Peak, ascending the mountain to cut plum blossoms. Just moments ago, the Yellow Sparrow had reported that Taiping had acquired a vial of Jade Gourd Mountain's spiritual essence and 3,000 gold coins from the 9 houses. Logically, he should not lack for the 2 vials of Jade Gourd Mountain's spring water. Could it be that he truly seeks the Zhuojiao order? Qingxiao pondered with a frown. If that is the case, I fear this lad may be about to act foolishly, Su Ziyuan sighed. Act foolishly? Zhao Linglong asked, puzzled. For instance, relying solely on his tenacity to charge to the mountain's summit against the sword energy, Su Ziyuan replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong gasped and hugged the spirit mirror, exclaiming, Little Taiping, please don't be reckless. At the foot of Jade Gourd Peak, Xu Taiping was certainly not acting impulsively, nor was he participating in the competition for the Zhuojiao order. He had promised the 3-3 master that he would return with a few plum trees. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing the next time they met. As he walked toward the path on the sides of Jade Gourd Peak, where the plum blossoms flourished, he quietly murmured to himself while stretching his limbs. Taiping, Taiping, big brother. Just as Xu Taiping was nearing the entrance of that path, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a young girl in a white dress rushing toward him. She was running so swiftly that her face appeared somewhat distorted. Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Xu Taiping asked, surprise evident on his face. I. Duan Xiaoyu gasped for breath, struggling to find her words. Xu Taiping gently patted her shoulder and used a strand of true energy to help her steady her breath. After regaining her composure, Duan Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, her expression transforming back to a calm and composed demeanor, a stark contrast to her earlier state. I must take my leave now, but before I go, I want to express my gratitude to you, Brother Taiping, Duan Xiaoyu said. Her cheeks tinged with crimson and her demeanor somewhat shy. There's no need for thanks. You aided me during our time in the ice crystal cavern, Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. Oh, Duan Xiaoyu said, momentarily at a loss for words, merely nodding vacantly. Then I shall take my leave. Xu Taiping gestured toward the pathway. Wait a moment. Duan Xiaoyu abruptly grasped Xu Taiping's sleeve and, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked, Brother Taiping, could you tell me where you reside? I would like to send you some delicacies from my hometown. Of course, Xu Taiping, not pondering much, took out a pen and a piece of bamboo, inscribing the location of Chiyue Pavilion. As long as one knows the address of another's dojo, messages can be delivered via flying swords or spiritual birds, though it requires a fee of gold essence. Then I shall be off. Duan Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, taking the bamboo slip and, without further ado, dashed away. However, after running a few hundred paces, she suddenly seemed to remember something, pausing in place as she turned back to Xu Taiping and said, Brother Taiping, I am certain you will reach the mountaintop. Thank you. Xu Taiping replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu took off like the wind, hastening toward the teleportation array. Run slowly, Xu Taiping began, but before he could finish his warning, she collided with a tree, breaking it as thick as a water barrel. Remarkably, she appeared unscathed, touching her head before resuming her sprint toward the teleportation platform. Xu Taiping stood speechless. Arriving at the intersection, he read the sign that read May Valley Path, then looked up. There, on the snow-covered peaks, blossoming plum trees appeared like clusters of crimson clouds, floating along both sides of the mountain path. Such beautiful plum blossoms. It would surely invite scorn if they were all cut down. Xu Taiping frowned, sensing that the recluse Sanson might be leading him into a trap. Well, let them scold me. Elder Sanson has taught me swordsmanship for 3 years, and as a disciple, I cannot fail to fulfill even this minor request. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to proceed with the task of cutting. Young brother, if you wish to ascend the mountain, you must carry a cauldron up. Suddenly a disciple responsible for reception patted Xu Taiping on the shoulder. Xu Taiping glanced around and saw a pile of stone cauldrons of various sizes nearby, with several disciples already carrying cauldrons up the mountain. What difference does it make to carry a large one versus a small one? Xu Taiping inquired curiously. If one ascends simultaneously, the one with the larger cauldron surpasses the one with the smaller, the disciple replied. Given your physique, I suggest you opt for the smaller cauldron. We wouldn't want you to fall from the mountain, he assessed Xu Taiping and advised. Thank you. Xu Taiping nodded, then stepped toward the pile of stone cauldrons. After a careful selection, he ultimately grasped the largest cauldron. Do not overestimate yourself. Boom. Boom. The disciple was about to admonish him for his overconfidence when Xu Taiping had already seized the stone cauldron and swung it around twice. It was merely 3,000 pounds. He had thought he could refine his physique in the process. As Xu Taiping murmured to himself, he carried the cauldron toward the entrance, leaving the disciple stunned in place. Suddenly, as Xu Taiping ascended the steps, a fierce gust of sword aura swept overhead, sending a disciple clad in a white robe from an unknown sect, who was struggling with a cauldron, hurtling away, both the person and cauldron tumbling down. Brother, lend me a hand. The disciple reached out towards Xu Taiping as he passed. Xu Taiping sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the grasp, and watched with wide eyes as the disciple rolled down the steps, filled with resentment. If you cannot endure after just 7 or 8 steps, helping you would only bring harm. Xu Taiping murmured, then continued his ascent. Falling from this height would likely result in mere bruises, but ascending further could jeopardize one's life. Boom. Just as Xu Taiping reached the 7th step, a violent gust suddenly lashed at him from the side. He halted, unwavering amidst the tempestuous winds. Many disciples, struggling to withstand the gale while carrying their cauldrons, cast envious glances at him. Yet, they were unaware that Xu Taiping had paused not to resist the winds, but because he had spotted a blossoming plum tree by the roadside. Let us start with this tree. Having chosen the tree on his left, Xu Taiping held the cauldron with one hand and grasped the hilt of his sword with the other as he approached the plum tree. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping drew his sword, Spring Tiger, and with a decisive slash against the fierce wind, he struck the plum tree. Xu Taiping, what on earth are you doing? Zhao Linglong and others from Yuxian residents stood up in shock at this spectacle. Outside the Immortal Gourd Cave, within the White Steed Inn, Lord Lu Chuxian spewed the mouthful of wine he had just taken, splattering it across the face of the unsuspecting Huang Ke opposite him. My lord, this lad possesses a bit of strength, but your reaction seems rather excessive, Huang Ke remarked, wiping his face with a look of reproach directed at Lu Chuxian. You, take a look for yourself, Lu Chuxian said, dabbing his mouth with a handkerchief while gesturing to the copper mirror on the table. It's merely a few steps up. What is so remarkable about it? Huang Ke mumbled, leaning closer to the copper mirror. Oh, almost instantaneously, as he met the reflection, he recoiled as if confronted with something utterly terrifying. This fellow, why does he choose to chop down a tree instead of following a proper path? Huang Ke exclaimed in disbelief. You ask me? I wish to inquire the same of you. Lu Chuxian shot Huang Ke a glance. But surely, this does not violate any rules. Huang Ke cautiously probed Lu Chuxian. Indeed, the regulations of the 9 mansions do not encompass this particular matter. However, should the esteemed Elder Yuqing express his displeasure, I shall have no choice but to summon him forth. Lu Chuxian pressed his hand firmly against his brow. These individuals from the Qingxian sect are undeniably peculiar. Could it be that the land of Yunlu Mountain harbors some malevolent essence? He murmured quietly. The lord of the mansion ought not to speak thus. If our junior uncle were to find out, we would surely meet with misfortune. Huang Ke pointed upwards. Lu Chuxuan's lips twitched at this remark, but he feigned nonchalance as he turned his gaze to the bronze mirror, stating, the little fellow is fortunate. Elder Yuqing has chosen not to pursue the matter. Within the mirror, Xu Taiping had already felled a plum tree and was now carefully placing it into a gourd. Lord of the mansion, could this tree be some sort of celestial wood? Huang Ke inquired, unable to suppress a hint of skepticism as he observed Xu Taiping treat the severed plum tree with such reverence. If it were celestial wood, would it still exist to this day? Lu Chuxian retorted irritably, his eyes still fixed on the mirror. Huang Ke nodded in agreement, but before he could articulate his thoughts, his expression shifted once more, and he stuttered while pointing at the bronze mirror. Is it possible? Could he be planning to fell more? Lu Chuxian, having witnessed the same scene, could not help but twitch his lips twice. Why do I have the impression that this lad's purpose in visiting the Immortal Gourd Paradise is not to seek the spiritual spring of Yufeng, but rather to harvest these plum trees? Huang Ke muttered in astonishment. Sharing this sentiment was Zhao Linglong, who resided in the secluded abode of the Qingxian sect. Senior brother. Our junior brother. He cannot possibly intend to chop down all the plum trees along the way, can he? Zhao Linglong expressed her unease as she glanced at Qing Xiao. Surely he would not engage in such an act? Qing Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, though his tone lacked conviction. I believe that even if Taiping wished to chop, it would not be so easily accomplished after ascending a few more steps. It becomes increasingly difficult as one ascends higher. Su Zian remarked with a smile. As a distinguished member of the younger generation of the Qingxian sect, she had also ventured to the immortal gourd paradise, well aware that after ascending a dozen steps, the sword qi descending from the mountain would grow ever more potent, rendering it nearly impossible to take even a few steps, let alone fell the nearby plum trees. Indeed, even if one wished to chop, it would not be so simple. Qing Xiao concurred with a nod. While the three engaged in fervent discussion, Lin Biu merely leaned over the table, quietly observing, seemingly disinterested in joining their conversation. Suddenly, the image within the bronze mirror quivered violently. As Xu Taiping swung his blade to strike the third plum tree, a fierce sword qi collided with his weapon, nearly causing it to slip from his grasp. It seems this tree may indeed remain unscathed. Su Zian chuckled and shook her head at the sight. Not necessarily. With both hands resting on the stone table, Lin Biu propped his chin on his palm, smiling as he spoke, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the bronze mirror. At the same time, within the Baiju Inn, a thought crossed the mind of one observing. Surely this lad will now behave more diligently as he ascends the mountain. Upon witnessing Xu Taiping's blade being repelled by the sword aura, Huang Ke let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted. We have indeed underestimated him, remarked the governor Lu Chuxian, his expression grave as he shook his head. At this, Huang Ke's demeanor shifted, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. It was rare to see the governor so solemn. He immediately turned his gaze towards the bronze mirror, fixated on Xu Taiping within it. Soon, he observed Xu Taiping ascending the 11th step, once again wielding his blade as he approached a plum tree. Boom! However, before he could draw near, a gust of wind, formed from sword energy, surged towards him. With a swift motion, Chun Hu drew his sword, and the blade's aura cleaved through the oncoming wind. Yet, unlike before, this sword energy did not dissipate. Rather, it split into two and charged once more at Xu Taiping. This time, with his sword momentum not yet retracted and one hand supporting a stone cauldron, Xu Taiping had no choice but to brace himself against the two waves of sword energy. Bang! Amidst the thunderous impact, Xu Taiping's Xianbing armor shattered under the force of the two sword energies, propelling him backward by a step. Had his physique not been robustly tempered, he would have likely sustained injuries. More critically, as the two sword energies dispersed, several more gusts of sword energy descended from the mountain, once again targeting Xu Taiping. While the lethality of these winds was not substantial, they hindered Xu Taiping's ability to strike the tree. Swish! With another decisive slash, he managed to sever the incoming sword energies. Just as he prepared to withstand another assault from the sword wind and then strike the tree, the rusted lion's sword, which had been hanging at his waist, suddenly leaped from its sheath, positioning itself before him. With a resounding thud, the rusted lion's sword trembled as it collided with the two sword energies. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, before realization dawned upon him. Of course, I can wield a sword too. He then summoned the sword with his spirit, directing the rusted lion towards the oncoming sword energies. As before, while the sword energies were cleaved apart, they promptly divided again, launching another attack at Xu Taiping. Perhaps due to the unexpected emergence of the rusted lion, memories of his past experiences inscribing with the swords surged into his mind, and instinctively, he envisioned the sword energies before him as strokes of calligraphy. In an instant, a bold idea took root in Xu Taiping's mind. He then used the rusted lion as a brush, the descending sword energies as ink, and began to inscribe in midair, following the trajectory of the sword energies. To his astonishment, these energies indeed obeyed his command, transforming into two ancient characters suspended in the air, one to the left, the other to the right, perfectly aligning with the recent paths of the sword energies that had attacked him from both sides. Inside the Baiju Inn, the atmosphere was charged with intrigue. How is this possible? Upon witnessing Xu Taiping sealing the sword energy with words, Huang Ke's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he cast a bewildered glance at the governor Lu Chuxian across from him. This was an extraordinary display of swordsmanship. Lu Chuxian furrowed his brow, tracing the two characters on the copper mirror with his finger, and remarked, "The essence of this sword technique is concealed within the strokes of these characters. He has imprisoned the descending sword energy with these very strokes." Alas, before Lu Chuxian could complete the left character, it erupted spontaneously, having only been half-formed. Lu Chuxian's brow knitted tighter. This sword technique, while seemingly simple, was in truth profoundly intricate, demanding precision in every stroke, every line, and even the thickness of the strokes. Any slight flaw would render the characters formless. As he spoke, his gaze towards Xu Taiping in the copper mirror gradually grew solemn. The individual who taught him this sword technique must be remarkable. For Xu Taiping to master it was no small feat, however. Soon his brow furrowed again, for he noticed that after sealing this sword energy, Xu Taiping did not seize the opportunity to ascend further, but instead veered to the roadside and, with a swift motion, felled a plum tree. Is your friend's mind not quite right? Why does he persist in clashing with the plum trees of Yahushan? Lu Chuxian expressed his frustration, looking up at Huang Quebec. Huang Ke remained speechless, filled with regret for having boasted about his familiarity with Xu Taiping to the governor. Nevertheless, this method could still be employed. Once they ascended to the 99th step, the sword energy cascading down from the mountain would no longer be so gentle, forcing him to choose between climbing or felling trees. Lu Chuxian crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, contemplating the 99th step. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar akin to a waterfall, streams of sword energy surged down the mountainside like white mist. Sword energy cascaded like a waterfall. Gazing upwards at this spectacle, Xu Taiping recalled this very phrase. Clang! At that moment, a fellow sword cultivator in front of him suddenly summoned his flying sword, cleaving through the torrent of descending sword energy. Yet in an instant, the sword energy transformed into a deluge, engulfing him entirely, with only a faint glimmer of sword light visible, struggling to propel him forward. Boom! At that moment, the waterfall-like sword energy had reached Xu Taiping. Clang! The rusty lion's sword swiftly darted forth, and in a heartbeat, a wall composed of densely packed characters materialized before Xu Taiping, obstructing the torrent of sword energy. However, Xu Taiping soon sensed an aura of sword intent akin to the vast ocean rising from the cascading sword energy. Following this, the once relatively stable waterfall of sword energy suddenly morphed into turbulent waves, encircling Xu Taiping completely. Clang! Amidst the resonant clang of swords, the rusty lion, positioned beside Xu Taiping, utilized the sword energy as ink to inscribe a series of densely packed characters, ultimately forming four walls that shielded Xu Taiping within. With the emergence of these four walls composed of characters, the once ferocious sword aura transformed into a tranquil flow, akin to wisps of smoke drifting past Xu Taiping. Was it because I was regarded as one of their own? Observing the sword energy, resembling smoke, gently cascading down his side, Xu Taiping pondered silently. The characters surrounding him were entirely crafted in accordance with the sword aura cascading down from the mountain. At this moment, it would be accurate to say he was one with the sword energy of the mountain. However, when Xu Taiping attempted to step toward the roadside, the previously serene sword energy instantaneously contorted into a menacing visage and charged towards him once more. The wall of sword energy characters, which had coalesced, shattered in an instant. With great effort, Xu Taiping managed to erect a new wall of sword energy characters to fend off the onslaught of the savage sword aura. Thus, it became clear that he must acquiesce to the sword momentum of the mountain to forge ahead. Any action contrary to this momentum would be deemed as that of an enemy who needed to be eradicated. Gazing at the sword energy flowing steadily beside him, Xu Taiping suddenly grasped an important realization. Yet, should he wish to fell the plum tree, he would be unable to proceed in accordance with the flow. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the plum tree swaying in the breeze by the roadside. You see, I was not mistaken, was I? To fell the tree, one cannot continue to seal the sword energy of the mountain in such a manner. It can only be confronted head-on. Inside the Baiju Inn, the governor Lu Chuxian sat with arms crossed, leaning back in his chair with a self-satisfied expression. However, Huang Ke did not echo Lu Chuxian's sentiments this time. Instead, his eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Lu Chuxian, saying, "Governor, his sword technique can transform the opponent's sword energy, intent, and momentum into visible characters." Does that not imply that the characters surrounding him now essentially replicate the sword that traverses this plum garden path? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxian, who had been reclining with a smile, suddenly straightened in his seat. Chapter 216. Decimating the plum blossoms, leaving no tree behind. There indeed exists such a possibility. Lu Chuxian felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. For if he could truly accomplish this, Xu Taiping could replicate all sword techniques across the realm with this skill. Huang Ke, investigate thoroughly and ascertain who taught him this sword technique, Lu Chuxian instructed gravely. Huang Ke nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xu Taiping, who had hesitated at the crossroads for a considerable time, finally made a move. Young man, yield to the sword momentum of this plum garden path and ascend the mountain. With such exquisite swordsmanship, the 9 houses command of the dragon is prepared specifically for you, murmured Governor Lu Chuxian, his expression serious. Huang Ke subtly nodded in affirmation. To their surprise, Xu Taiping did not choose to comply with the sword momentum and venture up the mountain. Instead, he dispersed the sword energy characters surrounding him. What was he intending to do? Huang Ke was taken aback. Just as he spoke, within the copper mirror, Xu Taiping suddenly wielded his sword to inscribe the character for wonder in front of him using his own sword energy. As the sword energy roaring down from the mountain made contact with the character, it instantly erupted with a thunderous blast. He intended to shatter the sword intent emanating from the mountain. Lu Chuxian, the lord of the estate, immediately discerned Xu Taiping's intention. It was impossible. With his current level of swordsmanship, he could not possibly break the sword intent left by that esteemed figure. He shook his head in disbelief. Just as Lord Lu had stated, the moment Xu Taiping reached the roadside, the character he inscribed was obliterated by the sword pressure and energy summoned by the mountain's intent. With a resonant clang, however, in that fleeting moment of destruction, Xu Taiping wielded his sword and hastily inscribed 9 characters, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the descending sword force. Seizing this fleeting moment, he swiftly drew his blade and severed another plum tree by the roadside. With a resounding boom, as he stored the plum tree within his gourd, the rusty lion sword could no longer withstand the overwhelming sword energy, allowing the torrent of sword energy, akin to surging waves, to sweep past Xu Taiping. With another sharp clang, Xu Taiping exclaimed, "Open." As the words left his lips, the rusty lion, under his command, inscribed the character with its own sword energy. Subsequently, with a thunderous roar, the relentless sword energy surging before Xu Taiping was cleaved in two by the emergence of this character, creating a pathway through the storm. Xu Taiping let out a long sigh of relief. In that moment, as he was nearly engulfed by the sword energy, an overwhelming fear of impending demise surged within him. He glanced down at his body, noticing that his azure disciple's robe had been rent by the sword energy, revealing numerous wounds beneath. Just then, the character inscribed by the rusty lion could no longer withstand the incessant onslaught of sword energy from above and shattered explosively. After a brief contemplation, Xu Taiping commanded the rusty lion to inscribe 4 characters in succession. These characters bore no special significance. He instinctively felt that the strokes of these characters could dismantle the strokes of the sword energy transformed into characters before him. Indeed, in Xu Taiping's eyes, the torrent of sword energy cascading down from the mountain resembled a series of characters. His task was to deconstruct these characters back into their strokes. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy surging down the mountain erupted upon encountering these 4 characters. Yet, the character shattered upon collision, proving ineffective against the mountain's sword force, which instead dismantled it. As Xu Taiping mused over this, he moved to the right side of the path once more and swung his blade to fell another plum tree. Just then, another surge of sword energy lunged toward him. Xu Taiping raised his gaze, striving to transform that sword energy into characters, ultimately executing a swift maneuver that allowed him to dissect it into individual strokes with his practiced technique. With a resounding explosion, that sword energy dissipated, leaving behind a single character inscribed by the rusty lion. "I seem to understand," Xu Taiping murmured, gazing intently at the character. Viewing the sword techniques of others as written words, deconstructing and replicating them, serves to unravel their essence. When one's own swordplay is interwoven with these words, and the pen's tip is directed at the adversary during the act of writing, it becomes akin to striking with a sword. Should one complete an entire article in a single breath, one can accumulate intention, momentum, and energy. ultimately merging it into a single blade at the conclusion of the writing process. After successfully dismantling 2 waves of sword energy, Xu Taiping suddenly grasped the profound significance behind the daily sword engraving lessons imparted by the recluse Sin. This practice, devoid of fixed forms, encapsulates methods for deconstructing all sword techniques in existence. Thus, the writings of 6 Oaths, the old general's journey, and the ancient battlefield inscription that Sin urged him to inscribe could indeed be transformed into a singular strike. The more Xu Taiping contemplated this, the more astonished he became. Thunderous roars. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the sword energy above him surged down once more. He resolved to inquire further with San upon his return. Clearing his mind of distractions, Xu Taiping focused intently on countering the descending sword energy, continuing his ascent while chopping trees. He could not afford to confront San without having accomplished enough. A bell toll later, at the Baiju Inn. Huang Ke sat in silence, fixated on the copper mirror. The Lord Lu Chuxian also remained quiet, his gaze fixed upon the mirror. Within its reflection stood Xu Taiping, bloodied, one hand grasping a stone cauldron and the other wielding a long blade. Suspended before him was a flying sword, resolutely gazing toward the summit. Behind him, the once blooming mountain path lay barren, devoid of even a single plum tree. Which is truly formidable, the sword technique or Xu Taiping himself? After a prolonged silence, Huang Ke suddenly posed this question to the Lord as she observed Xu Taiping preparing to ascend the final steps. Initially, he believed Xu Taiping's ability to withstand the sword energy was entirely due to the sword technique. However, upon reaching the mountainside, the lingering sword intent left by the great swordsman intensified, the unleashed sword momentum grew fiercer, and the purity of the sword energy became more pronounced, limiting the sword technique's effectiveness. Xu Taiping found it increasingly difficult to contemplate deconstruction amidst the overwhelming sword force, narrowly escaping being swept off the cliff by the sword energy on multiple occasions. Even now, Huang Ke struggled to fathom how he could traverse against the sword momentum all the way to this point. It could only be said that a suitable sword technique had encountered a fitting individual. The Lord Lu Chuxian gazed gravely into the copper mirror. Yet, he knew that if he chose to confront the plum blossom once more on this final stretch, it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand it, as he had previously. What do you mean by that, my lord? Huang Ke inquired, puzzled. Having traversed this last stretch herself, she perceived it merely as a more intense sword momentum, with no other peculiarities. If you had ventured against the current of sword intent on this final path, you would discover that the sword intent unifies the overall sword momentum and energy along the mountain route, transforming it into a singular strike aimed at you. This strike is equivalent to that of the great sword immortal delivering it personally, Lord Lu Chuxian remarked, his brow furrowing in thought. Is it truly the case that each sword is concealed along the path to Yufeng? Huang Ke expressed his astonishment. Indeed, nodded the governor, Lu Chuxian. So what shall we do now? We cannot simply stand by and watch this lad meet his demise, can we? Huang Ke's concern grew palpable. Once he sets foot on that path, we cannot intervene. He must rely on his own fortune. Lu Chuxian sighed deeply. Atop Yufeng, Xu Taiping stood on the final segment of the platform, exhaling a long breath. Only the plum tree at the entrance remained. Rubbing his eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the plum tree leading to the summit and, without hesitation, stepped onto the stairs. Boom! As his foot descended upon the step, a torrent of sword intent surged forth like a tsunami, accompanied by a wave of fierce sword energy. Clang! As before, the rusty lion transformed into a beam of sword light, darting forth to confront the oncoming sword energy. With a resounding crash, the sword energy was pierced by the rusty lion's strike, leaving behind a scattering of incomplete characters. Through diligent practice, Xu Taiping had honed his skill in dissecting characters significantly. Once the sword energy dissipated, he soared upward without a moment's hesitation. Yet, after ascending 5 or 6 steps, an invisible sword force descended upon him like a colossal hand, pinning him down. Crack, crack, crack. Prepared for this, Xu Taiping immediately elevated his physique from the awakened lion stage to the furious lion stage, bracing against the sword force as he climbed 3 steps. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, as he attempted to ascend further, the rusty lion, which had been shielding him from the sword energy, suddenly halted, emitting a series of alerting tremors. Looking up, Xu Taiping beheld the celestial light and cloud shadows above converge into the shape of a sword, radiating a blinding brilliance as it approached him inch by inch. Alongside this, a dominating sword intent and a weighty sword force akin to a mountain bore down upon him. Smack! The foot Xu Taiping had just raised was compelled to retreat under the pressure of the sword force. Simultaneously, an indescribable aura of terror emanated from the sword formed by the light and shadow. He sensed that this sword truly intended to annihilate him in this very spot. Instinctively, Xu Taiping considered wielding the demon-slaying blade, but the rusty lion darted forth once more, positioning itself in front of him. Right. The 3-3 hermit had instructed me to sound the sword. Gazing at the rusty lion that shielded him, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the hermit's admonition. Indeed, this was the final moment to sound the sword, yet failure could lead to his demise. Xu Taiping smiled wryly. Nevertheless, he quickly reached a decision. Since beginning his cultivation journey with the aid of Sister Lingyue, he had come to realize that to advance further on the path of cultivation, he must seize opportunities. What would he stake for this endeavor? Undoubtedly, it was his seemingly insignificant life. The 3-3 hermit had gifted him such an exquisite sword and bestowed upon him this invaluable chance to sound it. How could he dare to squander it? Having traversed the path of the plum trees, he had already deduced the true intention behind the hermit's request for him to cut the trees. Contemplating thus, Xu Taiping raised his hand, his fingers poised together. With a resonant clang, he harmonized his spirit with the rusted lion before him. This harmony, as described by the sage Sin-san, involves immersing one's mind entirely into the sword, achieving a state where the individual and the blade become one. If one's condition is optimal, the sword hovering above seemed to sense Xu Taiping's resolve, emitting a sound akin to a sword's cry, before it descended with a thunderous rush through the air. In that moment, Xu Taiping, while urging the rusted lion forward, softly recited, "In youth, at 15 or 20, I seized the horse and rode." This was a poem he had inscribed countless times under Sin-san's guidance, and it was his cherished favorite. Today, he also realized that this poem was, in essence, a sword. As he recited, the rusted lion surged forth with a clang, darting towards the long sword transformed from light and shadow. Almost instantaneously, words shaped by sword energy scattered across the sky, striking down the white-browed tiger of the mountains, declaring, "Who can count the yellow-bearded lads of ye? Battling across 3,000 miles, a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. The Han army strikes swiftly like thunder. The barbarian cavalry trembles in fear of the thorns. Wei Qing's invincibility is due to heaven's fortune. Li Guang's lack of merit is due to peculiar fate." Boom. The moment the final character appeared, the rusted lion thundered through the words raining from the sky, akin to a fierce steed charging from the battlefield. As if an aged yet fiercely determined general wielded a sword to cleave at the long sword transformed from light above. In an instant, the sound of the sword rose like a dragon's chant, its formidable presence akin to divine wrath, cascading downward. Bang! With a tremendous shock, the long sword, formed from the light above, was shattered by the rusted lion's strike. Yet, the rusted lion seemed unsatisfied. It roared furiously, surging into the clouds, breaking through the thick canopy above, and crashing against the barrier of the Jade Gourd Cave. Bang! The entire Jade Gourd Cave trembled, leaving a scar upon the barrier resembling a fissure. Beneath Jade Gourd Peak, a youth clad in white gazed at the sword mark etched in the sky, then smirked, saying, "Teacher, by allowing him to cut down the plum tree I planted, are you prompting him to question me with his sword?" After speaking, he turned to a youth in black beside him and asked, "Do you wish to become my disciple?" The black-clad youth nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement. "I can impart all my sword techniques to you, but in the next sword examination of the Qingxian Great Competition, you must surpass Xu Taiping. If you fail, I shall send you to the 9 abysses." The white-clad youth spoke coldly to the black-clad youth. "I will not fail," the black-clad youth asserted with fervor. This youth was none other than Yi Xian, a disciple of the first peak. At that moment, the skies above the Jade Gourd Cave suddenly darkened, a formidable aura sweeping through the entire Xinhu Cave like a tempest. An aged voice echoed in the air, "Come forth, Su Chan, you cannot hide for long." Chapter 218. The Emergence of Sword Intent. Who is this person? Atop Jade Gourd Peak, Xu Taiping, bloodied and battered, cast the stone cauldron onto the designated stone platform. Does this mean I have completed the ascent? A disciple of Xu Taiping, serving under the esteemed Yu Qing, inquired with curiosity. Calculate it. The young disciple was momentarily taken aback, then nodded vigorously. With a long exhale, Xu Taiping took a swig of Dragon Gall liquor from his gourd. As the potent drink coursed through him, it sent a shiver down his spine. Despite 3 years of consuming Dragon Gall liquor, he had yet to acclimate to its effects. When he finally raised his gaze, he noticed that everyone was watching him, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. He offered a slight nod to the crowd. Without needing to ask, he understood that their looks were undoubtedly due to the earlier sword strike. Initially, he had not anticipated that the sound and fury of that strike would be so profound. By the time he realized it, it was too late. The celebratory atmosphere that had begun among the disciples of Yu Qing, who had already reached the summit, was abruptly overshadowed by his single, thunderous sword strike. Realizing he had inadvertently become the center of attention, Xu Taiping had planned to descend after felling the last tree. However, upon reflection, he decided to persist. Encouraged by the prospect of obtaining a pot of spiritual spring water upon reaching the peak. "Brother Taiping, that sword strike just now has truly opened my eyes," remarked a polite, diminutive youth who approached Xu Taiping to offer his congratulations. Upon turning to face him, Xu Taiping was surprised to recognize Xiaoyu, who bore no grudge whatsoever. "Oh, it was merely a single strike," Xu Taiping replied with a smile. "According to the teachings of the sage San, after a sword is drawn, it must be sheathed. Henceforth, unless faced with an unavoidable circumstance as described by San, he must refrain from drawing his sword again, even to the extent of forgetting that he possessed such a weapon. Failing to adhere to this would render his next sword strike indistinguishable from the rest." Thus, his modesty was genuine. Just a single strike? What an intriguing sword technique, Xiaoyu mused, nodding thoughtfully. This response amused Xu Taiping greatly. Subsequently, several other disciples approached to extend their congratulations, but their gazes were markedly less sincere than that of Xiaoyu. Nonetheless, Xu Taiping remained unfazed, his focus solely on the reward of the spiritual spring water. Although the journey to the celestial gourd cave had not been entirely smooth, he had acquired everything he sought, including the plum trees requested by San. Suddenly, the stone platform that housed the stone cauldron began to rotate. In tandem, the peak of Yu mountain trembled violently, and a fierce sword aura erupted from the mountain's surroundings, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire peak. "What is happening? Is this stone platform some sort of mechanism?" the disciples exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, an ancient voice resonated. "Thank you, dear young friends, for delivering the stone cauldron to the summit." It was unmistakably the voice of Yu Qing. However, unlike before, as the voice echoed, a colossal silhouette materialized in the sky above, occupying nearly half of the celestial expanse. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be alarmed. This is merely the manifestation of my spiritual form within this realm, which shall only reveal itself when the stone cauldron is transported from the foot of the mountain." The voice of the esteemed Master Yu Qing echoed once more. "Rest assured, I assure you that the promised rewards will not be diminished in any way. However, prior to that, I kindly ask you to remain here as I attend to the purification of this jade gourd cave." Upon uttering these words, the immense spiritual figure of Master Yu Qing abruptly turned his gaze towards the west and raised his hand, striking out towards that direction. This seemingly light gesture unleashed a tempestuous force that obliterated a vast expanse of forest, reducing it to mere dust. A resounding boom followed, echoing from afar only after a brief moment due to the distance. Accompanying this was a violent wave of energy. The sheer power of this strike evidently surpassed the understanding of the disciples present, leaving them in a state of stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Xu Taiping, having witnessed the fierce battle between Amon and the remnants of the demon god, maintained a degree of composure. Yet, his thoughts were consumed by curiosity regarding whom Master Yu Qing intended to cleanse. Could it be that a formidable entity of demonic sovereignty lurked in hiding? He pondered. At that moment, a blade of light surged forth from the ruins of the forest, soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, that beam of light had darted towards the towering figure of Master Yu Qing, a sword beam stretching over 10 miles, aimed to strike at the spiritual form of the master. With a thunderous crash, Xu Taiping beheld the sudden emergence of a shield, adorned with intricate runes, appearing before Master Yu Qing's spiritual figure. It was this very shield that deflected the formidable sword strike. However, after being thwarted, the sword light suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal shadow of a blade, which then crashed down upon the massive rune-etched shield. With a resounding explosion, the shield shattered into fragments. Just as the sword light was poised to cleave towards Master Yuqing's spiritual form, the master swiftly formed a seal with both hands and bellowed, "Rise." As his command resonated, 9 colossal stone pillars erupted from the peaks of 9 mountains, forming a grand array that encircled the sword light like a prison. "Since you have come, let us share the remainder of our lives together," declared Master Yuqing's towering spiritual form, casting its gaze upon the confines of the array. In an instant, a piercing sound of a blade reverberated from within the prison array. Countless sharp beams of sword light began to slash against the confines, causing the structure, which resembled a sea of clouds from a distance, to reveal numerous gaping holes, torn asunder by the sword energy. Even the faintest emanation of sword intent from these openings sent shivers of trepidation through those nearly 100 miles away. They struggled to articulate the nature of this sword intent. All they knew was that upon sensing it, an involuntary feeling of submission and fear arose within their hearts. True and formidable sword intent, unless one has attained a comparable or slightly inferior realm, is beyond description. It evokes only reverence or dread in the hearts of those who encounter it. Upon sensing this sword intent, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled the words spoken by Sister Lingwei regarding the sword in the past. Clearly, the individual ensnared by the Dharma form of the esteemed Yuqing was evoking that very sensation in Xu Taiping. Who could this person possibly be? Xu Taiping's curiosity regarding the identity of this individual intensified. Chapter 219. The Heavenly Shadow Sword. Su Chan and Yuqing the Scholar. Senior Yuqing. Why must you make things difficult for me? I am merely passing through, returning to take a look. A youthful voice suddenly resonated from within the prison array. Just a mere glance had already cost the 9 mansions over 80 remarkable talents. If they had come prepared, would we not face total annihilation? Yuqing the Scholar let out a cold laugh. You jest, Senior. With your cultivation and insight, I find it hard to believe you did not perceive the intentions of those individuals. You are correct. I indeed discern their motives. Then why did you not intervene? Because I was waiting for you. What merit do I possess that warrants the 9 mansions to undertake such great risks and costs to set a trap? Because you are Su Chan, and that alone suffices. After thunderously uttering this statement, Yuqing the Scholar once again formed hand seals, causing 16 stone pillars to rise from the surrounding peaks. In an instant, the coverage of the prison array extended to the foot of Yuhu Peak. However, at this moment, Xu Taiping's attention was not on the prison array, but rather on the words just spoken by Yuqing. Because you are Su Chan. The one confined within the prison array was Su Chan. That Yuqing Scholar was willing to incur such a price to eliminate her. And it was indeed Su Chan. Xu Taiping's heart trembled violently. Just then, with another resounding sword cry, a jet-black sword aura surged forth from the prison array, soaring into the sky. Boom! Amidst the resounding tremor, that sword aura forcefully shattered the prison array. From a distance, it appeared as though a black pillar emerged within the heavens, reaching upwards and connecting to the earth below. Bang! In an instant, the 16 stone pillars serving as the array's core shattered simultaneously, with crescent-shaped black sword auras swiftly flying out from the colossal black sword aura. Wherever the sword aura passed, mountain peaks were effortlessly flattened. One particular jet-black sword aura even cleaved towards Yuhu Peak. However, before it could strike, it was shattered by an invisible sword aura that suddenly surged forth from Yuhu Peak. Xu Taiping recognized this sword aura. It was the very essence of sword intent he had encountered on the path within the plum garden. As everyone let out a collective sigh of relief, they could not help but marvel at Su Chan's formidable strength. It must be noted that this Xianhu cave heaven belonged to Yuqing the Scholar, and Su Chan, residing within, was able to contend evenly with him. Her prowess was indeed evident. No wonder the 9 mansions and Yuqing the Scholar were willing to expend such great resources to eliminate Su Chan. Xu Taiping began to comprehend the actions of the 9 mansions and Yuqing the Scholar. Meanwhile, Yuqing the Scholar appeared to have anticipated this situation all along. Calmly, he brought his fingers together and pointed upward towards Yuhu Peak, exclaiming, "Release the sword." As the words fell, 7 beams of sword light soared from the summit of Yufu, ultimately transforming into 7 flying swords of varying lengths, swirling around the colossal form of the jade-clad master. Go! With a flick of his finger, the master directed the 7 beams towards the ominous column of black sword energy. With a resounding clang, the the 7 beams struck the black column, shattering it into fragments. Witnessing this, a disciple could not contain a cheer. Yet, in the next moment, the world around them abruptly darkened, as if they had been swallowed by an ancient beast. However, Xu Taiping, with some understanding of the forces at play, realized they were not inside a beast, but rather enveloped by Su Chan's sword intent. Suddenly, amidst the pitch-black sky, a glowing black sword light sliced horizontally towards the master's form, seemingly intent on cleaving both the master and the very fabric of reality. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, the 7 beams that had launched from Yuhufu surged forward in an attempt to intercept. Yet, they disintegrated upon contact, utterly powerless against the black sword light manifested by Su Chan. At that moment, the jade-clad master, radiating colorful luminescence, lifted a hand towards Yuhufu. Confusion flickered across the faces of the onlookers, quickly replaced by astonishment. As the master extended his hand, the stone platform atop Yuhufu, adorned with stone cauldrons, suddenly sank, emitting a sound akin to a cork being pulled from a wine bottle. Moments later, a dazzling beam of sword light, resembling a roaring dragon, erupted from the position where the platform had sunk, soaring into the grasp of the jade-clad master. From a distance, though it was recognizable as a sword, its shape resembled a swirling mass of heavenly light captured in the master's hand. Boom! Upon grasping the celestial shadow, the master swung it towards the black sword light. With a thunderous impact, Su Chan's black sword light was cleaved in two by the celestial shadow, simultaneously slicing through the darkened sky. As the heavens parted, light surged in like a tide, dispelling the surrounding gloom. Had Su Chan and the jade-clad master's swords become so powerful as to conjure celestial phenomena? Xu Taiping was filled with astonishment, his gaze fixated on the duel unfolding before him. Boom! At that moment, with the celestial shadow in hand, the jade-clad master unleashed another strike towards Su Chan. As he swung, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed, coalescing into the celestial shadow in his grasp. The already formidable pressure emanating from the shadow surged once more. With a resounding blast, the celestial shadow swept past Su Chan's position. In an instant, the nearby forest was reduced to charred earth. However, a column of black smoke soon emerged from the scorched ground. In an instant, the black column of smoke began to grow rapidly, resembling a sapling of a small tree. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of sword intent emanated from the dark sapling. With a thunderous roar, Yu Qing, the scholar, unsheathed the Tianying sword and struck towards the smoke column without hesitation. Just as the sapling seemed poised to be obliterated beneath the sword, several black leaves unexpectedly fluttered from its branches, shielding it from the sword's descent. Though the Tianying sword remained overwhelmingly powerful, those leaves, transformed from pure sword energy, momentarily dulled its momentum. In that fleeting moment, the once inconspicuous little black tree surged into a towering presence, its thick trunk reaching skyward, and its lush foliage appeared as if it might support the very heavens of this celestial realm. Concurrently, vast quantities of spiritual energy began to be consumed, causing the flora within several dozen miles to visibly wither. "Demon God weapon!" exclaimed Xiao Yi, who had inexplicably appeared beside Xu Taiping, his expression one of astonishment. Demon God weapon? Xu Taiping was equally taken aback, recalling how that demon lord had once shattered the golden scale sword array with merely a demon king weapon in the depths of Yunmeng's. How formidable must the power of this demon god weapon be? Suddenly, the immense tree, exuding a sense of annihilation, violently swung its branches, flinging the multitude of black leaves into the air. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark leaves, carrying a terrifying sword might as they surged towards Yu Qing. Yet, Yu Qing retained an expression of serene composure. It was only when the leaves were a mere 100 yards away that he seized the hilt of the Tianying sword with both hands, a resounding thud echoing through the air. With a tremendous quake, the light and shadows within the celestial realm converged upon the Tianying sword like a rushing stream. In that brief moment, the world darkened once more, save for the brilliance of the Tianying sword, which shimmered with a resplendent glow, revealing glimpses of the celestial light and clouds dancing upon its blade. With a thunderous shout, Yu Qing swung the Tianying sword towards the glowing black leaves and the towering dark tree. A colossal explosion reverberated throughout the celestial realm as the sword clashed with the dark leaves, sending waves of energy that struck Xu Taiping and the other cultivators squarely in the chest. Despite the protective barrier of sword energy from outside the Yu Hu peak, Xu Taiping and his fellow disciples were knocked unconscious. The strike from Su Chan and Yu Qing was one that ordinary cultivators could scarcely witness. When they regained consciousness, 2 days had already passed. Yu woke up rather early. Aside from Yu, only Xiao Yi from the pure Yang sword sect has come to. The other's awakening remains uncertain. In a guest room of the Baijue Inn, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Xu Taiping's face as he sat opposite Huang Ke, who sighed heavily while recounting the events of that fateful day. So, in the end, who emerged victorious? Xu Taiping inquired with genuine curiosity. The scene of Su Chan and Yu Qingzi's duel replayed in his mind, feeling surreal, almost dreamlike. Su Chan, Huang Ke replied, his expression tinged with reluctance. At this revelation, a heaviness settled in Xu Taiping's heart. What became of Yu Qingzi? He asked, furrowing his brow in concern. Yu Qingzi has passed, Huang Ke sighed. However, it was not by Su Chan's hand. He departed due to the natural end of his lifespan. Moreover, Su Chan did not emerge unscathed either. He lost a significant portion of his demonic form to the Tianying sword, and the divine weapon Tao Dai has been sealed by Tianying for at least 60 years. He will pose no threat to the 9 mansions. Fearing Xu Taiping might misunderstand, Huang Ke added, thus, the 9 mansions allowed the Jiuyo spies to infiltrate the Xinhu cave, and Yu Qingzi feigned death merely to lure Su Chan into the cave? Indeed, the 9 mansions harbored intentions to eliminate the demonic cultivators within various sects, which is why they discreetly disseminated the news of Yu Qingzi's impending demise, making others believe it could be their last chance to enter the Xinhu cave. However, the plot to eliminate Su Chan was solely orchestrated by Yu Qingzi. At this juncture, Huang Ke suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile before continuing, I must confess. Prior to this, despite Yu Qingzi's repeated warnings for the 9 mansions to be wary of Su Chan, most, including the mansion's lord, did not regard Su Chan as a considerable threat. Thus, they failed to heed Yu Qingzi's counsel. I believe Yu Qingzi, disillusioned with the 9 mansions, chose to act alone. It is now evident that Su Chan's strength surpasses that of the 9 mansions. Had Yu Qingzi not severely wounded him this time, it is likely that within a decade, Jiuyo would rise again under Su Chan's leadership. Should such a scenario unfold, one cannot fathom how many cultivators would perish at the hands of Jiuyo's demonic practitioners. And the vitality the 9 mansions painstakingly restored over the centuries would once again be utterly depleted. As he spoke, Huang Ke's face was etched with apprehension. Xu Taiping wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiments. However, he had not anticipated the multitude of intricate strategies underlying the conflict over the Xinhu. Why did Yu Qingzi choose to retain us, the disciples who reached the summit? It seems we are of little assistance. He posed another question to Huang Quebec. I later inquired with the mansion's lord about this matter. According to him, Yu Qingzi was unable to completely refine the Xinhu cave, and thus could only harness a fraction of its power according to its rules. For instance, the task of having young cultivators bear the tripod to ascend was not a choice on our part. Rather, it was a stipulation of the Xinhu cave's rules, which only permitted young disciples to undertake such a task. Otherwise, the sword chi at the summit would slay anyone who ascended without authorization. After a group of young disciples hoisted the stone cauldron onto the stone platform of Jade Gourd Peak, Yu Qing, as a half-master of the Immortal Gourd Cave, finally seized the opportunity to fully control the cave and harness its power. Huang Ke earnestly explained this to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's confusion dissipated. Thus, Yu Qing's invitation to the younger generation of the 9 mansions to enter the Immortal Gourd Cave was not solely an act of benevolence. There was an element of self-interest entwined within it as well, Huang Ke remarked with a smile. Xu Taiping nodded, and with a hint of reverence, he added, however, regarding the ambush on Su Chan the other day, he surely acted without any personal motives. Reflecting on each strike from Yu Qing, Xu Taiping felt the resolute intent behind the sword, which, at the very least, was on par with that of Su Chan. Huang Ke solemnly nodded in agreement. By the way, he suddenly recalled something and quickly looked up at Xu Taiping, saying, if you are in good health, you should make a trip to room number 1. Senior A Meng is waiting for you there. Senior A Meng is still here? Xu Taiping expressed surprise, having thought that A Meng had already departed. Indeed, he has been waiting for you, Huang Ke confirmed with a nod. Waiting for me? Xu Taiping was puzzled. Chapter 221. The gift after awakening upon entering room number 1. Xu Taiping felt a mix of apprehension as he greeted Meng. What matters do you wish to discuss with me, Senior Meng? There is something I have long desired to inquire of you, Meng stated directly. Please, feel free to ask, Xu Taiping replied, nodding. Although he appeared composed on the surface, a hint of tension lingered within him, silently fearing that Meng might have discovered the matter concerning Sister Linghua. During the time I was unconscious, did you see any other cultivators appear in the cavern? Meng inquired. No. I only witnessed those jade bone grasses charging towards the blood pool, slaying the creature therein, Xu Taiping responded earnestly. In truth, his assertion was not inaccurate, as Linghua was still in a state of spiritual essence and could not be classified as a cultivator. That must have been an illusion during my unconsciousness. Meng acknowledged with a nod. Xu Taiping discerned that Meng did not seem overly concerned about the matter. There is one more thing. Meng raised his gaze to Xu Taiping once more. Who taught you that sword technique? Xu Taiping pondered for a moment, feeling there was no need for concealment, and replied candidly. It was an elder from our Qingxian sect, known as Elder Sinsan. Elder Sinsan. Meng initially furrowed his brow. Then a fleeting look of surprise crossed his eyes, followed by a nod as he said, If the opportunity arises, I shall visit this elder at your Qingxian sect. Xu Taiping felt that Meng's words held deeper meaning, yet he refrained from probing further and responded. It would be an honor for Qingxian sect to welcome Senior Meng's visit. Let us discuss this later. Meng waved his hand and then produced a dragon-shaped token, presenting it to Xu Taiping. I, Meng, never owe anyone a favor. This token, known as the Walking Jiao token, is the promised reward for my involvement from the 9 mansions. Take it. Xu Taiping was taken aback by this revelation. Senior Amon. Such a precious item. I dare not accept it, Xu Taiping said, a hint of apprehension in his gesture. If it were merely a magical artifact, he would have readily accepted it, but the Zhuo Jiao Ling, being of such exceptional value, was something he felt unworthy to claim. Precious? Amon chuckled and shook his head, stating that even without the Zhuo Jiao Ling, he would still be able to enter the wild ruins. Thus, this item was superfluous to him. He intended to bestow it upon another. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a flicker of temptation within him. In truth, I had originally planned to gift you a superior spiritual sword. However, during your encounter with Xiao Yi, I noticed that although you have achieved great mastery in the Wangyu realm, the chaotic nature of your internal spiritual energy, likely a consequence of frequent elixir consumption, would make further breakthroughs into the Tongxian realm exceedingly challenging. Amon's tone turned serious as he addressed Xu Taiping. Startled by these words, Xu Taiping recalled that Linghua had previously broached this issue, though she had not provided any concrete solutions. Could it be that there exists a remedy within the wild ancient ruins? He tentatively inquired of Amon. Nodding, Amon explained that the realm was unique. Upon entry, regardless of one's cultivation level, an immense pressure would weigh upon them. Furthermore, the process of refining the celestial energy would slow considerably, yet the advantage lay in the remarkable purity of the energy that could be absorbed. Thus, practitioners often found that after spending time within, they would emerge capable of breaking through their current limitations. Xu Taiping's heart suddenly swelled with understanding. The Zhuo Jiaoling, which he had previously regarded as unremarkable, now captivated him utterly. I desire it. Take it, Amon smiled, grasping Xu Taiping's hand and placing the Zhuo Jiaoling firmly within his grasp. Thank you, Senior Amon, Xu Taiping expressed, no longer hesitant, as he tightened his grip on the Zhuo Jiaoling. However, before entering the wild ancient ruins, it is prudent to prepare adequately. There, you will encounter not only beasts but also practitioners from other realms, Amon advised gravely. Practitioners from other realms. Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the wild ancient ruins may present encounters with practitioners from various realms, so it would be wise to delay your visit for several years. In his room at the Baiju Inn, upon learning that Amon had gifted Xu Taiping the Zhuo Jiaoling, Huang Ke was equally astonished. When Xu Taiping inquired about the practitioners from other realms, Huang Ke recounted what he had heard regarding those matters. By the way, this Jiu Fu Yu Xia Ling is for you, as instructed by the Lord of the Manor, he added, handing another token to Xu Taiping. What is the purpose of this Yu Xia Ling? Xu Taiping asked, somewhat perplexed. With this, you will be regarded as a half-guest elder of the Jiu Fu. When tasks arise, the Manor will summon you using this token, but the choice to accept or decline will rest with you, unlike us wandering without such privileges. Huang Ke sighed. In that case, I shall accept it. Thank you, Brother Huangke, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude. There is one more matter to address. The dragon command must be acknowledged with blood within 7 days, or it will become ineffective. Furthermore, once acknowledged, it cannot be bestowed upon another. Huangke reminded Xu Taiping. Indeed, Elder Amon has already cautioned me about this last night. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Then there is nothing further. You may return to Yunlu Mountain. I must remain here to address the aftermath for the 9 prefectures. Huangke said with a tone laden with melancholy, as she stretched languidly. It is indeed time to return to Yunlu Mountain. Xu Taiping replied with a nod. This journey had taken at least half a month in total. Qingxian sect, Chiyue Pavilion. After a long absence of over half a month, Xu Taiping finally returned. There is no place like home. Gazing at the plaque on the courtyard gate, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth. However, he anticipated being exceedingly busy in the coming days. Not only must he prepare to eradicate the demonic lotus, but he also needed to concoct the spirit fire pill necessary for breaking through to the Tongxian realm, all while preparing for the expedition to the ancient ruins of the wilderness. Creak. As he pondered these matters, the courtyard gate suddenly swung open. Little Monkey Ping and peeked out from within. Upon seeing Xu Taiping standing at the entrance, Ping An's eyes brightened, and he leaped onto Xu Taiping, exclaiming, Xu Taiping, you've finally returned. Little Ping, while I was away, you didn't cause any trouble with Baiyu, did you? Xu Taiping lifted Ping An playfully, smiling as he inquired. At his words, Ping An's previously joyful expression shifted to one of anxiety, and he trembled as he replied, Xu Taiping, Baiyu. Baiyu went to kill the Peacock King. He hasn't returned for many, many days. Chapter 222, Returning to Qingxian, Huangke behind Baiyu Chiyue Pavilion, Central Courtyard. So, Baiyu is currently not in danger. He is merely lurking near the courtyard where the Peacock King is imprisoned, correct, Sister Linghua? Xu Taiping stood in the center of the courtyard, addressing the ethereal manifestation of Linghua Fairy amidst the bamboo grove. Yes, Linghua nodded, and then smiled, elaborating for Xu Taiping. He must have slipped away while I was using my spiritual sense to assist you against that demonic entity. However, prior to that, I secretly concealed a bamboo leaf on him. As long as he remains within Yunlu Mountain, I can sense his every movement. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, I just overheard Baiyu mumbling that within 3 days, the Celestial Law Division will escort the Peacock King out, which may incite a rescue attempt by the Peacock Demon Clan, Linghua Fairy added. Then my return is quite timely. Xu Taiping nodded. Is your health all right? Linghua Fairy looked at Xu Taiping with concern. During his time in the secret realm of the Celestial Gourd, Xu Taiping had been engaged in combat with demonic cultivators and had clashed with disciples from other sects without respite. With the spiritual spring sent by Master Yu Qing, I shall brew a medicinal soup tonight, which should restore me to a considerable degree, Xu Taiping replied with confidence. He had sampled the spiritual spring on his journey back. Although its potency was not as fierce as that of dragon gallbladder wine, its mild effects were perfectly suited for recuperation after a hard-fought battle. Your current physique and recovery capabilities are indeed quite robust. Lingyuan nodded in agreement. However, after observing the situation over the past few days, I sensed that the matter regarding the peacock might be a trap. Suddenly, she cast a serious gaze towards Xu Taiping. Do you believe someone is orchestrating this scheme using the Peacock King to lure certain individuals out? After experiencing several incidents, Xu Taiping's perspective had evolved. He was no longer as naive as when he first ascended the mountain, and thus quickly grasped Lingyue's implication. Indeed, Lingyue affirmed with a nod. The only ones capable of orchestrating such a scheme are certainly the sect leader or the leader of the first peak. The crux lies in determining for whom they are executing this plot. Baiyu? They likely do not regard Baiyu as a significant threat. Xu Taiping pondered deeply. And after a moment, he suddenly raised his head to look at Lingyue. Could it be Uncle Baihong? Previously, your second senior brother mentioned that Baihong had encountered some fortuitous event in the Northern Territory while accompanying Jiushu. I suspect he is on the verge of breaking through to the demon sovereign realm, and it is evident that your sect leader is aware of this. Fearing Baihong's retaliation, he has devised this scheme to ensnare him, hoping to eliminate him in the process, Lingyue speculated. Has Baiyu also discerned this? Xu Taiping suddenly furrowed his brow. He is not foolish. He must have noticed some clues. Lingyue nodded in affirmation. That is precisely why he is so eager to eliminate the Peacock King, for even if he fails, he can still thwart the plans of the sect leader and his associates. Xu Taiping murmured. In truth, your sect leader's strategy resembles fishing with a direct hook. However, the dilemma is that both Bai Yu and Bai Hong cannot resist the bait presented on that hook. Lingyue sighed ruefully. Indeed, the enmity of slaying one's mother and wife is a grievance that they, as father and son, will seek to avenge. And Bai Yu cannot bear to witness his father Bai Hong falling into the trap laid by the sect leader. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Thus, I propose that rather than joining Bai Yu in acting as the mantis capturing the cicada, it would be wiser for us to observe the situation from the sidelines, positioning ourselves as the final yellow sparrow to emerge. This way, we can assist Bai Yu and his father in a time of crisis, while also retaining the initiative for our own escape. Lingyue suggested. That sounds agreeable. Xu Taiping nodded. In fact, there is another reason I advised you not to rush to find Bai Yu. Lingyue smiled, gesturing towards the 2 straight bamboo stalks beside her. By tomorrow evening at the latest, these bamboo shoots will fully mature. At that time, once you retrieve the weapon within the bamboo, I shall regain my freedom, significantly increasing our chances. They will be ready by tomorrow evening? Xu Taiping exclaimed with surprise. Had it not been for Lingyue's reminder, he might have forgotten about the bamboo entirely. If all goes as expected, it should yield a spiritual weapon, with a greater likelihood of being a sword, though it could also be a blade or another type of weapon. In the worst-case scenario, it may result in a piece of spiritual armor. Lingyue elaborated. Even with the necessary nutrients prepared, no one can ascertain what will emerge from the bamboo. A weapon would be ideal, but if it yields something else, we shall have to accept that. Xu Taiping adopted a pragmatic outlook. It is best that you can think in this manner. Lingyue nodded approvingly. Indeed, she yearned to express that regardless of the nature of the bamboo's yield, the harvest from this earthly fruit was monumental. Thanks to this fruit of the earth, her spirit had firmly settled, alleviating her concerns of shattering. Consequently, the ways in which she could assist Xu Taiping multiplied. Taiping, little junior brother, you have returned without a word. Junior brother, quickly come and open the door. We have brought wine and delicacies. At that moment, outside the Chiyue pavilion, the voices of Zhao Linglong and several senior brothers resonated. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's previously serious countenance softened. Sister Lingyue, I shall first greet the seniors. I have some matters to discuss with you later, he said with a smile towards the fairy Lingyue. Yes, I too must prepare for my emergence. The fairy Lingyue nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the courtyard, Xu Taiping hastily made his way to the door and opened it. Sister Linglong, senior sister. Second senior brother, what brings you all here? To his surprise, it was not only Zhao Linglong and Qing Xiao who had come, but also the usually reclusive senior sister and several other senior brothers and sisters. Next month, Qing Xiao will embark on his training in the wilderness, and coincidentally, you have returned. So everyone is gathered here, senior sister Jiang, she explained while shaking the food box in her hands. Second senior brother, you are going to train in the wilderness? Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. This was news to him. Indeed, I have been preparing for many years, Qing Xiao replied with a smile and a nod. And I shall be accompanying Sister Xian, Zhao Linglong chimed in, playfully holding a jar of wine. That certainly calls for celebration. Xu Taiping felt genuinely happy for his second senior brother, Qing Xiao. According to Huang K's words, a practitioner at the Tongxian realm, after training in the wilderness, would nearly qualify to challenge the refining spirit stage. Little junior brother, help me with this, Zhao Linglong said as she directly handed 2 large jars of wine to Xu Taiping. Sister, senior brother, please come inside, Xu Taiping urged as he accepted the jars. We are all family here, do not stand on ceremony. Little junior brother, you need not busy yourself today, let it be handled by me and Linglong. Come, Taiping. Let us discuss the matters of the immortal gourd paradise. The group, exchanging words, stepped into the small courtyard of Chiyue Pavilion. The once desolate Chiyue Pavilion, quiet for nearly a month, suddenly buzzed with life. That night, it was not until late that the brothers and sisters from the 7 Peaks took their leave. For reasons unknown, Xu Taiping, who usually remained sober even after consuming copious amounts of Longdan wine, found himself feeling tipsy after merely a few jars of ordinary strong liquor. The wine is indeed delightful, is it not? In the central courtyard of Chiyue Pavilion, the fairy Lingyue sat upon a stone bench in the bamboo grove, gazing at Xu Taiping with a smile. Xu Taiping chuckled softly. He had often complained to the fairy Lingyue about not understanding why so many people relish drinking, as he believed that wine and medicine shared the same essence. Drinking alone was akin to taking medicine, yet, drinking with his seniors transformed it into a convivial celebration. As he spoke, he settled onto the stone bench opposite Sister Lingwe. Wine, indeed, is a solitary indulgence that weighs heavily on the mind. Sister Lingwe nodded thoughtfully. However, she soon glanced at Xu Taiping with a hint of nostalgia, remarking, "I never imagined that in the blink of an eye. You have reached the age where you can discuss wine with your elder sister." Xu Taiping smiled awkwardly at her words, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. "What about Baiyu?" he inquired, a note of concern lacing his voice as he turned to Sister Lingwe. "Everything is as usual. He merely relocated his hiding nest." Narrowly escaping a peck from the mother bird, Sister Lingwe replied with a chuckle. Xu Taiping could not help but laugh at this. "You mentioned earlier that you had something to consult with me about. Did you encounter any issues within the Xinhu cave heaven?" Sister Lingwe suddenly asked Xu Taiping, having kept this matter in her mind. "Yes," Xu Taiping nodded. He recounted in detail everything that transpired after Sister Lingwe had dissipated her spiritual awareness within the Xinhu cave heaven, including his duel with Xiao Yi and the final exchange of swords between Su Chan and Yu Qing. "I never expected so many events to unfold afterward." Sister Lingwe expressed her surprise. "So, it appears that in this conflict within Xinhu cave heaven, the 9 prefectures intended to draw out the demonic spies lurking in various sects, while Yu Qing sought to lure Su Chan. Yet, knowing this, Su Chan still chose to attend. What could her true motives be?" She pondered thoughtfully. "I have been contemplating this question throughout our journey as well, but my limited understanding of Su Chan has hindered my ability to arrive at a conclusion." Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. "Let us set this matter aside for now." Sister Lingwe waved her hand, seemingly reluctant to dwell on it further. "Show me that Zhujiao order." She extended her hand towards Xu Taiping. "All right." Xu Taiping nodded and produced the Zhujiao order, presenting it before Sister Lingwe. She levitated the order with her spiritual energy, observing it intently for a considerable time before a smile graced her lips. "Indeed, it is Chaos Stone." "Chaos Stone?" Xu Taiping looked at Sister Lingwe in confusion. "Beyond the spiritual and turbid energies of the world, there exists a range of unique spiritual energies, such as Chaos Qi and Xianming Qi. In an environment shrouded by Chaos Qi, not only can you not see the path ahead, but even at a distance of about 10 paces, you cannot hear each other's voices, and spiritual connections are completely severed. In such circumstances, only by holding this Chaos Stone can your sight and hearing return to normal. Furthermore, if you use an entire Mother Stone as a landmark and chip off a small piece, you can follow the resonance of these smaller stones to locate the path indicated by the Mother Stone," Sister Lingwe elucidated to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully at first, then suddenly realized, "Sister Lingwe, are you suggesting that the ancient relics in the wilderness are filled with Chaos Qi, which is why this Chaos Stone is needed for navigation?" Sister Lingwe affirmed with a nod. "Such places indeed exist in the realm of Sumeru, yet they are predominantly controlled by the foremost sects within various domains, serving as their exclusive grounds for trials. Ordinary loose cultivators find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. Thus, for Xu Taiping, this presents an exceptionally rare opportunity for cultivation, marking it as the most significant gain from the journey to the immortal gourd paradise." She expressed her joy as she continued speaking. Being regarded so highly by Fairy Lingwe left Xu Taiping somewhat astonished. "As for the matter of the chaotic spiritual energy within me, as mentioned by Elder Aming, can it be resolved within the ancient ruins of the wilderness?" Xu Taiping inquired further. Aside from the ancient ruins, this was indeed the matter of utmost concern for him, as it pertains to his future cultivation. "You are not mistaken, the spiritual energy within you is indeed quite chaotic at present, and attempting to break through to the transcendence realm under such circumstances would undoubtedly pose numerous challenges. However, I had already anticipated this. I instructed you to prepare the Suehua pill precisely for this reason," Fairy Lingwe remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a sense of clarity wash over him. "Now that we have the materials for the Suehua pill and the passage token to the ancient ruins, we can embark on some additional enriching endeavors," Fairy Lingwe suddenly mused. "What endeavors?" Xu Taiping asked, puzzled. "After spending some time cultivating within the ancient ruins, you should consume the Suehua pill to facilitate your breakthrough to the transcendence realm. This approach will not only refine your spiritual power, but also allow me to utilize the chaotic energy within the ancient ruins to lay down formations to combat the otherworldly demons," Fairy Lingwe elucidated to Xu Taiping. "This time, we are resorting to such measures against the otherworldly demons?" Xu Taiping was somewhat taken aback. Better to be overly cautious than to be caught unprepared, Fairy Lingyue stated solemnly. She and Xu Taiping were akin to two sides of the same coin. Should Xu Taiping fall at the hands of the otherworldly demons, her plan to restore this body would be in vain. Then we must prepare thoroughly, Xu Taiping nodded, accepting Fairy Lingyue's counsel. Prior to venturing into the ancient ruins, he needed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Wangyu realm. In addition to concocting the Suehua pill and preparing various elixirs required for their time in the wilderness, this was certainly not a task to be accomplished in less than a year or so. These matters were for the future. For tonight, they would focus on refining the demon-repressing pill to suppress the demonic lotus's continued growth within him. If we delay any longer, I fear the sword demon may lose control over that lotus, Fairy Lingyue suddenly reminded Xu Taiping. I have prepared all the materials, Xu Taiping said, placing the vial of spiritual essence along with the herbs he had gathered in the immortal gourd's secret realm on the stone table before them. The following day, in the evening, as the demon-repressing pill required a slow refinement over approximately 10 days using true fire, Xu Taiping, after placing the materials into the alchemical furnace and stabilizing the flames, resumed his daily practice as per usual. Time suddenly felt both fulfilling and languorous. However, in the morning while he went to the moon-collecting pool to practice his swordplay, he did not encounter the recluse Sanson. Thus, he simply placed the felled plum trees by the water's edge and left a jug of wine gifted by Huangke. According to the earlier remarks of the esteemed San, upon the sound of the sword in the mystical realm of Xianhu, he would no longer be able to practice swordsmanship, nor even entertain the thought of it. Consequently, he descended the mountain without hesitation. San's admonition against further sword practice likely pertains to abstaining from his particular style. Normal sword flight or the use of spiritual artifacts should remain permissible. In the bamboo grove, the ethereal Fairy Lingyue engaged in light conversation with Xu Taiping. Since I have pledged to San to cease using swords, I shall refrain from wielding any blade. Xu Taiping resolutely shook his head. Very well, in due course. You may refine that iron gourd into a magical artifact. Though it may be slower than a flying sword, it can still serve as a means of flight. Fairy Lingyue remarked with a smile. She did not harbor any disdain for Xu Taiping's stubbornness. Isn't it time? After exchanging a few more words, Xu Taiping suddenly gazed upward at the crescent moon above. The time he referred to was, of course, the moment when the earth fruit would ripen. This evening, he had come specifically to await the maturation of the earth fruit. Fairy Lingyue offered no reply. Instead, she too raised her head, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the crescent moon. It was not until the moon was once again veiled by clouds that she lowered her gaze and smiled at Xu Taiping, saying, "It is time to cut the bamboo." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded earnestly. The last time the earth fruit ripened, he had obtained the Tsangwan ring, dragon gallstone, and several gourds, each treasure proving immensely beneficial to him. Thus, he was particularly eager to discover what this iteration of the earth fruit would yield. With a hint of nervousness, Xu Taiping grasped his knife and exhaled deeply. Let us begin with this bamboo tree I reside by. Fairy Lingyue indicated the robust bamboo behind her. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, and without hesitation, swung his knife towards the bamboo. With a swift sound, the bamboo was severed. In that fleeting moment of the bamboo's fracture, a pure surge of yellow and white spiritual energy burst forth, converging upon Fairy Lingyue. In the blink of an eye, her previously translucent spiritual form became significantly more tangible. Sister Lingyue, to what extent have you recovered? Xu Taiping suddenly found it difficult to discern the essence of the fairy before him. At times, she appeared immensely powerful. At others, she seemed no different from her former self. My spirit has stabilized entirely, and my spiritual essence has returned to approximately 10% of its peak capacity. Should I borrow your body, I should face no threats from those below the divine refinement stage, Fairy Lingyue disclosed without reservation. However, I must caution that while my spirit is solidified and my essence strengthened, embodying you would impose a significant burden on your physique. It remains uncertain if you could withstand my full strength, so unless a divine artifact such as the jade bone armor is at hand, I shall endeavor to avoid employing this method to exert my power, she added. She clarified that her apprehension was not born from a concern that Xu Taiping might become overly reliant on her strength, but rather from the stark reality that the essence of a top-tier powerhouse, despite being reduced to merely 10% of its original might, cannot be borne by a common body. Had Xu Taiping not forged his physique to the level of the wild lion realm, she would not have even contemplated it. I understand. Xu Taiping nodded affirmatively. Previously, within the mystical realm of Xinhu, he had already sensed that his body was struggling to withstand the formidable power of the spirit moon fairy's soul. It is worth noting that at that time, it was merely a fragment of her divine consciousness. One can only imagine the immense pressure his body would endure if she were to possess him in his current state. However, the bamboo that accompanies me, if utilized wisely, could indeed aid in harnessing a portion of my strength. Suddenly, the spirit moon fairy shifted her tone. As she spoke, she crouched down and gently tapped the bamboo. With a resounding crack, the towering bamboo transformed into slender strips. Subsequently, under the control of the spirit moon fairy's divine consciousness, these strips rapidly wove together, ultimately forming 3 small figures crafted from bamboo. Though I cannot possess you, I can inhabit these bamboo figures, allowing me to exert approximately 80 to 90% of my current capabilities, she explained. The only drawback is that these bamboo figures can only be used once. The spirit moon fairy added with a hint of regret. Clearly, she had been contemplating how to manifest her power without being able to possess Xu Taiping for quite some time. Before the next earth fruit ripens, if you can assist me 3 times, that will suffice, Xu Taiping confidently remarked. He was not overly eager to rely on the spirit moon fairy's strength. It is commendable that you think this way, but should we find ourselves in a dire situation, do not hesitate. Use it without reserve. I am always on the same boat as you, the spirit moon fairy said seriously to Xu Taiping. I will, Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Now, let us see what treasures this earth fruit has bestowed upon you. The spirit moon fairy suddenly dropped her serious demeanor, smiling as she rubbed her hands together, her curiosity directed towards another bamboo that had sprouted from the earth fruit. Without further ado, Xu Taiping raised the spring tiger blade and struck the bamboo with a decisive cut. With a swift motion, the robust green bamboo snapped. In that very moment of the bamboo's fracture, a chilling aura surged forth, and several glimmers of light burst from within the bamboo, soaring directly towards Xu Taiping and hovering before him. Upon seeing the items, Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised. They are not flying swords, but rather bows and arrows, he said with a tone of regret. After 3 years of anticipation, to discover that the earth fruit yielded not a flying sword but a bow and arrows was indeed difficult to accept. It seems our luck is not particularly favorable this time, the spirit moon fairy remarked, her expression mirroring his disappointment. She understood better than Xu Taiping the significant enhancement a good flying sword could provide to a cultivator's combat prowess. However, I actually quite like bows and arrows, Xu Taiping said, gripping the bow in his hand. During his previous encounters with the wolf demons and wraiths at Qingzhou residence, it was thanks to his mastery of the penetrating yang archery technique that he had triumphed. Relying solely on his fists would have proven insufficient. After hearing this, the spirit moon fairy's expression of regret diminished somewhat, and she began to examine the bow and arrows more closely. The bow and its string were both intact, and surprisingly, 3 arrows were also provided, displaying a certain generosity. She nodded in acknowledgement. Many spiritual bows and arrows require additional components to be sought. Sister Lingwe, this bow and those 3 arrows seem rather extraordinary, remarked Xu Taiping, who was just about to string the bow, his tone tinged with astonishment. What makes them special? Inquired Fairy Lingwe, somewhat perplexed. The treasures born of the ground fruit, aside from those akin to dragon gallstone, are often challenging for outsiders to discern in terms of their true capabilities, much like the Zhongwan ring. This bow is named Shintu, once infused with sufficient true essence. It can even target enemies from dozens to hundreds, or even thousands of miles away. One of the arrows is called Fenghua. When shot, it strikes with the swiftness of the wind, and if the true essence is ample, it can incite a tempest that sweeps away a myriad of foes. Another is named elixir. One shot from it resembles a thunderous strike, and with enough true essence, it can transform a 100-mile radius into a sea of thunder. The last arrow, known as huoda, when released, burns with the intensity of fire, and with sufficient true essence, it can reduce 100 miles to scorched earth. Furthermore, when Fenghua, elixir, and huoda are all unleashed simultaneously, they summon celestial wrath, leading to the extinction of all living beings within a 100-mile radius. Similar to the previous Zhongwan ring, the moment Xu Taiping grasped the bow, all knowledge regarding it flooded into his consciousness. Shinto Bao? Could it possibly be the Shinto Bao lost since antiquity? But this bow is a divine weapon. Why do I only sense the aura of a spiritual weapon emanating from it? Fairy Linghua leaned closer to Xu Taiping, scrutinizing the bow in his hands. Yet, regardless of her examination, it appeared merely to be a spiritual weapon. There is more that I have yet to articulate, Xu Taiping said with a bittersweet smile. What is it? Fairy Linghua inquired, raising her gaze. This is a remnant bow. It must be restored with its original materials and placed within the ground fruit to regrow. In order to potentially evolve from a spiritual weapon into a celestial weapon, or even ultimately into a divine weapon. At present, its power is akin to that of an ordinary spiritual weapon, capable of targeting enemies no further than 10 miles away. And the arrows possess only marginally greater strength than typical spiritual weapons, Xu Taiping explained further. Upon hearing this, Fairy Linghua felt a sense of relief. Not a loss at all. This is indeed a worthwhile acquisition. A withered camel is still larger than a horse, even as a remnant bow. It undeniably retains the lingering power of a divine artifact. Moreover, as long as we find the necessary materials, we can continue to nurture it with the ground fruit, enabling it to grow into a celestial weapon, or even a divine one, Fairy Linghua expressed with excitement. Even as a celestial weapon, she would not be so exhilarated. But this was a divine weapon, something rare and coveted. Though it currently could only display the strength of a spiritual weapon, the Shinto Bao was still an incredibly formidable armament for her. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. When fully activated, it can kill an enemy 10 miles away with a single arrow, almost equivalent to a sword cultivator's full-powered strike with a flying sword. Indeed, Fairy Linghua nodded emphatically. List the materials required to nurture this Shinto Bao, and let us commence our search immediately. Once we plant the seeds of the ground fruit next time, we shall surely gather everything needed, she continued. Xu Taiping also shared this sentiment. However, the pressing matter at hand was to ignite the true fire and ascertain what seeds might emerge from the subsequent incineration. My crimson golden flame should be sufficient for the fourth burning of seeds. However, condensing this true fire demands a considerable expenditure of true essence. I must first concoct a batch of gathering chi pills. He then addressed the Fairy Linghua, stating, there is no need to rush. We shall take our time. Fairy Linghua shook her head. At that moment, she had regained her earlier composure. Just as we were, wait. As Fairy Linghua intended to discuss preparations with Xu Taiping, her words were abruptly interrupted as her brow furrowed in concern. What is it? Xu Taiping inquired, a note of worry in his voice. Baiyu has been discovered. Take the Shinto Bao. We must hasten to his side, Fairy Linghua stated gravely, fixing her gaze upon Xu Taiping. Chapter 226. The scheme of Baiyu over 3 years. Qingxian sect, Miaoying Mountain. Elder Song. We have searched the nearby mountains and forests without uncovering any suspicious individuals. What of the spirit birds or demonic beasts? If they are spirit birds or demonic creatures, they surely could not evade the keen senses of the wind feather wolf. Yet, that murderous intent, my Bai Shui mirror could not have misinterpreted it. In the forest, an elderly man with graying hair frowned as he scrutinized a copper mirror in his hand. Before him stood a disciple of the Seven Rime Hall, his expression one of palpable anxiety. Upon examining the copper mirror, it revealed not the elder's visage, but rather a vast expanse of azure waves. After observing the water's surface for an extended period and finding no significant ripples, Elder Song ultimately shook his head and remarked, "It seems there may be an error in my artifact's sensing. Summon the others back." Yes, the disciple, as if granted a great reprieve, complied. Following Elder Song's command, the disciples searching the woods gradually departed. In mere moments, the once boisterous forest returned to a profound silence. Fortunately, we went undetected. At that moment, Baiyu, concealed on a branch of a large tree, exhaled deeply, emulating a human gesture. However, the disturbance had already alerted the serpent. It appeared that action must be taken tonight. As these thoughts traversed its mind, it plucked a peacock feather with its beak. Gently, it tapped the feather with its elongated beak, causing the peacock feather to dissolve into specks of shimmering light. Simultaneously, Baiyu began to convey a message through avian discourse using its divine consciousness. The location of the king's imprisonment has been discovered. Situated at Jiuniao Manor on Miaoying Mountain. You must hasten to assemble for the rescue of our king. As soon as the words left its beak, the sound of peacock calls resonated within Baiyu's mind through the feather. A flock of mindless peacocks. Upon hearing the chorus of peacock cries, Baiyu chuckled. Indeed, The recipients of its message were not remnants of the bald eagle faction, but rather remnants of the Peacock King. A few years prior, while searching for the location of the Peacock King's captivity, Bai fortuitously encountered several peacock remnants who were also probing to rescue their sovereign. Initially, it had intended to eliminate them, but a change of heart led it to spare their lives, opting instead to masquerade as a peacock demon and communicate with them covertly. Upon discovering the location of the imprisoned Peacock King, it became evident that these peacock demons could serve as a distraction for the Qing Xian sect during the king's assassination. Thus, rather than silencing them, it clandestinely supported them, gradually gathering the remnants of the Peacock King. Over the years, this faction had swelled to over 100, establishing itself as a formidable force beneath the Qing Xian sect's mountain. The Peacock Demons, were complicit in the annihilation of my Baitu Jiao clan. Tonight, let you engage in a deadly struggle, while I seize the opportunity to infiltrate the Sleeping Bird Manor and eliminate the Peacock King. As Baiyu contemplated this, feathers began to sprout from its body, transforming it into a diminutive peacock. This was a disguise technique inherited from its mother. Surely, Xu Taiping should be back by now. That troublesome lad. I hope he doesn't come looking for me at this critical juncture. Baiyu glanced toward the direction of Qi Yuxian, murmuring softly. It was not that it feared Xu Taiping would disrupt the plan. Rather, it wished to spare him from involvement. The stakes were high tonight, and dear Xu Taiping should avoid this murky affair. I have no choice. If I delay any longer, the old man might act impulsively and fall into a trap. Perhaps, by intervening, I could disrupt their scheme. Disguised as a peacock, Baiyu held a blade of grass in its beak, gazing wistfully at the crescent moon above. That foolish bird, in its ignorance, was rather self-assured. On the lookout hill, 10 miles north of Miaoyin Mountain, the fairy Lingyue, after hearing Baiyu's musings, could not help but tease. I trust Baiyu is no longer in danger? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping, perched on a tree branch, turned to Lingyue. Were it not for your sister's use of that bamboo leaf to conceal its aura, it would have been captured long ago, Lingyue said, crossing her arms and rising. That's good to know, Xu Taiping nodded. However, that lad is quite clever. He has incited the remnants of the Peacock King to stage a prison break, intending to watch the ensuing chaos unfold. Lingyue chuckled at this. Xu Taiping was not surprised. Although Baiyu was impulsive, it would not act without a semblance of certainty. Lingyue, while you're near the Sleeping Bird Manor, have you sensed any powerful presences? Xu Taiping inquired. None. Lingyue shook her head. The strongest aura detected is likely that of Elder Song, who discovered Baiyu. He should be at the mid-stage of the Tongxian realm. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping nodded, murmuring, this implies that Baiyu's appearance might also be an unexpected variable for them. If that is the case, the plan to assassinate the Peacock King tonight might actually succeed. However, Lingyue countered, shaking her head, not necessarily. They may possess greater patience than we anticipate and could still be lying in wait. Just then, as they conversed, an overwhelming aura suddenly swept over them like a tempest. Xu Taiping quickly donned his concealment cloak. It is the flock of peacock demons. The fairy of Lingyue tilted her head for a moment before murmuring, let us observe the changes. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Chapter 227. The Weary Bird Manor, the Slaughter of the Peacock King. Boom. At the entrance of the Weary Bird Manor, a demon lord-level peacock demon swooped down from the sky, crashing through the manor's gates with explosive force. There is a demon beast attack. Quickly inform Elder Song. The once serene Weary Bird Manor erupted into chaos once more. The cries and roars of the demon beasts mingled with the shouts of the cultivators, creating an uproar that resonated throughout the air. This tumult was precisely what Baiyu desired. Amidst a throng of peacock demons, Baiyu swiftly darted into the manor, heading straight for the Weary Bird Cliff in the rear courtyard. After years of meticulous reconnaissance, he had pinpointed the exact location where the Peacock King was imprisoned, beneath the Weary Bird Cliff at the demon-slaying platform. Your Majesty, I have come to rescue you. After incapacitating several guards and confirming that all personnel near the demon-slaying platform had rushed to the front courtyard for support, Baiyu shouted in the tone of a peacock demon as he dashed toward the platform. Why have you only arrived today? Quickly, free this king from the binding demon cords. From atop the demon-slaying platform, a colossal figure suddenly raised its head and exclaimed with palpable excitement. Do not worry, Your Majesty. I shall release you at once. Baiyu feigned urgency as he soared to the side of the Peacock King, then leaped onto the king's shoulder, declaring, Your Majesty, I will first remove the chains from your neck. Hurry, The aid from the Seven Rhyme Hall is on its way. Yes, yes, quickly, urged the Peacock King. Very well, Your Majesty. Bai continued to respond with an air of tension while raising his wings. In an instant, his form expanded dramatically, and his wing transformed into a blade several dozen feet long, poised at the Peacock King's neck. You are not one of our Peacock Demon clan. The Peacock King, desperate to escape, suddenly realized something was amiss. Swish. Without uttering a word, Bai swung his wing down with ferocity. Boom. However, this strike did not sever the Peacock King's head. Instead, it was thwarted by a golden light that enveloped the king's body. At the same time, the area surrounding the demon-slaying platform illuminated with numerous runes, forming a barrier of light that encased the entire platform. Upon witnessing this, the Peacock King, who had previously been filled with dread, suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Young one, you have fallen right into my trap. The Peacock King turned to face Baiyu. Is that so? Baiyu retorted with a cold laugh, then placed a claw upon the Peacock King's shoulder. With a resounding boom, his claw was once again repelled by the golden light surrounding the Peacock King. However, at the moment of being deflected, Baiyu's claw expanded dramatically, piercing through the protective golden aura. With a ripping sound, a chunk of flesh was torn from the Peacock King's shoulder. Over the years, in my quest to eliminate you, I have envisioned countless scenarios. One such possibility was that they implanted a golden body talisman within you, preventing me from killing you. To this end, I have severed my claws 10 times in succession, striving to forge the annihilating blood claws capable of piercing any golden talisman. Baiyu spoke while chewing a piece of flesh, his gaze cold and unyielding as it remained fixed on the Peacock King. In an instant, the mockery in the Peacock King's eyes transformed into sheer terror. Elder Song, this is not what was originally agreed upon. It suddenly rose, bellowing towards the edge of the demon-slaying platform. Crack! Simultaneously, Baiyu's claws once again tore through the golden talismans enveloping the Peacock King, brutally ripping one of its wings from its body. The Peacock King let out a piercing cry of anguish. At that moment, it was bound by multiple demon-binding ropes, rendered incapable of retaliation. Baiyu, surrender at once. Just then, the elderly Elder Song appeared at the side of the demon-slaying platform, holding a bronze mirror. Accompanying him was a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, wielding a leopard-headed saber. Any elder disciple of the Qing Xian sect present would undoubtedly recognize him as Gu Cheng, an outstanding member of the previous generation. Indeed, you all have been waiting for me. Baiyu chuckled, tossing the severed wing of the Peacock King into his mouth and chewing in front of Elder Song and Gu Cheng. The two frowned. We are not waiting for you, but for your father. However, capturing you is also advantageous, as it provides us with leverage in negotiations with him. Gu Cheng stepped forward, gripping his saber. Do you truly believe you can contend with my father? Baiyu retorted with a cold laugh, raising his blood-red claw as if preparing to seize the Peacock King's neck directly. Whoosh! At that moment, Gu Cheng abruptly drew his saber, slashing towards Baiyu. The formation of the demon-slaying platform permitted entry but forbade exit. Baiyu had no means of escape. However, he had no intention of fleeing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by numerous sounds of air being sliced, Baiyu's pristine white feathers suddenly erupted outward, coalescing into a massive white sphere that enveloped him entirely. Bam! The sphere formed from the feathers absorbed Gu Cheng's strike. Crack! Within the sphere, Baiyu plunged his claws deep into the Peacock King's back, tearing away a feather along with flesh. The only things you can threaten or utilize as bargaining chips against me are this peacock and myself. Baiyu continued to chew the Peacock King's flesh, his gaze icily directed at Elder Song and Gu Cheng. As long as both he and I perish, your plans will come to naught. After swallowing the flesh, Baiyu suddenly flashed a maniacal grin at the two. Whoosh! Gu Cheng, with a grim expression, struck again with his saber, yet this blow merely severed a few feathers without harming Baiyu. At this moment, Baiyu was employing the bloodline inheritance of the white-headed eagle clan, the feather cage, which could not be breached in a short time unless a practitioner of the divine refinement realm intervened. Observing this, Elder Song furrowed his brow. At this moment, the two found themselves in a predicament akin to riding a tiger. The events of the night had unfolded unexpectedly, leaving only him and Gu Cheng as the skilled defenders at the Juniao Manor, while outside, the remnants of the Peacock Demon were relentlessly assaulting them, making it impossible to subdue Baiyu immediately. Baiyu pondered that some matters could indeed be negotiated. Elder Song regarded Baiyu with earnestness, suggesting that if the discussion went well, The sect leader might permit both him and Bai Hong to return to the Qingxian sect. Gu Qing interjected. Do you think I'm foolish? Bai Yu retorted coldly with a scoff. Chapter 228, Juniao Manor. Bai Yu, do not struggle any longer. My father has now ascended to the realm of demon sovereign. With the sect leader's petty nature, he will undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate him. The Peacock King and I serve as bait to draw my father in, as well as his Achilles heel. As she spoke, she dug her claws into the flesh of the Peacock King, eliciting anguished cries from the creature. Furthermore, you all know my father's disposition. He is an inherently kind-hearted person. If you were to hand over the Peacock King and release me, he might genuinely reconcile with the Qingxian sect. Bai Yu smiled and shook her head. Isn't that a good outcome? Gu Qing scoffed in disapproval. No, Bai Yu shouted vehemently. I do not wish for my father to remain a pushover. I desire him to embrace his darker side, free from the shackles of insincerity, to exact vengeance where it is due. I want him to eradicate everyone from the Qingxian sect who has wronged my clan, the Bai Tudio, and harmed my mother, leaving not a single one alive. As she tore into the flesh of the Peacock King, her voice erupted in fury directed at Elder Song and Gu Cheng. The rage accumulated over 3 years surged forth. And indeed, this was the most favorable outcome Bai Yu could envision for this ambush on the Peacock King. Once it was slain, Bai Hong would be without vulnerability. And with his prowess as a demon sovereign, he would surely avenge their mother and the entire Bai Tudio clan. Upon hearing this, Elder Song and Gu Cheng's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated that Bai Yu was prepared to confront the Peacock King with a death wish. Wishing to die? It is not so simple. At that moment, a roar erupted, and a flying sword descended from the heavens, akin to a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through Bai Yu's feathered cage. Boom! With a tremendous sound, a multitude of feathers was shredded by the sword's aura. The feathered cage, forged from the essence of her demon lineage, began to shatter at a visibly accelerated pace. Qingming's sword? It is the master of Jin Peak. Upon recognizing the sword, both Gu Cheng and Elder Song were filled with elation. As the realization dawned upon Bai Yu, trapped within the cage, she instinctively clawed at the spine of the Peacock King. However, just as she was about to strike, the flying sword above her emitted a series of resonant vibrations, overwhelming her consciousness with immense spiritual force, rendering her unable to channel her demon energy. Bang! At that moment, a beam of sword light descended, and from within it emerged Jin Yu, the master of the first peak. Master! Elder Song and Gu Cheng stepped forward in reverence. Jin Yu waved his hand dismissively and proceeded directly towards the demon-slaying platform. Bai Yu, do not struggle any longer. Surrender quietly, and we shall not harm you. Jin Yu spoke gently as he gazed upon Bai Yu within the confines of the cage. At this moment, Bai Yu was still striving to channel his demonic energy, intent on vanquishing the Peacock King before him. Who would believe your deceitful words but my father? Bai Yu spat vehemently. What? Is it just you lurking in the shadows? Has that scoundrel of a sect master not arrived? He asked with a cold laugh. To deal with you, there is no need for the sect master. Jin Yu's expression turned frosty. Since gentle persuasion has proven futile, come with me to the Seven Laws Hall. There we possess myriad methods to tame spiritual beasts. As he spoke, he raised his sword and pressed it down slowly. With a ringing sound of the sword, the Qingming sword suddenly descended with such force that the majority of Bai Yu's feathers shattered instantly. The cage was on the verge of breaking. Just a little more. Just a fraction more. Ignoring the cage, Bai Yu continued to exert his demonic power, attempting to deliver a final blow to the Peacock King while igniting his primal blood. However, Jin Yu denied Bai Yu this opportunity, pressing his sword down once more, causing the cage to shatter entirely. In that moment of destruction, despair washed over Bai Yu's eyes. Bai Yu, you cannot even manage this simple task. How utterly useless you are. He feared not for his own life, but rather that the Qingxian sect would exploit him to threaten his father. Fool, do not act foolishly. Just as Bai Yu sank into complete despair, the voice of Fairy Lingwe suddenly resonated in his mind. At that moment, with a sharp sound cutting through the air, a streak of brilliant lightning pierced through the entirety of the Weary Bird Manor and struck Jin Yu squarely in the chest. With a thunderous crash, Jin Yu's protective sword barrier shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the cacophony of collisions, Jin Yu smashed through 3 walls and several large trees before finally coming to a halt against a cliff face. The sound of armor shattering echoed ominously. That armor belonged to my master, and is of superior spirit treasure grade. Upon hearing the shattering noise, Gu Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. However, he and Elder Song quickly regained their wits and drew their blades, charging toward Bai Yu on the demon-slaying platform. But just then, with the sound of a blade being drawn, a flurry of blade shadows descended like massive guillotine blades, raining down upon the two men. With a resounding crash, they were both sent flying by the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Gu Cheng, wounded by the blade shadows, swiftly drew his sword and aimed to strike at Bai Yu, intent on capturing him. However, at that critical juncture, a figure woven from bamboo strips stepped in front of Bai Yu, intercepting Gu Cheng's blade with a powerful downward strike. With a swish, the sound of splitting air rang out as Gu Cheng's blade shattered, and he was cleaved in two by the force of the blow. Which fiend dares to wreak havoc in my Qingxian sect? Upon witnessing Gu Cheng's demise, Elder Song erupted in fury, casting his copper mirror aloft, preparing to unleash the torrent of water contained within. At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air once more. Suddenly, an arrow, propelled by the force of a tempest, hurtled towards Elder Song. Elder Song quickly raised the bronze mirror in his hand for defense. With a resounding crash, he, along with the mirror, was violently struck aside by the arrow, which then swept him away with its fierce wind. What are you waiting for? Do you need me to intervene? The figure woven from bamboo glanced back at Bai Yu, whose astonishment abruptly snapped him back to reality. With a mighty roar, he swung his claws and shredded the colossal form of the Peacock King. Boom! In that instant, as the Peacock King's body burst apart, a deluge of blood rained down, drenching Bai Yu. Dare to disrupt Qingxian? You seek your own demise. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the forest, and the clouds above parted, allowing a beam of sword light to descend from the heavens. This voice unmistakably belonged to the sect leader, Zhou Tong. Chapter 229, Rescuing Bai Yu. This individual indeed resides on the seventh peak. Go, do not concern yourselves with me. After a brief moment of shock following the demise of the Peacock King, Bai Yu turned to the bamboo figure with urgency. Stop trying to play the hero. At that instant, a figure silently approached Bai Yu's side, and with a pop, opened the lid of a gourd. Quick, get in. Xu Taiping, Bai Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the newcomer was Xu Taiping, albeit in a significantly weakened state after having drawn his bow twice. Taiping, take this lad and flee. I will hold off this sword. The ethereal moon spirit, embodying the bamboo figure, tossed her blade to Xu Taiping and then leaped into the air to confront the descending sword with a powerful punch. Hurry. Xu Taiping urged Bai Yu. But do you wish to die so your father can have no further worries? Xu Taiping interrupted before Bai Yu could finish. Then, for the first time, he invoked their soul bond, commanding, enter. Without my permission, even if your father wishes you dead, you shall not perish. As soon as he spoke, Bai Yu was forcibly drawn into the gourd. Though he struggled, Xu Taiping continued. Have you considered that Uncle Bai Hong has only you left in this world? If you were to vanish as well, what would be the purpose of avenging him? Xu Taiping understood all too well the profound loneliness that follows the loss of loved ones. Inside the gourd, upon hearing these words, Bai Yu finally ceased his resistance. Want to escape? Not so easily. At that moment, a fierce sword light sliced through the air, aiming directly at Xu Taiping. Turning to look, he saw the leader of the first peak, who had a gaping wound in his chest, flying towards him on his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping pointed at the sword light. Song Wan Ring, break the clouds. Having gathered his strength in advance, the power of his strike remained unaffected by his current condition. With a thunderous sound, he successfully thwarted the attack from the peak leader, Jin Yu. Thankfully, it was a strike made in a wounded state. Otherwise, even break the clouds might not have been sufficient to withstand it. As Xu Taiping pondered anxiously, he summoned all the spiritual power within him and began to execute the technique known as Zhi Qi Tianya. With a thunderous roar, Xu Taiping's figure flickered and vanished from his original position. At that moment, the fairy Lingyue unleashed the full strength of the bamboo man, delivering a heavy punch against the flying sword. Bang! In the midst of the colossal shockwave, the bamboo man shattered into powder, while the flying sword was sent hurtling back 100 feet. Scoundrel! An enraged roar reverberated through the mountains, sounding as thunderous as a tempest. In the latter half of that night, at the Demon Slayer platform in the Weary Bird Village, the disciples of the Seven Rhyme Hall finally dispersed after a prolonged search. The once vibrant forest transformed into an eerie silence. Amidst this profound stillness, Two figures, one following the other, stepped onto the Demon Slayer platform. Uncle Gio, I have seen all that I needed to see. My child was right. I can no longer be the benevolent one. The vengeance of my kin must be avenged, and the grievance of my wife must be settled. None shall escape. A middle-aged man clad in white turned to an elderly man leaning against a stone pillar, drinking deeply. This middle-aged figure was Bai Hong, who had transformed into human form after breaking through to the demon's sovereign realm. The elder, of course, was Uncle Gio. What is there to admire about your boy? Just a brash fool. Uncle Gio shot a scornful glance at Bai Hong. Bai Hong was momentarily taken aback, then understood with a dawning realization. Are you referring to Xu Taiping? Indeed, Uncle Gio replied with a smile. Many years ago, I found him quite promising and even recommended him to you. Bai Hong chuckled ruefully. But what relevance does that hold for our discussion today? It is of no consequence. I merely wish to show you him, Uncle Gio stated matter-of-factly. Let's get to business. Bai Hong suddenly adopted a serious tone. You may speak, Uncle Gio nodded. I intend to kill Zhou Tong, Bai Hong declared directly. Uncle Gio fell silent, merely taking swigs from the gourd of wine. Setting aside the grievances between you and me, you are surely aware of the nefarious deeds Zhou Tong has committed in secret over the years to sustain that sword. Bai Hong continued gravely. You broke through to the demon sovereign 2 years ago. Why have you only come this year? Uncle Gio countered with a question rather than an answer. Bai Hong hesitated for a moment before finally responding. I was waiting for news of your demise. At this, Uncle Gio threw back his head and laughed heartily. Yet 3 years have passed, and you still see me alive. I can no longer afford to wait. Bai Hong sighed. Bai Hong, grant me some more time. Uncle Gio suddenly regarded him with solemnity. How much time? Bai Hong inquired. At the next 7 Peaks competition, I will have someone challenge Zhou Tong for the sword. Should he be defeated, he will lose his position as sect leader and be expelled from Qingxian. After that, how you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you. I shall not intervene, Uncle Gio said in a contemplative tone. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong furrowed his brow. He was indeed aware that within the Qingxian sect, there existed a tradition whereby one could replace the sect leader by defeating him in a duel. However, he did not believe anyone in Qingxian could rival the martial prowess of Zhou Tong, the sword fanatic. Master Gio, the person you've chosen isn't Taiping, is it? Bai Hong asked with evident concern. Although Taiping's cultivation had progressed rapidly, and he had encountered great opportunities in Yunming's, even so, seeking counsel from Zhou Tong would surely lead to his demise. He added, Am I really that foolish? Master Gio cast a sidelong glance at Bai Hong and took a sip of his drink before continuing. Yet, this individual is indeed at the 7th peak. Chapter 230. The Mysterious Cave. Visiting brother for drinks. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong was momentarily taken aback, as if he had guessed something, but then he expressed his doubts. Does he dare? Master Gio sighed at this and shook his head. To be honest, I am not entirely confident either. Bai Hong pondered for a moment and then nodded solemnly, cupping his hands in respect towards Master Gio. Then I shall wait another 3 years. During this time, I hope you will look after my foolish child. Following Taiping, he should not encounter any issues. Master Gio chuckled and shook his head. Bai Hong nodded and suddenly turned serious. I have one more question I wish to ask you, Master Gio. Go ahead, I am in a good mood tonight. Master Gio replied with a nod. Why have you not died, Master Gio? Bai Hong's gaze was filled with confusion as he looked at Master Gio. You sustained injuries that should have been fatal in the northern region. He added, have you considered that Lu Jianjiu, who accompanied you to the northern region, is actually dead? Master Gio looked at Bai Hong, a sly smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Bai Hong's expression shifted to one of shock. However, Master Gio burst into hearty laughter. Ah, you are still too naive. You believe everything others say. Why have I not died? I have not died. No, that is incorrect. I am dead. No, I am not dead. In the depths of the forgotten peak of Qingxian sect, in an unnamed subterranean cavern, the inebriated Lu Jianjiu staggered down the seemingly endless staircase, muttering incoherently. The stairway leading to the depths appeared to stretch infinitely, and he had walked for quite some time without reaching the end. Suddenly, a chill wind swept up from below, causing Lu Jianjiu to shiver, jolting him awake. How did I end up here? He shrugged off the moment. Well, I still have half a flask of wine left. Let us go see my brother. He shook the wine gourd in his hand and leaped off the edge of the staircase into the dark abyss below. With a splash, Lu Jianjiu tumbled into the cavern's depths after what felt like a brief incense stick's worth of time, nearly landing in an undignified manner. It's been a while since I've come here. I almost forgot to land on my left foot first, he said, patting his rear as he stood up. Fortunately, he had not spilled his drink. Otherwise, his brother would likely refuse to see him. Lu Jianzhou carefully cradled his wine gourd and made his way towards a glowing red entrance. As he approached the entrance, a flying sword, sheathed at his waist, unsheathed itself automatically, its blade pointed directly at the cave's mouth. Meanwhile, pure sword energy swirled around Lu Jianzhou like flames, an invisible force instantly enveloping the entire cavern. Youngest, return. At your age, it is unbecoming for you to require protection. Your senior will mock you. As El Jinzhou spoke, he did not glance back. Striding past the flying sword beside him, the sword, affectionately referred to as youngest, let out a soft hum before obediently returning to its sheath. In the midst of his words, El Jinzhou had already reached the cave entrance. This entrance was blocked by a massive iron sphere, round and imposing, through which crimson mist seeped, oozing from the crevice between the ball and the cave mouth. The blood mist attempted to entwine around El Jinzhou, but was swiftly incinerated by his fiery sword aura. Consequently, the mist retreated into the cave. El Jinzhou paid it no heed, his gaze fixated upon the enormous iron ball. Upon it were inscribed 2 lines of bold characters: Mysterious Cave, trespassers shall perish. Observing the vigorous calligraphy, he chuckled. In my youth, I had a knack for such writing. Just then, a hoarse yet commanding voice echoed from within the cave. Xiaojiu, why have you returned? Did you not visit a few years ago? This is no place for you. Even frequent visits can erode one's spirit. Upon hearing this, El Jinzhou's previously playful demeanor vanished. Senior brother, there is still half a jar of wine left, and drinking alone is rather dull. El Jinzhou stated with utmost seriousness. You are grown, yet you have not learned to drink alone. Come inside. The voice from the cave softened considerably. Simultaneously, the enormous iron sphere began to move slowly aside, pulled by several chains. As the entrance opened, a bone-chilling wind rushed forth, and the blood mist surged, eager to escape the cave. Boom! But as El Jinzhou stepped forward, his surrounding sword aura flared like flames, forming an unyielding barrier that sealed the entrance tightly. Upon entering the cave, a sea of blood red greeted his eyes. The blood mist thickened, becoming as viscous as water, no longer fearing El Jinzhou's sword aura. Within this realm, faint whispers could be discerned, yet they vanished when one attempted to listen closely. After traversing a narrow passage, El Jinzhou finally arrived at the heart of the cave. Aside from the omnipresent crimson, the space had grown even colder, to the extent that exhaled breath crystallized into ice. The cavern expanded, boasting a lofty dome and vast expanse, reminiscent of a grand palace. Most striking, however, were the 9 enormous coffins arranged within the cave, each resembling colossal iron spheres, alongside an immense bronze door at the far end. Chapter 231, The Mysterious Cave. El Jinzhou observed the chains that held the iron spheres, which emerged from the crevices at the base of the massive bronze door. Numbering 20 or 30, each taut and unyielding. El Jinzhou, unfazed, strode directly toward the bronze door. As El Jinzhou passed by several coffins, he momentarily turned his gaze toward them. Each coffin was devoid of a lid, with a corpse lying within each. The 9 corpses were largely mangled and unrecognizable, save for one closest to the bronze door, whose head appeared relatively intact. Had there been others present, they would surely have been startled by the visage of this corpse, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Jiu. Ultimately, Uncle Jiu halted before this particular coffin, his gaze tinged with melancholy as he looked at the body inside. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. The corpse slowly opened its eyes and, in a tone and manner indistinguishable from El Jinzhou's, inquired, Xu Taiping, have you begun practicing your swordplay? El Jinzhou nodded in response, a grin spreading across his face as he replied, Yes, I have. Those plum trees you held dear. I have cut them all down for you recently. Well done. The corpse within the coffin smiled back. It then gently closed its eyes again, murmuring weakly, Go speak with your senior brother. His vitality is waning. At this, El Jinzhou furrowed his brow but nodded, turning to hasten toward the immense bronze door. Senior brother, he called out as he approached the grand bronze door, then adeptly sat down in the corner on the right side of the door. Oh, it's a Jiu. How did you get in? A somewhat weary voice emanated from the doorway, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just allowed El Jinzhou entry. Senior brother, have some wine. El Jinjiu refrained from elaborating and instead rolled a gourd of wine through the crevice at the bottom of the bronze door. The sound of its rolling persisted for a while before coming to a halt. Then, a pleased exclamation resonated from the other side. This year's wine is far better than last time. The gourd rolled again. Yes, during that time, I had little inclination for brewing. El Jinjiu chuckled softly in agreement. Junior brother, the door on the inside has been opened increasingly often. Those vile entities must be scheming something. You must remain vigilant. Accompanying the sound of the rolling gourd, the aged, raspy voice spoke once more from behind the bronze door. Senior brother, can you manage? Jinjiu inquired, his brow knitted in concern. I should be able to hold out for a few more years, though my recollections are dwindling. The only faces I can still recall are yours and Tongras. Came a long sigh from the other side. At that moment, the gourd rolled to Jinjiu's side. In silence, Jinjiu appeared to be lost in thought. And after a lengthy pause, he seized the gourd and took a hearty swig. When I can no longer even recognize your voice, junior brother, it will be time for you to enter. At that point, do not hold back, for if I cannot even remember you, then that person surely cannot be Zhou. The voice from behind the bronze door turned solemn. I will, El Jinjiu nodded, rolling the gourd back through the crevice beneath the door. I have heard that you have taken on a disciple? Inquired Zhou from behind the bronze door. Indeed, replied El Jinjiu with a smile. How does he compare to Su Chan? He surpasses Su Chan 100-fold. At this proclamation, a hearty laugh resonated from beyond the bronze door. You rascal! You once praised Su Chan in the same manner, Zhou chided playfully. You must be mistaken, senior brother, Jinjiu retorted stubbornly. Very well, perhaps I am mistaken. Zhou responded, the sound of him pouring wine echoing through the air. Senior brother, do you harbor regrets? Jinjiu suddenly posed a seemingly abrupt question. After a prolonged silence from behind the bronze door, it was not until the sound of the rolling wine gourd broke the stillness that Zhou resolutely declared. To guard this gate for the multitude of beings, I, Zhou, have no regrets. However, shortly thereafter, a series of hoarse sobs emerged from behind the bronze door, followed by Zhou rambling to himself. The tone of his voice fluctuated, at times resembling that of a youth, at others an old man, and occasionally a woman. As he spoke of trivial domestic matters, Jinjiu bit his lip. After a long sigh, he picked up the wine gourd that had rolled to his feet. Yet, when he uncorked it to drink, he discovered it was empty. Junior brother, it is time to depart. There is little left to time. Accomplish what you wish. Meet those you long to see. Behold the sights you yearn for, and then come to see me. Of course, you may choose not to come, and no one shall hold it against you. A soft sigh emanated from behind the bronze door. Upon hearing this, Jinjiu silently rose with the wine gourd in hand, then turned to the bronze door and said, Senior brother has no regrets, and neither do I regarding my promises to the sect. Once I have settled all matters, I shall come to exchange places with you. With that, he grasped the wine gourd and ambled towards the cave entrance. Days later, on the 6th peak, in the early morning, senior sister, Lin Buyu, who had never experienced nightmares, suddenly sat up in bed, a fine sheen of cold sweat adorning his forehead. You actually had a nightmare? Lin Bian, his second soul, was startled enough to leap from the sea of consciousness. I dreamed that senior sister Ziyuan stood before me, drenched in blood, seemingly wishing to convey something, yet I could not comprehend a single word. Lin Buyu furrowed his brow. Experiencing a nightmare is not a trivial matter. Lin Bian's tone turned grave. The crux is that the dream felt eerily real, and the scenes depicted were unfamiliar to me. Lin Buyu rubbed his temples, continuing. What kind of scenes? Pray tell. A sky filled with flying snow, remnants of broken walls everywhere, colossal palaces, and abandoned temples, all of styles I have never encountered. As if constructed for giants. Amidst these derelict structures bloomed vast expanses of blue flowers. Lin Buyu recalled while still massaging his forehead. Upon hearing this, Lin Bian fell into silence. Why have you ceased speaking? Lin Buyu could not help but inquire. If my memory serves me correctly, this should be the capital of the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas within the ancient ruins of the wilds, also known as the Snow City. Lin Bian spoke with great solemnity. Chapter 232. Nightmares in the land of 1,000 Buddhas, the city of cloud whales. Yet, I have never ventured into the wilderness, nor have I set foot in the Snow City. Lin Buyu furrowed her brow in confusion. Is this your doing? She suddenly asked Lin Bian, her tone growing somewhat frosty. Do not unjustly accuse me. Our souls are entirely separate. How could I possibly influence you? Lin Bian retorted with indignation. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu pondered, pursing her lips thoughtfully. Suddenly, she retrieved her silver mirror from the bedside and used it to send a message to Su Zian. Sister, which secret realm in the wilderness are you training in this time? Before long, several lines of text appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. The city of cloud whales in the land of 1,000 Buddhas, often blanketed in snow, is also known as the Snow City. Brother Qing Xiao and I finalized the specific location just a few days ago. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Looking at the text on the mirror, Lin Buyu's brows knitted tighter. What a coincidence. At that moment, Lin Bian interjected with an expression of surprise. Buyu, are you there? Why have you not responded? The mirror then displayed another series of messages. Can I not go? Lin Buyu asked directly. Not go. The decision has already been made. It cannot be changed. What is wrong with you, Buyu? Why this sudden interest? Su Zian on the other end appeared quite astonished. I have heard that the Snow City in the land of 1,000 Buddhas is exceedingly perilous. Lin Buyu casually deflected, then set the mirror aside, once again sinking into contemplation. Indeed, there is no place in the wilderness that is without danger. Even if the scenes in your dream are true, they signify little. After all, it was merely a dream, Lin Bian reminded her. Sister treats me well, Lin Buyu replied mildly. Sister Zian is a good person. But since it is a training exercise, how could one avoid danger? What high-level cultivator has not faced life and death trials? Do not fret unnecessarily, Lin Bian advised. Despite this, Lin Buyu could not shake the discomfort lingering in her heart when she recalled the dream from the previous night. After a moment of serious reflection, she suddenly said to Lin Bian, I wish to lend that robe to Sister Zian. Do not act recklessly. That robe is my life's treasure. A slight mistake could lead to our souls being scattered, Lin Bian replied, visibly anxious. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu frowned once more. She contemplated what she possessed that Su Zian could possibly use, and it seemed there was little of value. Just as she felt at a loss, her gaze fell upon the jade bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet could indeed be lent to you, sister. I can then borrow the one from Xu Taiping for her to wear alongside that solitary Qing Xiao. The two of them are already fond of one another, and they would surely unlock the full potential of this jade bracelet. Lin Bian also noticed the bracelet at that moment. It was the very piece that Lin Buyu and Xu Taiping had obtained within the Listening Wind Pavilion, imbued with 3 formidable powers from its master. Lin Buyu remained silent. Let us give this one. After all, you and Xu Taiping might not hold hands again until who knows when. And it would be a waste for you both to wear it. Lin Bian continued to persuade her. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of anger suddenly crossed Lin Buyu's eyes. She then coldly huffed, no need to see me off. In the Chiyue Pavilion, within the domain of the Blade Demon, a sigh escaped him. Alas, your second technique of the Demon Slayer Blade, the Crane's Cry, remains inadequate. It fails to achieve the realm of no blade, no self. After concluding the sword trial, the Blade Demon cast a gloomy glance at Xu Taiping. The ancient sword manual had also indicated that to reach the realm of no blade, no self with this second technique, one must hone their skills amidst countless battles, preferably against demonic cultivators. Xu Taiping sheathed his blade, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Why not simply find a demon lair and slaughter all the demonic cultivators within? The Blade Demon regarded Xu Taiping with an expression that conveyed, is this really so difficult? Xu Taiping fell silent, already envisioning how the Blade Demon had practiced his swordsmanship in life. What nonsense is this old fellow spouting? At that moment, the figure of Fairy Lingyue suddenly appeared within the Blade domain. You dare enter without a word of greeting? The Blade Demon, upon seeing Fairy Lingyue, instinctively took a step back, a rare glimmer of fear evident in his gaze. Do you have any authority to dictate my actions? Fairy Lingyue shot him a disdainful glance. Now, her spirit was entirely stabilized. Traversing the Blade Demon's domain felt as effortless as entering her own abode. In response, the Blade Demon could only mutter a few inaudible complaints. Bring forth that demonic lotus. I wish to observe the effects of the demon-banishing pill. Fairy Lingyue commanded the Blade Demon. All right. The Blade Demon reluctantly extended his left hand, from which a black lotus began to rise. This was indeed the very demonic lotus that had secretly nestled within Xu Taiping's body. However, at this moment, the lotus was enveloped in a faint golden aura, and its roots were bound by a thread woven from jade-like grass, preventing further growth. While the outflow of demonic energy was indeed contained, the lotus's growth had not ceased. You old fool, have you been feeding it your own divine essence? Fairy Lingwei regarded the blade demon with skepticism. Do not speak so recklessly. Although I am a villain, the one thing I detest most are these demonic creatures. How could I possibly aid them and conspire alongside them? The blade demon expressed his indignation. Enough, enough. I no longer doubt you, all right? Fairy Lingwei waved her hand dismissively and then turned to Xu Taiping, stating, it has yet to cease growing. It likely draws upon the few demonic creatures you sealed within using the ghost sealing talisman, as well as the vast amounts of blood chi the talisman absorbed from you previously. In a month or two, once these energies are depleted, it should wither on its own. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Recently, the influence of the ghost sealing talisman on me has diminished. I suspect part of the reason is my struggle against this demonic lotus for blood chi. He shared some of his inner thoughts. That is indeed a possibility. Fairy Lingwei surveyed the blade demon's domain before turning back to Xu Taiping, saying, once you break through to the profound realm, the issue with the ghost sealing talisman will be resolved effortlessly. May everything proceed smoothly, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Soon after, under the diligent exhortations of the blade demon, he departed for the blade domain, returning to the training chamber within the fan tower. The batch of grass elixirs you are concocting should be ready in a couple of days, correct? Inquired Fairy Lingwei of Xu Taiping. It should be ready tonight. Xu Taiping nodded in affirmation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he then stepped towards the alchemical furnace. Chapter 233, Borrowing a Bracelet. It's borrowed. Not given during this period, apart from his daily cultivation routine, he had been engrossed in alchemy. The medicinal materials he procured from the celestial gourd realm were nearly sufficient for him to refine 1 batch of fire elixirs, 2 batches of grass elixirs, and 10 batches of chi gathering elixirs. Simultaneously, he had exchanged all the spiritual artifacts and elixirs scavenged from the demon cultivators within the celestial gourd realm for merit points and gold essence. The amount was considerable. He had exchanged a total of 1,000 gold essence and 700,000 merit points. While the merit points are not particularly noteworthy, the gold essence was intended for his future excursions, as merit points from the Qingxian sect cannot circulate among the 9 prefectures. Currently, with an additional 6,000 gold essence bestowed by the 9 prefectures, he possessed a total of 7,000 gold essence and 700,000 merit points. Although he earned a substantial amount of money, his expenditures were equally significant. Even with the suppression of the ghost sealing talisman somewhat alleviated, the potions required for body refinement and the elixirs necessary for cultivation demanded at least 200,000 merit points each month. Therefore, Xu Taiping had been inquiring with Huang Ke about where to procure elixirs, intending to sell a portion of the chi-gathering elixirs he had refined. Huang Ke was equally intrigued and was assisting him in contacting several commercial establishments within the 9 prefectures. If the quality of the elixirs proved satisfactory, these businesses might even auction them off. How much gold essence are they willing to offer for the chi-gathering elixirs? As the topic of selling elixirs arose, Fairy Lingwei also grew curious. It's not settled yet. I just sent a chi-gathering elixir to Brother Huang Ke. It should take a few days to receive a response. Xu Taiping replied while pushing open the door to the alchemical chamber. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the demand for gold essence would only escalate. Locations like the Celestial Gourd Secret Realm are both rare and perilous, thus establishing a stable source of income was paramount for him. If the price is right, you might consider auctioning the grass elixirs. Producing 1 each month would sufficiently cover your expenses. After all, you obtained this recipe from the Yunming Marsh Secret Realm, so it would not be difficult to explain should anyone inquire, Fairy Lingwei suggested. Not only did Xu Taiping require gold essence, but upon reaching the next stage, she too would need it to nourish the earth fruit. It's worth a try, Xu Taiping concurred. Currently, he found himself pressed for time, extracting moments from his busy schedule to engage in alchemy. Producing 1 batch of grass elixirs each month was just about manageable for him. Xu Taiping, it smells wonderful. As Xu Taiping opened the door to the alchemical chamber, the little monkey Pingyan, who had been guarding the furnace, eagerly pulled him over to the furnace's side. Due to the time required for cultivation, he could only instruct Pingyan to watch over the furnace, telling him to insert a true fire talisman when it was time to extinguish the flames. If this batch succeeds, I shall share one with you. Xu Taiping smiled as he lifted the little monkey and placed it on his shoulder. All right. The little monkey nodded excitedly. Immediately, Xu Taiping utilized his mastery of object manipulation to remove the lid from the alchemical furnace. A rich aroma of herbs and vegetation instantly filled the alchemical room. As the mist dissipated, Xu Taiping beheld 3 smooth, lustrous pale green pills quietly resting within the furnace. This hue was precisely what one would expect from freshly forged herbal pills. Out of the 6 pills, 3 were ruined, leaving him with 3. Observing the other 3 charred pills within the furnace, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of regret. For his first batch of herbal pills, it was still quite commendable. The fairy Lingyue offered him some words of comfort. Xu Taiping smiled in response. He then reached out to take one and handed it to Pinyin, saying, "This is a reward for helping me guard the furnace." "Thank you, Xu Taiping." Pinyin nodded enthusiastically, then cradled the herbal pill and began to nibble on it. For him, the herbal pill was merely a delectable treat. Is Pinyin on the verge of breaking through to the Demon King level? Xu Taiping inquired curiously of Fairy Lingyue. In terms of combat prowess, he is already on par with royal-level demon beasts. However, the cultivation method I have him practicing progresses at a slower pace than ordinary methods, which is why he is yet to make the breakthrough to the Demon King realm. Fairy Lingyue explained. Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. He had never regarded Pinyin as a spirit pet that would fight fiercely for him. He was content with Pinyin occasionally keeping an eye on the yard. "Xu Taiping, how come you didn't inform me of such good fortune?" At that moment, Bai suddenly flitted into the alchemical room, flapping his wings. "Weren't you just complaining about boredom?" Xu Taiping said, reaching up to lift him off his head. "Never mind. I have something even better." Bai suddenly spread his wings, tossing a red fruit high into the air before swallowing it whole. Although Xu Taiping was unsure what kind of fruit it was, the spiritual energy emanating from it suggested it was indeed comparable to the herbal pills. "Have you seen Uncle Bai Hong?" Xu Taiping asked Bai. "Yes," Bai nodded. "He asked me to thank you and told me to give you this spiritual feather. In times of life and death, this feather can withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator below the transformation realm." He then handed a feather to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Uncle Bai Hong would bestow such a precious item upon him. "Xu Taiping." At that moment, a slightly cool female voice suddenly echoed from the front courtyard. "Sister Buyu, what brings you here?" Xu Taiping recognized the voice. At the entrance of Chiyu Pavilion. "Sister Buyu, do you wish to borrow this bracelet?" After a series of explanations from Lin Bian, Xu Taiping finally grasped her intent. "You are unwilling to lend it, are you?" Lin Bian looked up at Xu Taiping. "Of course, I am willing," Xu Taiping responded with a smile, promptly removing the bracelet from his wrist and handing it to Lin Bian. "You are just parting with it so readily?" Lin Bian was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow slightly. "Sister Xian has treated me exceptionally well, and Qing Xiao is my senior brother. I would willingly give this bracelet to them," Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Lin Biyu suddenly let out a soft snort, then picked up her bracelet and turned to leave. "What has gotten into this disciple, Lin Biyu?" Xu Taiping was somewhat perplexed, unsure why Lin Biyu had suddenly become angry. "It is borrowed, not a gift." At this moment, Lin Biyu, who had already ascended the Rainbow Bridge, abruptly turned her head back, her expression grave as she emphasized to Xu Taiping. "Oh, understood." Xu Taiping nodded, still in a fog. Nearby, the ethereal figure of the fairy Lingyue covered her mouth and chuckled, yet she refrained from explaining the situation to Xu Taiping. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, Xu Taiping had only ventured outside once to accompany his second senior brother, Qing Xiao, to the wilderness. Otherwise, he had been diligently practicing and refining pills at Chiyu Pavilion. Regarding the sale of medicinal pills, there had been a response from Huangke. Several merchants showed interest in the gathering qi pill, with one even offering 300 gold coins for a single pill. Xu Taiping was somewhat tempted and planned to respond to Huangke in the coming days. Additionally, although the process was somewhat convoluted, the Suehua pill had finally been successfully refined. Just as Xu Taiping thought that the next year or two would be filled with such fulfilling and busy days. A letter and a piece of moonshadow stone from the Huangke of the 9 houses shattered his tranquil days of cultivation. The letter contained only a single line. "Your senior brother Qing Xiao has encountered trouble in the snow city of the wilderness, his life and death unknown." Leaving behind this moonshadow stone, which contains the last scene before his disappearance. Chapter 234, Moonshadow Stone. The fragmented gaze of Qing Xiao. The moonshadow stone is a spirit stone that, after being infused with true essence, can imprint the surrounding scenes. It is akin to the seeking dust incense, yet differs in that, after inscribing special runes, 2 or more moonshadow stones can resonate with each other, transmitting the imprinted scenes from one stone to others. Though somewhat hurried, it was indeed the handwriting of Brother Huangke. Xu Taiping was not intimidated by the contents of the letter. Instead, he held the egg-sized moonshadow stone, meticulously comparing the handwriting of Huangke with that of his past correspondence. All letters sent by Brother Huangke had been neatly written, but this one was particularly scrappy, indicating he was indeed in a rush to handle some urgent matter. Remembering the relationship between Huangke and Qingxiao, Xu Taiping's heart gradually began to feel uneasy. Ultimately, he resolved to activate the Moonshadow Stone. Xu Taiping held a great deal of confidence in his second senior brother Qingxiao's strength, so even upon reading the letter, he did not believe there would be any serious issues. Taking a deep breath while seated at his writing desk, Xu Taiping gently exhaled, then gradually infused his true essence into the Moonshadow Stone. Instantly, a mist arose from the stone, revealing a mirage-like scene upon the murky haze. In this imagery, the first sight to greet Xu Taiping was a vast expanse of white snow and the remnants of broken walls scattered about, perhaps due to the person holding the Moonshadow Stone being in a state of flight. The scenes appearing in the gray mist were not only in motion, but also constantly shaking. It was not until he arrived before a collapsed palace that the image steadied. Though the palace has collapsed, one can still imagine its grandeur from the towering remnants of beams and columns that rise 2 or 3 zhang high. As the scene gradually shifts toward the palace entrance, a familiar figure emerges from within the gray mist, Duge Qingxiao. Even though the image does not provide a clear view of the man's face, and despite his tattered clothing, disheveled hair, and bloodied appearance, Xu Taiping is still able to ascertain that this is indeed his second senior brother. At that moment, the individual holding the Moonshadow Stone seems to call out to Duge Qingxiao. The image reveals Qingxiao kneeling in the snow, slowly raising his head. His once handsome visage is now marred by blood, and on the right side of his face, a gruesome wound stretches from his forehead through to his right eye. As the gaze shifts downward, it becomes evident that the arm he once wielded his sword with has been completely severed, though he strives to maintain his composure. Upon witnessing this, Xu Taiping abruptly stands up. As he clenches his fists, the joints of his body begin to crack ominously, transforming his physique from that of a sleeping lion to a vigilant one. His overwhelming aura is enough to startle Pinyin, who had been dozing nearby. However, what truly tugs at Xu Taiping's heart is the expression in Qingxiao's eyes, a gaze filled with despair and fragmentation. He had never envisioned that his typically confident and carefree second senior brother could manifest such a look. From the vision presented by the Moonshadow Stone, it is clear that Qingxiao's physical state is not the only thing in ruin. His spirit has also shattered. As the scene continues to unfold, Qingxiao appears to awaken, first unleashing a furious roar at the individual clutching the Moonshadow Stone, seemingly engaged in a desperate argument. Unfortunately, the vision captured within the stone is devoid of sound, leaving Xu Taiping uncertain of what exactly his second brother was expressing at that moment. Then, an unfamiliar figure enters the scene, seemingly attempting to assist Qingxiao to his feet and lead him away. Yet, Qingxiao violently shakes off the man's hand, refusing to accompany them, and instead begins to charge wildly toward the crumbling grand hall. Subsequently, the vision within the Moonshadow Stone jolts once more, transporting the scene into the heart of the dilapidated hall. The first thing that captures Xu Taiping's attention is a gaping chasm in the center of the hall, from which dark vapors continuously billow outward. From this pit, tendrils of darkness emerge, some resembling the tentacles of an octopus, while others mimic the tongues of wild beasts. Each one strives to escape the pit, yet upon venturing 2 or 3 feet away, they spontaneously disintegrate into ash. At this moment, Qingxiao stands near the edge of the pit, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon it. Those who have pursued him to this point attempt to pull him back, but they are met with Qingxiao's furious sword energy, which he unleashes toward them before resolutely leaping into the abyss. The group, including the owner of the Moonshadow Stone, rushes toward the pit, desperately trying to rescue Qingxiao from its depths. As they approach the mouth of the pit, 2 grotesquely mangled and enormous arms suddenly emerge from within, sending all nearby individuals flying. Following another violent tremor, the scene depicted within the Moonshadow Stone settled upon the dilapidated plaque of the Grand Hall, known as the Hall of Celestial Sound. Chapter 235, Moonshadow Stone, the Yellow Sparrow, another letter. The vision was abruptly interrupted. What could have transpired within to elicit such an expression from the second senior brother? After a lengthy pause, Xu Taiping, regaining his composure, returned to his seat, murmuring to himself, could it be that Sister Xian encountered some trouble? A sudden conjecture formed in Xu Taiping's mind. From the imagery displayed by the Moonshadow Stone, it was evident that while the second senior brother had indeed sustained grave injuries, he was not in a state of utter despair. It was hard to believe that he would exhibit such a hopeless demeanor solely due to his own circumstances. Furthermore, the absence of Sister Xian from the Moonshadow Stone's depiction prompted Xu Taiping's speculation. Sister Lingyue was meditating within the gourd. Once she emerged, he would inquire if she had any knowledge regarding the nature of the pit that had appeared in the hall. Aside from the second senior brother's unusual demeanor, Xu Taiping's most pressing concern remained the pit into which the second senior brother, Qing Xiao, had leapt, along with the monstrous entity that had emerged from it. Although his heart raced with urgency, reason dictated the necessity of calmness to avoid making hasty judgments. Upon reviewing the Moonshadow Stone's imagery once more, Xu Taiping discerned a notable detail. The second senior brother's remaining left hand bore no trace of the jade bracelet he had gifted him. During their farewell, the second senior brother had donned that bracelet on his left wrist, repeatedly assuring him and Lin Buyu that neither he nor Su Xian would ever remove it lightly. Could it be that the second senior brother and Sister Xian invoked that final incantation, resulting in their mutual destruction? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Following such an incantation, the bracelet would shatter spontaneously, and those wearing it would become adversaries. Although this possibility seemed plausible, Xu Taiping harbored doubts that the bond between Qing Xiao and Sister Xian would lead them to employ the bracelet's ultimate spell. Just then, a sharp sound of a sword echoed from the front courtyard. Moments later, Bai Yu appeared, clutching a letter in his beak, flying to the window of Xu Taiping's study. Another missive delivered by a flying sword. Xu Taiping, have you found yourself in some trouble? Bai Yu inquired with concern. Xu Taiping glanced at the sender's name on the envelope, his brow knitting slightly. Indeed, it was another letter from the Yellow Sparrow. It seemed trouble was truly brewing. You and Pinyin should gather your belongings. We may be embarking on a journey soon, Xu Taiping instructed Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression turned grave, and he immediately took flight, declaring, I will fetch Pinyin. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Though a final decision had yet to be reached, it was prudent to prepare in advance. He then proceeded to open the letter sent by the Yellow Sparrow. This time, not only has the content of the letter expanded considerably, but the handwriting has also become much more orderly. To Taiping, I write. In my previous correspondence, due to the pressing nature of time, I was unable to convey many crucial details before the Moonshadow Stone could be dispatched. Firstly, I assure you that the Moonshadow Stone is by no means a forgery. The individual who possessed it at that time was a wandering knight from our esteemed 9 houses. It was only during my routine inspection of the Moonshadow Stones this morning that I discovered the anomaly. Furthermore, what you have seen is merely one of them. We have observed even more peculiar phenomena among the other Moonshadow Stones. To prevent unrest within the cultivation community, the 9 houses have confiscated all Moonshadow Stones related to this matter. Currently, aside from you and me, no more than 3 individuals are privy to this information. Lastly, once the 9 houses are adequately prepared, we shall announce this matter to all sects, including the Qingxian sect, in 7 days. On that day, we will seal off the entrance to the secret realm of the barbaric 1,000 Buddhas, prohibiting entry for a decade. Taiping. Although certain aspects of this concern the secrets of the 9 houses, I cannot divulge them here. However, I can assure you that your senior brother, Qing Xiao, is not dead. Nevertheless, his situation is quite dire. Without assistance, he will certainly not endure beyond 3 months. Taiping, I am aware that my words may seem selfish. Yet you are the only one capable of saving Qing Xiao now. I cannot trust the prominent figures of the 9 houses or the Qingxian sect. For the sake of that object, they would undoubtedly regard Qing Xiao as a mere pawn. Time is of the essence. If you have made your decision, the sword that delivers this letter will bring you to me. Do not worry about how to descend the mountain. I will issue an edict in the name of the 9 houses, and no one shall question it. If you have resolved to proceed, please incinerate this letter. I shall arrange everything else. Upon reading the final line of the letter, Xu Taiping's expression grew increasingly grave. What precisely had the 9 houses witnessed among the other Moonshadow Stones? What could possibly stir both the 9 houses and the entire cultivation community? As Xu Taiping neatly folded the letter, he murmured to himself, First, I must meet with Huang Ke. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Taiping made his decision. Huang Ke was his second senior brother, the very one who had personally brought him from the mortal realm to the realm of immortals. If everything Huang Ke mentioned in his letter were true, even at the cost of his own life, he would not stand idly by while his second senior brother perished in the wilderness. Xu Taiping. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the front courtyard of Chiyu Pavilion. Why? Xu Taiping immediately recognized the voice. He hastily tucked away the moonshadow stone and Huang Qiu's letter, then strode towards the courtyard entrance. As the door swung open, there stood Lin Bai, clad in white, looking remarkably vibrant. However, today, Lin Bai's expression was decidedly off. The calm demeanor she typically maintained, even in the face of adversity, was now tinged with a hint of panic. A sense of foreboding stirred within Xu Taiping's heart. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Junior sister Bai, what troubles you?" Lin Bai bit her lip before raising her gaze to Xu Taiping, pleading, "Please, save my senior sister." Chapter 236, Falling Sunset Manor. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In the study of Chiyu Pavilion, Xu Taiping inquired, "How did you know that senior sister Xian was in danger?" "Before my sister ventured into the wilderness, I had Lin Baiyan expend his divine essence to draw a life-binding talisman for both senior sister Xian and senior brother Qingxiao." As Lin Baiyu spoke, she placed two talismans on the table. One of the talismans had already split apart, while the other bore a long crack. The life-binding talisman can sense the vital energy of life. This morning, the talisman inscribed with my sister's energy suddenly cracked, indicating a severance of her life force. "Something must have gone awry in the wilderness," Lin Baiyu said, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression shifted to one of realization. He had initially assumed that Lin Baiyu had seen the moonshadow stone and deduced that senior sister Xian was in peril, not realizing it was through this method. After pondering for a moment, Xu Taiping finally produced the moonshadow stone. "This moonshadow stone was delivered to me by brother Huang Ke this morning. It contains a glimpse of my senior brother encountering danger in the snowy expanse of the wilderness." As he spoke, he activated the moonshadow stone once more in front of Lin Baiyu's astonished eyes. With Lin Baiyu's life-binding talisman as corroboration, he no longer doubted the authenticity of the moonshadow stone. Half a stick of incense later, Lin Baiyu departed from Chiyu Pavilion. Upon learning that Xu Taiping had a means to rescue her sister, she instructed him to wait at Chiyu Pavilion, mentioning that she had something to hand over to him. At this moment, Fairy Lingyue had also awakened. "Fairy Lingyue, have you discerned anything?" Xu Taiping immediately asked after she examined the moonshadow stone. "Although I am not particularly familiar with the secrets of this wilderness, the laws of heaven and earth within it are mostly similar. For instance, the pit that your senior brother jumped into resembles a burrow we encountered in the wilderness before. This burrow appears perilous, yet it is merely a passage that allows one to traverse vast distances in an instant. The issue lies in the fact that many wild beasts hunt at the exit of such burrows. Leaping in unprepared is exceedingly dangerous," Fairy Lingyue responded, her brow knitted. Xu Taiping's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. If this were indeed the case, the chances of senior brother Qingxiao being alive were significantly greater than he had imagined. The wilderness may seem treacherous, yet if one is knowledgeable about certain laws of heaven and earth, the danger diminishes considerably. In fact, one can even utilize these laws against enemies and the omnipresent wild beasts. However, I must first ascertain the exact location of your wilderness within the greater expanse, as that will determine which laws are applicable," Fairy Lingyue continued. Initially, she had not intended to disclose this information to Xu Taiping ahead of time, believing it would better serve his training in the wilderness. However, given the urgent need to rescue someone, she felt there was no time to withhold such knowledge. "We shall first seek out Huang Ke, for he is likely to possess more detailed intelligence regarding the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas." Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. With Sister Lingyue's words, he felt considerably more at ease. However, judging from Huang Ke's second letter, it appears that the 9 houses have observed something else among the other moonshadow stones, something akin to a coveted treasure. Xu Taiping briefly recounted the contents of Huang Ke's second letter to the celestial maiden Lingyue. "I have my suspicions, yet I cannot ascertain them for certain at this moment. If it truly is that item which lingers in my memory, their indifference to your elder brother's fate becomes more comprehensible." Lingyue said thoughtfully, "I cannot comprehend it." Xu Taiping replied coldly. Hearing this, Lingyue smiled, and then said, "Then let us, as siblings, teach these selfish cultivators, who disregard the lives of others for their own desires. A lesson. The following day, in the evening, armed with Huang Ke's summons from the 9 houses, Xu Taiping's descent from the mountain proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, the true purpose of his descent, aside from finding Lin Buyu, was not disclosed even to Sister Linglong. Nevertheless, he had taken Bai Yu and Ping In along, as their presence would significantly enhance his combat strength. Why did you not wait for me? Just as Xu Taiping was preparing to soar into the sky on Huang Ke's flying sword, he was intercepted by Lin Buyu, who had also arrived on her sword. I was in a rush, Xu Taiping replied sheepishly. The thought of his second brother's predicament made him eager to find Huang Ke and ascertain the situation before entering the wild snowy capital. This book I acquired from the Tai Xian Hall in Yunming's. It contains the seals of 16 divine generals. However, these generals must be nourished by the righteous energy of the world's literature, so thus far, only 2 can be summoned for my use. Lin Buyu handed Xu Taiping a tome titled The Register of Divine Generals. Thank you. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before accepting the book. This expedition into the wilderness is fraught with peril, and one can never have too many means of self-preservation. The young girl is quite generous. This item requires more than just righteous energy for nourishment. Each use demands a substantial infusion of divine essence, which is beyond her current capacity to bear, remarked Linglong, in her ethereal form, with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping noticed Lin Buyu's pallor and solemnly clasped his hands in respect, saying, Rest assured, Sister Buyu. I shall do everything in my power to bring Sister Xian back. Lin Buyu frowned slightly and replied calmly, If the situation becomes untenable, preserving one's life is paramount. In merely half a day, Xu Taiping arrived at the Luanxia mountain villa, the resting place of Huang Ke near the entrance of the wild snowy capital, riding Huang Ke's flying sword. Brother Huang Ke, I am now outside the Luanxia mountain villa. Xu Taiping communicated to Huang Ke using the 9 houses messaging talisman from a small building opposite Shui mountain villa. In such close proximity, the 9 houses messaging talisman was operational. However, to Xu Taiping's surprise, Huang Ke responded with a perplexing question. Who are you? However, in an instant, those words vanished, only to be replaced by a new message. Please wait at the door. I shall be there shortly. Upon reading this line, Xu Taiping's brow furrowed. The tone of the message did not resemble that of the Huang Ke at all, just as a sense of caution arose within him. Another line appeared on the transmission order. Get out of here, quickly. They are out to kill you. Chapter 237. The arrow disturbing the falling sunset manor whoosh. The moment Xu Taiping caught sight of those words, he activated the technique Zhi Qi Tianya, and in a flicker, he found himself on the rooftop 100 paces away. Boom. Mere moments later, a shadow of a spear entwined with silver python shot out from the falling sunset manor, piercing through the derelict building where Xu Taiping had previously lingered. The explosive force of the strike shattered the entire structure into fragments. With a discerning mind, Xu Taiping assessed the power behind that shot. Indeed, it was formidable. Linglong Fairy nodded in affirmation. However, within that manor, there are still 2 ordinary practitioners at the transcendent stage, and 1 at the great perfection stage. Your friend, Huang Ke, is also there, though his aura is quite weak. She cast a fleeting glance at the falling sunset manor and remarked coolly, Is he still alive? Is he still alive? Xu Taiping sought confirmation from Linglong Fairy. He is still alive, she replied with a nod. It seems these individuals are not here to kill, but rather to extract something from Huang Ke. Xu Taiping drew forth the Shinto bow. Without knocking an arrow, he merely flexed the bowstring, aiming it in the direction of the falling sunset manor. Gradually, the previously indistinct scenes within the manor began to sharpen in clarity before his eyes. This was one of the divine powers of the Shinto bow, enabling its wielder to see for thousands of miles. Certainly, given Xu Taiping's current capabilities and the condition of the bow, he could discern details clearly up to about 10 miles. Within this distance, as long as his vital energy was sufficient, he could even perceive the ants crawling on the ground. There is someone in the courtyard using spiritual awareness to search this area. I have just masked it, but repeated searches will surely reveal clues. Linglong Fairy cautioned Xu Taiping. Linglong, I will be quick. Xu Taiping replied, while continuing to search the falling sunset manor with the Shinto bow. Eventually, he spotted Huang Ke in the training ground of the manor's rear courtyard. At that moment, Huang Ke was bound to a stone pillar, several large nails driven into his body. His clothes had been torn away, and a significant portion of skin had been ripped from his chest, leaving a bloody mess. One of his ears had been partially severed. hanging by a thin strip of flesh. In addition to his chest, there were wounds on his face, arms, and legs where flesh had been cut away. Before Xu Taiping could look away, he saw a young girl dressed in a purple robe, strikingly beautiful yet eerily alluring, holding a somewhat dull dagger as she tugged at the other half of Huang Qua's ear, methodically slicing into it. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping's gaze sharpened. His grip on the bow tightened suddenly, and the spring tiger at his waist seemed to sense its master's turmoil, emitting a series of faint tremors. Though the bond between Huang Ke and him was far less intimate than that with his second elder brother Qing Xiao, the term friend was undoubtedly well-deserved. Witnessing his friend subjected to such inhumane torment made it difficult for him to remain calm. Fortunately, at that moment, Sister Lingyue assisted him in concealing his aura. Otherwise, the fury within him would surely have been detected by the inhabitants of the Luoxiao villa. Sister Lingyue, did you hear what they were saying? Xu Taiping inquired. Suppressing his rage, they seemed to be interrogating Huang Ke about your brother Qing Xiao's whereabouts, apparently seeking to locate something based on your brother's position, Sister Lingyue replied, only able to discern the general context due to the distance. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping observed Huang Ke's clenched jaw and resolute glare directed at the violet-clad girl. Unwilling to divulge anything, a crackling sound emanated from his bones as his anger surged once more. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, managing to quell the tempest within. By you, I will draw them away. You and Ping should conceal yourselves in the villa's rear courtyard and await my signal. When the moment is right, enter and rescue Huang Ke, Xu Taiping instructed, gently tapping the gourd to release Bai Yu and Ping and leave it to us, Bai Yu responded, swiftly vanishing with the little monkey Ping and in tow. With Bai Yu's prowess already at the level of a demon king and accompanied by a small monkey, even a fully realized practitioner might struggle to capture them. As Bai Yu and the little monkey concealed themselves, Xu Taiping swiftly vanished from sight. In his escape, he deliberately left behind his aura on the rooftop where he had previously stood. Boom. Almost the instant his aura became apparent, a massive spear shadow, entwined with a silver python, surged forth from Luoxiao Villa, obliterating the small house he had just occupied. However, Xu Taiping was already 10 miles away, perched atop a towering elm tree, retrieving a standard black iron arrow from his quiver and preparing his bow. This quiver, also a product of the Earth's essence, ensured that any arrow, including the 3 divine arrows, would return to it, though the farther they were shot, the longer their return would take. Fwang. As Xu Taiping drew back the bowstring to its fullest, he anticipated the appearance of a figure at his previous position. Whoosh. Without any hesitation, he released the bowstring, launching the arrow. Though merely an ordinary black iron arrow, its potency was formidable due to the enhancement of the Shinto bow and Xu Taiping's own extraordinary strength. Bang! With a resounding impact, Xu Taiping notched another arrow and shot the figure that had approached to investigate, piercing them completely. Clearly, this was merely an ordinary cultivator, not a practitioner of the profound realm who had launched that spear shadow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xu Taiping swiftly knocked arrow after arrow, eliminating several patrolling cultivators near the villa. Most of these cultivators were merely at the opening realm, and faced with Xu Taiping's relentless barrage, they had no hope of evading or defending themselves. After dispatching 6 or 7 individuals in quick succession, the tranquility of Luoxiao Villa was utterly shattered. Chapter 238, Luoxiao Villa. The terrifying violet-clad girl. The chaos in the front courtyard finally drew the attention of those in the rear courtyard. In a different location, Xu Taiping, with his bow drawn and arrow knocked, observed as the girl in the purple attire ceased her cruel torment of the yellow sparrow and whispered a few words to the elderly men beside her. Following this, 3 elders stood near the girl, with only one remaining while the other 2, accompanied by the remaining disciples, exited the courtyard. Seeing this, Xu Taiping released the bowstring, ingested a chi-gathering pill, and substituted the ordinary black iron arrow in his hand for the divine arrow, Windmaster. He then drew the bow once more, this time not aiming at the girl in purple, but rather at the elder wielding a long spear, who was at the profound realm. With a swift motion, Xu Taiping released the arrow, which flew like a straight line towards the spear-wielding elder. At the last moment, the elder sensed the impending danger and thrust his spear towards Windmaster. However, Windmaster was the fastest among the 3 divine arrows, and having previously misled them with an ordinary black iron arrow, Xu Taiping had already gained the upper hand by the time the elder struck. With a thunderous crash, the elder's protective true essence, and armor were pierced. He merely managed to buy a fleeting moment to evade a fatal strike, allowing Windmaster to ultimately penetrate his shoulder. Nonetheless, the ferocious gale emanating from the arrow left a bloody gash on the elder's body. While the purple-clad girl had maintained her composure despite the earlier slayings of several ordinary disciples, the grievous injury to a master of the profound realm shattered her tranquility. After instructing a few subordinates to keep watch over the yellow sparrow, she swiftly advanced towards the front courtyard alongside the accomplished elder in white. At that moment, Xu Taiping loosed another arrow towards the fallen elder on the ground. The purple-clad girl and the elder in white, having rushed over from the rear courtyard, acted in unison to intercept the arrow meant for the gravely injured elder. However, this time, Xu Taiping employed an ordinary arrow rather than a divine one. Just as the two were taken aback, Xu Taiping swiftly consumed 2 more qi-gathering pills and extracted the divine arrow, Thundermaster, from his quiver, shooting it unhesitatingly towards the girl in purple. At this point, Xu Taiping had reached his limit, having unleashed 2 divine arrows in quick succession. As he released Thundermaster, he communicated with Bai Yuping and through their soul bond, commanding him to save the injured. Boom! Almost simultaneously with his command, the Thundermaster arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the girl in purple, already on high alert. She exchanged a glance with the elder in white and summoned a talisman with her palm outstretched. A golden figure promptly emerged to shield her. To the girl's astonishment, the golden figure shattered upon impact, and the arrow, crackling with lightning, struck her chest. With a resounding clash, the protective heart mirror she wore shattered, and the thunderous force of the arrow sent a jolt through her very being. Although the arrows failed to pierce the protective heart mirror at his chest until the very end, the power released by them was akin to the explosion of a profound tear flame talisman, leaving the cultivators in the front courtyard in a daze. Boom! Just at that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from the rear courtyard of the falling Sunset Manor. It was the sound of the formation barrier being shattered. Although the girl in the purple robe had long recognized Xu Taiping's intention to lure the tiger away from its mountain, she had severely underestimated his strength and overestimated the capabilities of their barrier. Old Bai, do not let that archer escape. I shall handle this. Suddenly, a glint of ruthlessness appeared in her eyes. She shouted towards the elderly figure in white who was searching for the archer ahead, then bit her finger to draw a peculiar blood-red rune on her arm. Boom! The instant she completed the strange rune, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from her, and a colossal, indistinct shadow, exuding a terrifying aura, materialized behind her. Dare to rob under my very nose. The girl scoffed coldly, and in the blink of an eye, she had already appeared in the rear courtyard, pursuing Bai Yu and Pingyan, who were fleeing with the yellow sparrow. Cut them down. With a flick of her hand, the enormous, bizarre shadow behind her swung a blade towards the direction in which Bai Yu was escaping. Swish! Bai Yu immediately urged Pingyan to take the yellow sparrow and flee, while he himself flapped his wings vigorously, repeatedly slicing towards the shadow's blade. Boom! With a thunderous sound, one of Bai Yu's wings was cleaved by the black blade shadow, nearly severing it entirely. Boom! Following that strike, the aura of the shadow behind the girl surged once more, ascending from the realm of profound to the realm of refining the spirit. Not only refining the spirit, Bai Yu, struck with astonishment by this overwhelming aura, found himself immobilized, murmuring incessantly. Even demon beasts, let alone spirit beasts, are easily intimidated by the oppressive force of a stronger opponent, leading to a complete loss of combat ability. Sever its other wing as well. The girl in the purple robe commanded the shadow behind her with a cold smile. Swish! Once again, the shadow swung its blade towards Bai Yu. He attempted to flee, but with the descending blade, a force akin to a cage ensnared him. Just as Bai Yu believed he would meet his demise beneath this blade, a piercing cicada cry suddenly erupted, followed by hundreds of thin, cicada-like blade shadows slicing towards the black shadow. Xu Taiping's cicada call intercepted the fatal strike. Chapter 239, Wu Yi River. The two on the black boat after evading the pursuit of the elder in white, upon sensing the danger Bai Yu faced, he swiftly employed the technique 1,000 cicadas sing in unison to catch up in a hurry. Boom! Amidst the violent clash of blade energies, the long knife of the shadow shattered Xu Taiping's 100 blade shadows. Not only the blade energy, but even the momentum of the strike was also dismantled. Aside from the blade demon, it was Xu Taiping's first time experiencing such a thorough defeat in his swordsmanship. Bang! After the momentum of the blade was shattered, he braced himself against the shadow's strike with the Tsangwan ring. He swiftly secured Bai Yu into the gourd and seized hold of Huang Ke, employing the technique of Zhiqi Tianya to escape. Upon retreating into a thicket, Xu Taiping could not suppress a mouthful of dark blood. Although the protective barrier of the Tsangwan ring mitigated the damage, the shadow's strike left a deep wound on his back. What troubled him most was that the blade's aura had already infiltrated his meridians through the wound. He needed to meditate promptly to expel this malevolent energy. However, the girl in the purple attire had evidently sensed Xu Taiping's grievous state and immediately commanded her subordinates to search with their spiritual awareness, leaving him no opportunity to recuperate. With no other recourse, Xu Taiping draped the cloak of concealment over himself and the unconscious Huang Ke, then utilized the breath-concealing technique taught by Fairy Lingwei, enduring the encroaching blade's aura while completely masking his presence. After about an hour, the group, led by the girl in purple, finally departed. Xu Taiping, who had withstood the blade's aura for so long, spat out another mouthful of foul blood and hastily began meditating to expel the remaining energy. After a stick of incense had burned, he finally forced out all of the shadow's blade aura from his body. Had he delayed any longer, it might have damaged his meridians. He felt a lingering fear and pondered, Fairy Lingwei, how could that girl in purple, with merely the cultivation level of Tongxian, exhibit power rivaling that of a Lianshan practitioner? Fairy Lingwei replied, I recall that certain malevolent practitioners possess means to achieve such feats, albeit at a great cost. Just as Xu Taiping was about to further inquire about malevolent practices, the previously unconscious Huang Ke suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing. You might inquire about the identity of that girl in purple, Fairy Lingwei suggested, crouching down to regard Huang Quebec. I have many questions for him as well. Xu Taiping nodded, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robe and extracting a grass rejuvenation pill, dividing it in two. He placed one half into Huang Ke's mouth and the other into the gourd for Bai Yu. Both of them had sustained severe injuries, making the grass rejuvenation pill particularly suitable for their recovery. After consuming half of the pill, the chaotic flow of Huang Ke's vital energy finally stabilized, and he exhaled deeply. Although he still bore the soul-locking nails, being a practitioner of Tongxian allowed him to recover rapidly with the aid of the grass rejuvenation pill. Xu Taiping, the pill you gave me, it can't be, is it the grass rejuvenation pill? Huang Ke swallowed hard, his expression one of astonishment. They had previously discussed the grass rejuvenation pill in their correspondence, so upon feeling the powerful medicinal energy within him, Huang Ke immediately thought of it. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded while extracting the soul-locking nails from Huang Quebec. Using the grass rejuvenation pill to treat mere surface wounds? What a waste, Huang Ke exclaimed, his face contorted with heartache. At times, Xu Taiping truly struggles to comprehend the thoughts swirling within Huang Ke's mind. Even with but a breath left, he remains preoccupied with the elixir. This time, I owe you my gratitude, Taiping. Otherwise, I fear that the enchantress would have turned me into a human puppet. Noticing Xu Taiping's unusual expression, Huang Ke quickly smiled and expressed his thanks. At that moment, his demeanor, smooth and worldly, was starkly different from the torment he had endured at the hands of the girl in the purple robe. What transpired in the wilderness of snow? Who was that girl in the purple robe? And why was she inquiring about my senior brother Qingxiao's whereabouts? After extracting all the soul-locking nails, Xu Taiping clapped his hands and raised his head, casting a serious gaze upon Huang Quebec. This is not a place for conversation. Sensing the urgency in Xu Taiping's eyes, Huang Ke ceased his playful demeanor. As he spoke, he supported himself off the ground and stood up. Are you taking me to find the people from the 9 mansions? Xu Taiping extended a hand to assist Huang Quebec. No. Huang Ke shook his head. I did not receive permission from the 9 mansions for this outing. Seeking them out now would certainly incur the wrath of the Celestial Law Division. Then where shall we go? Xu Taiping discerned that Huang Ke had a destination in mind. Muyu, Huang Ke softly called, summoning a wooden flying sword that had been circling above them. This wooden fish was his life-bound flying sword. Were it not for Muyu's delivery of a message to Xu Taiping, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Take us to Wui River. Huang Ke gently tapped the wooden sword, which then enveloped both of them in sword energy and soared southward. The night was as dark as ink. On a black canopy boat upon the waters of Wui River. This vessel was crafted from a single piece of timber struck by heavenly lightning and subsequently refined into a magical artifact by an ancestor of my carefree sect. When gliding upon the water's surface, it melded seamlessly with the river, making it difficult to detect even with divine perception. Once aboard, Huang Ke reclined in the cabin and began to introduce matters to Xu Taiping. Hearing this, Xu Taiping's taut nerves relaxed somewhat. He had previously wondered why Huang Ke chose such an obvious location to settle. Gurgle, gurgle. Xu Taiping took a hearty swig of dragon gall liquor. Having continuously utilized the Shinto Bao and endured the blade energy of the shadow, had it not been for the resilience of his corporeal spirit, he would have surely collapsed like others. The consumption of true essence was secondary to the drain it imposed on divine essence when employing the Shinto Bao and its 3 divine arrows. Fortunately, the dragon gall liquor had restorative properties for divine essence. Otherwise, it would have taken Xu Taiping at least 10 days to half a month to recover sufficiently to wield the Shinto Bao again. Brother Huang Ke, could you elaborate further on my senior brother's situation? Xu Taiping inquired, setting down the wine gourd. Chapter 240, Wui River. The Poison King teaches young lady Su Su. Give me a drink as well. Huang Ke extended his hand towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping tossed the gourd down, reassured by the fact that it had been significantly diluted and posed no risk to Huang Quebec. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Huang Ke raised his head and drained the remaining half of the gourd, mixed with bamboo leaf green. One gulp. He chuckled as he returned the gourd to Xu Taiping, who could only smile wryly in response. Suddenly, he placed his hand on the wine gourd and gazed intently at the yellow sparrow before him, signaling him to cease his teasing. The yellow sparrow shifted his position, leaning back against the cabin wall, and sighed before saying, in truth, I have divulged everything I can about your second elder brother, Qing Xiao, and your sister, Xian, in my letter. Only a few matters remain that, if spoken, would cost me my life. As he spoke, a hint of shame flickered across his face, accompanied by a bitter smile. Who would bring about your demise? Xu Taiping inquired, perplexed. On the day we encountered that batch of moonshadow stones, the elders proficient in talismans from the 9 houses placed a silence curse upon us. Should any related words be uttered, the curse would rebound upon the speaker, and that elder would become aware of it, the yellow sparrow explained with a serious demeanor. Is it truly that severe? Xu Taiping felt he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. The yellow sparrow nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, continued. I can reveal some information. Only Qing Xiao may still be alive, and for the next 3 months, he will be pursued by various forces in the wilderness. Is it because of that item? Xu Taiping queried. Indeed. Is it because my elder brother has obtained that item? He probed further. However, the yellow sparrow shook his head and smiled wryly. To be precise, he and Xian were chosen by that item. Therefore, if we locate my brother and sister, we shall find that item, correct? Xu Taiping's gaze sharpened gradually. The yellow sparrow nodded, his eyes mirroring Xu Taiping's burgeoning fury. At that moment, the voice of the spirit moon fairy suddenly resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. Taiping, I believe I am nearing the truth of what that item is. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart leaped with joy. You should inquire further with the yellow sparrow regarding how much he knows about the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas in the snow. The spirit moon fairy advised. Xu Taiping acknowledged her mentally. Even without her prompting, he had intended to pose that question. Brother Yellow Sparrow, what do you know about the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas in the wilderness? Xu Taiping asked gravely. The yellow sparrow appeared to have anticipated this inquiry. A slight smile graced his lips as he reached into his trousers and produced a ring, stating, everything is contained within. Fortunately, I hid it well. Xu Taiping regarded the ring with a complex expression. What? Do you disdain your brother Yellow Sparrow? I risked punishment from the Celestial Law Department to procure that. The yellow sparrow exclaimed, feigning indignation. Xu Taiping said nothing, extending his hand to accept the ring, and then quietly took out a flask of strong liquor to meticulously cleanse it. Xu Taiping, you ungrateful wretch. The yellow sparrow scolded, his dissatisfaction evident. Thank you, Brother Yellow Sparrow. Should we succeed in rescuing Brother Qing Xiao and Sister Xian, I promise to express my gratitude in person, Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Had it not been for the yellow sparrow's discreet warning, he would have remained oblivious to how his brother had perished in the wilderness. You have seen the Moonshadow Stone. After entering the Snow City, that was the last place your brother was seen. If you can trace him along this lead, be sure to find a way to stabilize his mind, and then seek a place to conceal him. As long as he can evade detection for 3 months, Qing Xiao will turn misfortune into fortune and seize a significant opportunity. The once carefree visage of Huang Ke transformed into one of seriousness. Although many matters were spoken of vaguely, Xu Taiping had already gleaned a general course of action from Huang Ke's words. The specifics would be deliberated in conjunction with Sister Lingyue once they entered the wilderness. Xu Taiping pondered within himself. This time, as it involved rescuing someone, all available resources would be considered. He would no longer rely solely on his own strength as he had during past trials. However, even so, given Sister Lingyue's current condition, her assistance would indeed be limited. From the images within the Moonshadow Stone, it was apparent that his senior brother's state was quite unstable, and it would be challenging for him to stabilize his mind with Xu Taiping's current cultivation level. Xu Taiping muttered to himself while contemplating. I have already devised a plan for this. Huang Ke smiled with a hint of pride, then pointed to the ring in Xu Taiping's hand, saying, This ring contains a vial of soul corpse fragrance. Just a single inhalation will put even a demon king into a slumber for half a month. Soul corpse fragrance. Is that not a treasure from the Poison King sect? Xu Taiping exclaimed in surprise. While perusing the sect's texts, he had encountered the Poison King sect frequently, alongside the 9 nether demonic cultivators, one of the 3 major malevolent sections. The soul corpse fragrance, known for its ability to swiftly incapacitate cultivators, struck fear into the hearts of many in the cultivation world. If it weren't for your need for this soul corpse fragrance, why would you, Brother Huang Ke, attract the attention of that demoness? Huang Ke sighed with irritation. Brother Huang Ke, do you mean to say that the girl in the purple attire is from the Poison King sect? Xu Taiping was alarmed by Huang Ke's words. The demoness, named Su, is not only affiliated with the Poison King sect, but is also a prodigy that appears once every 3 centuries. At merely 16 years of age, she has mastered hundreds of poisons and has advanced her own cultivation to the profound realm, all the while mastering the sinister secret methods of the Poison King sect, such as the soul corpse goo, which allows her to utilize a soul corpse of the refining spirit realm. Huang Ke solemnly introduced this to Xu Taiping. Could it be that the Poison King sect is aware of that thing's existence? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Chapter 241, Wu Yi River, Huang Ke poisoned by goo. Indeed. Huang Ke nodded weakly, but, due to the timely information blockade from the 9 houses, they initially had no knowledge that the object was on Qing Shao. Nor did they know the last location where senior brother Qing Shao had disappeared. They discovered the faint traces only because you were searching for the soul corpse fragrance, right? Xu Taiping speculated. Huang Ke nodded with a bitter smile. Due to the urgency of the situation, I was unable to conceal my identity well. After acquiring the soul corpse fragrance, I was recognized by that demoness, and you have seen the events that followed. He spoke with a hint of shame. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Huang Ke erupted into another fit of violent coughing, spitting out copious amounts of blood. Brother Huang Ke, have you sustained other injuries? Xu Taiping, while using his Danxia true energy to stabilize Huang Ke's vital energy, inquired with a hint of confusion. He has been poisoned, afflicted by a particularly insidious type of curse. Before Huang Ke could respond, Xu Taiping's mind was already resonating with the voice of the fairy Lingyue. When I was captured, that enchantress placed a fishman curse upon me. Once the poison takes effect, scales will emerge upon the skin, accompanied by an unbearable itch. However, should one pluck a scale, a new one will grow in its place, ultimately leading the victim to perish amidst the torment of incessant itching and flesh tearing. Huang Ke forced a bitter smile as he extended his hand towards Xu Taiping, only to discover patches of inconspicuous fish scales sprouting upon his arm. Is there a remedy? A chill gripped Xu Taiping's heart, as he posed the question not only to Huang Ke, but also to the fairy Lingyue. Both responded simultaneously with a single word, none. Yet, the fairy Lingyue immediately added, if the one who cast the curse is killed, the poison will remain dormant within the body, never to manifest. Hearing this, Xu Taiping cast a deep gaze at Huang Quebec. Surely, Huang Ke was aware of this method of antidote. His reluctance to speak stemmed from a fear of being unable to confront the enchantress from Poison King Valley. Xu Taiping, do not harbor thoughts of saving me. That enchantress possesses a talisman that allows her to traverse the wilderness, and there's a high likelihood of encountering her. Under no circumstances should you engage in direct confrontation. Unlike other cultivators, her mastery of curse techniques is formidable enough to withstand legions. You stand no chance. Huang Ke solemnly cautioned Xu Taiping. Regardless of the odds, I cannot bear to watch you suffer a death wrought by the poison. As he spoke, Xu Taiping produced a herb elixir and offered it to Huang Quebec. Keep this safe. Huang Ke pushed it back forcefully, shaking his head vehemently. Once we enter the desolate snow realm, this elixir could save your life. Do not squander it on a doomed soul such as myself. Observing Xu Taiping's hesitation, he firmly pushed the elixir back before adding, in my past trials at Yunming's, Qingxiao not only saved me, but also my sister. I am merely repaying a life this time. Witnessing Huang Ke's resolute expression, Xu Taiping felt a stir of emotion. He tucked the elixir away and placed a flask of dragon gall liquor beside Huang Ke, saying, Brother Huang Ke, if you trust me, please endure for a while longer. Huang Ke froze momentarily at the words, then a smile graced his lips. Fear not. Even if the poison is excruciating, I shall never resort to self-termination. Huang Ke is not of such weak disposition. Indeed, Xu Taiping nodded firmly. Though he made no specific promises, in his heart, he had already prioritized this matter as of utmost importance for their journey. Brother Huang Ke. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from the riverbank. Belonging to the enchantress Su Su, Huang Ke gestured for silence to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded and employed a concealment technique to suppress his aura. Brother Huang Ke, you are truly heartless. You have held my hand, caressed my face, and gazed upon my form. How could you so easily abandon me over a mere disagreement? Su Su's soft voice echoed continuously across the river's surface. Xu Taiping glanced at Huang Ke with a hint of skepticism. Do not heed her nonsense. I did not, he retorted. Huang Ke shot him an annoyed glance. Noticing Xu Taiping's lingering disbelief, he scratched his head and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, murmured, All right, I admit it. I have fallen victim to her beauty trap. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's eyes reflected disdain, and the lofty image Huang Ke had just established in his mind crumbled instantly. At that moment, Su Su's voice turned suddenly cold. Here by the Wui River, there are 300 households and 900 souls. If you and your companion do not emerge, I shall sweep my sleeve, and they will perish in agony for 3 days and nights. Su Su's words, devoid of any warmth, echoed relentlessly across the surface of the Wui River. Xu Taiping glanced at Huang Ke, who took a deep breath and suggested, If you proceed north along the Wui River for 300 miles, you will encounter a massive stone towering above the waters, which marks the entrance to the secret realm of the wild Thousand Buddha Kingdom. At that time, simply wield the Dragon Command token and charge into the stone to gain entry. Xu Taiping was acutely aware of his character. He could not bear to witness the tragic demise of 900 souls before him. Thus, he directly revealed the method to enter the wild Thousand Buddha Kingdom. Rest assured, Brother Huang Ke, though I may not be able to confront her for now, I can certainly manage to escape. As he spoke, he hunched over and stood up within the boat. Simultaneously, a silent clone appeared beside him. Upon seeing the clone, Huang Ke sighed in relief, promptly reclining in the cabin and taking a swig from the wine jug, declaring, Go on, I shall take a nap for a while. Xu Taiping clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Huang Ke, then directed his clone to swiftly soar above the river's surface. Boom! Almost instantaneously as his clone ascended, a colossal sword shadow swept across the river, striking down upon his clone with ferocity. Chapter 242, Entering the Wild. One sword is sufficient to slay this scoundrel. One sword will suffice? Su Su sat perched upon the shoulder of the dark figure, gazing distantly at the water's surface, where the shadow had been cleaved in two. My lord is indeed wise and formidable. One sword is sufficient to slay this scoundrel. A deep and authoritative voice resonated from within the shadow. The dark figure soon voiced a note of suspicion. Meanwhile, the enchanting Su Su furrowed her brow, exclaiming, It's a trap. No sooner had she spoken than the dark figure roared in fury, leaping high into the air, landing directly upon the river's surface. The two soon realized that the water was devoid of any presence. What they had witnessed was merely the illusory shadow. His true self had concealed itself. With a frosty expression, the enchanting Su Su gazed ahead at the river, then raised her hand and pointed northward, stating, To the north. He is undoubtedly heading towards the entrance of the wild secret realm. Clang! Almost as soon as her hand indicated the river, the dark figure abruptly drew a massive sword from within, slashing horizontally towards the northern waters. Boom! The sound of an explosive shockwave erupted as a crescent-shaped crimson sword energy sliced through the air, expanding dramatically and nearly enveloping the entire river surface. At last, as the sword aura flew nearly 700 or 800 feet away. It collided with Xu Taiping, who had been stealthily darting across the river's surface, forcing him to reveal himself. In an instant, as Xu Taiping emerged, the shadow withdrew a long-handled broadsword from within, slashing down towards the river where Xu Taiping stood. With a resounding crash, the blade's manifestation cleaved through Xu Taiping and the river beneath him. However, as the blade struck him, a wall of wind erupted around him, deflecting the blow. Seizing this fleeting moment, Xu Taiping executed the technique inch of heaven and earth, vanishing from his original position once more and slipping out of the demoness Xu Xu's sight. He must be heading for the wild secret realm. The demoness Xu Xu's beautiful eyes glinted with cold light. With her command, the humanoid shadow she sat upon let out a furious roar and leaped into action. Simultaneously, it unleashed sword auras to seal off the river, propelling itself forward. Yet, each time it was on the verge of catching up, Xu Taiping would either use inch of heaven and earth to evade or encounter one of his clones. "You worthless fool, if you can't catch him, I shall extract your soul and use it for lamp wick." The demoness Xu Xu cursed furiously. Upon hearing this, the shadow's aura wavered in confusion. It began to frantically unleash waves of sword energy across the river. However, Xu Taiping was as elusive as a slippery eel, always managing to escape at the last moment. Ultimately, with the aid of his cloning technique, the Tsangwan ring, and the inch of heaven and earth movement, Xu Taiping finally succeeded in reaching the towering stone before the yellow sparrow's mouth. Heaving a sigh, Xu Taiping gazed up at the colossal stone that pierced the clouds, relief washing over him. At this moment, the essence within him, along with his vital energy, was nearly exhausted, and he bore numerous wounds inflicted by the shadow. Yet, the most pressing issue lay within those wounds, the lingering sword energy and blade aura. If he did not expel them quickly, this body might very well be rendered unusable. Xu Taiping could not help but lament that the strength of the spirit refinement realm far surpassed that of the transcendence realm. Currently, he found himself nearly without the strength to retaliate. Although he was now less than 100 feet from the stone, after fleeing for 300 miles, his energy and vital essence were almost entirely depleted, and he could barely lift his feet. "Taiping, let me take action," the fairy Lingyue urged with concern. "No, Sister Lingyue. You are my last resort, and I have only 2 bamboo men left. I cannot waste them here." Xu Taiping shook his head resolutely. He popped 2 chi-gathering pills into his mouth, followed by a swig of dragon gall liquor, and continued to stumble forward, awaiting the restoration of his internal energy. Suddenly, before he could take more than a few steps, a shadow descended from the sky, landing on the water less than 100 feet away from Xu Taiping, sending waves splashing high into the air. "Kid, run, keep running." The demoness Xu Xu's beguiling voice rang out. However, from her tone and the aura emanating from the shadow, Xu Taiping could discern that their consumption of essence was no less than his own. After all, she had chased for 300 miles. Although she could unleash the power of the divine refinement realm, her depth of true essence was far inferior to that of a true practitioner in that realm. Xu Taiping silently noted this in his mind. This 300 miles was not traversed in vain. He had etched the strength of that shadow and the capabilities of the demoness into his memory. "Young man, I offer you a chance. Simply answer this lady's question, a very easy one, and I shall spare you." The demoness Xu Xu's voice echoed once more. Compared to earlier, her tone was now even more beguiling. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy in his heart. He instantly recognized that the demoness was merely stalling for time. If it had been moments ago, that shadow would have struck with a sword or a blade. Yet its inaction now indicated it was gathering strength. "Do not hesitate, young man. This transaction is exceedingly advantageous." The demoness continued to entice him as he remained silent. Her voice became softer, her gaze and expression grew even more enchanting. Chapter 243. Entering the wilderness, the sky's descending arm, wearing a jade bone grass bracelet. Xu Taiping was impervious to mere verbal seduction. Even the murmurs of a witch could not sway him. His true focus lay on the fluctuations of energy emanating from that shadow. "My true essence is insufficient for another display. While that shadow has nearly amassed enough strength to strike with a blade, it seems I must devise a way to buy some time." With this thought, Xu Taiping halted his steps. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and make a deal." He turned to face the demoness Xu Xu. "Oh, pray tell." The demoness Xu Xu replied, a smile gracing her lips. With just a simple smile, She exuded a breathtaking beauty, explaining why the unsuspecting would fall for her charms. Xu Taiping feigned a moment of distraction, allowing a hint of infatuation to flicker in his gaze. The demoness Xu Su, observing this, felt a surge of delight, thinking to herself that indeed no man could resist her allure. This moonshadow stone records the last known location of Duga Qingxiao. I can hand it over to you. But you must let me go, Xu Taiping declared, his eyes fervently locking onto Xu Su's as he grasped the moonshadow stone. As he spoke, the energy fluctuations from the shadow were on the brink of eruption, a hand reaching towards its body, seemingly preparing to draw a sword or a knife. Do not rush. The demoness raised her hand, signaling the shadow to hold its attack. Seeing this, a bead of sweat trickled down Xu Taiping's forehead. Give me the stone. If it proves genuine, this lady shall spare you, Xu Su promised with an enticing smile. Very well. Xu Taiping nodded, excitement coursing through him. He then threw the moonshadow stone towards the demoness Xu Su, believing Xu Taiping was under her enchantment. Xu Su eagerly caught the stone and immediately infused it with her true essence. However, the moonshadow stone remained unresponsive. It was evident that this was a damaged stone. Kill him. Realizing she had been deceived, the enchanting Xu Su directed her fury at the shadow with an imperious command. Boom. However, with a resounding blast of energy, Xu Taiping, having invoked the technique of the distance of a finger, abruptly vanished from sight. In an instant, he seized the talisman and hurled himself against the massive rock. Whoosh! At almost the same moment, the shadow unleashed a blade of sword energy, yet it was a fraction too late. By the time it struck, Xu Taiping had already disappeared without a trace. Do you dare to toy with me? The fury of the enchanting Xu Su turned her complexion a shade of iron. She promptly produced a talisman of her own and, pointing vehemently at the colossal rock, ordered, "Pursue him. Even if I have to scour the entire land of 1,000 Buddhas, I demand you find him. I will turn him into a puppet." Buzzing. As he collided with the rock, Xu Taiping was instantly engulfed in darkness, his ears filled with a sound akin to sand being poured, rendering him deaf to the outside world, save for a peculiar humming noise that made his head feel as if it might explode. After what felt like an eternity, during which he endured this state, his vision suddenly brightened, and the blockage in his ears was lifted, allowing the howling of the wind to reach him. Almost immediately, an intense chill enveloped him, as if it might shatter his bones. Xu Taiping, struggling against the frigid air, began to swallow medicinal pills while raising his head. Before him lay an endless expanse of snow. The fierce blizzard obscured his vision, revealing only the faint silhouettes of several collapsed grand structures in the depths of the snowfield. Driven by curiosity, Xu Taiping unexpectedly released his grip on the talisman. Buzz. The moment his hand loosened, the familiar humming sound returned. Simultaneously, the surrounding snowfield dissipated, transforming into a realm of pure chaos and dread, as the snowflakes that had settled upon him grew extraordinarily heavy. Gasping, Xu Taiping quickly grasped the talisman once more, his heart racing as he exhaled in relief. How do you like it? Without the talisman, you find yourself utterly stranded, don't you? Lingyue, the celestial maiden, smiled at him. Xu Taiping responded with an awkward smile, securing the talisman close to his person. Lady Lingyue, if that enchantress were to pursue us, would she also manifest in this area? He asked, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. Highly unlikely. Though it appears to be merely an entrance, it conceals countless pathways within. It is nearly impossible to predict where anyone might end up. Lingyue shook her head. That's a relief. I need to find a place to meditate and expel the sword and blade energy that has invaded my body. Afterward, I wish to examine the items left to me by Brother Huangke with you, Xu Taiping declared, taking a sip from the jade gourd filled with spirit spring water. His previous trials in the immortal gourd cave had yielded a wealth of spiritual herbs and elixirs, seemingly prepared for this wilderness expedition. As dusk approached, it was imperative to find a safe refuge, lest they attract unwanted attention from lurking dangers. Lingyue, scanning their surroundings, nodded without turning her head. What are those dangers? Just as Xu Taiping began to inquire, a sudden gust of wind interrupted his words. If it were merely a gust of wind, it would be inconsequential. The issue, however, lies in the moment when the tempest arose. Xu Taiping suddenly beheld a slender arm descending from the heavens above the snowy expanse, as if it were reaching out to grasp something amidst the storm. The sight of that arm, stretching from sky to earth, sent a shiver down one's spine. Chapter 244. The First Night. that which cannot be spoken. Yet, just as Xu Taiping resolved to scrutinize it further, the arm vanished from sight. You saw it, did you not? The fairy Lingyue smiled at Xu Taiping, seemingly devoid of curiosity regarding the phenomenon. Sister Lingyue, are you referring to that arm that descended from the sky? Shu. Before Xu Taiping could finish his inquiry, Lingyue made a gesture for silence, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. The anomalies within the savage realms may be perceived and heard, yet they must not be articulated. Once one vocalizes what they have witnessed, that entity will take notice and come to claim you when night falls. Lingyue spoke to Xu Taiping with utmost seriousness. What exactly is that entity? Xu Taiping's curiosity deepened at her words. The day is waning. Let us converse as we walk, Lingyue suggested, pointing toward a dilapidated temple in the distance. Xu Taiping nodded and, braving the wind and snow, trudged toward the temple at the heart of the snowy landscape. It is said that in ancient times, there existed 3,000 deities, each wielding a unique power of heaven and earth. However, with the arrival of an unfathomable cataclysm, these deities perished en masse. Their final resting place is this savage realm. Yet, deities, despite their demise, left their divine marks imprinted upon this land, which occasionally manifest. Lingyue explained to Xu Taiping from her gourd. What I just witnessed was the imprint of a certain ancient deity in this realm. Xu Taiping pondered, having never heard such a notion before. Indeed, this is merely a legend. Whether these manifestations are truly the imprints of deities remains unknown. Hence we often refer to them as shadow deities. Nevertheless, they possess inexplicable powers, especially at night, particularly after you have delineated their forms. Lingyue replied, why is that? Night in the savage realm is when the chaotic energies are most potent. During this time, a cultivator's spells may falter, and the flow of true energy slows, leaving one reliant solely on physical strength. Conversely, entities that may merely be phantoms by day gain tremendous strength at night. Yet, they seldom intrude upon the temples and dwellings that already exist within this realm, even if these structures have crumbled to their foundations. Thus, it is imperative for any traveler in the wilderness to secure a place of refuge before darkness descends, Lingyue elucidated in detail. Xu Taiping merely nodded in response. He needed time to absorb this information, as what Sister Lingyue spoke of diverged significantly from what he had gleaned from books. For instance, within the ancient texts of the 9 prefectures, there exists a cautionary note regarding the trials in the wilderness, which explicitly states that one should refrain from venturing outdoors at night due to the prevalence of feral beasts. Sister Lingyue, your earlier admonition to refrain from detailing the specific appearance of that entity, could it be related to this warning? Xu Taiping inquired further. Indeed, those whose forms are described in detail possess immense power and can traverse freely among temples and dwellings, nodded the fairy Lingyue. Upon hearing this, a chill of dread coursed through Xu Taiping's heart. Had it not been for Sister Lingyue's timely warning, that colossal hand descending from the heavens might have indeed sought him out under the cover of night. What a grand temple it is! As they conversed, Xu Taiping had already approached the ruins of the temple. This edifice boasted 2 stories, yet the eastern side had completely collapsed. Nevertheless, the remaining structure could comfortably shelter over 100 souls, let alone just Xu Taiping himself. Brother Wu, let us take refuge in that temple ahead tonight. Darkness approaches, and the feral beast shall soon emerge. Very well, we shall forego our search for today. As Xu Taiping contemplated whether to rest in the loft of the temple ruins or the spacious hall below, the voices of 2 men suddenly drifted through the biting cold wind into Xu Taiping's ears. They were likely fellow practitioners who had come for the same wilderness trials. With this thought, Xu Taiping swiftly ascended to the loft of the temple ruins. They may not be malevolent, yet prudence urged him to conceal himself. Not long after Xu Taiping settled down to meditate in the loft, 2 tall men entered the dilapidated temple, one following the other. Unlike Xu Taiping, they entered the expansive hall below without a second thought. Thus, he remained vigilant, observing their every move while focusing on his breathing. Before long, the crackling sound of burning wood erupted from the hall below. The 2 men were starting a fire. Once the fire was lit, they began to boast about their recent experiences. One recounted the treasures he had collected along the way, while the other bragged about his narrow escapes from perilous situations, even claiming that female practitioners had thrown themselves at him. As Xu Taiping listened, finding their tales somewhat tedious, one of the men suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Lu Gu, earlier outside, I hesitated to mention this. What is it? During the brief moment we were separated in the blizzard, I saw a gigantic eye appear in the sky. I tell you, it was enormous, 10 times the size of this temple. Surely a trick of the mind. How could something so large go unnoticed by me? I swear I'm not deceiving you. I saw it clearly. The eyeball had no pupil, only the white, and it was covered in blood vessels. It was utterly terrifying. At this, Xu Taiping felt a shiver run down his spine, silently pondering. Could it be that this man has also laid eyes upon that entity? As he contemplated whether to descend and remind the two individuals, he suddenly heard Lu Gu mockingly remark, "You must have been searching for that elusive Qing Xiao of the Dugu clan these past few days, to the point of distraction." Upon learning that the two were in pursuit of his second senior brother, Xu Taiping's expression darkened, and he silently resolved, let them fend for themselves. Meanwhile, their conversation persisted. "Lu Gu, why do you doubt me? I saw it clearly. That large eye, apart from lacking a pupil, bore peculiar golden runes etched around the sclera, quite bizarre indeed." All right, I believe you. Is that enough for you? Come, let us drink. After a good rest tonight, we shall set off at dawn to continue our search for that Dugu Qing Xiao. Drink. The two continued to indulge in their libations while boasting about various matters. Before long, night descended. During this time, aside from observing the two, Xu Taiping finally expelled the sword and knife energies from within him. His true essence and spirit also began to regain their vitality. Meanwhile, the fairy Lingyue perused the wilderness map that Huangke had gathered, as well as some intelligence regarding the snow city of the 1,000 Buddhas. However, according to her, deducing the precise location of the 1,000 Buddhas within the wilderness would require additional time. If the individual below had not lied, having described that entity with such meticulous detail, would it not seek him out tonight? Xu Taiping retrieved a piece of jerky, chewing thoughtfully while conversing with fairy Lingyue in his mind. If he spoke the truth, that entity will undoubtedly come tonight. Fairy Lingyue affirmed with certainty. Should we avoid it? No need, she replied, shaking her head before advising Xu Taiping. However, when it approaches, do not meet its gaze. Such an action would ensure it remembers you, and it will find ways to tempt you into revealing its appearance, allowing it to manifest once more. Xu Taiping silently nodded. This fearsome and enigmatic presence posed a danger far surpassing that of wild beasts. Why had the people of the 9 houses remained oblivious? After taking a sip of wine, Xu Taiping, filled with curiosity, inquired of fairy Lingyue. With a smile, she countered, "If those who saw them are all dead, how would anyone perceive it?" At her words, a chill ran down Xu Taiping's spine. In truth, had it not been for Sister Lingyue's warning today, he might have unwittingly revealed the entity's appearance as he perceived it. Reflecting on it now, the urge to express the visions he had encountered felt unnaturally strong. Legend has it that had it not been for the daughter of a peak transcendent being from the Shumi realm, who vanished without a trace in the wilderness, few would have ever discovered the existence of such entities. Fairy Lingyue continued. Did that peak transcendent being triumph over the entity? No. He merely clung to his last breath to reveal this truth to the world. In reality, no one can overcome these beings, which is why we speculate they are the imprints left by the 3,000 deities in this realm. The fairy Lingyue stretched lazily within the gourd and remarked. Upon hearing her words, Xu Taiping felt a jolt of astonishment in his heart, yet could not help but marvel once more at the mysteries of this realm. Inexplicably stirred by an impulse to swiftly elevate his cultivation and embark on a quest of exploration. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from the decayed temple doors below. So soon? Xu Taiping's heart tightened, and he cautiously peered down through the hole in the floor towards the grand hall beneath. The once collapsed entrance of this dilapidated temple had been barricaded anew by the two individuals who had just arrived, utilizing their shield-like artifacts. Who could it be? The two cultivators. Initially drowsy, were momentarily startled by the knocking before promptly rising with weapons in hand. Fellow cultivators within, I am a practitioner from the 9 prefectures seeking experience. I have become separated from my senior brother, and as night falls, with wild beasts roaming outside, I wish to rest here for the night. A woman's voice suddenly resonated from beyond the door. With the entrance blocked, it would indeed be challenging for any outside cultivator to gain entry, leaving them to endure the night amidst the exposed ruins. This voice struck a familiar chord. Upon hearing it, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, and his pupils dilated in sudden recognition. It was that enchantress. Yes, it is her. Fairy Lingyue nodded affirmatively. although convinced that the figure outside was indeed the enchantress. With night having fallen, Xu Taiping could only remain observant. Meanwhile, the two cultivators below, upon realizing that the visitor was merely a female practitioner, visibly relaxed their tense expressions. "Which sect do you hail from?" inquired the shorter of the two cultivators with a clear voice. The other began to scrutinize the female practitioner through the crack of the door. "Tianxiang Tower," the enchanting woman Su replied in a tone tinged with pitiful charm. Had Xu Taiping not been acutely aware of her ruthless nature, he might have been deceived by her tone, let alone the two cultivators below who remained oblivious to her true identity. "Brother Liu, although Tianxiang Tower is not a major sect, it is still a righteous one. Perhaps we should allow this young lady to enter and seek shelter for the night," suggested the scrutinizing cultivator, his cheeks flushed as he rubbed his hands together. "Very well, but let this be a singular exception." The cultivator surnamed Liu nodded in assent. Truly, the enchantress was remarkable. With just a few words, she had disarmed their vigilance. Xu Taiping mused inwardly while tightening his grip on the dagger at his waist. He could not yet ascertain whether Su was indeed pursuing him, so preparing in advance was undoubtedly prudent. "Do not worry. I have discerned the location of the 1,000 Buddha kingdom within this vast wilderness and have calculated a method to harness the forces of this realm," Fairy Lingwei conveyed with remarkable composure. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression brightened with surprise. Prior to their arrival here, Fairy Lingwei had already mentioned that the laws governing this untamed expanse differed significantly from those of the Upper Clear Realm, and mastery of these laws could unleash tremendous power. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Looking down into the grand hall, two cultivators, after ushering the enchanting maiden Su inside, briefly restrained themselves before simultaneously lavishing her with sycophantic flattery. They offered her everything they possessed: food, demon cores, and even magical artifacts, displaying an unmistakable demeanor of servitude. Even more absurdly, upon noticing that Su favored one over the other with her gaze, they erupted into a fierce brawl within the hall. Yet, Su paid them no heed. Engrossed instead in meditative practice with the elixirs they had presented, it appeared these two had fallen victim to her infatuation curse. Lingwei, now intrigued, leaned beside Xu Taiping to observe the spectacle. The allure of this enchantress was indeed formidable. Xu Taiping, however, wore an expression of lingering dread, realizing that had he delayed even slightly in his flight, his fate would undoubtedly have been more tragic than theirs. Nevertheless, it seemed that the enchantress had sustained injuries. "She must have been wounded en route," remarked Lingwei. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, having noted the same detail. Yet, more than the severity of her injuries, he was far more concerned about the nature of the entity capable of injuring a wicked cultivator wielding the power of the divine refinement realm. Just then, a bone-chilling gust of wind suddenly swept through the dilapidated temple. This icy air disregarded Xu Taiping's protective vital energy, penetrating his very organs, causing him to shudder involuntarily. It was only through the circulation of his true essence that he managed to dispel the cold. Then, Xu Taiping exchanged a meaningful glance with Lingwei. "It's here," she affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart inexplicably raced, his gaze fixed intently on the grand hall below. The three individuals within the hall clearly sensed the encroaching chill. Su, surrounded by a luminescent green aura, commanded the two mesmerized cultivators guard the entrance. Yet, no sooner had her words left her lips than the two magical artifacts intended for blocking the door suddenly detonated, rapidly dissolving into a mist before their eyes. Subsequently, a colossal eye materialized at the entrance of the hall. Chapter 246. Within the ruined temple, the ancient Yin god named boiling the temple's entrance was indeed grand. Yet even so, through the frame, one could only discern a portion of the eye's central region. Its wrinkled eyelids and human-like eyelashes were evident, with the only distinction being that the bloodshot eye possessed only the sclera, devoid of a pupil. More disconcerting to Xu Taiping was the aura of annihilation emanating from this eye. This destructive presence was so potent that each glance seemed to hasten his demise. As Xu Taiping's fear escalated to its zenith, crimson streaks began to converge on the surface of the immense eye, forming dark spots. Upon closer inspection, these spots revealed themselves to be individual pupils. In an instant, pupils of varying sizes emerged in succession from the eye. Subsequently, the myriad of pupils scattered, gazing in various directions throughout the grand hall. Xu Taiping instinctively sensed that among those vast eyes, one was directed towards him. Recalling the previous admonition from Sister Linghua, he promptly averted his gaze from that colossal eye and shifted his focus to Su Su and the two cultivators within the hall. To his surprise, he noticed that Su Su had a piece of white gauze covering her eyes, radiating a shimmering indigo light around its edges, clearly not an ordinary object. Could it be that she also knew the secret of the 3,000 spirits? Xu Taiping was taken aback. It appeared that the cultivation world was not unaware of this matter, but rather had chosen to conceal it as a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few sects and cultivators. The celestial maiden Linghua conveyed through their mental connection that it was also possible that he had yet to gain access to such knowledge. Xu Taiping silently nodded in agreement. Cloaked in his concealing robe, he diverted his gaze from Su Su to the cultivators surnamed Wu and Lu. It was evident that they were oblivious to the mystery of the Yin spirits. Thus, despite the palpable fear etched on their faces, their eyes remained fixated on the enormous pupil at the doorway. After a brief moment of stupor, the cultivator surnamed Wu suddenly began to move. He was the one who had first witnessed the Yin spirit and described its form within the grand hall. It seemed as though he had been entranced, his gaze vacant as he walked step by step towards that eye. Brother Wu. The cultivator surnamed Lu suddenly snapped back to reality, hastily producing a golden body talisman and rushing forward in an attempt to seize his companion. However, before his hand could reach him, a wave of heat radiated from Wu's body, causing his skin to redden rapidly. What? The Lu cultivator, horrified, halted in his tracks and quickly retrieved a life-saving elixir from his ring, swallowing it in desperation. Yet, even after consuming the pill, his symptoms showed no signs of abating. He resembled a boiled crab, his entire being turning a vivid scarlet, with blisters forming all over his skin. In agony, the Lu cultivator suddenly clutched his throat, attempting to scream but unable to produce a sound, as his entire facial skin peeled away. In an instant, he swelled into a pulsating bubble exuding heat. With a loud pop, this human skin bubble burst after only a few fleeting moments. Due to the lingering power of the golden body talisman, not a single drop of blood splattered forth from the explosion. It was all contained within. From a distance, it appeared as a grotesque humanoid creature, devoid of flesh, with only blood and bones, radiating a golden light. The blood continued to bubble ominously, as if it were boiling. Although he had mentally prepared himself, this spectacle still sent chills down Xu Taiping's spine. The spells and abilities of the cultivation world, while often astonishing, typically exhibited some signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet, the Yin spirit before him exhibited none. One could not discern how it had executed its actions. Turning his attention once more to the cultivator, surnamed Wu, unperturbed by the grim fate of the Lu surnamed cultivator beside him, he continued his trance-like march towards the enormous eye. Upon reaching its front, he prostrated himself upon the ground, offering a profound and reverent worship. As he bowed, all the pupils within that eye suddenly came to a halt, revealing a flicker of delight. Once the Wu surnamed cultivator completed his act of homage, the pupils within the eye rapidly coalesced into a single entity. In that moment, his body, much like that of the Lu surnamed cultivator before him, swiftly transformed into a bubbling sphere, ultimately bursting with a resounding pop. However, after the Wu surnamed cultivator's body shattered, a plume of green fire ascended from the bloodied remnants, finally entering the eye, becoming yet another pupil. After this series of events, the bizarre, colossal eye did not simply vanish. Instead, it once again expanded its large pupil into dozens, perhaps hundreds, of smaller ones, surveying the dilapidated temple from various angles. Seemingly in search of its next prey, the temple fell into an eerie silence. In Chapter 247, within the temple, the demonists Su Su and Xu Taiping, perched in the loft, dared not even breathe, let alone gaze directly at the eye. Ultimately, the pupils within the eye merged once more before vanishing, reverting to its form of white scara devoid of a pupil. The ominous aura that had enveloped the entire temple abruptly dissipated. Realizing this, Xu Taiping exhaled quietly, reopening his eyes just in time to witness the massive eye gradually disappearing into the swirling snowstorm. Concurrently, the penetrating chill within the temple that could pierce through protective chi began to retreat. In ancient times, there existed a deity known as Bo, whose mere presence would cause both man and beast to boil over, leading to their demise. To encounter such a legendary being from the distant past within this realm was truly unexpected. At that moment, The fairy Lingyue appeared somewhat astonished. Isn't this entity supposed to be a demonic creature? How could it be referred to as a deity? Xu Taiping, while taken aback, found himself perplexed. The reason ancient people revered it as a deity remains untraceable, yet in my view, there lies a significant distinction between it and a demon. For instance, Bo's existence resembles a celestial phenomenon, akin to thunder and rain. Sudden storms and lightning can bring calamity, yet one cannot classify them as demons, can they? The demonic entities of Jiyuan, however, are different. They possess consciousness akin to humans, with intentions behind every move and predictable patterns in their actions. Moreover, demons inherently crave human flesh, whereas ancient deities exhibit no such preferences. They merely act in accordance with the laws of nature. Those who align with them thrive, while those who oppose them perish. There exists an undeniable contrast between the two. Perhaps this is the very reason why ancient ancestors could worship and submit to deities, yet felt compelled to expel and seal away demonic entities at all costs, as fairy Lingyue elucidated to Xu Taiping. Upon hearing her explanation, Xu Taiping immediately grasped the concept. In summary, in ancient times, humans and demons could not coexist. However, deities, upon grasping the celestial principles they embody, could indeed share existence and even harness a portion of their powers. Just as Xu Taiping pondered whether the enchanting demoness Su had departed, an inexplicable tension seized his heart, instinctively alerting him to an imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the ground with both hands and executed a forward roll. In a swift motion, a colossal blade shadow descended forcefully upon the very spot where he had previously lain. "Clever boy, aren't you?" The voice of the demoness Su suddenly echoed. It became apparent that she had long since detected Xu Taiping's presence, though perplexed about how she had discovered him. Xu Taiping was not foolish enough to reveal his location. Swiftly, he donned his cloaking robe and concealed himself in a corner of the temple's upper floor. The night had deepened, and the wilderness outside was teeming with savage beasts, with the possibility of encountering the sinister spirit looming, leaving him no option for escape. "Taiping, come and test the heavenly laws of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom." Just as Xu Taiping deliberated whether to unveil the Taishian divine general chart gifted by Buyu, the voice of the celestial maiden Lingyue resonated in his mind. "Sister Lingyue, have you already deduced it?" Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression brightened. Before he entered this primeval ruin, Lingyue had informed him that the laws of heaven in this wild realm were starkly different from those of the Upper Clear Realm. Moreover, unlike the integrated heavenly laws of the Upper Clear Realm, those of the Wild Realm could be manipulated through certain means, yielding tremendous power when wielded effectively. However, even within the same ancient ruin, the constraints of heavenly laws varied across different regions, necessitating calculations based on one's location within this wild expanse. This was why Lingyue had been so intent on discerning the precise position of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom within the Wild Realm. "I have deduced one. But to invoke this law, you must seal your blade for more than 3 days to exchange for the opportunity to wield this law." As Lingyue spoke, she transmitted the specific methodology for enacting this heavenly law into Xu Taiping's mind. Just then, another surge of blade energy erupted from the great hall below. Fortunately, Xu Taiping dodged in time, and with the protection of the Zhongwan wind wall, he sustained minimal damage. Seizing the moment when his adversary shifted tactics, he swiftly relocated. While continuing to conceal himself, he rapidly absorbed the knowledge of the law within his mind. This wild land, in ancient times, was sheltered by a venerable Buddha named Kasyapa, whose radiant light illuminated this Thousand Buddha Kingdom while simultaneously establishing 8 laws. Now, with the passage of time, only 2 of those laws remain usable. Time is of the essence. I have managed to deduce one of the laws of the Wild Realm. But this particular law was set forth by the ancient Buddha Kasyapa to protect the weak, and its efficacy relies entirely upon your capabilities, Taiping. During Xu Taiping's evasive maneuvers, the celestial maiden Lingyue offered a timely reminder. "This is precisely what I desire." At that moment, Xu Taiping had finally discerned the utility of the regulation, far from disappointment. His expression was one of exhilaration. Whoosh! Just then, a blade of energy sliced through the air once more. As Xu Taiping had once again concealed his aura and donned his cloaking mantle, the demoness Su's strike clearly missed its mark, merely grazing Xu Taiping's side. Relieved, Xu Taiping shifted his position and hid once more. He was so close to mastering the application of this regulation. Of course, this silent evasion, aimed at provoking Xu into action, served yet another purpose. He had previously gleaned during his time at Wu Yi River that the demoness Xu's true essence was likewise finite. If she continued to expend her energy at this pace, she could manage no more than an hour. Thus, once the demoness had depleted a portion of her essence, he would have a greater opportunity to act. Did she think she could merely endure this standoff with him? Such a dream. It seemed Xu had seen through Xu Taiping's intentions. With a cold chuckle, she withdrew a wooden box from her sleeve. Upon opening it, hundreds of fireflies erupted from within, illuminating the temple hall almost entirely. These are the bloodthirsty fireflies bred by my Poison King sect. Even the slightest fluctuation in your aura will be detected by them. The demoness Xu sat upon the shadow's shoulder, gazing upwards at the loft with a triumphant smile. The swarm of fireflies then began to ascend in droves toward the loft. Such cursed insects, while costly in their usage, were not something she wished to deploy unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 248. The Regulation of the 1,000 Buddhas in the Ruined Temple. Fortunately, the execution of this Buddhist regulation was not overly complex. As he watched the approaching swarm, Xu Taiping exhaled softly. He had grasped the method of this regulation. Whoosh! At that precise moment, the bloodthirsty fireflies detected Xu Taiping's hiding place, and the demoness Xu commanded the shadow to strike at him once more. Anticipating this, Xu Taiping employed the technique of 1,000 miles in an instant to evade the blow. However, instead of seeking another refuge, he clasped his hands together and began to recite an enigmatic scripture. As his chant resonated, ethereal sounds of Sanskrit suddenly filled the dilapidated temple. As if in harmony with Xu Taiping, simultaneously, a golden-purple thread began to entwine around his left wrist. Beads formed from golden Sanskrit incantations began to materialize on the thread, and within moments, 9 had coalesced. Though the demoness Xu could not comprehend Xu Taiping's actions, an ominous premonition stirred within her. Instinctively, she felt the urgency to interrupt him. At that moment, Xu Taiping's recitation reached its conclusion. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he clenched his fists and assumed a fighting stance, proclaiming loudly, "May the Buddha's compassion prevail. I, a disciple, voluntarily seal my blade for 3 days." In exchange for a single moment. Boom. Before Xu Taiping could finish his words, the demoness Xu's corpse spirit puppet suddenly unleashed a flurry of blades. With a violent surge of sword and knife energy forming a vast net that surged towards Xu Taiping, this strike was clearly a full display of the demoness' strength. However, to her astonishment, Xu Taiping did not evade. Instead, he leapt from the loft, raising his fist to confront the onslaught of savage blade energy. Simultaneously, he shouted the words that had just been interrupted by the demoness. All beings are equal. Indeed, this principle still resided within the realm of the 1,000 Buddhas, a sacred tenet of equality among all beings. In this domain, if one was willing to relinquish their most lethal means, they could gain the protection of this principle, leveling the playing field against their opponent. At that moment, as his words echoed, a Buddhist bead on Xu Taiping's wrist shattered, and a radiant light enveloped the dilapidated temple. In an instant, his fist manifested numerous illusions, striking the net of blades with tremendous force. The first form of the Qingtian Bull Sage Fist, Thunderous Strike. Boom. Amidst the resounding clash, the demoness Xu's full-force strike, executed through her corpse spirit puppet, was shattered by Xu Taiping's singular blow. Thud. As the demoness gazed in disbelief, Xu Taiping landed gracefully, positioned directly opposite her. Within the hall, they stood at opposite ends, separated by a massive, crumbling statue of a Buddha. You, a master of the void, could not possibly withstand the assault of my spirit refinement realm corpse spirit puppet. You must have employed some magical artifact or talisman. After a brief moment of shock, Xu's expression turned cold. In her view, Xu Taiping had certainly utilized some life-preserving method to counter her puppet's strike. Yet, since it was a means of survival, its uses must be limited. Realizing this, she commanded her corpse spirit puppet once more. "If you fail to kill him this time, I shall extract your soul." Upon hearing this, the corpse spirit puppet, shrouded in dark energy, trembled violently before drawing forth its blades once more, charging at Xu Taiping like a tempest. Gazing at the frenzied puppet wielding its weapons, Xu Taiping exhaled softly, assuming the stance for the second form of the Qingtian Bull Sage Fist. The second form of the Sage Fist, earth-shattering strike. Boom. Just as the blades of the corpse spirit puppet were about to cleave down upon Xu Taiping, its joints crackled like firecrackers, knees bending slightly, center of gravity sinking, before delivering a seemingly unremarkable straight punch towards the puppet. Bang! With another resounding impact, Xu Taiping's seemingly ordinary punch caused the massive temple to tremble violently. His fist tore through the blade and sword energies, crashing heavily into the corpse spirit puppet. With a resounding thud, the dark energy surrounding the puppet dissipated, revealing its immense yet grotesque form. Subsequently, the body was propelled backward with tremendous force from Xu Taiping's fist, crashing heavily against a stone pillar within the temple. Under the suppression of the absence of realms, the overwhelming might of Xu Taiping's Qingyo Great Sage fist instantly manifested. It was not due to any life-preserving treasures or a sudden surge in power, but rather my corpse soul puppet strength was forcibly suppressed to match yours at the Wangu. The enchantress Xu finally noticed the peculiarities of her corpse soul puppet. Just like that previous strike, its power evidently fell short of reaching the refining god. Not only was the corpse soul puppet affected, but even my own cultivation was also forcibly restrained to the peak of the Wangu. Upon grasping the crux of the issue, the enchantress Xu hastily checked her own cultivation, only to discover that it too had been confined at the pinnacle of Wangu. In that moment, the fearless woman, typically untroubled by anything, broke into a fine sweat upon her forehead. However, her indomitable spirit soon resurfaced as she sneered. Do not presume that by limiting my cultivation to the Wangu, I possess no means to contend with you. As she spoke, she waved her sleeve, summoning 3 puppets crafted from corpses into the grand hall. Simultaneously, a dozen slender crimson threads appeared in the enchantress Xu's hands, each intricately connected to the 3 puppets. These puppets, forged from the remains of the hare corpse, possessed a physical prowess comparable to that of a martial arts supreme. She perched once more upon the shoulder of the corpse soul puppet, deftly manipulating her fingers as the previously hunched and drooping puppets suddenly straightened, exuding an aura exclusive to the martial arts supremes. Xu Taiping remained silent, merely inhaling sharply. Instantly, a cacophony akin to the sound of firecrackers erupted from him. His body, which was not particularly imposing, suddenly tightened, and even his stature seemed to grow at least a foot taller. He elevated his wild lion physique from the awakened lion to the enraged lion. In an instant, his physical form alone emanated an indescribable sense of oppression. Chapter 249. Inside the ruined temple, the heavenly sound hall of Wolf Howling Ridge. Seeing this, Xu furrowed her brows. She had not anticipated that there were cultivators capable of refining their physique to be even more formidable than that of her hare corpse. Nevertheless, she still did not believe that the 3 puppets under her control would be inferior to this young cultivator before her. Whoosh! At that moment, as a sound of air being sliced through resonated, Xu Taiping's figure traced a fleeting shadow in place, appearing before the 3 puppets in the blink of an eye. Boom! Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed the Qingyo Great Sage Fist's Tianlei stance, ready to strike at the 3 puppets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Xu's control over the puppets was remarkably adept. With a mere flick of her finger, the 3 puppets dispersed, evading Xu Taiping's attack. Bang! Yet, to her astonishment, just as the 3 puppets evaded, another Xu Taiping emerged, perfectly positioned behind one of the puppets. The previous figure had merely been his clone. Despite the swift reactions of the enchanting demoness Xu, she could not prevent her corpse puppet from meeting the force of Xu Taiping's fist. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping unleashed a devastating blow, shattering the puppet's head and casually affixing a true fire talisman to its body. In an explosive burst, the corpse transformed into a fiery specter. Witnessing this, Xu hastily withdrew her remaining 2 corpses while unhesitatingly casting a talisman towards Xu Taiping. Flash! With a powerful shout from Xu, a brilliant sword light erupted from the talisman, darting towards Xu Taiping with the ferocity of a strike from the divine refinement realm. It was evident that this was a treasured artifact of hers, kept hidden until now. However, as the sword light emerged from the talisman, Xu's expression darkened. She sensed that what should have been a formidable strike had diminished to the strength of an all-out attack from the profound realm as it approached Xu Taiping. Indeed, as Xu Taiping launched a punch, the radiant sword light disintegrated into nothingness. You little brat, unless that treasure of yours can indefinitely suppress the cultivation of others, I shall always find the opportunity to eliminate you. Watching her sword talisman shatter beneath Xu Taiping's might, Su's face contorted in frustration as she cursed vehemently. Then, she transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, swiftly darting out from the temple's entrance. Reluctantly, she understood that as long as Xu Taiping possessed that artifact capable of restraining others' powers, her chances of victory were non-existent. Do not think that hiding will ensure your safety. I have plenty of methods to track you down. Just wait and see. Even as she vanished into the night, Su could not restrain her threats towards Xu Taiping, revealing the depth of her resentment and competitive spirit. Listening to her voice, Xu Taiping let out a long sigh. The time of equal existence was drawing near. He glanced at the final bead on his wrist, apprehensively acknowledging, this demoness will surely return. Frowning as he looked out into the swirling snow, Xu Taiping realized that if this menace was not eradicated, his venture into the wilderness would be far from peaceful. However, the demoness possessed numerous tricks, and while employing the time of equal existence, he could only resort to his fists, unable to summon Sister Lingyue for assistance. Killing her would not prove to be an easy task. More critically, the time of equal existence he had gained at the cost of sealing his blade for 3 days was fleeting. Suddenly, the last bead on his wrist shattered, and with it, the purple gold thread and the sacred light enveloping the temple vanished. Relying solely on the time of equal existence was insufficient. He needed to swiftly break through to the profound realm, allowing him to catch the demoness off guard on her next visit. Xu Taiping murmured to himself, there is a place marked on the map given by the sparrow, called the Star-Gathering Terrace, which is relatively safe. You might consider attempting your breakthrough there, suggested Fairy Lingyue to Xu Taiping. Indeed, he replied. Xu Taiping nodded appreciatively towards the Fairy Lingyue, expressing his gratitude. This journey owes much to you, Sister Lingyue. Otherwise, it would have proven exceedingly arduous. Without your teachings on the equality of all beings, I might have survived, but it would have been I fleeing from here, rather than that enchantress. Brother Lu, where are you? Brother Lu? At that moment, a sudden and urgent call reverberated through the previously silent hall. Xu Taiping, alert and vigilant, turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. Ultimately, his eyes fell upon a pool of blood at the entrance of the hall. More specifically, it was a jade slip glowing amidst the crimson stain, a remnant left by the recently slain Lu, who had fallen victim to the malevolent spirit. Brother Lu, we have located the last cultivator who had contact with Duga Qingxiao. He is a friend of Duga Qingxiao and is currently hiding in the Tianin Hall of the Wolf Howl Ridge. The elder brother has summoned us to encircle him. Brother Lu, if you hear this, you must arrive at Wolf Howl Ridge within 10 days. The other sects are numerous and powerful. Even if you cannot come, our elder brother stands alone against them. The voice then abruptly ceased. With determination, Xu Taiping stepped forward towards the pool of blood and bent down to retrieve the jade slip. To his surprise, they had indeed discovered it. He frowned as he examined the slip. However, from the words of the speaker, it seemed that the disciples from these sects were unaware that Qingxiao had vanished into the insect hole within the Tianin Hall. Furthermore, the 10-day time frame indicated that most disciples from the sects were currently absent from Wolf Howl Ridge. It appears that your conjecture holds true, he murmured. At that moment, the ethereal form of Fairy Lingyue materialized beside him. However, if we only have 10 days left, I fear I may not have the time to break through, Xu Taiping remarked with a furrowed brow. According to the map left by Huang Ke, it would take him at least 8 or 9 days to reach Wolf Howl Ridge from his current location. If we could locate the insect hole, we could reach the Tianin Temple in an instant, Fairy Lingyue suggested with a slight smile. Xu Taiping's eyes brightened at her words. Previously, Fairy Lingyue had introduced the insect hole to him, stating that once one entered, they could traverse hundreds or even thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. It was how his second senior brother had ultimately jumped into the insect hole. Can we find it? He asked excitedly. In the Shumi realm, locating the insect hole is an essential survival skill for entering the wilderness, and I was quite adept at it in my younger days, Fairy Lingyue replied confidently. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they could find the insect hole, he would at least have 10 days to prepare for his breakthrough. By the way, Sister Lingyue, Xu Taiping suddenly recalled something and curiously inquired. What exactly is that treasure placed on my second senior brother? This question had lingered in his mind, yet he had never had the opportunity to ask. Uncle Shang, what is it that Duga Qingxiao possesses? The sacred object of the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, the Bodhi heart. In the land of 1,000 Buddhas, where the snowstorm has finally ceased, A strikingly handsome young man and a little girl with braided pigtails are engaged in a leisurely conversation inside a roofless pavilion. Does the Bodhi fruit taste delightful? The little girl, clutching a large bun and taking a hefty bite, gazes at the young man with wide, expectant eyes. This is something one cannot consume, he replies, gently flicking away the crumbs from her mouth. He then takes a sip from a wineskin before turning his gaze towards the vast, sunlit snowfield, speaking in a languid tone. For a cultivator, the Bodhi fruit is akin to poison. It is formless and intangible, a lingering specter that haunts the skies of this realm for millennia. Approximately every 300 years, it selects 1 or 2 cultivators to inhabit, drawing nourishment from their essence, vitality, and spirit, resulting in the formation of 1 or 2 Bodhi fruits. For mortals, consuming a Bodhi fruit grants them 300 years of life, while for cultivators, those at the threshold can break through to the transcendent level, and those at the transcendent level can ascend to the refinement level. It is, however, somewhat cruel to harvest, as it requires the heart of the cultivator to be taken while they are still alive. The little girl seems to struggle with comprehension, furrowing her brow and scratching her head as she inquires, "Is it tasty?" The young man ponders the question earnestly before nodding. Its flavor surpasses all delicacies of this world. Upon hearing this, the little girl suddenly finds the bun in her hand less appealing and, with her greasy little hand, tugs at the young man's clothing, pleading, "Uncle Shang, I want to eat a Bodhi fruit. Then I shall go in search of one." He nods in agreement. The little girl beams with joy at this response. However, her round, sparkling eyes suddenly blink in suspicion as she asks, "But if a Bodhi fruit takes 300 years to grow, how do you know what it tastes like?" "Uncle Shang," the young man smirks with pride and winks at her, saying, "I have tasted it myself." The little girl's eyes widen in astonishment. "Uncle Shang, are you over 300 years old?" she exclaims incredulously. "What? Do you think your Uncle Shang is too old?" He feigns annoyance. "Well, a little," she nods earnestly. "Give me back my meat bun." The young man pretends to take away the towering plate of buns on the table. "No," she cries, shielding the plate with her arms, still managing to keep one in her mouth. "Help! Help!" At that moment, a woman's voice calls for help from the snowy expanse ahead. "Uncle Shang." There's a beautiful sister shouting for help. The little girl points and giggles, licking her lips. Moments later, inside the stone pavilion, the young man smiles as he offers a water skin to the woman. "Thank you very much, noble sir," she replies gratefully, her expression demure and charming. After taking a few sips, she hands the water skin back to him. Just as he receives it, a tiny insect silently crawls up his sleeve. "What happened to you, young lady?" the youth inquired curiously of the woman. "I am a disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. I accidentally got separated from my seniors. Last night, I intended to spend the night in a nearby dilapidated temple, but I was harassed by a group of ruffians and had no choice but to flee under the cover of night. To my misfortune, I encountered a savage beast after escaping, and I barely endured the night to evade disaster." The woman wore an expression of sorrow and indignation, with 2 streams of tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, making her already pitiable visage even more heart-wrenching. "Do not be distressed, sister. I shall have Uncle Shang protect you." The little girl reached out to wipe the woman's tears. "Thank you, dear child." The woman grasped the girl's hand. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the young man beside them collapsed onto the stone table, his body convulsing violently as a multitude of insects crawled from his eyes and nostrils. "Uncle Shang," the little girl exclaimed in shock, but as she attempted to approach the young man, the woman abruptly pulled her back. "If you wish to live, keep your distance from him," the woman coldly admonished, forcefully tossing the girl into the snowy expanse outside the stone pavilion. She then tore off a human skin mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Who but the enchanting demoness Xu could it be, to dare venture into the wilderness with a young girl in tow? She must either be a sect's elite or a scion of a prominent family, surely possessing valuable treasures. A sly smile graced Xu's lips as she began to search the young man's body. After her escape from the dilapidated temple the previous night, she had expended a considerable amount of talismans and elixirs to fend off the savage beast, making it imperative to replenish her supplies. Otherwise, she would not have risked confronting this young man, for it was evident to discerning eyes that he was no ordinary individual. To her delight, Xu discovered a plethora of valuable items on the young man, far surpassing the bounty from the 2 cultivators she had encountered the previous night. After thoroughly rummaging through the young man, Her gaze suddenly fell upon a redwood box resting on the table. This box appeared to be designed for holding weapons. Whatever it may be, I shall take it first. The demoness Xu giggled as she reached for the wooden box. But just then, the young man, who had been convulsing uncontrollably, abruptly ceased his spasms and pressed his hand upon the box. "Little girl, you are being rather greedy," he remarked, lifting his head to reveal a visage crawling with insects, yet offering a gentle smile to the demoness Xu. Chapter 251, Star-Picking Platform. "Are you the blade demon Shangjiu?" The demoness Xu immediately became alert. Suddenly, a surge of black mist erupted from her sleeve, transforming into a colossal figure that lifted her. Simultaneously, two corpse puppets materialized within the stone pavilion, lunging towards the young man. In response to the assault of the two corpse puppets, the young man merely flicked his sleeve with nonchalance, unleashing a blade aura that surged forth like a roaring river from his sleeve. With a resounding crash, the two corpse puppets were obliterated before they could even strike, reduced to mere scraps of flesh. This spectacle sent shivers down Xu's spine. In terms of resilience, the bodies of the undead were indeed more formidable than those of martial masters. "Block him for me." Without a moment's hesitation, the enchanting demoness Xu abandoned her formidable corpse puppet, which possessed near-divine combat prowess, and transformed into a swirling mist of green, soaring into the air. With a swift flash of blade light, the sword-wielding corpse puppet was instantly shattered into fragments, while the demoness Xu, having soared over 1,000 zhong, was struck down and crashed into the snow. She struggled to rise, but as she lifted her head, an overwhelming oppressive force bore down upon her, causing her to collapse back into the snow. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a young man enveloped in a blinding aura of blade light, advancing towards her step by deliberate step. With each approach, the weight upon her intensified, and she felt excruciating pain as if she were being slowly dismembered. In a daze, she suddenly experienced the disconcerting illusion that, as long as this man was present, the entire area spanning hundreds or even thousands of zhong was suffused with blades. The wind became a blade, the snow transformed into a blade, and even the sunlight felt like a blade. This was a true sword cultivator, one of the divine realm. A heavy sense of dread enveloped the demoness Xu, and regret flooded her heart. She lamented her decision to confront this man. Her animosity towards Xu Taiping deepened. Had it not been for him, she would not have needed to ambush cultivators. At that moment, the young man placed his foot upon the demoness Xu's head. The sensation was akin to having her skull cleaved by a blade. The pain coursed through her body, sending tremors through her very soul. Such audacity! He has calculated my downfall. The young man regarded Xu with a mocking smile. The green toxic mist surrounding her remained. Yet before it could approach the young man, it was devoured by the blade light emanating from him. "Spare me, esteemed immortal. I beg for mercy. If you let me live, I shall willingly serve you as a maid," the demoness Xu pleaded, her dignity cast aside in her desperate desire to survive. "Esteemed immortal? It has been many years since anyone has referred to me in such a manner," the young man mused, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Uncle Shang." At that moment, a little girl with horn-like braids rushed over. "Be careful not to step on her. If you damage her, she won't taste good." The girl nudged the young man's foot away from Xu's face. Hearing this, Xu's complexion turned pale as she realized that both the young man and the girl beside her were likely not human. To her astonishment, she thought, "Before tasting the Bodhi fruit, I might indulge in the flesh of a beautiful sister. How fortunate I am." The little girl's face lit up with glee, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Witnessing this, Xu's heart sank to the depths of despair. Wait, the Bodhi fruit. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited in her mind, and she spoke up. "I happen to know the whereabouts of the Bodhi fruit. If you agree to spare me, I will guide you." Upon hearing this, the young man withdrew his hand from Xu's temple. "What clue do you possess?" he inquired. "There is someone who knows the last known location of the solitary Qing Shao in the kingdom of 1,000 Buddhas, but aside from me, no one can find him." The enchanting demoness Xu responded with utmost caution. The young man remained silent, merely placing his hand upon her head. A tremor coursed through Xu's body, accompanied by a searing pain, and she swiftly realized his intention to delve into her soul. "No." Before she could utter a plea for mercy, a cry of agony escaped her lips. Moments later, blood streamed from her 7 orifices, and she lay in the snow, her gaze vacant. It turned out she was a transcendent being who had undergone a metamorphosis, yet she had indeed not lied regarding that clue. The young man gazed at the demoness Su, his expression tinged with astonishment. Do not feign death. The spirit of a transcendent being is hardly so fragile. Rise and lead us to that cultivator. He kicked Su. With eyes filled with resentment, she glared at him, then gritted her teeth and inquired. Your methods are so vicious, not akin to those of demonic cultivators. Who exactly are you? Me? The young man chuckled softly, then looked to the heavens, lamenting. After so many years away, I wonder if the cultivation realm of Zhenwu Tian still remembers the blade cultivator they speak of. The one who betrayed his master and clan, Shang Jiao of the Heavenly Blade sect. Upon hearing this, the demoness Su was initially taken aback. Then her face turned pale with horror as she exclaimed, You are that blade demon, Shang Jiao? The star-picking platform. Just as the information from Huang Ke indicated, the howling winds surrounding the star-picking platform remained largely intact, though it could not endure for long once activated. Standing atop the platform to observe the celestial phenomena, the celestial maiden Lingyue pointed to a specific formation's core below and then turned to her companion, Xu Taiping. Thank you, Sister Lingyue. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. After a few days of arduous travel, he had finally arrived at the star-picking platform the previous night. Following a brief period of rest and arrangements, he began preparing for a breakthrough into the Tongxian realm. Now, there was but one task remaining: how to confront the extraterrestrial demons in this wild expanse. Xu Taiping looked towards the celestial maiden Lingyue. In fact, he had already prepared some measures to deal with the extraterrestrial demons, as per her instructions. However, now that he had arrived in the wilderness, those measures proved to be of little use. It was initially troublesome, but once you entered the wilderness, you encountered that thing, making it considerably easier. Lingyue smiled mischievously. That thing. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, saying, Sister Lingyue, do you mean to use that Yin spirit against the extraterrestrial demons? Chapter 252, The Star-Picking Platform. It seems we have been exposed. Lingyue nodded, then elaborated. The Yin spirit and the extraterrestrial demons are natural archenemies. Their encounters are destined to end in mutual destruction. Therefore, you merely need to time it right. In the evening, after describing the Yin spirit you encountered that day, you should immediately begin your breakthrough. They are bound to cross paths. Although Xu Taiping still felt somewhat uncertain, the urgency of the situation compelled him to trust Sister Lingyue. If this method could indeed be employed against the extraterrestrial demons, wouldn't future breakthroughs merely require entering this wilderness? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xu Taiping posed a question to Lingyue. Is deceiving the divine once not sufficient? Lingyue inquired with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, he had underestimated the complexity of the matter. He smiled awkwardly. As the fairy Lingyue had stated, deities are ultimately deities. One might deceive them once without consequence, but repeated deceit would surely draw their attention. Recalling the fate of those two cultivators from that night sent a chill down his spine. Oh, those two pieces of the Zhujiao order I found could be utilized by Yu and Pingyan, right? Xu Taiping retrieved the Zhujiao orders he had obtained from the deceased cultivators. Since they were dead, the orders could be reclaimed by a new master. He simply needed to place them in the gourd and allow them to emerge on their own. Fairy Lingyue nodded in agreement. If Yu and Pingyan could be summoned, Xu Taiping would gain additional support. At that moment, Xu Taiping felt something in his possession radiating warmth. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the communication jade slip from the Lu cultivator's sect. After infusing a strand of true essence into it, an urgent voice emanated from the slip. Brother Lu, whether alive or dead, please respond. Yesterday, we received credible information that another friend of Dugu Qingxiu has arrived in the Qianfu Kingdom. More importantly, he possesses a moonshadow stone, which contains the last scene before Dugu Qingxiu's disappearance. Currently, we have learned that this individual is likely in proximity to the star-gathering platform. The senior brother commands us to split our forces. Those closer to Wolf Howl Ridge should proceed there, while those nearer to the star-gathering platform should head there. If all goes well, a significant number of sect cultivators will be heading to the star-gathering platform. Brother Lu, if you are nearby, please make haste to join the others. Securing the Moonshadow Stone is secondary. First, regroup with the other brothers. After absorbing this information from the jade slip, Xu Taiping exchanged a complex glance with Fairy Lingyue and remarked, we have been exposed. Should we change our location? However, Fairy Lingyue's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she replied, if they knew you were breaking through to the transcendent realm here, none would dare approach. Why? Xu Taiping asked, somewhat puzzled. When breaking through in the wild secret realm, if one releases the Chaos Stone, that is, the Zhujiao order, it will immediately attract all the wild beasts within a 100-mile radius. We need not worry inside the star-gathering platform. They will inevitably face the onslaught of these beasts outside, Fairy Lingyue explained with a smile. The thought of countless wild beasts converging upon this location sent shivers down Xu Taiping's spine. During his journey to the star-gathering platform, he had encountered numerous wild beasts. Although most were merely at the level of demon lords, they typically traveled in packs, making them quite troublesome to deal with. Since they were all here for the Bodhi fruit, I need not hold back, Xu Taiping nodded resolutely. He felt no remorse in dealing with these cultivators. In truth, drawing them here would alleviate some pressure for his brother Qingxiu, he mused silently. Releasing the Zhujiao order to break through, even within the ruins, will still expose one to the invasion of chaotic energy. Taiping, you must find a way to endure, Fairy Lingyue said, her expression turning serious as she looked at Xu Taiping. Understood, Xu Taiping replied with a firm nod. However, who could have revealed my knowledge of my senior brother's whereabouts, particularly in the vicinity of the star-picking terrace? He suddenly cast a perplexed gaze towards the celestial maiden, Lingyue. It could possibly be that enchantress, Su. Yet, given her usual demeanor, it would not be in character for her to make such matters public. Lingyue furrowed her brows. Why would this become common knowledge? The following day, less than 10 miles from the star-picking terrace, atop the roof of a dilapidated grand hall, the merchant, Jiu, was sipping wine while observing the enchanting Su, who was pouring him another cup. Indeed, with your cultivation, dear merchant, capturing that lad should be effortless. Su regarded Jiu with confusion. Until I ascertain the nature of his ability to suppress others' cultivation to match his own, I shall not confront him directly, Jiu replied coolly, his gaze drifting back towards the distant star-picking tower. Upon hearing this, Su felt an inexplicable surge of trepidation towards Jiu. To be so cautious against a practitioner who had yet to reach the enlightenment realm revealed depths of cunning within him that surpassed her expectations. Ah, ouch. Miss. Why do you bite me? Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her arm and turned to find a little girl gnawing at her. She promptly shook her off. I wanted to taste what you were made of. The little girl grinned at Su, displaying a set of sharp teeth. The sight of that grin sent a chill down Su's spine, prompting her to hide behind Jiu. Little Yuan, do not be so impatient. Wait until we have picked the Bodhi fruit. Only then shall we savor its true flavor, Jiu said, eyes still fixed on the star-picking tower. Upon hearing this, Su felt tears welling up in her eyes, thinking to herself, to fall into the hands of such a person, I must have exhausted my luck over 8 lifetimes. It's all that wretched little cultivator's fault. I shall drag you down with me. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air from above. Looking up, she saw numerous practitioners, some riding swords, others riding the wind, racing towards the star-picking tower at lightning speed. The sky was filled with the radiance of their magical artifacts. How many practitioners are hidden within this 1,000 Buddha kingdom? Su exclaimed, astonished. Who knows? Many have not ventured out for centuries. As long as they can acquire chaos stones, there is no need for them to use the dragon order, Jiu remarked casually. Old merchant, how about I sneak in to gather some information for you? Su asked eagerly. I have yet to devour you. You shall not go anywhere. Before Jiu could respond, the little girl with braided hair suddenly seized Su's arm, holding her firmly. Su felt tears of frustration rising. Just sit back and watch. If little Yuan throws a tantrum, I won't be able to stop her. Jiu patted little Yuan on the head, not bothering to look back. As for the star-picking terrace, boom, a beam of sword light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the star-picking terrace. Bang! Just as the sword light was about to strike the terrace, a fierce wind whipped up snowflakes from the ground, intercepting the blow. In that instant, the entire star-picking terrace was enveloped in a swirling tempest of snow. From afar, it resembled a pillar of wind soaring into the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, the over 100 cultivators encircling the star-picking tower took a collective step back, except for the 3 foremost figures. Friends within the tower, you have been surrounded by us. It would be prudent to surrender without resistance, proclaimed an elder, wielding a whisk and exuding an air of celestial grace. as he directed his voice towards the star-picking tower. I am Zhu Chun of Huangfeng Valley. If you can reveal the whereabouts of the elusive Dugu Qingxiao, I shall ensure your safety. Not receiving a response from within the tower, the elder added, Young brother inside, I am Yun Zhong, the vice palace master of Yunjing Palace. Should you divulge the whereabouts of Dugu Qingxiao, not only will my palace safeguard your life, but I shall also bestow upon you wealth and prosperity. At this moment, a middle-aged man holding a scroll stepped forward. Upon finishing his statement, he exchanged a knowing smile with Zhu Chun. Seeing this, Zhu Chun let out a cold snort. Both men then turned their gazes towards a scholar clad in blue robes standing behind them. The scholar smiled and took a step forward. Addressing the interior of the star-picking tower, young friend, I am Ouyang Xian from the Bailu Academy. I am willing to exchange a celestial weapon for the whereabouts of Dugu Qingxiao and promise to protect you amidst this wilderness. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong furrowed their brows. All three were at the pinnacle of the profound realm, having been ensnared in it for several centuries. With their lifespans nearing an end, making the Bodhi fruit an imperative acquisition. You jest, I merely intend to lure that young man out. There is no celestial weapon to offer him, Ouyang Xian remarked with a faint smile. After a brief pause without any response from within the tower, the three exchanged glances. It appeared they were as resistant as Chun Hao of the pure Yang Sword sect. Let us proceed according to our prior arrangement and break this barrier to capture him, Ouyang Xian suggested with a hint of exasperation towards Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong. We agreed that while we could act together, once we capture him and ascertain Qingxiao's whereabouts, we must go together. No one should act selfishly. Zhu Chun shot a cold glance at Ouyang Xian. Rest assured, Elder Zhu, once we learn of Qingxiao's location, who claims the Bodhi fruit shall depend on one's own capabilities, Ouyang Xian replied, nodding in agreement. Yun Zhong also subtly inclined his head, indicating his concurrence. After their agreement, Ouyang Xian suddenly raised the scroll in his hands and began to chant incantations. Gradually, the scroll unfurled, revealing not an array of objects, but a singular sword, inscribed with the name Northern Black Chihuan's demon-slaying sword. Upon seeing the name of the sword depicted on the scroll, the cultivators behind the three erupted in astonishment and retreated several steps. How could those who practiced swordsmanship in the 9 houses not recognize the demon-slaying sword? It was the legendary weapon of the true martial emperor, a divine artifact said to have cleaved through the 9 nether realms. Ladies and gentlemen, this depiction of the Northern Black Chihuan's demon-slaying sword was drawn by our Academy's ancestor after personally observing the sword, containing a trace of its sword intent. By infusing our true essence into it, we can unleash the sword's aura and reveal its formidable power, Ouyang Xian declared, turning to Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong with a resonant voice. The two individuals exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Subsequently, one of them waved their sleeve. Another pointed with a finger, and the third swayed a feather duster, collectively channeling pure essence into the painting scroll. With a resonant clang, a sword's cry pierced the air, echoing throughout the vast snowfield. Even the previously listless merchant dove, upon hearing that sword's resonance, had their eyes gleam with the sword's brilliance. What a magnificent sword, he marveled, overwhelmed with emotion. However, he soon expressed his regret, saying, alas, in the past, to seal the abyss of the mysterious darkness, that esteemed elder ventured forth with the broken demon sword and never returned. I wonder if I shall ever behold the true broken demon's sword in this lifetime. At this moment, a beam of sword light gradually emerged from the scroll. Even just the tip of the sword was enough to suffocate many cultivators with its formidable might. Gentlemen, cease your concealment. If we can summon the intent of the broken demon's sword, the frostwind array of the star-picking platform shall surely shatter. Observing the sword light's reluctance to fully emerge from the scroll, Ouyang Xian cast a displeased glare at Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong behind him. Their little schemes were hardly concealed from him. In response, Zhu Chun snorted coldly, while Yun Zhong chuckled. Without further hesitation, the two of them channeled as much essence as possible into the scroll. With a clang, the sword light extended 5 feet from the painting. Just 2 feet more. Ouyang Xian shouted once more. Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong nodded slightly, continuing to pour their essence into the scroll with all their might. On the star-picking platform, Taiping, may I borrow your Shintabao? The ethereal fairy Lingyue, who had already possessed the bamboo figure, extended a hand towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded and promptly handed over the Shintabao along with the quiver. Initially, He thought he could save a bamboo figure, but since it pertained to the sword's intent, he could not afford to be careless. With the Shintu Bao in hand, Fairy Lingwei gazed solemnly at the scroll and the impending sword light about to emerge from it. Is everything all right? Xu Taiping asked, a hint of concern in his voice. His worry was not about the array being broken. He could always flee if that happened, but rather whether Lingwei would be harmed by the sword's intent. Silly brother, I have encountered the true broken demon sword. How could I fear merely its intent? Rest assured and proceed with your breakthrough. Fairy Lingwei smiled reassuringly at Xu Taiping. Seeing her confidence, he hesitated no longer. After instructing Bai Yu and Pingyan, he turned and descended from the star-picking platform, heading to the stone chamber below to prepare for his breakthrough. Boom. Shortly after Xu Taiping left, a sudden and violent surge of energy radiated from the scroll. The sword light surged forth another 2 feet. Shintu, though you are incomplete, this is merely a trace of sword intent. Losing would be quite embarrassing. Fairy Lingwei teased the Shintu Bao as she knocked an arrow. Almost as if in reply to her jest, the Shintu Bao radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Chapter 254, The Star-Picking Platform. The broken demon sword shatters the Frostwind array clang, although it was merely a trace of sword intent. As the sword light fully manifested from the painting, an overwhelming pressure akin to a colossal wave crashed down from the heavens. The resounding clash of the sword echoed like the furious roar of a deity, sending tremors of reverence through the hearts of the gathered cultivators. Some even overwhelmed by an impulse to prostrate themselves. The sword was drawn. As the force of the blade accumulated to an uncontrollable extent, Ouyang Xian bellowed, raising his sword and directing it towards the star-picking platform. With a swift whoosh, the 7-foot sword light surged forth, slicing through the air towards its target with a momentum that seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens and earth asunder. Witnessing this, the spectators felt certain that the fierce winds of the star-picking platform would be shattered. However, in a turn of events they could not have anticipated, at the very instant the sword of breaking demons soared towards the platform, an arrow, propelled by a howling gale, shot forth from within the winds, directly confronting the sword. With a resounding crash, the onlookers were left in astonishment as the sword light, born of the sword's intent, was pierced by the arrow. Even more terrifying, the tempest that accompanied the arrow transformed into a storm, surging towards the crowd at the moment the sword light shattered. Though the storms might paled in comparison to that of the arrow, many cultivators were still forced to stagger back, some requiring the aid of magical artifacts to maintain their footing. Ouyang Xian, Zhu Chun, and Yun Zhong were utterly indifferent to the fates of these ordinary cultivators. Their sole focus was on the fact that the divine sword formation had been disrupted. Ouyang, did you not assert that the divine sword formation would surely break the scale? Elder Zhu Chun of Huangfeng Valley cast a discontented glance at Ouyang Xian, while Yun Zhong, beside him, mirrored his confusion. It was not the gale that had repelled the sword of breaking demons, but rather a treasure wielded by that individual within. Ouyang Xian furrowed his brow, gazing at the star-picking platform cloaked in snow and wind. However, such treasures could not be used repeatedly. If we join forces once more, we shall undoubtedly shatter this gale, he proclaimed with renewed conviction, turning to Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong. Upon hearing this, both men frowned in unison. Very well. We shall trust you once more. After a moment of silence, Zhu Chun flicked his dust whisk and let out a cold snort. Ouyang, I hope you will keep your word this time. Yun Zhong nodded in agreement, implying that he believed Ouyang Xian had previously held back. In response, Ouyang Xian silently cursed Yun Zhong as an old fox. Indeed, he had not exerted his full strength earlier. The reason for his restraint lay in his caution toward these two companions. Otherwise, the formation could have been broken, the individuals captured. Yet the spoils would have been claimed by them. Rest assured, I shall exert myself as before, but I ask that you both refrain from holding back. The divine sword formation can only unleash 3 strikes in a single day. Once a strike is expended, it is one less. Ouyang Xian asserted with utmost seriousness. Bowing slightly to the two, Yun Zhong nodded, while Zhu Qin urged, make haste, night is approaching. Ouyang Xian inclined his head and turned, once more urging the celestial scroll of the divine sword formation to unfurl. In tandem, Yun Zhong and Zhu Chun directed their spiritual essence into the divine sword formation. Perhaps unwilling to appear foolish before their peers, the trio united with greater resolve this time, no longer feigning restraint. It is precisely for this reason that when the radiant light of the demon severing sword once again emanated from the divine sword diagram, All present felt its power had exceeded expectations by more than 20%. Even the merchant dove atop a distant rooftop sensed this shift. Yet his expression was far from optimistic. That previous arrow did not resemble an ordinary spiritual weapon. The little fellow within it was quite extraordinary, he murmured to himself. To wield such a divine ability as the equality of all beings, he must possess a celestial artifact. The enchanting Xu nodded in agreement. Believing that Xu Taiping's ability to forcefully suppress her realm was undoubtedly due to some treasured possession. Then I shall lend them a helping hand and see if I can coax that little fellow out, the merchant dove declared, lifting his hand to gather his inner essence into a flurry of blue snowflakes within his palm. With a swift exhalation, he sent the snowflakes soaring high into the air. In an instant, that delicate flurry appeared above the divine sword diagram, gently settling upon it. Below, Ouyang Xian and his companions remained oblivious, only recognizing the anomaly when the inner essence within the divine sword diagram surged exponentially in mere moments. Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong presumed that Ouyang Xian was no longer holding back, while Ouyang Xian believed that the two were finally exerting their full strength, leading to a silent understanding among the three. Clang. Thanks to the merchant dove's intervention, the sword light emanating from the demon severing sword took scarcely a cup of tea's time to break free from the divine sword diagram. Moreover, the power of this strike had increased tenfold compared to the last. On the star-plucking platform, upon sensing the might of this sword, the fairy Linghua furrowed her brow and mused. The sudden surge in power of this strike. Could it be that someone is acting from the shadows? While contemplating this, she readied her arrow once more. However, this time, she did not aim at the sword light in the sky, but instead sought out potential threats in the surroundings with the divine power of the Shentu Bao. Ultimately, she discerned the merchant dove and the enchanting Su on a distant rooftop. So, they have sought assistance, mused fairy Linghua, initially frowning before a smile graced her lips. In that case, I shall make my presence known. While speaking, she positioned the fiery arrow of Ling Jian alongside the thunderous arrow on the Shentu Bao. Chapter 255, Star-Plucking Platform. Sir, deliver another strike. Even in its damaged state, the Shentu Bao remains a spiritual artifact. Its use inherently distinct from ordinary bows and arrows. For instance, as long as one's divine consciousness is sufficiently potent, they can lock onto their opponent, allowing the arrows on the Shentu Bao to strike true. With this arrow, the bamboo man shall likely falter, yet the wild beast should be arriving soon, too. As fairy Linghua contemplated this, she drew back the bowstring. Although she could not yet ascertain the merchant dove's identity, her keen intuition compelled her to resolve the matter, regardless of the cost. Just then, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being split, the radiant light of the demon severing sword once again descended upon the star-plucking platform. At nearly the same moment, the fairy of Linghua released the bowstring with a resounding twang. Boom! Amidst the explosive roar, the thunderous arrow shot forth from the Thunder Master towards the broken demon's sword and the distant merchant pigeon. Bang! The Thunder Master's arrow struck the sword light of the broken demon's sword first, unlike the previous instance where a single arrow shattered it. This time the arrow and the sword light remained locked in a stalemate for 3 or 4 breaths, before ultimately piercing through the sword light amidst the crackling thunder. Nevertheless, even so, a trace of the sword light began to reassemble, cleaving down upon the Shuo Feng formation. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the swirling snow and wind enveloping the star-picking platform abruptly dissipated, revealing a gaping hole at the southwestern corner of the grand formation. Bai Yu and Pinyin, seal that breach, the fairy of Linghua commanded as the bamboo figure crumbled. Fear not. With us here, none shall enter. Bai Yu grasped Pinyin with his claws and soared towards the breach in the grand formation. Meanwhile, the fairy of Linghua continued to manipulate the fired arrow with her divine consciousness, directing it towards the merchant pigeon. The merchant pigeon, a highly vigilant individual, was so eager to ascertain whether the sword could breach the Shuo Feng formation that he failed to notice the arrow hurtling towards him with great speed. Uncle Shang. Just as the merchant pigeon nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the potential breach of the Shuo Feng formation, the young girl with the braided horns suddenly shouted at him. Upon hearing this, the merchant pigeon felt a tightening in his chest. Based on his understanding of the girl, she would never display such alarm unless under dire circumstances. Boom! Immediately, layers of protective barriers formed from true essence encircled him one after another. Bang! just as the sixth layer enveloped him and prepared to summon the seventh. An arrow imbued with fierce flames struck heavily against the barrier in front of his chest. Almost instantaneously, his 7 layers of protective energy shattered in succession, the flames from the fired arrow engulfing him entirely. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the merchant pigeon was sent flying backward like a fireball. Uncle Shang, witnessing this scene, the horn-braided girl leapt from the rooftop, rushing towards the direction where the fireball would land, leaving only the enchanting demoness Xu atop the roof. She paused momentarily. Then her eyes brightened. I am free. Bang! But scarcely had she spoken when a foot came crashing down upon her head, nearly embedding her into the rooftop. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the merchant pigeon, who had just been struck and sent flying, now standing before her completely unharmed, radiating an even more formidable presence. It is the divine bow, the legendary artifact, the Shinto bow. At that moment, the merchant pigeon stared fervently towards the star-picking platform. Having uttered these words, he waved his sleeve, enclosing the demoness Xu within a cloth bag, then soared towards the star-picking platform with the horn-braided girl in tow. The Shinto bow was worth his intervention. Beneath the star-picking platform, in a stone chamber, Xu Taiping took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. Before him loomed a colossal arm, descending from the clouds to the ground, swirling incessantly in the air as if in search of something. He recalled the moment he first encountered that shadowy deity, meticulously recounting the scene to conjure its presence to confront the otherworldly demon. After completing this endeavor, Xu Taiping calmed his mind, reflecting on the steps necessary for his breakthrough. Once he confirmed that nothing was amiss, he ingested the fire elixir and summoned all his true essence, employing the method taught by the Danxia Sutra. Using his dantian as a furnace and his true essence as the charcoal to forge a core of elixir. However, the forms of these cores varied significantly. Some resembled ordinary pills, while others took the shape of statues, swords, or knives. According to the Danxia Sutra, the shape of the elixir core often correlates with one's Tao heart, and Xu Taiping was curious about what his own core would resemble. Naturally, should the core shatter during the refinement process, it would signify a failure in his breakthrough. Besides the formation of the elixir core, there was another omen of success in transcending to the Tongxian realm. At the moment of breakthrough, a practitioner would briefly experience an out-of-body sensation, some even traversing the void to witness vistas of another realm. The visions encountered were typically intertwined with one's thoughts, experiences, and memories. For now, he set aside distant thoughts and focused on his breakthrough. He entirely withdrew his spirit, concentrating all his attention on his dantian. For practitioners, the Tongxian realm represents a true transcendence from the mundane, with profound implications for the continuation of their cultivation journey. At the same time, beneath the star-picking platform, at the location where the gusts of the north wind had been cleaved by the demon-slaying sword, Ping An had manifested his true form, the mountain-moving ape, standing guard against a multitude of practitioners, including Ouyang Xian, who were barred from advancing into the formation. Bai Yu circled above Ping An, assisting in fending off practitioners attempting aerial assaults. They were all spirit beasts with bloodline heritage, and Bai Yu, being a royal-grade demon beast, posed a significant challenge even for practitioners at the peak of the Tongxian realm, such as Ouyang Xian and his companions. Ouyang, strike again with your sword. Unless this formation is completely severed, we cannot unleash our full potential. A voice cried out from the crowd of practitioners. Ouyang Xian frowned slightly. The divine sword diagram could only be utilized 3 times in a single day. Should he expend another use, he would lose his means of intimidating those beside him. Ouyang, our artifacts are ill-suited for breaking the formation. We must rely solely on your divine sword diagram, Yun Zhong from Yunjing Palace advised him. If you delay any longer, the formation will restore itself, rendering those previous strikes futile, Zhu Qin added with dissatisfaction. Ultimately, Ouyang Xian gritted his teeth and nodded. I can activate the divine sword diagram once more, but the true essence required must be supplied by you all. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Qin and Yun Zhong fell into a contemplative silence. However, the group of disciples with mediocre cultivation behind them were exceedingly eager, incessantly clamoring that they could infuse true essence into the divine sword diagram. What pitiful essence you possess, Elder Zhu Qin from Huangfeng Valley muttered under his breath. The true essence required by the divine sword diagram was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators to supply. Even for them, it proved to be quite strenuous. Mr. Ouyang, There is no need for such overwhelming might as before to break this Shuafeng array. We can indeed attempt it together. Yun Zhong from Yunjing Palace suggested after a moment of contemplation. Ouyang Xian, clearly reluctant to forfeit this splendid opportunity, nodded in agreement. As long as I can manifest 3 feet of the sword light from the Duan Mo sword, I am confident in completely dismantling this Shuafeng array. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chen also nodded, saying, in that case, I too am willing to give it a try. Once the 3 reached a consensus, Ouyang Xian once again summoned the divine sword diagram, while Zhu Chun and Yun Zhong, along with a multitude of cultivators, began to channel their true essence into it. It was indeed somewhat challenging to extend the Duan Mo sword to 7 feet, but achieving 3 feet was relatively straightforward. Within the span of a tea time, the sword light on the divine sword diagram had indeed stretched to 3 feet. Inside the array, the ethereal form of the spirit moon fairy found herself engulfed in a dilemma upon witnessing this. She understood clearly that if she allowed Ouyang Xian to continue striking the Shuafeng array with the Duan Mo sword, it would inevitably shatter. However, to intervene would require her to waste a bamboo figure, which was not a prudent choice. Just as she pondered this, a distant roar from a wild beast suddenly illuminated her thoughts. I knew it. How could the wild beasts possibly endure the aura emitted by cultivators during their breakthroughs? This is the scent of the Dao fruit, she smirked. Much like the irresistible allure of the Bodhi fruit to human cultivators, the process of a cultivator's breakthrough was, in essence, a manifestation of results, and this fruit held a fatal temptation for wild beasts. Even in broad daylight, it could not prevent them from descending into madness. Yet, the cultivators outside remained completely unaware of this. Outside the array, one disciple turned to another. Brother, did you hear that? Hear what? The roar of the wild beast. It's still daylight. There are no wild beasts. Hurry, stop slacking off. The Duan Mo sword is about to emerge. Many disciples heard the roar of the wild beast, but they were immediately chastised by their companions to silence, continuing to channel their dwindling true essence into the divine sword diagram. Draw the sword. With another commanding shout from Ouyang Xian, the sword light within the divine sword diagram, barely reaching 3 feet, once again cleaved towards the surrounding Shuafeng array of the Zhaixing platform with a thunderous sound that pierced the air. Although its power was considerably diminished, the intent of the Duan Mo sword still inspired an involuntary reverence. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion. A massive breach was once again carved into the Shuafeng array outside the Zhaixing platform. The gathered cultivators erupted in cheers. With such a significant gap, it was ample for them to breach the great array and reach the Zhaixing platform. However, their jubilant exclamations were abruptly silenced by a shadow that suddenly loomed overhead. As the crowd looked up, they beheld a flock of monstrous birds, their wings unfurled to a length of 2 to 3 zhong, armed with sharp claws and elongated beaks, hurtling towards them. It was the dragon-wing beasts. Someone bellowed. The dragon-wing beasts were among the most feared of the savage creatures by the cultivators in the wilderness. Not only did they possess razor-sharp teeth and claws capable of effortlessly piercing through the protective auras and armor of the practitioners, but they also tended to appear in swarms, making them exceedingly challenging to confront. With a piercing cry, the flock of dragon-wing beasts extended their claws, aiming to snatch the cultivators below. Moments later, the air was filled with screams. Even skilled fighters like Ouyang Xian and Zhu Chun were compelled to summon their magical artifacts for defense, unable to break free to ascend the star-picking platform. However, the cultivators present, each with some experience in dealing with savage beasts, managed to regain their composure after a brief moment of panic, ultimately slaying several dragon-wing beasts and driving the remainder away. Yet before the cultivators could celebrate, the ground beneath them began to tremble ominously. Fear etched on their faces, they turned towards the source of the commotion. In the distance, across the snowy plains, herds of wild beasts, both familiar and unfamiliar to them, charged forth. A glance in other directions revealed a similar scene. We are going to be surrounded by savage beasts. A cultivator cried out in desperation. Stay calm. Everyone, stay calm. Elder Zhu Chun of Huangfeng Valley shouted, attempting to instill some semblance of order among the panicking cultivators. But faced with such a horde of wild beasts, who could remain composed? Elder Zhu, Mr. Ouyang, until we meet again. Yun Zhong of Yunjing Palace clasped his hands in respect towards Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian, then enveloped himself in a radiant halo shaped like a large bell. swiftly dashing towards a section of the snowy plain where no beasts had yet appeared. Though the emergence of these creatures was exceedingly strange, he had no time to ponder further. Survival was paramount. Zhu Chun and Ouyang Xian exchanged a glance, then clasped hands in mutual acknowledgement, summoning their magical artifacts without further ado to escape. With the three principal figures fleeing, the remaining cultivators quickly disbanded, scattering like grains of sand across the snowy expanse. In mere moments, the area surrounding the star-picking platform fell into a deathly silence, save for the imposing savage beasts, their eyes fixed hungrily upon the platform. Chapter 257. Breaking through the profound. Transcending the realm of existence, some of the beasts attempted to breach the star-picking platform, but upon nearing, their bodies were instantly encased in ice. The remnants of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom were an absolute forbidden zone for these creatures. Equally threatening to them was the sunlight above. Many beasts found their fur blistering and peeling away under its scorching rays. Some even collapsed to the ground. Ultimately, the instinct to survive triumphed over their desires. With reluctant roars, the savage beasts began to retreat towards the shadows of the snowy plains. In the distance, having silently observed the scene, Shang Jiao could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "To harness the energy of a breakthrough to summon ferocious beasts for driving away these cultivators. Such audacity is truly remarkable. My desire to meet this little one grows ever stronger." Beside him, the enchanting Su Su was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. As the onlookers retreated, it was time for them to take center stage. Shang Jiao grasped Su Su and leapt into the air. "Hooray! More delectable treats await," cheered a small girl with her hair styled in horn braids, clutching a massive scabbard as she followed closely behind. As they walked, the sky overhead gradually dimmed. Such is the wilderness. Daylight arrives swiftly, yet dusk descends just as quickly. Within the stone chamber beneath the star-picking platform, the barrier set by the celestial maiden, Lingyue, effectively muted the external sounds, allowing Xu Taiping to focus entirely on his breakthrough. Just as he was on the verge of exhausting all the true essence within him, a sudden violent tremor resonated from his dantian. Xu Taiping felt an unfamiliar energy coalescing within. Naturally, a thought arose within him. He wished to perceive what was forming in his dantian. However, the moment this thought emerged, his consciousness inexplicably entered his own body. He could observe his own beating heart, the flow of true qi coursing through his veins, and the shimmering acupoints scattered throughout. Ultimately, his gaze penetrated into the dantian, where he beheld his essence core. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a stone. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a grand mountain, majestically suspended within his dantian. He could even discern tender shoots sprouting from the crevices of the rocks. "Is my essence core a mountain?" Xu Taiping pondered, somewhat astonished. However, before he could further contemplate its significance, his vision abruptly detached from the dantian, from his organs, and ultimately from his corporeal form altogether. A celestial journey? Xu Taiping was first taken aback, then elated, for this signified his successful breakthrough into the realm of profound understanding. Boom! Just as this thought crossed his mind, his vision soared upward at an astonishing speed, akin to a soaring sword piercing through layers upon layers of cloud, until it emerged above a battlefield drenched in blood and fire. This was unmistakably a sight of conflict, and discernible from the auras emanating from both sides. One was demonic while the other was human. "You vile wretches, how dare you trespass upon my Tai Xian?" On this battlefield, a man clad in crimson armor, wielding a long sword and radiating an imposing aura, cleaved through the demonic creatures with each stroke of his blade. His sword was a force of destruction, capable of vanquishing a demon with nearly every strike. Yet, as his comrades fell one by one around him, he found himself encircled by the very demons he fought against. Each of these fiends was tenfold, even 100-fold stronger than any Xu Taiping had ever encountered, their abilities far beyond his imagination. Thus, the ensuing battle was all but foreseen. After slaying a demon leader, the man in crimson armor was pierced through the heart by a colossal sword descending from the heavens, nailing him to the ground. "Disciple, the master must break his promise. I cannot come to fetch you." In his final moments, the man slowly raised his hand, as if to grasp something. Whoosh! Yet, as the shadow struck down with another sword, the man's head promptly rolled onto the ground. Immediately, Xu Taiping's vision faded to black, and he began to descend into darkness. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a cavern drenched in bloodlight. Within the cavern, An elderly man dragged a long sword and slowly approached a colossal bronze door. Then, the old man raised his head and proclaimed, "Master, senior brother. Little junior brother has come to see you." Subsequently, the bronze door creaked open. Just as the door fully opened, a horde of monstrous beings, unseen by Xu Taiping before, surged forth from behind it. Clang. However, with a single swing of the old man's sword, a fiery sword aura instantly enveloped the entire infernal cave, obliterating the monstrous horde. As the old man stepped into the abyss, the bronze door gradually closed once more. What is this? Xu Taiping had read numerous accounts of cultivators traversing the realms beyond. Yet most resembled mere dreams. Some dreamt of deceased parents, while others envisioned future companions. Never had he encountered such a terrifying spectacle. The Taishan sect? Could it be that my knowledge of the Taishan sect's past has led me to witness this? But who is that old man, and what is that bronze door? Questions incessantly surfaced in Xu Taiping's mind. Before he could ponder further, his sight uncontrollably drifted again, finally halting before a dilapidated grand hall. At the entrance stood a robust man, sword in hand, steadfastly guarding the threshold. Concurrently, voices echoed from outside the hall. "Chen Hao, put down your sword. This matter has nothing to do with the pure Yang sword sect. Lower your weapon and allow us to find Du Guqing Xiao." In response to these entreaties, Chen Hao merely raised his sword slowly, gazing at the crowd with determination. "I owe Du Guqing Xiao a life. If you wish to kill him, you must first slay me." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was suddenly awakened, realizing, am I witnessing the events within the Tianyin Hall? Previously, he had learned through the transmission jade slip from the Lu surname cultivator that a disciple of the pure Yang sword sect was blocking numerous cultivators at the Wolf Howl Ridge's Tianyin Hall. I must hurry to assist. Xu Taiping's feelings shifted to urgency. However, the challenge lay in how to escape this trance-like state. Just then, a chilling, sinister wind swept across his face, abruptly pulling him back from the realms beyond. His vision returned to the stone chamber. Yet, before he could revel in his relief, a pale, bloodless face appeared within his line of sight, mere inches from him. An outer celestial demon. Following a brief moment of daze, for characters flashed in Xu Taiping's mind. Instinctively, he reached for his sword, but as his hand extended, a ghostly hand seized his throat. "At long last, I have found you. This familiar flavor has been long missed." That pale visage suddenly split open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth and an exceedingly grotesque grin. Xu Taiping struggled to break free, yet once ensnared by that hand, both his physical form and magical prowess seemed to revert to that of an ordinary mortal. Just as despair began to envelop him, an elongated giant hand materialized within the stone chamber, appearing behind the otherworldly demon. Chapter 258, Encountering a Monstrous Hand. Has the otherworldly demon been consumed? The hand's posture was identical to that which Xu Taiping had first encountered. It descended from the ceiling of the stone chamber, its slender arms swaying back and forth, while its enormous palm incessantly scooped up something within the chamber. For reasons unknown, upon glimpsing it, an overwhelming impulse to kneel and plead surged within Xu Taiping's heart, even in the face of imminent peril. At the very moment this sentiment arose, an eye abruptly manifested on the arm of that hand, gazing at Xu Taiping with profound compassion. The gaze reminded him of his grandfather, evoking memories of his elder martial brother and the exquisite Ling Long. An inexplicable urge welled up within him. He yearned to accompany it. Yet, just as this thought took root, a sharp pain at his neck jolted him back to reality. The otherworldly demon, its features obscured and pallid, had opened its maw and sunk its teeth into his neck. In that instant, the expression of compassion in the eye of the giant hand transformed into fury. It seized the demon in its grasp, and the demon, seemingly oblivious to the giant hand until that moment, morphed into a shadow, attempting to break free. However, rather than fleeing, it produced an ancient tome inscribed with peculiar glyphs from its dark form and swiftly flipped open a page. The instant the page unfurled, black chains erupted from the runes that had suddenly appeared around the giant hand, ensnaring it tightly and rendering it motionless. Simultaneously, a surge of golden flames erupted from beneath the hand, flames of a purity surpassing even the vermilion gold flame. Xu Taiping, having witnessed the celestial Ling Yue's mastery of the vermilion gold flame, recognized that the flames scorching the monstrous hand were infinitely more intense. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping was astonished to see the chains binding the monstrous hand abruptly snap apart. Subsequently, those chains began to visibly corrode, ultimately crumbling into rust that scattered around the hand. Not only were those chains affected, even the purifying flames enveloping the hand experienced a swift decline in temperature, eventually flickering out. The obscured visage of the otherworldly demon then extended its hand again, seemingly intent on turning another page. But before its fingers could touch the ancient scroll, they visibly rotted away, revealing stark white bones. Yet, even in this skeletal state, the corrosion did not cease. The white bones began to mold, darken, and become brittle, until they transformed into ashes and vanished without a trace. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Could it be that the divine power of this shadowy deity is one of corrosion? Xu Taiping, who had retreated to the corner, suddenly recalled the eye he had seen that night in the dilapidated temple. It seemed that the otherworldly demon, having lost a hand to decay, truly felt threatened at last. He took a step back and, from his inky black form, produced a white jade porcelain vial. Subsequently, pure strands of vital energy emanated from the vial, coalescing into wisps of green mist that swirled around the demon's side. In an instant, an entire arm that had already rotted away regrew before their eyes. Thereafter, he calmly opened an ancient scroll. The moment the pages unfurled, a long sword crackling with black lightning surged forth from the scroll, cleaving towards the monstrous hand. With a resounding crash, the grotesque appendage was severed in two, as the swirling dark lightning relentlessly devoured its flesh. Xu Taiping felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, for his instincts warned him that the sword wielded by the otherworldly demon, even surrounded by those tendrils of black lightning, could easily claim his life 100 times over. However, what astonished him further was that the severed hand rapidly restored itself, while the demon's sword once again crumbled into a pile of rusted iron. The monstrous hand reached out towards the otherworldly demon, grasping a cloud of mist that had escaped from its form. In an instant, the demon's body decayed into a heap of white bones. This time, it seemed to attempt an escape, clawing at the stone chamber walls to carve a dark fissure. Yet before it could enter, the surrounding black mist began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. Observing this, the otherworldly demon continued to urge the small jade vial to restore its form. However, this time, the rate of recovery was markedly slower than the rate of decay. The monstrous hand grasped at the air a few times, and soon the demon's skeletal remains vanished, leaving only a struggling shadow behind. The hand appeared intent on seizing this shadow. With a swift motion, it captured the shadow within its grip, then opened a fissure on its palm as if it were a mouth, devouring the shadow whole. Had the otherworldly demon been consumed? Xu Taiping was left astounded. After devouring the demon, the monstrous hand seemed to lose interest in Xu Taiping, shaking its arm as it began to retreat. However, just as the hand was about to disappear, it suddenly flipped over. A large eye on the back of its hand fixed its gaze on Xu Taiping for a prolonged moment, before lifting its arm and extending a finger towards him, gently tapping at his left eye. Immediately, a voice echoed in Xu Taiping's ear. "This is a token of gratitude. Next time, do come again." Chapter 259. The Dual-Pupiled Gift. This is a burden unworthy of one's fate. The voice was peculiar, reminiscent of a babbling child. When Xu Taiping finally regained his composure, the monstrous hand had vanished without a trace, leaving him with a searing pain in his left eye, from which blood flowed incessantly from the corner. Upon retrieving a copper mirror, he was startled to discover a crimson line bisecting the center of his left pupil, as if it had been cleaved. After a fleeting moment of panic, a peculiar thought emerged in his mind. Beneath this bloodline lay another pupil. At the instant this notion took root, the crimson line in his left eye suddenly split open, revealing a second pupil that overlapped with the first, creating an eerie effect. What could the monstrous hand's intention be in granting me this dual pupil? Just as Xu Taiping pondered this, he was taken aback to witness his ordinary copper mirror rapidly developing green rust, decaying before his eyes until it shattered into copper shavings. Had this monstrous hand bestowed upon me its divine power? After a moment of stunned silence, Xu Taiping nearly gasped aloud. Buzzing filled his ears, reminiscent of the soul-piercing affliction he had experienced during his sword training years ago. Yet, the agony he felt now was far more intense. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Xu Taiping retrieved his gourd and gulped down a significant portion of diluted Longdan liquor, which provided him with some relief. In comparison to the earlier torment, the side effects of the liquor seemed negligible. After tightly clutching his head for what felt like an eternity, Xu Taiping finally exhaled deeply and lifted his gaze once more. However, he soon encountered another dilemma. How could he close this dual pupil? The dual pupil remained obstinately open. The mere act of looking at objects sent waves of soul-rending agony coursing through his mind. With no other recourse, he fashioned a cloth to cover his left eye. It appeared that the divine power was beyond my grasp. Once his eye was bound, Xu Taiping sighed softly. He then employed his introspective abilities to examine the current state of his body, eager to discern the changes that had occurred following his breakthrough into the transcendence realm. Upon inspection, he found that, aside from his danshin, his meridians and acupoints had expanded several times over, and his muscles and bones had similarly gained remarkable resilience. It was as if his entire body had been reborn, receiving a substantial enhancement. No wonder the lifespan increases so dramatically after entering the transcendence realm. It is akin to acquiring an entirely new physique. Xu Taiping felt a surge of exhilaration. If he were to merge this enhanced body with the archaic lion physique, he would likely surpass the state of the awakened lion in strength compared to the spectral lion realm. As for his true essence, he casually circulated it for a full cycle, finding that its speed had increased by more than sixfold compared to before, while the capacity of his danshin to store true essence had also expanded 6 times. This transformation led to a remarkably swift ability to condense the Chiwu golden flame, now achievable at 6 times the previous rate. Moreover, the true essence within his danshin was now sufficient to condense 6 petals of Chiwu golden flame. Boom. He attempted the art of duplication and soon discovered that he could simultaneously conjure 2 clones, enabling them to execute simple combat moves. With further practice, he mused, these clones might even master the formidable techniques of the Heavenly Bull Fist and the Demon-Slaying Blade. Xu Taiping felt a surge of excitement within. Achieving this feat would exponentially enhance his combat prowess. Suddenly, the stone chamber of the star-picking platform trembled violently, as if something had collided with it. A sense of unease gripped Xu Taiping's heart as he pondered. Could it be that Baiyu and Ping'an are in trouble? That shouldn't be the case. Surely the horde of wild beasts would have driven those cultivators away. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he picked up the spring tiger blade from the ground and hastened towards the chamber's exit. Due to the restrictions placed by Fairy Linghua, he was unable to send a message, and without stepping outside, he remained oblivious to the current situation. As he emerged from the stone chamber, a deafening crash echoed at the entrance. Following the sound, he beheld Ping and being sent flying by the soul puppet of the enchantress Su Su, crashing heavily against the wall at the entrance. The sight of numerous gruesome wounds on his back, some deep enough to expose bone, was alarming. Meanwhile, Baiyu found himself restrained by a young man who unleashed a flurry of blade energy from his sleeves, leaving Baiyu defenseless and only able to rely on his wings for protection. Several times, Baiyu attempted to assist Ping'an, but was thwarted by the young man's relentless attacks. Get lost, little monkey. The enchantress Su Su barked at Ping'an. No, was Ping'an's succinct reply, before he charged once more at Su Su's soul puppet, delivering a powerful punch. For an ordinary practitioner at the profound realm, it would be challenging to withstand such a blow. However, Su Su's soul puppet possessed strength nearly on par with the divine refinement realm and was unperturbed. It unleashed a flurry of blades, intertwining sword and blade energies that formed a tempest directed at Ping'an. With a resounding crash, although Ping'an's fist shattered the tempest, he sustained several more wounds in the process. Yet, it seemed he felt no pain, relentlessly striking with one punch after another against the soul puppet. Despite being utterly overpowered in terms of strength, the physical resilience cultivated through his monkey demon technique meant that even a true practitioner of the divine refinement realm might struggle to slay him with a single strike, let alone this mere imitation. Bang! Once more, Ping'an was cleaved away by the soul puppet, suffering a grievous wound to his chest. Nevertheless, he rose again, positioning his massive frame defiantly at the entrance of the stone chamber. Little girl, if you can't even handle a monkey, you might as well wash yourself clean and serve as our filling for dumplings, the young man remarked with a smirk, having just sent Baiyu flying. Upon hearing this, the enchantress Su Su couldn't suppress a shiver, gritting her teeth as she retorted, you insolent monkey, if you refuse to drink the wine offered, prepare to taste the bitter brew instead. I shall slice you down this very moment. As she spoke, she deftly twirled the ring upon her finger, and forthwith, for corpses crafted from the remains of hare zombies materialized before her. With arms outstretched, her fingers, entwined with silken threads, quivered slightly. prompting the corpses to advance alongside the soul puppet towards the small monkey. Originally, Su had intended to retain these corpses for dealing with Shangjiao, planning to catch him off guard. However, the current circumstances compelled her to deploy them. Do not intervene, Taiping. Just as Xu Taiping was about to take action, the voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated in his mind. Chapter 260, The Primate Demon Technique. You shall not harm Xu Taiping instantly. The ethereal form of the spirit moon fairy appeared beside him. Sister Linghua, where have you just been? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. He had attempted to contact the spirit moon fairy earlier, but had received no response. I was determining the precise location of the wormhole near the star-picking platform, and I now possess a general direction, replied the spirit moon fairy. Bang! Just then, the small monkey, Pinyin, was once again sent flying by the blade aura of Su's soul puppet, stumbling back several steps before regaining its footing. Sister Linghua, why do you not allow me to intervene? Faced with such peril, Xu Taiping could not help but feel anxious. You have protected Pinyin too well, to the extent that it is on the verge of losing its innate qualities as a spirit beast. It is now incapable of even exerting 70% of the primate demon technique's power, which is why it finds itself in such dire straits. The spirit moon fairy explained with a frown. So, you intend to use this opportunity to temper it? Xu Taiping discerned her intentions. The dangers you may encounter in the future could far exceed those of the present. Thus this serves as an excellent opportunity for honing its skills. Do not interfere. The spirit moon fairy stated with resolute finality. Though her words were stern, Xu Taiping could still perceive a flicker of reluctance and concern in her gaze. He said nothing, standing quietly beside the spirit moon fairy, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. Should he sense that Pinyin or Baiyu were in mortal danger, he would not hesitate to act, even at the risk of incurring the spirit moon fairy's ire. Bang! Once more, Pinyin managed to deflect the blade aura of the soul puppet, yet its injuries rendered its movements considerably sluggish. Before it could rise, it was once again struck down by the hair zombies under Su's control. Swish! One of the hair zombies, manipulated by Su, forcefully thrust a long soul-binding nail into Pingyin's foot. In agony, Pinyin emitted a wretched cry. The presence of this soul-binding nail further impeded its movements, allowing the other hair zombies to seize the opportunity and overpower it, pinning it to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. 3 nails were consecutively driven into Pingyin's limbs, securing it firmly to the earth. Unaccustomed to injury, the young Pinyin cried out in pain, yet it could only thrash about helplessly, unaware of how to counteract the soul-binding nails, despite the spirit moon fairy having taught it the method to dispel them numerous times. You wretched monkey, wasting so much of my time. Once I capture that brat, I shall ensure that both you and your master are turned into living corpse puppets. The enchanting demoness Su approached Pinyin and forcefully kicked its head, emitting a cold huff of displeasure. Immediately after, she seated herself upon the corpse soul puppet and strode purposefully toward the stone chamber entrance of the star-picking platform. Pinyin, do not let her enter. Taiping is in the midst of a breakthrough. Any interference could lead to calamity. Baiyu shouted anxiously from a distance. At that moment, Baiyu was equally distressed. Yet his greatest concern remained with Xu Taiping within the stone chamber. Baiyu's shout struck little Pinyin like a thunderbolt. It halted its struggles and cries. Frozen in place, its moist eyes filled with terror. If you do not rise, Xu Taiping will die. She will die? Baiyu, while enduring the onslaught of the blade energy from Shangjiao, hoarsely bellowed. She will die? She will die? Xu Taiping will die. The unease and dread in little Pingyin's gaze intensified, its mouth incessantly murmuring the words will die. Though it was inexperienced in the ways of the world, it understood the meaning of death. After all, the first lesson upon awakening its spirit consciousness had been the painful separation from its parents. No. The thought of Xu Taiping potentially departing in a manner akin to its parents sent little Pinyin into a frenzy of head-shaking, followed by a roar of crimson-eyed defiance. I will not allow Xu Taiping to die. In an instant, its already towering form surged to 3 zhang, and the tumultuous blood energy within ignited a violent wave of spiritual aura. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a ripple of spiritual power emanated from little Pinyin, which suddenly uprooted its limbs along with the soul-locking nails, launching a barrage of punches at the zombie puppets. Bang! 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 Taken by surprise, the demoness Su was unable to command the puppets to evade, resulting in little Pinyin shattering 3 of them in succession. I will not permit you to harm Xu Taiping. I will not. Even so, the fury within little Ping and showed no signs of abating. It roared in rage while instinctively unleashing the ape demon art, hurling a punch toward the demoness Su Su. As the punch was unleashed, little Ping and spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal spectral ape, striking in unison with its fist toward the demoness. Have you gone mad? Su Su scoffed, then commanded the corpse soul puppet enveloped in black mist. Do not concern yourself with the consumption of true essence. Annihilate it. After uttering these words, she sorrowfully poured a vial of spiritual liquid into her mouth. Understood, miss. The shadow, brimming with excitement, roared and swiftly drew forth blades from its mist-cloaked form. With swords and blades unleashed, the furious sword energy and blade shadows converged into a roaring dragon, charging toward Little Ping and's fist. Bang! Little Ping and's ape demon fist shattered the dragon formed from the blade energy, but it still endured the full force of the black shadow's sword and blade. Even though this ape demon form was extraordinarily resilient, being struck directly by an entity equivalent to a refined spirit realm corpse, soul left it with 2 ghastly wounds. At this moment, Little Ping and was nearly devoid of any unscathed area upon its body. Xu Taiping cannot die. Little Ping and seemed oblivious to pain as he once again unleashed the ape demon fist, striking heavily at the demoness Su Su. This punch, rather than diminishing in strength compared to the previous one, had intensified. Such is the unique quality of the ape demon technique. As long as a flicker of faith remains, even a broken body can wield tremendous power until the very essence of the soul is extinguished. Bang! Little Ping and's ape demon fist shattered the blade aura and sword shadows of the corpse puppet, forcing it to retreat from the entrance of the stone chamber. Immediately, the little monkey used his massive form to block the entrance once more. Hoo hoo hoo. His heavy breaths could be distinctly heard by Xu Taiping, even from a distance. Get away from me. The demoness Su Su was thoroughly enraged, commanding the remaining corpse puppets and the one beneath her to relentlessly bombard Little Ping. Though the ape demon technique allowed him to repeatedly fend off her assaults, Xu Taiping, as the master, could sense that Ping An's vitality was rapidly depleting. Su Su evidently noticed this as well, intending to wear down Little Ping and bit by bit. That's enough, Linghua. Xu Taiping could no longer remain a passive observer. Chapter 261, Battle with Shangjiu. Silence that girl. Though Linghua the fairy perceived that Ping An's ape demon technique had not yet reached its full potential. She could not bear to witness further harm befall the little monkey. Go, silence that girl, she commanded. Nodding, her eyes revealed an unusual glimmer of murderous intent. Had it not been for the remaining bamboo puppet, she might have descended into the fray herself. Boom. At that moment, the demoness Su Su seized the opportunity as Little Ping and staggered back from a sword strike, controlling the remaining corpse puppet to deliver another heavy blow to his heel. This marked the 5th time she had struck his heel, finally severing his Achilles tendon. With his tendon ruptured, Little Ping stumbled and fell to his knees. I initially intended to keep you as a living puppet, but since you are so unappreciative, you shall serve as a corpse puppet instead. Su Su scoffed coldly. Ping An's repeated interference had thoroughly infuriated her. She then commanded the sword-wielding corpse puppet, sever its head. No sooner had she spoken than the corpse puppet leaped forth, crossing its blades to strike down at Ping An's neck. Just as he managed to rise, he fell once more, helplessly watching as the blades descended upon him. Yet even in that moment of despair, he continued to murmur, Xu Taiping cannot die, cannot die, cannot die. From a distance, Bai Yu, witnessing this scene and feeling utterly powerless, let out a furious roar, directly dispelling the feather prison and transforming his body into a barrage of white feathers aimed at Shangjiu. He attempted to break free from the impenetrable blade aura of Shangjiu to rescue Ping An. However, Shangjiu offered him no opportunity to do so. He casually unleashed a blade of energy, sending Bai Yu hurtling through the air. In the corner of Bai Yu's eye, despair washed over him as he witnessed the sword descending towards Ping An's neck. Suddenly, a familiar figure soared forth from the stone chamber. With a sharp sound, a long blade, extending several dozen feet, cleaved through the body of Su Su's corpse puppet. The demon-slaying blade, in the dragon-slaying style, unleashed a mournful wail akin to a dragon's lament. With a thunderous impact, Su Su's corpse puppet was sent flying by Xu Taiping's strike, its dark aura dissipating to reveal its grotesque, inhuman form. Before the corpse puppet could touch the ground, Xu Taiping, with a cry reminiscent of a crane, merged with his blade's essence, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the lifeless figure. The sounds of his slashes echoed like the calls of cranes. Although the corpse puppet desperately swung its weapons in defense, it was utterly incapable of withstanding Xu Taiping's frenzied assault, its flesh being relentlessly severed. With another surge of blade energy slicing through the air, Xu Taiping's Chuanhu blade severed the puppet's arm that clutched the sword. Despite the considerable chasm separating him from the realm of divine refinement, he had no difficulty dispatching a mere pseudo-refined spirit. Moreover, he wielded the blade, the most frenzied technique of the demon-slaying blade, the crane's cry. As the ancient texts proclaimed, when the crane's cry is unleashed, "If my enemy does not perish, I shall not rest. If I do not fall, my blade shall not cease." Faced with Xu Taiping's mad onslaught, even the corpse puppet trembled in fear, audibly pleading for Su's assistance. The startled Su was jolted back to reality by the puppet's desperate call. Swiftly, she retrieved a talisman from her bosom and cast it high into the air. With a resonant chime, a piercing beam of sword light erupted from the talisman, darting directly towards Xu Taiping. Although this sword energy talisman was not as potent as the one she had utilized in the dilapidated temple, it still equated to a full-force strike from a transcendent swordsman, a formidable force indeed. Just as the sword light surged forth, a clone of Xu Taiping materialized behind him. The doppelganger met the sword beam with a powerful punch, resulting in a resonant explosion as both the sword light and the clone vanished. Following his breakthrough into the transcendent realm, Xu Taiping's clone possessed at least the combat strength of a ghostly vision practitioner, easily capable of withstanding such an attack. In the very instant the clone disintegrated, Xu Taiping's Chuanhu blade descended upon the corpse puppet's neck, cleaving its head clean off. In a flash, he utilized the skill of close distance, endless horizon, appearing before the enchanting Su as if teleporting. Before Su could react, Xu Taiping's fist struck her face with tremendous force, sending her body soaring. Without allowing her to land, Xu Taiping swung his blade once more. The first form of the demon-slaying blade, the cry of the cicada, unleashed over 100 blade shadows, each as thin as a cicada's wing, slicing towards the witch-like Su. At that moment, a resounding blade cry reverberated through the star-picking terrace. Suddenly, a colossal shadow of a blade loomed before the enchanting maiden Su. Boom! With a resounding tremor, the two blade shadows shattered simultaneously. A young man clad in a green robe materialized in front of Su. This young man was none other than Shangqiu. However, Shangqiu did not spare a glance at the enchanting maiden. Instead, he fixated his gaze on Xu Taiping and demanded sternly, "From where did you pilfer such a sword technique?" Without uttering a word, Xu Taiping unleashed another strike of the morning cicada towards Shangqiu. The blade approached. Shangqiu extended his hand, and a crimson long knife abruptly emerged from the scabbard nestled within the arms of the young girl with horned braids. Whoosh! Shangqiu grasped the hilt of the long knife, countering Xu Taiping's morning cicada with a fierce slash. Boom! At the moment the crimson blade was drawn, a surge of blade energy, akin to searing flames, surged forth, ultimately transforming into a massive fiery blade shadow that shattered the morning cicada and relentlessly advanced towards Xu Taiping. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping did not flinch. Instead, with a swift motion, he sheathed his knife and, with both hands clasped together, proclaimed loudly, "All beings are equal." At the instant his words resonated, the fiery blade energy erupted in a cacophony of fragments. Xu Taiping then leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to Shangqiu's face. The second form of the Qilin fist, Tremor of Heaven. Bang! Although protected by blade energy, Shangqiu, caught off guard, was sent flying by Xu Taiping's punch, ultimately crashing against a crumbled wall with a resounding thud. Chapter 262, Confronting Shangqiu. Where did you steal this sword technique? Crack! After sending Shangqiu flying with that punch, one of the beads on Xu Taiping's Buddhist rosary shattered. This time, he sacrificed a day's worth of sealing the blade in exchange for 3 beads. Furthermore, after invoking all beings are equal once, there was no need to recite the scriptures again, which allowed him to catch Shangqiu by surprise. Baiyu, you too, come in. Xu Taiping did not pursue Shangqiu, but swiftly collected Ping and into the gourd and called for Baiyu to enter, preparing for them to rest inside the gourd. Simultaneously, his gaze remained fixed on the fallen Shangqiu amidst the ruins. All right, Baiyu transformed into the size of a sparrow and flew directly into the gourd. Once both Baiyu and Ping were inside the gourd, Xu Taiping inquired mentally. Sister Lingyue, how long until that wormhole opens? One significant reason Lingyue Fairy chose this star-picking platform for Xu Taiping's breakthrough was the presence of a wormhole. Soon, within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the location is nearby, Lingyue Fairy replied. Xu Taiping nodded slightly upon hearing this. I will check on Ping En, and by use injuries, you hold him off for a while. After uttering this, Lingyue Fairy dove into the gourd. Swish! Almost simultaneously, a beam of blade light surged from the distant ruins, hurtling towards Xu Taiping. The might of this blade surpassed that of the enchanting maiden Su's corpse spirit puppet by more than tenfold. This was true refinement of the divine. Xu Taiping's heart sank in alarm. Yet, even if that individual were a master of spirit refinement, he remained ensnared by the immutable laws of equality in the realm of 1,000 Buddhas. As he drew within 20 to 30 paces of Xu Taiping, his imposing aura suddenly diminished. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping seized the moment and unleashed a powerful punch. The impact reverberated through the air, sending the blade of light, along with its wielder, Shangjiu, staggering back several steps. Indeed, you possess the ability to suppress my cultivation to match your own level, Shangjiu remarked, regaining his footing and gazing at Xu Taiping with a hint of astonishment. However, his expression swiftly hardened, and he resumed his interrogation. I shall ask you once more. From whom did you steal your swordsmanship? At these words, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow, pondering. This man persistently inquires about my sword technique. Could it be that he recognizes the demon-slaying blade? That cannot be. Old Duan clearly stated that this technique was conceived during his imprisonment and is known to no one. What concern is it of yours? With this thought, Xu Taiping shot a glare at Shangjiu and assumed the stance of the Azure Ox Saint Fist. Do you not wield a blade? Shangjiu inquired, raising the blood-red long knife in his grasp, his gaze fixed upon Xu Taiping as he slowly advanced. I have no need for one, Xu Taiping replied, his expression impassive. Upon hearing this, Shangjiu's countenance turned icy, and with a decisive step forward, he pivoted on one foot, launching a fierce strike towards Xu Taiping. Swish! The sound of slicing air accompanied the crisscrossing blade shadows, resembling an array of immense forks, all converging upon Xu Taiping. Is this the sword technique of the Heavenly Blade sect? Xu Taiping mused, astonished by the display. Yet quickly adopting the stance of the arena-soaring fist, he unleashed a flurry of punches, transforming them into dozens of shadowy fists that collided with the onslaught of blades. Boom! In a thunderous roar, the myriad of blade shadows was obliterated by Xu Taiping's punch. Having transcended to the profound realm, his command over the Azure Ox Saint Fist had become remarkably adept. However, his ability to dismantle Shangjiu's technique with such ease stemmed not only from the innate power of the Azure Ox Saint Fist, but also from his profound understanding of blade techniques. His encounters with the Blade Demon had exposed him to a plethora of exquisite swordsmanship, some of which rivaled the demon-slaying blade. Thus, when faced with Shangjiu's strike, he instinctively reacted and discerned the method to counter the blade. Who exactly are you? Shangjiu queried, perceiving Xu Taiping's prowess. And you, who might you be? Xu Taiping retorted. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the prayer beads in his hand, and upon noting that only one bead remained, a wave of anxiety washed over him. This individual possessed formidable skills. Even with his realm suppressed to the profound level, his strength was not to be underestimated. I am Shangjiu, the former master of the Heavenly Blade sect, he declared, intentionally revealing his identity in hopes of gleaning some hint from Xu Taiping's reaction. You are the Shangjiu? Xu Taiping did not mask his astonishment. Do you recognize me? Has your instructor mentioned my name? Shangjiu pressed further. Xu Taiping shook his head. Shangjiu of the Heavenly Blade sect, a traitor to his master and sect. Who does not know of this? He certainly would not be foolish enough to divulge any information about old Duan to Shangjiu. No, it must have been the one who taught you the swordsmanship. Shangjiu chuckled, raising his blade and directing it towards Xu Taiping. Is it Duan Tianya who instructed you? Xu Taiping was taken aback by Shangjiu's unexpected deduction. However, unwilling to concede, he promptly shook his head and replied, I do not comprehend what you are implying. Upon hearing this, without a moment's hesitation, Shangjiu lunged forward, his long knife transforming into a flurry of blade shadows, slicing rapidly towards Xu Taiping. In the face of Shangjiu's tempestuous onslaught, Xu Taiping remained unperturbed. Sharing the same level of mastery, His martial arts and the countless experiences gained from dueling with the sword demon allowed him to navigate the confrontation with remarkable ease. You are indeed his disciple. Just as Xu Taiping managed to break through Shango's relentless assault once more, Shango suddenly emitted a cold grunt, as if having reached a conclusion. In an instant, he altered his technique. With a piercing sound of steel slicing through the air, Shango's blade struck, enveloping Xu Taiping in a ferocious aura of impending doom. Faced with this overwhelming force, Xu Taiping felt akin to a fragile sapling amidst a raging sandstorm, utterly powerless to resist. Taiping, leap into the well behind you. The voice of the spirit of Lingyue resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. At that moment, the final bead on his wrist shattered with a crack. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Taiping hurled the feather gifted to him by Uncle Baihong toward Shango. With a thunderous boom, the feather transformed into a pair of colossal wings, shielding Xu Taiping from Shango's lethal strike. In that fleeting moment, Xu Taiping executed the technique known as a step to the horizon, plunging into the well behind him. This well was precisely the location of the insect nest that the spirit of Lingyue had detected. Yet, even as he descended into the depths, the dreadful aura of Shango's blade pursued him relentlessly. However, as Xu Taiping plunged into the water with a splash, the surrounding world was engulfed in darkness, sound and light vanishing entirely. Chapter 263. Ichan Temple, the second heavenly law precept in the kingdom of the thousand Buddhas, amidst the ruins of Ichan Temple. Xu Taiping emerged from a dilapidated well, gasping for air. The insect nest from the star-picking platform was fortuitously connected to the bottom of this deep well, catching Xu Taiping off guard as he sputtered and choked on water. Within the insect nest, it seemed that all forms of magic were rendered ineffective. Wiping his mouth, Xu Taiping spoke inwardly to the spirit of Lingyue. Indeed, she replied. Do you think Shango will pursue us? Taking a seat on a stone, Xu Taiping began to circulate his energy and sought confirmation from the spirit of Lingyue. Even now, the terrifying swordsmanship of Shango lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of trepidation. He was uncertain if Shango knew the method to activate the insect nest, and even if he did, the activation of the same nest had to be spaced out by no less than 6 hours. The spirit of Lingyue, however, was unconcerned. 6 hours is ample time. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. He then retrieved the map of the Yellow Sparrow, verifying the distance between Ichan Temple and the Hall of Heavenly Sound on Wolf Howl Ridge. 60 miles. After roughly calculating the distance, Xu Taiping's heart surged with joy. Estimating the distance between the star-picking platform and the Howling Wolf Ridge on the map reveals that it originally spans at least 6,000 miles, requiring a practitioner of the Transcendence Realm 3 days to traverse on a sword. Sister Lingyue, let us set forth, Xu Taiping declared, popping a chi-gathering pill into his mouth before rising to his feet. His gaze grew increasingly urgent as he recalled the scenes witnessed during his celestial journey. If the visions he encountered were indeed real, it was likely that Brother Qingxiao's friend, Chen Hao, would not be able to endure for long. Taiping, did you witness something during your breakthrough into the Transcendence Realm? Sister Lingyue immediately surmised the reason for Xu Taiping's urgency. As he swiftly navigated the snowy expanse, employing the technique of distant horizons, Xu Taiping succinctly recounted the various scenes he had observed during his otherworldly experience to Sister Lingyue. You have never ventured beyond the Upper Clear Realm, so how could you possibly have seen the battlefield of the Shumi Realm? Moreover, that Crimson Cavern is unmistakably the Nine Nether Demon Cave. How could a mere practitioner of the Transcendence Realm behold such sights? Lingyue murmured, lost in contemplation. So, Sister Lingyue, you too believe these are not mere illusions. The events occurring at the Tianyin Hall must also be genuine, Xu Taiping remarked, eager to focus on rescuing others rather than delving into the reasons behind these phenomena. Indeed, if what we witness later aligns with your celestial visions, we must approach the other two anomalies you encountered with utmost caution, Sister Lingyue concurred. By the way, I noticed your eyes were covered when you emerged. Did something go awry during your breakthrough? Sister Lingyue finally broached a question that had lingered in her mind. Xu Taiping then recounted his encounter with the shadowy deity and the otherworldly fiend, detailing how he had gifted himself with a, or heavy pupil. What a pity. Sister Lingyue responded with a look of regret after hearing his tale. Why is it a pity? Xu Taiping asked, perplexed. Had this I been present in ancient times, it alone would have deemed you a demigod. Yet now, the ancient divine beings have left only traces of their power in this wilderness. Once you leave this realm, You may only retain a fraction of its spiritual energy, Sister Lingyue elucidated. The true reason for her regret, which she had not yet disclosed to Xu Taiping, was that upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one would require such sacred artifacts for further breakthroughs. Many cultivators falter at this point and fail to progress. I fear that if I open this eye, the soul-crying syndrome will manifest, and even in this wild land, I may find it of little use. Xu Taiping said with a rueful smile. He did not feel particularly regretful. Merely achieving a successful breakthrough into the transcendence realm was already a source of great satisfaction for him. Next time you open your eyes, try to hold the entire dragon gallbladder stone in your mouth. It should alleviate the pain caused by this condition, Sister Lingyue advised Xu Taiping. At her words, Xu Taiping's heart soared with joy. If the abilities of the could be unleashed, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous boon for him. However, Sister Lingyue's next statement plunged him into a dilemma. The consumption of a single usage of the dragon gallbladder stone equated to 30 jars of dragon gallbladder wine. It is worth noting that during his time in the Wanguo realm, he could hardly consume much dragon gallbladder wine in a year. After engaging in a discussion about the nuances of solidifying one's realm post the breakthrough into the transcendental, Xu Taiping suddenly turned to the celestial maiden Lingyue, his tone laden with gravity. Sister Lingyue, if my senior brother truly bears the seed of the Bodhi fruit, is there any method to dispel it? He hesitated to pose this question earlier, as Lingyue had previously indicated that once the Bodhi seed was sown, it would be exceedingly difficult to extract. This predicament required his endurance for 3 months. However, as far as he knew, the Bodhi seed not only consumed the practitioner's vital essence, but also devoured their very soul. Therefore, even if one were to survive the 3 months, it remained uncertain whether his second senior brother, Donggu Qingxiao, would emerge unscathed. Lingyue sighed, recalling the ancient texts she had perused, which described the Bodhi seed as a potent poison during the time of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, necessitating the intervention of a highly skilled abbot to resolve. Now, with the Thousand Buddha Kingdom reduced to ruins, where could one possibly seek out those esteemed monks? Is there truly no hope left? Xu Taiping inquired, a sense of desperation creeping into his voice. Is it that you would seize any flicker of opportunity to save your senior brother? Lingyue hesitated before finally asking. Indeed, Xu Taiping affirmed with a determined nod. Would you risk your life for this? Lingyue probed further. Absolutely, he replied without a moment's hesitation. If it were merely to save a lesser being, he might contemplate the risks, but for his second senior brother, there was no need for deliberation. In his eyes, both his second senior brother and Sister Linglong represented family. Beyond the principle of equality among all beings, the Thousand Buddha Kingdom harbored a sacred precept known as the deliverance of the evil Asura, as Lingyue elucidated. What does the deliverance of the evil Asura entail? Xu Taiping mused inwardly as he continued his flight. The ancient Buddha Kasayapa laid forth a grand vow that anyone willing to bear the burdens of malice for others could make a pledge to him, Lingyue explained. Can any wish be granted? Xu Taiping sought confirmation from Lingyue. At least within the confines of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, the will of Buddha Kasayapa supersedes all, she nodded. If I were to shield my second senior brother from those coveting the Bodhi fruit, thereby enduring their malice on his behalf, would that not allow me to make a vow to the ancient Buddha? Xu Taiping inquired. You must consider this carefully, once you invoke this precept. Any practitioner who has harbored thoughts of the Bodhi fruit will direct their malice towards you. You will face not only hundreds of transcendental practitioners, but also formidable beings like Shang Jiu from the refining spirit realm. Such overwhelming odds would make it exceedingly difficult to uphold the principle of equality among all beings. Moreover, once this precept is activated, even I cannot intervene. Lingyue cautioned Xu Taiping with utmost seriousness. Sister Lingyue, you have stated that a mere mortal must strive on the path of cultivation, contending with others, with demons, and even with heaven itself. This time, I intend to reclaim my senior brother's life from their grasp, Xu Taiping declared with unwavering resolve. His understanding of striving encompassed not just his own aspirations, but also the fight for those beside him. Upon hearing these words, the celestial maiden Lingyue fell into a prolonged silence. For one who has lived through countless ages, Xu Taiping's statements undoubtedly appeared naive and impulsive. Yet, they also represented what she and her kind had forsaken. If only I had been a tad more impulsive, a tad more resolute in my endeavors back then. Perhaps I could have saved my master and senior brothers. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Lingyue. However, her gaze soon regained its steadfastness as she resolved, "Little Taiping, should you succeed in reclaiming your second brother's life, I shall assist you in contending for a position in the Linyuan Palace." With this thought, she transmitted the method for unlocking the precept concerning the into Xu Taiping's consciousness. "Thank you, Sister Lingyue," Xu Taiping expressed solemnly upon receiving the influx of memories. "There's no need for gratitude, but Taiping must contemplate this. Should you perish here, all your prior efforts and the longevity you could have attained will dissipate like smoke." Lingyue's tone bore an unmistakable gravity. Xu Taiping remained silent for a moment before shaking his head resolutely. "I do not desire such longevity." His conviction was unwavering. At that moment, a thunderous tremor reverberated from afar, accompanied by a violent wave of energy. "Ahead lies the Tianyin Palace," Lingyue cautioned. Xu Taiping nodded and sought a more concealed position, drawing forth his divine bow. Shen Tuesday instantly, the scene 10 miles away came into sharp focus before his eyes. As Lingyue had indicated, it was indeed the Tianyin Palace, the last known location of his second brother, Qing Xiao. As Xu Taiping gradually shifted his gaze toward the entrance of the Tianyin Palace, he spotted a young man brandishing a sword, standing guard at the entrance. Any who dared to advance a single step would find themselves swept away by the ferocious sword aura emanating from his blade. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping noted that Chun Hao's body bore no sign of being whole. His condition was even more dire than that of his second brother. "Sister Lingyue, please take the Shun Tu Bao." Xu Taiping offered the weapon to the celestial maiden beside him. Lingyue discerned Xu Taiping's intent and immediately leaned toward the last bamboo figure. Accepting the Shun Tu Bao, before transforming into the "eliminate as many as you can without mercy," she advised Xu Taiping. "I understand." Xu Taiping nodded emphatically, then left behind a fleeting afterimage as he darted toward the Tianyin Palace. At the Tianyin Palace, a resounding clang echoed as several cultivators attempted to force their way inside. They were repelled by Chun Hao of the pure Yang Sword sect, who sent them flying with a single stroke of his sword. 2 of them were even severed at the limbs. At the entrance of the Tianyin Palace lay no fewer than 10 corpses, dismembered limbs scattered about. The air thick with the stench of blood. "I warn you once more, those who intrude shall die." Chun Hao, swaying unsteadily with his sword, exuded an aura of murderous intent that surged like turbulent waves toward the cultivators gathered before the Grand Hall. A multitude of cultivators found themselves compelled to retreat repeatedly under the oppressive intent to kill and the overwhelming sword aura. "Chun Hao, enough." At that moment, a venerable voice reverberated from above the crowd, shattering Chun Hao's sword intent with a single utterance. Simultaneously, a weighty pressure, akin to a mountain, bore down upon Chun Hao. Puffed. He coughed up blood under the crushing force. Had it not been for the long sword in his grasp, he might have collapsed to the ground. With a resounding crash, a figure descended from the heavens, landing at the entrance of the Tianyin Hall. Clad in white robes, the tall, elderly man possessed white hair, yet a youthful countenance. Elder Nye? It was indeed Elder Nye from Huangfeng Valley. Elder Nye Chun was a cultivator of the divine refinement realm. Chun Hao could not possibly be his match. Recognizing the elder's identity, the surrounding cultivators exchanged whispers, their excitement palpable. "Elder Nye?" Chun Hao lifted his gaze. His eyes clouded with confusion as he regarded the venerable figure before him. "Such a revered personage, why would you wade into this murky water?" he inquired, his tone laced with bewilderment. "Naturally, I cannot tolerate your wanton slaughter here," Elder Nye retorted with a cold snort. "Cannot tolerate my wanton slaughter?" Chun Hao scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. "They number in the hundreds, besieging me alone, and you dare to accuse me of excessive violence?" His gaze towards Elder Nye was filled with profound disappointment. "Chun Hao, I understand that Duga Qing Xiao has saved your life. Yet you must recognize that once the Bodhi seed is sown, his fate is sealed." Elder Nye, his expression grim, diverted the conversation. "As long as my brother lives, you shall not step foot into this Tianyin pavilion," Chun Hao declared, raising his sword once more, its blade aimed directly at Elder Nye. "Consider your next move carefully, for should I take action, I will show no mercy, even if you are a disciple of Aming," Elder Nye warned coldly. "Though my master has never acknowledged me as his disciple, you are unworthy to even utter his name," Chun Hao replied, distaste evident on his face as he regarded Elder Nye. Upon hearing this, Elder Nye's countenance darkened, and the temperature around them plummeted. Crack, 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 centered around Elder Nye. The thick blanket of snow on the ground visibly transformed into ice. Witnessing this, the surrounding cultivators hastily retreated. In the blink of an eye, the open space before the Tianyin Hall was left with only Chun Hao, a disciple of the pure Yang Sword sect, and Elder Niechun from Huangfeng Valley. Swish! In the face of the chilling aura that enveloped the entire space before the hall, Chun Hao merely swung his sword before him. With a thunderous roar, a transparent wall of sword energy emerged, isolating the frigid aura emanating from Elder Nye. Concurrently, a resilient sword intent radiated from Chun Hao. Born from his decades of practice in the Songbamboo forest of the pure Yang Sword sect. Indeed, it was renowned as the most resilient sword among the younger generation of sword cultivators. Elder Nye, his hands tucked into his sleeves, paced while fixating on Chun Hao. Even as a cultivator of the divine refinement realm, he dared not underestimate a sword cultivator, especially one with a master named Aming. Flattered by your praise, I find no joy in it, Chun Hao replied with a cold smile. At this moment, he appeared to hold his sword casually. Yet his erect posture revealed his readiness to strike at any moment. Hearing these words, Niechun from Huangfeng Valley let out a soft snort, then turned his palm upward and gently clenched his fist. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a massive ice spike erupted from beneath Chun Hao's feet. Bang! Fortunately, Chun Hao had already summoned a protective aura of sword energy around him. The ice spike did not penetrate his defenses before he severed it with a single strike. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Just as Chun Hao had sliced through the ice spike, Niechun suddenly raised both hands, causing a flurry of ice spikes to shoot up from the ground in front of the Temple of Heavenly Sound, some extending even beyond the rooftops. Chun Hao found himself overwhelmed, sustaining several wounds from the piercing ice. Clang! As the open space at the temple's entrance became almost completely engulfed by the ice spikes, Chun Hao drew upon the scant true essence remaining within him and swept his sword horizontally. Whoosh! With a resonant sound, waves of sword energy resembling bamboo leaves and pine needles erupted across the temple grounds. With a resounding crash, the ice spikes before the temple were all severed. Whoosh! Yet at that moment, the shattered ice on the ground, without warning, coalesced into a thick ice spike that shot up violently from beneath Chun Hao. Thud! Chun Hao's protective sword aura was pierced, and his body was impaled, hanging from the ice column. Niechun had been waiting for Chun Hao to strike, knowing that the moment he did, his defenses would weaken, providing him with the opportunity to attack. Whoosh! Nevertheless, Chun Hao was remarkably resilient. Even at this critical juncture, he managed to swing his sword and sever the ice spike, channeling his last remnants of true essence into his blade. Clang! With another resonant cry of his sword, Chun Hao's slender blade shot forth like a streak of lightning, aimed directly at Niechun. However, in that fleeting moment, Niechun calmly raised his hand, and an ice wall composed of multiple spikes materialized before him. Bang, bang, bang! Chun Hao's flying sword shattered through 3 layers of the ice wall, yet ultimately failed to reach Niechun, becoming lodged against the final barrier. Simultaneously, Niechun gestured towards Chun Hao, and with a whoosh, a dozen sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, converging towards him. Slicing through the air, Chun Hao found himself ensnared by the spikes, barely managing to rely on his protective sword aura to fend off the relentless onslaught. Chun Hao, I shall grant you one more chance. Take me to find Duga Qingxiao, Niechun said, his hands tucked comfortably within his sleeves as he stepped into the center of the arena, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Chun Hao. Spit! Chun Hao said nothing, merely spat in Niechun's direction. Since you remain so obstinately unyielding, I find myself disinclined to show mercy on behalf of a Meng. Niechun retorted, his expression darkening once again. The reason for his vigilance in this confrontation stemmed not only from Chun Hao being a sword cultivator, but primarily from the presence of a Meng behind him. However, Chun Hao's repeated acts of defiance gradually eroded his patience. He lifted his head and gently gestured towards Chun Hao. In an instant, the icy spikes that had been repelled by Chun Hao's sword aura began to pierce through his protective sword barrier, ultimately embedding themselves into his flesh. Although Chun Hao was already covered in wounds, most were merely superficial, few inflicted serious harm. This time, however, was different. If those icy spikes fully penetrated, they would not only pierce his vital organs, but also subject him to corrosive cold, rendering even the most precious elixirs ineffective. Many cultivators outside the arena, witnessing this scene, cheered with enthusiasm. Each of these individuals bore their own scars from Chun Hao's sword and had harbored resentment against him for being obstructed for so long. Simultaneously, Several began to stir with anticipation, eager to follow Nie Chun into the Tianyin Hall to uncover the truth. Boom. At that very moment, a wave of violent fire energy surged forth, akin to a colossal hand striking the ground before the Tianyin Hall. Some cultivators were thrust backward by this immense pressure. Cowardly vermin, do you dare face me, Nie Chun, in battle? Nie Chun bellowed, unleashing a tremendous force that dissipated the fiery pressure above. As the cultivators sighed in relief, they couldn't help but marvel at Elder Nie Chun's formidable prowess. Many of them also looked skyward, curious about the source of the oppressive force. Suddenly, a blinding flash of fire erupted in the sky. Without allowing them a moment to discern its nature, a fiery projectile descended rapidly, aimed directly at Nie Chun. Bang! In a thunderous crash, the crowd was astonished to see Elder Nie Chun hurled backward, crashing violently against a wall. Only then did they realize that the object striking him was a crimson arrow, an arrow capable of overwhelming a cultivator of the spirit refinement realm. A chill ran through the hearts of many. Boom! Just then, with a furious roar, Nie Chun unleashed his powerful ice energy, sending the arrow flying. A shockwave emerged, forcefully striking the surrounding cultivators. It was at this moment that they truly felt the terrifying aura emanating from Elder Nie Chun, a presence that could effortlessly crush them. Come forth! Nie Chun shouted towards the direction from which the arrow had come. Boom! At that instant, another arrow shot through the air without warning. This arrow not only flew at incredible speed, but also carried a fierce gale, swiftly breaking through Nie Chun's ice defenses. With a resounding thud, he was once again propelled backward by the impact of the arrow. His frail body, if not for the protective ice armor, might have been pierced through entirely by such a shot. Similar to the previous arrow, Nie Chun once again attempted to repel the projectile with his formidable Xianbing true energy. Equality among all beings. Just as the onlookers anticipated that Nie Chun would once more deflect the arrow, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. As the sound resonated, a masked youth appeared seemingly out of nowhere, striking fiercely at Nie Chun with a clenched fist. Initially, Nie Chun harbored no fear of the youth's assault. However, he soon realized that his own aura had plummeted from the realm of refining spirit to that of enlightenment. Bang! In a thunderous crash, Xu Taiping's fist collided violently with Nie Chun's head, shattering the Xianbing armor. Simultaneously, the wind arrow, which had been clashing with Nie Chun's Xianbing true energy, found its mark, piercing through his chest as his cultivation level faltered. The ferocious gale accompanying the arrow erupted upon impact, creating a resounding explosion against his torso. Yet, even in such a dire state, a refining spirit could still muster a breath, merely being sent flying back several paces. However, the youth seemed to have anticipated this, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he pursued Nie Chun with fists raised. Boom! In a cacophony of sound, the youth's arms moved as if beating a war drum, delivering punch after punch upon Nie Chun's form. Thud, thud, thud. From a distance, Elder Nie Chun of Huangfeng Valley resembled a mere punching bag, enduring the relentless blows of the youth. Boom! Just as it appeared that Nie Chun's body would be utterly pulverized, a powerful aura descended from above. A young man clad in a green robe, accompanied by a girl with horned braids and a beautiful maiden, arrived at the grand hall entrance, riding a blade of energy. Swish! The green-robed man swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a formidable force as he aimed a lethal strike at the still pummeling youth. Just then, a lightning-imbued arrow shot toward the man's back. Bang! The green-robed man turned to parry with his sword, only to be sent reeling by the force of the arrow. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the youth crushed half of Nie Chun's skull with a brutal punch, then vanished, reappearing before the gravely injured Chen Hao. Kid, our account is far from settled. The sword-wielding green-robed man bellowed in fury, launching another strike at the youth. This blow was far deadlier than the previous attacks from Nie Chun. Swish! Yet, before the green-robed man could execute his strike, the youth had already seized Chen Hao, leaving behind only an afterimage. He has entered the Tianyin Hall. Some keen-eyed cultivators finally discerned the youth's trajectory. In an instant, the green-robed youth and the now-recovered Nie Chun surged with a tempest of rage and energy into the Tianyin Hall. Inside the Tianyin Hall, a dark cavern was slowly closing. Indeed, there existed a wormhole here. They must be within. With a furious snort, Nie Chun charged toward the cavern, intent on plunging into the depths of the wormhole. Bang! However, as soon as he leaped in, a colossal arm emerged from within, forcefully expelling him. The insect hole had closed, and it would take at least 6 hours to reopen. The young man in the blue robe let out a cold snort. I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name? The somewhat disheveled Niechun, upon hearing this, cupped his hands in respect towards the young man in blue. After a moment of hesitation, the youth finally introduced himself, Tian Dao Min, Shangjiu. Upon hearing this name, a look of astonishment spread across the faces of all the cultivators present, including Niechun. Shanglao, the young man you just rescued possesses a treasure capable of lowering others' cultivation to match his own realm, Shangjiu interjected directly. Is that so? No wonder I was unable to exert my full strength earlier. Niechun responded, his expression one of realization. Could it be that even you, Shanglao, are constrained by that treasure? He looked at Shangjiu with incredulity. Although Shangjiu's reputation among ordinary cultivators in the 9 prefectures was not particularly favorable, those like Niechun, who were of higher standing, were well aware that Shangjiu's cultivation had long surpassed that of others, making him one of the few who had survived a duel with the renowned Jian Xian from the Qingxian sect. Moreover, this was before his departure from the Shangqing realm. Chapter 267, The Lotus Temple, entering the cave of heaven with the blood letter of a senior brother. Shangjiu nodded, not concealing anything. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators were not only alarmed but also developed a keen interest in that treasure, including Niechun. A treasure capable of suppressing a grand cultivator like Shangjiu would undoubtedly create a greater stir than the emergence of the Bodhi fruit if it were to reach the outside world. Shanglao, do you have any strategies to counter this? Niechun inquired with a smile, adopting a humble demeanor in the presence of Shangjiu. This treasure can only suppress others' realms. It does not enhance the wielder's cultivation. Therefore, if we gather more cultivators to confront him collectively, he will be unable to withstand our united front, Shangjiu replied. His reason for revealing his name was to leverage his past reputation to rally cultivators against Xu Taiping. If that is the case, then it is easily manageable. Niechun nodded in agreement. He then turned to the group of cultivators behind him and said, Go summon all your fellow disciples who are training in the 1,000 Buddha kingdom. If this succeeds, I shall bestow great rewards. Upon hearing this, the cultivators' faces lit up with excitement, for this was the promise of a cultivator at the spirit refinement stage. They swiftly dispersed, each setting off to gather their brothers and sisters in the 1,000 Buddha kingdom. After the crowd had left, Niechun suddenly asked Shangjiu in a low, tentative voice, Are you perhaps here for that treasure? Shangjiu sneered, fully aware of Niechun's ulterior motives. I have no interest in that treasure. As for the Bodhi fruit, you may allocate one to me, Shangjiu replied, shaking his head. He had already gleaned some understanding about Xu Taiping's power over sentient beings. Hence he did not mind making such a promise to Niechun. Upon hearing this, Niechun let out a sigh of relief. In his view, if the individual before him desired everything, he had no choice but to offer himself willingly. Was this not the Lotus Temple of the 1,000 Buddha kingdom? After guiding Chun Hao out of the wormhole, Xu Taiping cast a surprised glance around. He found himself on a small island at the center of a vast lake, surrounded by a sea of blooming lotus flowers. According to the map provided by the Yellow Sparrow, the only area in the 1,000 Buddha kingdom unaffected by ice and snow was the secretive Lotus Temple. There was a presence of cultivators in the temple atop the mountain, reminiscent of your second senior brother, although somewhat unstable. Suddenly, the voice of the spirit moon fairy resonated in Xu Taiping's mind. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy. He turned his gaze toward the center of the island, where indeed, a temple was concealed within the forested hill. At last, I have found you, second senior brother, Xu Taiping sighed with relief. Just as Xu Taiping was about to head toward the temple, Chen Hao, who he had been carrying on his back, suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, patting his own back. Xu Taiping promptly set him down. You are Xu Taiping, right? Chen Hao, seated on a stone, managed to ask with great difficulty. How does senior brother Chen know my name? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat astonished. As he believed they had little interaction, Chen Hao did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a pill from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. Then, with cracked lips, he extended his hand towards Xu Taiping, asking, Is there water? Yes, Xu Taiping quickly produced a water skin from his gourd and handed it over. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water, Chen Hao exhaled deeply, and a swirl of green spiritual energy began to emanate from his body. This energy eventually transformed into floating green leaves around him. Clearly, the life-preserving pill he had just consumed was taking effect. It was the yellow sparrow who informed me. Chun Hao returned the water skin to Xu Taiping, offering him a warm smile. Could it be that after my senior brother encountered trouble, the yellow sparrow also notified you? Xu Taiping was taken aback. After writing you the first letter, he sought me out, fearing you might be unwilling to come. He only mentioned that among those he trusted, you were the only one with the ability to traverse the Jiao command, deliberately concealing my existence. This person is always so calculating, Chun Hao said with a bitter smile. I see, Xu Taiping nodded. He wasn't overly displeased by the yellow sparrow's actions, as they all aimed to save the second senior brother. When did you arrive at this Tianyin temple? Have you seen my second senior brother? Xu Taiping asked consecutively. I was fortunate. The entrance was conveniently located next to Tianyin temple, so I arrived about 7 or 8 days ago. As for your second senior brother, Chun Hao hesitated momentarily. What happened to my second senior brother? Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart sank, and the scene he had witnessed within the Moonshadow Stone resurfaced in his mind. Upon discovering that entrance within the Tianyin temple, I descended to search for a while and fortuitously encountered your second senior brother, Qing Xiao, at the Lianhua temple. Chun Hao turned his gaze towards the temple atop the hill. However, at that time, the Bodhi fruit had begun to erode his mental faculties, rendering communication impossible. As I prepared to take him away, he erupted into madness. It was only when I mentioned your arrival in the wilderness that he suddenly regained some clarity. He then tore a piece of cloth and inscribed a blood letter, instructing me to deliver it to you, while emphatically warning me not to allow you to intervene in this matter. As he concluded his words, Chun Hao's expression turned somewhat ashamed. Unexpectedly, it was Taiping who ultimately saved my life. He sighed, and upon finishing his statement, handed the blood letter to Xu Taiping, assuring him, rest assured. I did not even glance at it. Thank you, Xu Taiping responded earnestly. Subsequently, he did not shy away from Chun Hao and opened the blood letter in his presence. To Xu Taiping's surprise, the letter also contained a pair of jade bracelets, the very ones he had acquired with Lin Buyu at the Listening Wind Tower. A pang of unease gripped Xu Taiping's heart, intensifying his foreboding. Suppressing his emotions, he returned his gaze to the blood letter. Chapter 268, Lianhua Temple. The cultivators ambushed Taiping. Though the handwriting on the blood letter was rather crooked, Xu Taiping, who often consulted Qing Xiao regarding cultivation matters, was certain that it was indeed Qing Xiao's unmistakable script. He then carefully unfolded the letter. Taiping, do not involve yourself in this matter. Hurry back to Qing Xian and inform the master uncle, telling him that Qing Xiao has disappointed him. That group is likely to take action during the next 7 Peaks competition. Please, master uncle, remain vigilant. Furthermore, Taiping, do not participate in the 7 Peaks competition in a few years. Though the specific reasons are unclear, there are those who wish to take your life during that event. Do not attempt to save me. If you truly wish for my well-being, then do not try to rescue me. For only in my death can your sister Xian survive. Upon returning to Qingxian, focus on your seclusion and strive for a breakthrough in the mystical realm and the refinement of spirit. The cultivation world of Zhenwu Heaven is about to descend into chaos, and Qingxian will be no exception. Once Master Uncle departs, the only one Master can rely on will be you, my little junior brother. Bringing you to the mountain was the wisest decision I ever made. In the future, it will be your responsibility to protect Sister Linglong and the brothers of the 7 Peaks. Signed, Qing Xiao's final words. After meticulously reading the text of the blood letter, Xu Taiping fell into a prolonged silence. This letter was imbued with an unmistakable sense of despair, reminiscent of the gaze he had witnessed in his second senior brother that day under the moonlight. Did your second senior brother also instruct you not to save him? Chun Hao, having regained his composure after a brief moment, suddenly inquired upon noticing Xu Taiping's silence. Yes, Xu Taiping nodded. He said the same to me. Chun Hao sighed. Were there others in that temple besides my second senior brother? Xu Taiping raised his gaze to Chun Hao. Chun Hao fell into a momentary silence before finally speaking. And your senior sister from Qingxian sect, Su Xian's corpse. Although he had long suspected it, Xu Taiping could not help but feel a tightening in his chest. My senior brother said that he must die for senior sister Su to live. Brother Chun, do you know of any technique or treasure in this world that could achieve such a miracle? Xu Taiping looked at Chun Hao with curiosity. It is impossible unless senior sister Xian is not dead. Before Chun Hao could finish his words, Xu Taiping interjected. Indeed, Chun Hao nodded earnestly. Then I understand. Xu Taiping let out a slight sigh of relief. In his view, As long as she was alive, there must be a way to save her. What do you intend to do? Chen Hao asked Xu Taiping. Brother Chen, I kindly ask you to guard the entrance of the Lotus Temple to prevent anyone from sneaking in to harm my second senior brother. Xu Taiping did not respond directly, but made a request to Chen Hao. At that moment, Chen Hao's aura had already recovered significantly, enough for self-defense. And you? Chen Hao looked at Xu Taiping in confusion. I will remain here, intercepting every cultivator who harbors malicious intent toward my second senior brother. Xu Taiping replied as he turned away. Even if you possess that treasure that suppresses their realms, how can one person stand against so many? Chen Hao looked at Xu Taiping with concern. Although he had been severely injured, he still remembered the scene when Xu Taiping fought fiercely against Nie Chun. Brother Chen, if you can guard my second senior brother for so many days, why can't I, as his junior brother? Xu Taiping turned to look at Chen Hao. Hearing this, Chen Hao fell silent for a moment, then nodded, saying, Very well, I have no right to dissuade you. However, rest assured, with me here, no one shall enter the Lotus Temple. With that, he no longer hesitated, drawing his sword and heading toward the Lotus Temple. Indeed, my second senior brother's friends are all bold and unrestrained. Xu Taiping murmured as he watched Chen Hao's departing figure. Simultaneously, he inwardly inquired of Fairy Linghua, Sister Linghua. When using the technique of equality of all beings, I wish to seal my fist with a blade. Is that feasible? You may attempt it, under normal circumstances. After the initial application of equality of all beings, as long as your fist technique is not too weak, it should be achievable. Fairy Linghua's ethereal form manifested beside Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded, then attempted to silently recite, I am willing to seal my fist for 1 hour in exchange for the power of equality of all beings. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant light of Buddhism emanated from within him, ultimately transforming into a bracelet adorned with a single Buddhist bead that entwined around his wrist. However, as soon as the bead appeared, it shattered with a crisp sound. It is possible, Xu Taiping thought to himself. In fact, in addition to sealing your techniques, you may also choose to seal your spiritual awareness to exchange for time in equality of all beings. However, this is perilous, for there is a high likelihood that even if you survive, those things may never return. Fairy Linghua cautioned Xu Taiping. Had it not been for the current circumstances, the principle of equality among all beings would hold immense significance for Xu Taiping, yet she would never divulge this to him. Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully. When faced with the brink of life and death, he would undoubtedly employ it. Each moment of extending this equality would enhance his chances of survival. 6 hours later, within the Hall of Heavenly Sound, Old Shang remarked, This batch consists of 132 individuals, each at least possessing the strength of the Xian realm. They are more than capable of eliminating that boy. Casting a glance at the assembly of cultivators waiting by the insect hole, Nie Chun from Huangfeng Valley confidently spoke to the nearby Shangjiu. It is nearly time. At that moment, the insect hole before them suddenly gaped wide, and several cultivators who were too close were swiftly drawn inside. Everyone follow me, Shangjiu commanded. Gripping the enchanting Su Su in one hand and the girl with the horned braids in the other, leaping into the abyss. Moments later, including Shangjiu, all 132 individuals materialized on the lake island within the lotus flower celestial realm. There he is, right at the entrance, someone exclaimed, spotting Xu Taiping standing at the threshold. At that instant, Xu Taiping had his hands clasped and was murmuring incantations, seemingly reciting scriptures. In a flash, upon witnessing this scene, Shangjiu unsheathed his long blade without hesitation, aiming a strike at Xu Taiping. His instincts urged him to interrupt Xu Taiping's ritual. However, having meticulously calculated the timing, Xu Taiping completed his recitation just as Shangjiu's blade was drawn. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he bellowed, crossing the malevolent Azura. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal 8-armed Azura apparition emerged behind him, casting a crimson hue over the previously sunlit lake, reminiscent of a sunset drenched in blood. At the very moment the crossing the malevolent Azura decree was activated, Shangjiu's blade descended towards Xu Taiping's head. Just as the blade was about to strike, a towering figure clad in armor suddenly appeared before Xu Taiping, raising a simple blade to deflect the blow. This was one of the divine generals from Lin Buyu's diagram of the Supreme Celestial General. Having hesitated to utilize this power before, now, in this life and death moment, it was imperative not to hold back any longer. Though the divine general managed to parry the strike, he was forced back several steps. Nonetheless, His current rank was insufficient to contend with those in the Xian realm, and he found himself outmatched against those in the divine refinement stage. Fortunately, after unleashing his strike, Shang Jiao was captivated by the Azura apparition behind Xu Taiping and did not pursue further. However, after a brief moment of distraction, it was as if Shang Jiao had seen nothing amiss. He once again fixated on Xu Taiping, whose presence was now met with intensified malice and hostility in the gazes of both Shang Jiao and the cultivators behind him. It was evident that the decree of crossing the malevolent Azura had taken effect, including the likes of Shang Jiao and Ye Chun. These cultivators appeared utterly oblivious to any anomaly, as though their purpose for this journey was solely to eliminate Xu Taiping. In a swift motion, Shang Jiao once again struck first against Xu Taiping. Equality among all beings. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping clasped his hands and bellowed with great force. A resounding crash echoed as Shang Jiao's descending blade aura abruptly shattered, and an invisible force drastically diminished the fluctuations of his aura. Lord Zhongwan, focused solely on the one wielding the blood knife, Xu Taiping commanded the divine general of the Taishan sect. Understood. The apparition of the general bellowed, swiftly drawing his wooden blade and sweeping it horizontally toward Shang Jiao. With a thunderous impact, the strike intended for Xu Taiping was shattered by the general, causing Shang Jiao to stagger back several paces. According to the chronicles of the Taishan divine generals, Zheng Wen not only possessed profound mastery of the blade, but also innate divine strength, making him no less formidable than Shang Jiao, even within the same realm. What are you all waiting for? He is but a single individual, while you number in the hundreds, Shang Jiao shouted as he charged once more at Xu Taiping. The multitude of cultivators, for the first time, felt the weight of equality among all beings, leaving many momentarily stunned and unable to respond. Upon hearing Shang Jiao's fierce cry, they finally regained their composure. Boy, this time there is no escape for you. Elder Nye Chun of Huangfeng Valley was the first to act, unleashing a powerful strike with both palms towards Xu Taiping. Two shadows of palms, formed from profound ice energy and propelled by an immensely heavy force, crashed towards Xu Taiping like colossal walls. Drawing from prior experience, despite having his cultivation restricted to the profound realm, Nye Chun, with his profound mastery of techniques, was able to exert power far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners in the same realm. In response to Nye Chun's palm strike, Xu Taiping unsheathed his spring tiger knife, executing a technique known as Ming Chan to meet the attack. With a piercing cicada-like sound, Nye Chun suddenly froze in place, as if bound by invisible chains. Unable to move, swiftly, thin, blade-like shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, surged forth with Xu Taiping's strike toward Nye Chun. In a critical moment, Nye Chun expended a vast amount of true essence to conjure a layer of ice armor nearly 10 feet thick around himself. Though the armor deflected the majority of the condensed blade aura, it could not withstand Xu Taiping's spring tiger knife. With a sharp slice, the knife tore through Nye Chun's robe, leaving a grievous wound that exposed bone on his chest. Since his breakthrough into the refinement realm, Nye Chun had seldom suffered injuries, let alone such a severe one. Amidst his fury, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within him. However, just as Xu Taiping prepared to pursue and strike again, several elders and disciples from Huangfeng Valley had already summoned their treasures to bombard Xu Taiping. Fortunately, Xu Taiping had already summoned the wind wall of the Zhongwan Ring, successfully blocking the combined assault of several individuals. Having reached a higher realm of cultivation, his true essence was now more refined and abundant, significantly enhancing the power of the Zhongwan Ring. In a swift motion, as the wind wall held firm against their unified strike, Xu Taiping locked onto two disciples of Huangfeng Valley with his blade's intent and executed the technique known as the chirping cicada slash. This time, he unleashed only two simultaneous strikes, each as delicate as the wings of a cicada, aimed precisely at the necks of the two disciples. With two swift sounds, their heads fell to the ground, leaving the group in shock. They clearly had not anticipated Xu Taiping's ability to so effortlessly withstand their combined attack, and their momentary lapse in vigilance allowed him to seize the opportunity. After vanquishing those two cultivators, two azure orbs of energy transformed into ribbons that ascended from the lifeless bodies, ultimately entwining around the colossal Azura phantom behind him, becoming two luminous halos hovering above its head. Was this the manifestation of malevolent thoughts? As Xu Taiping swiftly repositioned himself, He cast a glance back at the Azura phantom and murmured softly. According to Fairy Ling Yue's teachings regarding the edict on vanquishing malevolence, each time a trace of ill intent was dispelled, an additional halo would appear behind the Azura phantom. Only when the number of halos exceeded 99, or when those with malicious intent withdrew, would this Azura manifestation transform into a wish-fulfilling force, granting the desires of the one who made the vow. He is not an ordinary cultivator of the profound realm. Do not underestimate him. Upon witnessing the sudden loss of 2 disciples, Elder Niechun of Huangfeng Valley grew anxious and quickly cautioned the other cultivators, including his own disciples. He raised his hand once more, unleashing several palm strikes towards Xu Taiping. As the icy wind swept through, the ground froze beneath its path, showcasing the formidable power of his icy true qi. However, Xu Taiping did not confront Elder Niechun's frosty palms head-on. Instead, he deftly evaded with a technique called the Inch of Heaven, maneuvering his blade toward a cluster of ordinary cultivators. He had resolved to eliminate as many ordinary cultivators as possible before confronting Niechun and Shangjiu. Just in time, fellow cultivators form into groups of 6 and create the 6-flower formation. Let us strike together, perhaps due to the influence of the edict on vanquishing malevolence. Upon seeing Xu Taiping's appearance, the ordinary cultivators exhibited no fear. Rather, their faces were alight with fervor. Clearly, their covetous desires for the Bodhi fruit on Qingxiao had now shifted to Xu Taiping. With a decisive motion, Xu Taiping swung his blade against the advancing formation, first employing the technique known as the 100 cicadas chirping to disrupt their alignment, before merging with the blade's shadow to execute the second stance of the Demon Slayer blade. The crane's cry, charging into the fray. In an instant, the sound of the crane's call resonated throughout the lotus pool. Amidst this cacophony, Xu Taiping appeared to fuse with his spring tiger blade, transforming into a radiant streak of light, delivering blow after blow upon the 6 cultivators. As the last monk fell, his head severed by Xu Taiping's blade, the entire group of cultivators forming the 6-flower formation collapsed before him. Boom! At that moment, Elder Niechun from Huangfeng Valley also struck out towards Xu Taiping with a palm. Even without gazing upon his face, Xu Taiping could sense the fury emanating from the ferocity of his strike. Whoosh! Rather than meet Elder Nie's palm head-on, Xu Taiping conjured 2 avatars. One brandished a genuine fire talisman to confront the attack, while the other dispersed into the throng of ordinary cultivators. Under normal circumstances, this avatar would surely be unable to withstand such a blow, but at this moment, Elder Nie was constrained by the power of universal equality. Unable to disperse Xu Taiping's avatar, which instead adhered a genuine fire talisman upon him. Amidst this exchange, Xu Taiping transformed once more into a streak of light, cutting down another group of cultivators from the 6-flower formation. Gradually, as the blade light interwove and the cries of cranes echoed, it became a nightmare haunting the hearts of the cultivators on the field. For whenever the sound of the crane's call resounded, a cultivator would inevitably fall. Some sword cultivators attempted to attack Xu Taiping with their swords, yet each time, their efforts were thwarted by the wind wall of the Zhongwan Ring. Furthermore, Xu Taiping's movements were exceedingly swift, making it difficult to pinpoint his location, and a careless misstep could harm their own allies. Not far away, Shangjiu, who had just repelled the divine general's phantom, felt the fervor in his gaze intensify upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, this was undoubtedly that old wretch's technique. The swordplay he refused to impart to me until death. He had already deduced that Xu Taiping's swordsmanship originated from his master, Duan Xiaoyu, specifically the set of forbidden techniques cultivated through his lifelong understanding. Boom! Just then, the divine General Zheng went slashed at him once more. Whoosh! Growing increasingly impatient, Shangjiu summoned the tempestuous intent of his blade, meeting the strike head-on. The phantom of the divine General Zheng went shattered in response. Given that Lin Buyu had not nurtured it for long, this divine phantom barely reached the realm of profound understanding, and managing to hold off Shangjiu for this long was quite commendable. Boom! After dispelling the divine phantom, Shangjiu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As he leapt into the air, he slashed towards Xu Taiping, who was over 100 zhang away. Whoosh! Although the distance was considerable, Shangjiu's strike, propelled by the tempestuous intent, extended far beyond 100 zhang. The storm-like blade aura surged forth, exuding an overwhelming force that threatened to engulf the very heavens and earth. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of this strike, had it not been restrained by the power of universal equality. Boom. Just as the blade was about to cleave, Xu Taiping, a divine phantom, towering over 10 feet, suddenly emerged behind him. This phantom was clad in armor as well, but it took the form of a valiant female Valkyrie. Bang! Facing Xiangjiu's strike, the Valkyrie merely extended a fist, shattering it effortlessly. Taishianmu Yunying. At your service. The Valkyrie assumed a fighting stance, her sharp gaze fixed intently upon Xiangjiu, who stood not far away. Though merely a phantom, much like the divine General Zheng Wan, the Valkyrie Mu Yunying retained remnants of consciousness. Lady Yunying, please assist me in stopping that man with the blade. Xu Taiping implored the Valkyrie. As you command. The Valkyrie Yunying replied, clasping her fists in acknowledgement, and then leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch that met the descending blade of Xiangjiu. With a resounding crash, Xiangjiu's strike was thwarted, and he was struck heavily by Yunying's fist, forced to retreat several steps before he could regain his balance. These troublesome nuisances, Xiangjiu muttered as he hastily consumed a medicinal pill, compelled to continue his skirmish with the Valkyrie. Having been suppressed in his cultivation, he dared not underestimate an opponent of such caliber. With Xiangjiu entangled in battle, Xu Taiping finally turned his focus back to Nie Chun and the group of ordinary cultivators charging towards him. The Valkyrie Yunying was the last divine general available from the Taishian Divine General Codex, but it was likely she could only hold them off for a brief moment. He needed to act swiftly. Xu Taiping glanced back at the ominous figure of the evil Azura, only to see over 20 rings of malice forming behind its head. At that moment, Nie Chun from Huangfeng Valley seized the opportunity created by Xu Taiping's summoning of the Divine General. With both palms thrust forward, he locked Xu Taiping in place with an overwhelming force. The sound of a thunderous impact echoed as the icy energy enveloped Xu Taiping entirely. A glimmer of delight crossed Nie Chun's face, but just as he prepared to shatter the ice along with Xu Taiping, he was startled to witness Xu Taiping transform into a wisp of azure energy, vanishing into thin air. Clearly, it was merely Xu Taiping's clone that had been encased in ice. The true Xu Taiping, cloaked in a shroud of concealment, had already maneuvered behind a group of ordinary cultivators positioned at a distance. He resolved firmly that he would not engage in a direct confrontation with Nie Chun until he had either slain or utterly demoralized this group of cultivators. Fool! Nie Chun of Huangfeng Valley roared in frustration after being outmaneuvered once again. Chapter 271. The Lotus Temple. You must be unyielding simultaneously, the chilling cry of the crane, which struck terror into the hearts of the gathered cultivators, resounded once more. Amidst this cry, Xu Taiping's blade shimmered like a fateful talisman, leaving no cultivator unscathed in its wake. Even if one could parry a strike, he would swiftly follow with a second, then a third, each blow more rapid and devastating than the last. In time, an increasing number of cultivators, despite possessing the strength to contend, ultimately chose to evade his lethal edge. However, Nie Chun understood all too well that in a duel against a blade master, the more one shunned the blade's brilliance, the swifter one met their demise. As he had anticipated, within mere moments, another 10 cultivators lay lifeless in pools of blood. In the midst of the crane's cry, Xu Taiping resembled a wolf amidst a flock of sheep, unstoppable in his onslaught. After much contemplation, Nie Chun reached a resolution. He inhaled deeply, then clasped his palms together, unleashing a chilling aura that rapidly spread throughout the vicinity. In an instant, every cultivator present was adorned with a suit of icy armor. Boom! Just as Xu Taiping's blade struck one of the cultivators' icy armor. Though the strike managed to cleave through the mysterious ice armor, it did not succeed in slaying the cultivator, granting him the opportunity to escape. Subsequently, Xu Taiping unleashed a flurry of strikes, ultimately claiming the lives of only 2 cultivators, while the rest fled, albeit wounded. In an instant, the once unstoppable momentum of his blade was curbed. Observing this turn of events, Nie Chun from Huangfeng Valley allowed a hint of smug satisfaction to grace his features. The primary strategy against a sword cultivator is to dismantle their blade's momentum. Once the momentum is shattered, their lethality diminishes significantly. This was especially true for Xu Taiping's crane cry. When the momentum falters, it becomes an exceedingly ordinary sword technique. From now on, heed my commands and refrain from confronting him individually. After successfully halting Xu Taiping's momentum, Nie Chun bellowed, rallying the scattered cultivators back together. He then orchestrated the remaining 80 or 90 cultivators in a relentless wave formation to engage Xu Taiping. Although such tactics might lack honor, they effectively turned the tide of battle, transforming the hunters into the hunted. What does it matter if you do not engage me directly? I still have my methods to deal with you. As Xu Taiping found himself encircled, besieged by a continuous onslaught from numerous cultivators, Nietchen could not help but stroke his beard with delight. In that moment, Xu Taiping was indeed in a precarious position. With his momentum obstructed, he found it increasingly difficult to pierce through the ranks of his adversaries as he had before. Once the blade is drawn, there is no self, no sword. If one does not perish, the sword does not rest. While fending off the relentless waves of attackers, Xu Taiping silently recited the incantation of the demon-slaying blade. Having practiced this technique for an extended period, he knew that the momentum of the demon-slaying blade would not be so easily disrupted. The issue lay within himself. Xu Taiping, you are still insufficient. Your resolve is lacking. As a sword cultivator, you must be unyielding, unrestrained. Without such tenacity, how can you triumph against the many? How can you overcome the strong? How can you defy fate? In the midst of Xu Taiping's inner turmoil, the voice of the blade demon thundered through his mind like a clap of thunder. This proclamation struck him with the force of a wake-up call, jolting him back to clarity. Unyielding, unrestrained. After silently repeating these words, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply, grasped the hilt of his spring tiger blade, and faced the dozen or so glaring beams of murderous light from the magical artifacts, striking forth with his blade. In the past, he would have opted to evade such a lethal strike. Yet the blade demon's words illuminated the truth that, for a sword cultivator, there is no room for retreat or compromise. One must forge ahead, embracing death with valor. It is either to wield the blade against the enemy or to perish. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's strike cleaved through the beams of light, yet he simultaneously bore a multitude of grievous wounds across his body, some narrowly missing vital areas. Nevertheless, the momentum of his blade surged rather than diminished. Suddenly, Xu Taiping let out a long cry, as if releasing something deep within. With a resounding roar, he seemed to transform into another being, no longer preoccupied with the gains and losses of each strike, nor contemplating how to restrain Nietchen of Huangfeng Valley. All that remained in his mind was the blade. Boom! Amidst the resonant clang of the sword, Xu Taiping, his form completely fused with the sword's radiance, charged into the fray. The fierce aura of his blade and the swirling shadows of his strikes instantaneously shattered the formation that Nietchen had painstakingly assembled. Whoosh! Under the might of this sword intent, Xu Taiping's blade grew increasingly sharper. Even clad in the mystical ice armor, these cultivators were still cleaved down by a single stroke. Nietchen of Huangfeng Valley gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, his throat constricting slightly. At that moment, Xu Taiping exuded an aura that suggested he could sever anything in his path, be it man, ghost, deity, or demon. In the long expanse of his life, only one person had ever evoked such a sensation in him, demon blade Duan Xiaoyu. Nietchen, why are you dawdling? Quickly disrupt his sword intent. In the distance, as he was repeatedly forced back by the Valkyrie's punches, Shangqiu, startled by the sight, shouted urgently at Nietchen. As a sword cultivator, he understood all too well how terrifying Xu Taiping's current state was. If Xu Taiping's sword intent continued to ascend and broke through its limits, even he might not stand a chance against him. Sword cultivators were notoriously unreasonable beings. Boom! Woken from his stupor by Shangqiu's words, Nietchen leapt into action, his palms crashing down towards Xu Taiping. This time, Xu Taiping did not evade. Instead, he met Nietchen's strike with his own blade. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air rang out as the blade cleaved through Nietchen's mystical ice true energy, slicing horizontally across his wrist. By the time Nietchen regained his senses, his palms had already been severed. Furious and astonished, Nietchen opened his mouth and expelled a shimmering dagger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But before the dagger could fully emerge, the sound of slicing air echoed again, accompanied by the sharp cries of cranes, as Nietchen's body was pierced by numerous blade shadows. Boom! In an instant, Nietchen's body erupted into fragments. He had never imagined he would perish at the hands of a mere Xian realm cultivator, even under such suppressed circumstances. However, at the moment of his body's explosion, a golden light surged forth from within him, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. You little brat, I shall never forget this grudge for eternity. Chapter 272. The battle at Lotus Temple with the blade of a warrior. As soon as the words left his lips, the golden light explosively scattered, vanishing into countless luminous specks. He had achieved a form of spiritual dissolution. Xu Taiping, however, remained unfazed. To him, the act of slaying Niechin bore no distinction from dispatching any other cultivator. With Niechin gone, no other cultivator could withstand Xu Taiping's blade. In the blink of an eye, only a handful of Xian realm cultivators remained on the battlefield. Perhaps due to the influence of the malevolent Azura, these cultivators, though stricken with fear, were driven by their own greed and continued to assault Xu Taiping without pause. Crack! Just as Xu Taiping prepared to eliminate this group of cultivators with a single stroke, the final bead of the string of prayer beads on his wrist shattered. He had completely exhausted the time of universal equality he had exchanged for with 3 months of sealed fists. 3 months of sealed fists was also the longest duration he could offer in exchange. His treasure had become ineffective. Quickly, utilize the treasure. Use talismans, the higher the grade, the better. The dozen or so cultivators in the profound realm immediately sensed the change and, without hesitation, hurled their high-grade talismans and treasures towards Xu Taiping. Freed from the constraints of the power of universal equality, the might of these treasures and talismans surged significantly. With a thunderous boom, Xu Taiping was propelled backward under the onslaught of these artifacts and talismans. At this moment, not only was he devoid of the power of universal equality, but his inner essence and the medicinal pills on him were nearly depleted. Without such an abundance of spiritual springs and pills to support him, even with the power of universal equality, it would have been impossible for him to contend for so long against over 100 cultivators. Groaning, Xu Taiping rose from the ground and drained the last drop of spiritual spring from the jade flask. Boom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shangjiu, unrestrained by the power of universal equality, cleaved the illusory figure of the Valkyrie Mu Yuning in two with a single strike. Nevertheless, the Valkyrie Mu Yuning, with her last vestige of strength, managed to send him hurtling back several paces. Stop him. Concerned that Xu Taiping might escape, Shangjiu shouted to the nearby dozen cultivators while gathering his blade energy to completely annihilate the Valkyrie. However, his call proved to be unnecessary. Xu Taiping had no intention of fleeing. With a resounding clang, utilizing the remaining momentum of his blade and the entirety of his inner essence, Xu Taiping unleashed a technique known as 100 cicadas chirping together. The cicada-like ringing of the blade echoed as over 100 blade shadows pierced through the cultivators. They had not anticipated that the nearly spent Xu Taiping could still execute such a strike. In an instant, the scene was drenched in blood and flesh. Although the power of this strike was far from that of earlier, it was sufficient to severely injure these cultivators, rendering them incapable of further combat. Xu Taiping leaned on his blade and cast a glance back, a smile curving his lips. For although he had not slain these individuals, the halo behind the malevolent crossing Azura had increased by several more. Boom. Before Xu Taiping could fully turn his head, a tempestuous blade energy struck him heavily, shattering the wind wall of the Tsangwan ring. Spitting blood from the impact, Xu Taiping tumbled to the ground. Concurrently, a pressure descended upon him, akin to ominous clouds suddenly appearing on the horizon, enveloping him entirely. Looking up, he saw Shangjiu standing before him, blade in hand. Without that treasure, you are nothing. Shangjiu coldly regarded Xu Taiping. You speak the truth, Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile, lifting his blade and assuming the stance for the cicada's call. Rest assured, I shall not kill you, for you are the chosen successor of that old relic. I will refine your soul into a blade spirit. Swish. Just as his words left his mouth, the long blade in his hand surged forth, accompanied by a tempestuous blade energy, striking down towards Xu Taiping. Cautious as he was, how could he afford Xu Taiping the opportunity to retaliate? Universal equality. But at the very moment the blade was drawn, Xu Taiping uttered a word that made the merchant, Shangjiu, tremble uncontrollably. Boom. As the sound echoed, Shangjiu's momentum shattered instantaneously, and his cultivation was once again suppressed to the transcendent realm. At that moment, a cicada's cry erupted. As Shangjiu's figure was locked by Xu Taiping's blade intent, hundreds of blade shadows, as delicate as cicada wings, slashed mercilessly upon Shangjiu. Bang! Despite the protective barrier of the sandstorm blade aura surrounding him, he ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of countless blade shadows. and after being pierced by dozens of blade energies, his body erupted into a mist of blood, severely injured. Did you deliberately make me think you could no longer wield the power of equality among all beings just for this strike? The old man's choice of opponent is truly not to be underestimated. Bloodied, Shangjiu wiped his mouth and stood up. Xu Taiping remained silent. Crack. At that moment, a Buddhist bead hanging from his wrist suddenly shattered. The power of all beings was thus released. This bead, symbolizing the power of equality among all beings, was something he had exchanged a month's worth of taste for, representing the greatest time he could redeem. So that's it. Although you can still utilize the power of all beings, the duration has significantly diminished. It seems you can no longer sustain this treasure. Shangjiu suddenly laughed. A mind as meticulous as his had long since detected the Buddhist bead bracelet on Xu Taiping's wrist. You are correct. Xu Taiping nodded. As he did so, another bead appeared on his wrist, one he had exchanged for a month's worth of smell. To speak the truth, your true essence has already run dry, and your pills are exhausted. Even with the power of all beings, you are merely a dying ember. After swallowing a pill, Shangjiu looked curiously at Xu Taiping, believing that Xu posed no threat to him anymore. Xu Taiping still did not speak. Yet, the muscles and bones of his body began to stretch incrementally, producing sounds akin to firecrackers. In an instant, he grew at least 3 feet taller, and his garments became taut around him. Then, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, he removed his upper clothing, revealing a physique as robust as that of a mythical beast. A physique of the wasteland, the realm of the enraged lion. Are you truly intending to engage me in combat using martial skills? Shangjiu found it somewhat amusing. Indeed. Xu Taiping nodded in affirmation. Do you think I would indulge you in such tricks? Shangjiu's tone grew cold. You would not, but you have no other choice. As Xu Taiping spoke, he reached for the Zhuojiaoling. Upon seeing this artifact, combined with the power of equality among all beings, Shangjiu suddenly realized something, and his expression turned icy. You are courting death. How would you know unless you try? Xu Taiping flipped his hand, and the Zhuojiaoling fell to the ground. Boom. The moment the Zhuojiaoling struck the earth, an immense pressure descended upon Xu Taiping, as if a boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds had been forcefully placed upon him. Simultaneously, the world around him transformed into a desolate desert, with sand and stones flying everywhere, and the chilling howls and frenzied murmurs echoed incessantly in his ears. In this untamed realm, stripped of the Zhaojiao order, cultivators could rely solely on their vitality, unable to wield true essence any longer. Due to the essence of equality among all beings, the Zhaojiao order on Shangjiu automatically became ineffective, enveloping him in chaotic energy, much like Xu Taiping, who found himself immersed in the genuine wilderness. Come forth. Senior Shangjiu, let us engage in battle today with the blade of a warrior. Xu Taiping, gripping his sword, cast a resolute gaze upon Shangjiu across from him. This was the true arena he had prepared for Shangjiu. Chapter 273, Battle with Shangjiu, the Blade Cultivator's Resilience. From the moment I entered, you have been scheming this move, haven't you? Amidst the swirling dust, Shangjiu slowly lifted his head to regard Xu Taiping, his voice strained. To be precise, it was from the moment I recognized you as Shangjiu. Xu Taiping wedged the Chuanhu blade against his arm, vigorously wiping away the bloodstains. Oh, it seems the old man has spoken ill of me to you. Shangjiu smiled faintly. While conversing, he too removed his long robe, meticulously folded it like Xu Taiping, and stowed it away in his storage ring. Elder Duan has not spoken ill of you. Xu Taiping shook his head, continuing as he wound strips of blood spider silk around his hands. To cast the remains of one's own master and senior sister into the Yamen's ruins to become ghostly corpses, one must be cautious of such individuals. Upon hearing this, Shangjiu's brow furrowed momentarily. However, it soon relaxed, reverting to a demeanor of calm indifference. Uncle Shang, I am here to assist you. At that moment, a little girl with horn braids scampered up to Shangjiu, hugging his thigh and peering at Xu Taiping. Xiao Yuan, stay by the side. It won't be long. Shangjiu gently patted the little girl's head. Hearing this, she shot Xu Taiping a fierce glare before turning to leave. One must admit, the old fellow's judgment of character remained consistently poor. As he shed his upper garments, Shangjiu, like Xu Taiping, raised his sword, his gaze imbued with a subtle smile directed towards Xu Taiping. In the midst of their discourse, the sound of cracking bones and stretching sinews echoed from within his body. His seemingly frail physique began to visibly expand, muscles bulging with latent power. As a blade cultivator, how could one neglect the honing of their body? With a stature that rose 3 feet, Shang Jiao swung his arms, casting a glance at Xu Taiping with a smile. Even the simplest motions of his arms produced a resounding crack, a testament to his formidable physique. In my pursuit of mastering the blade, I once trained for 300 days in another desolate secret realm, without the Zhaojiao order, slaying 100 savage beasts. Thus, if you believe that a contest of martial prowess will allow you to triumph over me, you are gravely mistaken. Shang Jiao pointed his blade at Xu Taiping. At that moment, Xu Taiping was indeed taken aback, but that was all. The previous words of the blade demon, regarding being unrestrained and heedless, had awakened him. Once the blade is drawn, the resolution to determine victory or death is set. It matters not whether the opponent is human, ghost, deity, or demon. There exists a realm where you and I may engage in a contest. Xu Taiping lifted his knife, assuming the initial stance of a crane's call. His gaze fixed intently upon Shang Jiao. Surprised by Xu Taiping's reaction, Shang Jiao sensed that his formidable physique, honed to the level of a martial sovereign, had been factored into the equation. Intriguing, he murmured to himself as he began to circle Xu Taiping, seemingly in search of the opportune moment to strike. Without the command of the dragon, each step they took was fraught with difficulty. Thus, with every advance Shang Jiao made, the pressure from the swirling energy around him caused his muscles and bones to emit faint, explosive sounds. At that moment, a young girl with horn braids peeked her head out to sniff a lotus flower, inadvertently inhaling pollen that made her sneeze. Simultaneously, Shang Jiao stepped forward, twisting his waist, and with a sudden motion, swung his arm holding the knife, striking towards Xu Taiping with a swift and unadorned slash. In stark contrast to his earlier flamboyant techniques, this strike was remarkably simple. Yet, he executed it with unparalleled speed, force, precision, and ferocity, leaving Xu Taiping no choice but to meet the blow head-on. As anticipated, Xu Taiping did not evade, but rather welcomed the attack, clashing blades with Shang Jiao. The sound of their violent collision resonated, sending Shang Jiao's knife soaring upwards. Astonishment flashed in Shang Jiao's eyes as he realized the power Xu Taiping unleashed from his body far exceeded that of his own martial sovereign physique. After deflecting Shang Jiao's blade, Xu Taiping forcibly retracted his own knife, pivoting the spring tiger blade sharply to strike at Shang Jiao's chest. In a moment of peril, Shang Jiao leaned back, using his knife as a brace to narrowly evade Xu Taiping's strike. Yet, to Shang Jiao's astonishment, Xu Taiping once again employed his strength to retract his knife, stepping forward and raising his arm to deliver another downward slash. Had this blow landed, Shang Jiao's body would have been cleaved in twain at the navel. However, Shang Jiao seemed to have anticipated this maneuver, contracting his body just in time to avoid the blow. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's knife struck the ground, leaving a scar nearly 10 feet long. Although Shang Jiao ultimately evaded this attack, a shallow wound marred his abdomen, from which blood began to seep rapidly. To have forged a physique surpassing that of a martial sovereign is no small feat. It is no wonder he possessed the audacity to set aside the dragon command and engage me in combat. I retract my earlier remarks. Shang Jiao revised his assessment of Xu Taiping. Chapter 274. Battling Shang Jiao, the perilously close encounter. Xu Taiping remained unfazed by the remarks. Unlike Shang Jiao, this contest was not solely about his own life or death. It also bore the weight of his senior brother's fate, leaving no room for error. Yet for a knife master, it suffices to possess a capable physique. What truly matters is the blade in hand. As Shang Jiao uttered these words, he leaned forward, his steps quickening with sudden intensity, and within mere moments, he was upon Xu Taiping, blade in hand. With a swift whoosh that pierced the air, Shang Jiao delivered a horizontal slash aimed at Xu Taiping's neck. The angle of his strike was exceedingly cunning, leaving Xu Taiping unable to parry as he had moments before. He could only retreat, seeking an opportunity to counter. However, it appeared that Shang Jiao had anticipated his every move, the blade poised menacingly at Xu Taiping's throat, and he lunged forward once more. Xu Taiping was compelled to retreat yet again. Each of his movements was accurately predicted by Shang Jiao. Had his agility and reflexes not been exceptional, he would have sustained numerous wounds by now. What was even more crucial was that Shang Jiao's strikes were becoming increasingly rapid and ferocious. If an ordinary warrior faced such a relentless assault, They would likely falter within mere moments, succumbing to panic and ultimately failing to defend against Shang Jiu's blade. Yet Xu Taiping had engaged in countless battles within the domain of swords against the blade demon, having endured over 10,000 encounters, and having tested hundreds of techniques and thousands of forms. In this current situation, it was hardly a warm-up. With a series of resounding clangs akin to iron striking iron, Xu Taiping wielded his blade like a shield. No matter how swift or cunning Shang Jiu's strikes were, he managed to deflect them all. Through his countless battles with the blade demon, Xu Taiping had learned far more about defense than offense. During a grueling night of sparring, he had almost managed to block every strike from the blade demon, only succumbing when exhaustion overtook him just before dawn. With each of Shang Jiu's strikes deflected, the ease on his face gradually transformed into a grave expression. If he could attribute 1 or 2 successful blocks to coincidence or natural talent, the consistent deflection of every attack could no longer be dismissed as such. It was not luck or innate ability. It was the result of years of relentless practice. This realization shifted Shang Jiu's gaze towards Xu Taiping, stripping it of any previous contempt. Just then, another strike from Shang Jiu was met with Xu Taiping's defense. This time, however, a sharp pain shot through his palm. At that moment, engaged in a fierce exchange, Shang Jiu understood that to halt his assault would mean severing his momentum. Thus, he pressed on, methodically driving Xu Taiping into a corner. According to his strategy, even if Xu Taiping could parry every blow, forcing him into that confined space would render him incapable of wielding his blade effectively, making it impossible for him to continue defending against Shang Jiu's onslaught. With another clash of steel resounding, Shang Jiu's meticulously planned strike was once again thwarted by Xu Taiping. Though he had anticipated this outcome, a sense of defeat washed over him. It had been many years since he had experienced such a feeling. Perhaps it was this very sensation that caused him to overlook the blood that now stained his hand. With another collision of blades, Shang Jiu finally became aware of the injury to his grasp. Moreover, the injuries were not merely superficial. The tendons and bones in his palm had sustained damage, causing pain even when wielding the knife. Bang! Despite the lingering agony, Shang Jiu's momentum remained unyielding. Yet, no matter how swift or cunning his strikes, Xu Taiping effortlessly blocked each one. In the moment of their blades colliding, he finally discerned the source of the injury in his hand. With a crisp crack, the bone in his index finger fractured under an inexplicable tremor. It was hidden force. Shang Jiu's expression darkened. He had employed this concealed energy during their duel, gradually intensifying the pressure without revealing it, allowing the damage to accumulate in Xu's palm until it was nearly irreparable. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Shang Jiu's forehead. Whoosh! After a feigned strike that deceived Xu Taiping, Shang Jiu abruptly retreated, creating distance between them. He lifted his palm to inspect it, revealing a gruesome sight, flesh and blood mangled, with significant harm to the tendons and bones. Had he not noticed in time, his hand might have been rendered useless. What a pity! With just 1 or 2 more strikes, I could have incapacitated my opponent. Xu Taiping sheathed his knife and smiled at Shang Jiu. Just as Shang Jiu had surmised, Xu Taiping had indeed employed some cunning during their contest. However, it was not hidden force, but rather the 1,000 layers technique taught to him by the fairy Linghua. To prevent Shang Jiu from detecting it, he had incrementally increased the layers, only reaching 30 layers by the final strike. Yet, through this accumulation, Shang Jiu's hand had sustained significant damage without his awareness. Though he had detected it, even the slightest injury to a swordsman could prove a fatal flaw in combat. Remarkable. Shang Jiu clapped his hands with a smile. Indeed, I have aged. In my youth, I relished strategic thinking, but after my breakthrough in refining the spirit, I became increasingly complacent, believing that a single strike could resolve matters. He shook off the blood from his hands, shaking his head in reflection. However, the corners of his mouth soon curled upwards as he gazed at Xu Taiping, saying, "Yet, I too was once young, and I too enjoyed the art of strategy." Xu Taiping, sensing the undercurrent in Shang Jiu's words, remained silent, merely observing. In my youth, to avoid being seen through by my opponents, I practiced wielding the knife with my left hand, and in the process, I developed a technique even more formidable than my right. With that, Shang Jiu switched the knife to his left hand. Chapter 275, Battling Shang Jiu. You have no knife left. Hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Destroying Shang Jiu's knife-wielding hand was the most crucial element of his strategy. Now that this plan had failed, overcoming his opponent would undoubtedly become more challenging. Hence, he could only rely on the knife in his grasp. He tightened his hold on the Chuanhu Dao. As if in response, the Spring Tiger 21 emitted a low, vibrating hum. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the Buddhist bead on Xu Taiping's wrist shattered. The period of equal existence he had exchanged for a month of sensory perception had come to an end. Shangjiu, clearly aware of this development, refrained from attacking Xu Taiping as he had previously. Instead, he inquired with keen interest, "Your power of equal existence must have come at a cost, correct?" Xu Taiping merely cast a glance at Shangjiu without replying. Simultaneously, another bead appeared on his wrist. The power of equal existence that had just been released returned to him once more. This time, he had traded his sense of touch for it. After losing his tactile ability, he could scarcely feel the presence of the blade in his hand. Fortunately, for him, the act of wielding the sword had become instinctual, requiring no conscious sensation. Was this sacrifice worth it? For a cultivator, throughout the long span of life, one encounters countless individuals, many of whom they cannot save. Shangjiu, gripping his sword, paced thoughtfully while regarding Xu Taiping. "Is that how you have lived your life, old Master Shang?" Xu Taiping queried as he assumed a stance with his blade. "Indeed, ever since I embarked on the path of cultivation, I have ceased to concern myself with anything that obstructs my progress," Shangjiu replied with a smile. As he spoke, the intent of his blade began to sharpen ominously. "Old Master Shang, you must have many regrets in your life, correct?" Upon hearing the word regret, Shangjiu's expression turned icy, his gaze fixated intently on Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping held his ground, meeting his stare with unwavering composure. The old man had once remarked that his sword emphasized intent over technique, where intent embodies will, perseverance, and spirit. Since you are a disciple of his swordsmanship, I suppose that makes me your half-brother. Today, allow me to test your qualifications to inherit the old man's techniques. With that, Shangjiu's figure flickered before he unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, striking towards Xu Taiping. This time, his attack bore no flashy maneuvers. It was straightforward, clearly intending to clash blades with Xu Taiping. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping drew his sword in response. With a resounding clash, their blades met and then recoiled. In that instant of separation, Xu Taiping felt a force surge through his spring tiger blade into his arm and body, unmistakably akin to the power of the 1,000 layers. Xu Taiping quickly grasped the implication of Shangjiu's earlier words. "This suits me perfectly." He snorted coldly, then swung his sword toward Shangjiu. In this strike, he infused it with 99 layers of 1,000 layers power. With a loud crash, their blades collided, causing Shangjiu's arm to tremble noticeably, a fissure appearing in his skin from which blood began to seep. "Little junior brother, your blade lacks weight," Shangjiu exclaimed with sudden excitement, before once again slashing down towards Xu Taiping with his long sword. Crash! In the latest clash, both combatants evidently exerted their utmost strength. For at the moment their blades collided, a cloud of crimson mist erupted around them. The skin on their arms was shattered by the force of their respective inner energies. Insufficient, insufficient, insufficient. Shangjiu suddenly became even more exhilarated, an additional spark of youthful vigor igniting in his otherwise seasoned gaze as he roared, striking at Xu Taiping with one blow after another. As before, Xu Taiping parried each of Shangjiu's strikes. However, unlike their previous exchanges, both now infused their attacks with inner energy, abandoning any intricate strategies or techniques in favor of simply hacking at each other. Bang! After an indeterminate number of strikes, both were violently repelled by the force of their energies, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth was soaked in their blood, the once earthy surface nearly saturated with crimson. Yet, despite their dire state, both rose simultaneously once more. At this point, their bodies bore no unscathed patches. Every inch of skin was lacerated and raw. Not only their flesh, but also their tendons and organs had sustained grievous injuries, and even the slightest movement sent them retching blood. In comparison, Xu Taiping fared worse. Although his physique surpassed that of Shangjiu, the latter, being in the realm of spirit refinement, possessed a recovery rate far superior to his own. Once upright, they instinctively approached one another, raising their weapons in unison. With a swift motion, they struck simultaneously, without a hint of hesitation. A resounding thud echoed as a fresh burst of blood mist enveloped them, forcing them to stagger backward a few paces. In the distance, the bound demoness Su, witnessing this spectacle, broke into a cold sweat and cursed under her breath, lamenting her ill fortune in encountering two madmen at once. Just as she voiced her frustration, she felt a release, her suppressed cultivation power returning. The boy's power of equality had dissipated. A flicker of joy surged within Su. However, almost immediately, accompanied by a faint, ethereal resonance, that very power reasserted itself, and once again, she was subjected to the oppressive chaos energy. You two lunatics are fighting, and I must suffer the consequences, she exclaimed, nearly losing consciousness from the pressure. Shifting focus back to the two fighters, Shangjiu approached Xu Taiping. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Did you just trade your sight for this power of equality?" As you can see, Xu Taiping nodded, raising his own weapon. "You've lost your sight. Concede," Shangjiu chuckled. "Without eyes, I see even more clearly," Xu Taiping retorted, and with a swift motion, he struck once again. True to his words, despite his blindness, he accurately aimed for Shangjiu. Bang! Their blades clashed once more, and both staggered back again. Yet, just as Xu Taiping attempted to raise his weapon again, his spring tiger 21 fractured with a sharp crack. Stunned, Xu Taiping stood there, and Shangjiu seized the moment, taunting, "Now you have no weapon. Will you still refuse to concede?" The merchant pigeon cast a mocking glance at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping exhaled laboriously, then discarded the hilt of his knife and stepped forward once more towards the merchant pigeon. "I cannot," he uttered, simultaneously adopting a stance as if to grasp the knife, slowly raising his hand.